The Perfect Supreme Chapter 3106 to Chapter 3186. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Xianxia was defeated. As for Xianxia, his eyes had also turned red. He had wanted to prove himself, but in the end, Yu was going to admit defeat without even fighting. How would that beauty know how powerful he was? Brother Ling. Yu wanted to test her limits. The gap between our realms is too big. Come back. Lin Ling said with a smile. Yu's methods were too simple. She only knew how to suppress with her talent. She was definitely no match for Xianxia. There's a gap of 4 small realms. It's difficult for you to win. After all, you're not me. Lin Ling said. His words made the plane even more silent. Lin Ling was only at the 8th stage of the martial immortal realm. Everyone had already eliminated him. Yet, he said that he was qualified to fight someone who was 4 levels above him. His skin was too thick. No, not 4 levels. It was 6 levels. When Xianxia heard that, he almost burst out laughing. His disciple seemed to be low-key, but his words were so arrogant that it made people speechless. All right. Yu immediately retreated. Xianxia looked regretful. He glared at Lin Ling with hatred. Finally, he snorted and left. Although he had won, he did not feel comfortable winning. When he looked at the Tantric sect and Xianxia, they looked like ducks who had been grabbed by the neck. They looked anxious. Tantric sect had almost won. However, Lin Ling actually asked Yu to admit defeat in the most crucial battle? This was too casual, too careless. After Yu admitted defeat, Tantric sect no longer had a trump card. Could they rely on Lin Ling? Don't worry. They can't do anything. Lin Ling couldn't help but comfort them when he saw how anxious they were. But it would have been better if they didn't comfort him. The more they comforted him, the more they sighed. Although Xianzong really couldn't make any big waves, Lin Ling probably couldn't make any small waves either. Haha, we've won. Next? At this moment, Xianzong seemed to have victory in his grasp, and everyone laughed loudly. Only Xianxia and Lin Ling from Vajrayana sect could still fight. Lin Ling was ignored by everyone, so the only one left was Xianxia. Big brother, do you want to go play? Lin Ling looked at Sakura and said, which made Sakura restless. He had been waiting for a long time. Let me. Xianxia clearly didn't think that Sakura could change anything, so he took the initiative to walk out. If I lose, then the era will change. Xianxia's expression was extremely solemn. His aura quietly erupted from his body. The entire Tantric sect fell silent. They had placed all their hopes on Xianxia. Xianxia was the #1 genius of Tantra. If he was defeated, what right did the others have to fight? Have you finally revealed your final trump card? The eyes of the experts on Xianzong's side flashed. Master Xianzong waved his hand and the North Sea Venerable Immortal Meng Lu, who'd been defeated by Meng Lu, walked out. You are no match for me. Xianxia looked at him and said indifferently. What he said was the truth. I know, but you have to defeat the 5 of us to win. Therefore, I won't let you win so easily. Of course, it's the same for our senior brother Xiang. If he wants to defeat the 5 of you, you won't let him win so easily. However, the beauty from before has admitted defeat. You are the most powerful one left. The rest are not worth mentioning. The young man said indifferently. Then let's fight. Xianxia nodded immediately. The young man's words made sense. He could only defeat him. The 2 of them quickly intertwined. It was like a battle between saints. It was an eye-opener for the warriors watching from afar. However, Xianxia had a 4th-grade desolate body. His ancient desolate chi was extremely terrifying. In addition, he was a 4th-grade half-saint. Therefore, it didn't take long for him to defeat the young man. The young man was slightly injured. He left. With blood at the corner of his mouth. However, he smiled excitedly. With your strength, you won't be able to see senior brother Xiang. That's not up to you. Xianxia said disdainfully. He looked at the second person from the Xianzong. The second person was the young man with the horsetail whisk. He didn't waste any time and attacked Xianxia with all his strength. He wouldn't let Xianxia win so easily. Moreover, the Xianzong could see Chongqingzi's strength through this battle. A moment later, the young man with the horsetail whisk was defeated, the third person followed closely behind. This also raised the spirits of the people from the tantric sect. Chongqingzi was winning consecutively. Perhaps he could defeat the 5 from the Xianzong in one go. The third person had clearly expended a lot of Chongqingzi's strength, but Chongqingzi won again. Chongqingzi is inferior to me. At this moment, the second person from the Xianzong, Zhang Qinghong, finally smiled. Through the previous 3 people, he had confirmed Chongqingzi's strength. Senior brother Xiang, you don't have to go. I'll defeat him. Zhang Qinghong held his sword and walked out. He was full of confidence. Chongqingzi was also waiting for his opponent's 3 swords. Waning Sun's return. After Zhang Qinghong appeared, he raised his sword high. The sky darkened. The terrifying power of cultivation level crazily increased. It reached 40% and gradually reached 50%. A ray of light surged down from the dark sky. It was as if a ray of sunlight shone down from the thick clouds, but it was extremely dazzling. It was like the sword of a god. Look, there's a sword coming from the chaos. Someone finally let out a cry of surprise. The third sword shocked the spirit state. That sword came from the chaos of the universe. It had the power of thunder and revealed its sharpness. Whoosh, this sword cut off Chongqingzi's right arm, causing him to vomit blood and retreat. Chongqingzi, you haven't improved your strength all these years, but this is normal. The tantric sect has given all their cultivation resources to others, so you naturally haven't improved. Zhang Qinghong pointed his sword at Chongqingzi and said. His long hair danced wildly, and he looked like a peerless swordsman in the spirit state. Thud thud thud, Chongqingzi kept retreating. He was defeated, and his face was pale and dispirited. Most importantly, after he lost, the tantric sect also lost. The era had changed. Master. He returned to the tantric sect's master and knelt down. The tantric sect's master sighed. At this moment, he seemed to have aged a lot. The people of the tantric sect were all gloomy. They knew that their era had passed. Brother, it's your turn to go out and play. However, at this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded from the tantric sect. It was Lin Ling's voice. This caused the pupils of the people of the tantric sect to narrow. At this time, Lin Ling could still remain so calm. Could it be that he didn't care about the survival of the tantric sect at all? Haha, this is the Lin Ling who used all the cultivation resources of the tantric sect. On the Xian sect's side, everyone naturally laughed. They felt that the tantric sect had lost the bet, and lost miserably. Because even if you used all the cultivation resources on a dog, it would at least wag its tail. However, when it was used on Lin Ling, not only did he not wag his tail, but he also had a look of indifference. Such a disciple would definitely anger the tantric sect to death. Alright. Sakura didn't seem to know that everyone was laughing at him. He walked out calmly. Even Chongqingzi has lost. Do you think you can turn the tide? No one was optimistic about Sakura. The people of the Xian sect all said disdainfully. A genius should not be humiliated. Big brother, just warm up a little. With your strength, you shouldn't be able to win against that Qinghong. However, just as the Vajrayana's hope rose, Lin Ling spoke again. To warm up, Lin Ling actually treated this grand ceremony as a game. At this moment, other than Xingxiu Yun, everyone from Tantric Buddhism hated Lin Ling to the core, and the reality was indeed so, because after Sakura swept through the 3 of them, he was finally defeated by Zhang Qinghong. Moreover, Sakura didn't feel ashamed, because he hadn't even been in the spirit province for 10 years, but he was already able to fight against the strongest genius of the spirit province. This made him very satisfied. Haha. He laughed heartily as he walked back, reminiscing about the previous battle. However, the tantric sect could no longer laugh. Everyone lowered their heads. The master of Tantra looked at the sky with tears in his eyes. He had never expected that Tantra would be destroyed by his own hands. Looks like the era is over. Lord Tantric Buddhism, you're old. Enjoy your remaining time. As for Tantric Buddhism, there's no need for it to exist anymore. On the side of the Azure Dragon Hall, an elder spoke after a long sigh. I know. The master of Tantric Buddhism nodded calmly. He then looked at all the members of Tantric Buddhism with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Sir, we won't leave. Tantric Buddhism will not die. I live as a member of Tantric Buddhism and die as a ghost of Tantric Buddhism. If I want to disband Tantric Buddhism, I will die. Milord. A large number of voices came from the Tantric sect. Many of them had tears in their eyes and were reluctant to part. On the plains, the cultivators of the spirit state were silent. Seeing an ancient force that had been passed down for tens of millions of years suddenly disintegrate, they felt very bitter in their hearts. Alas, the times have changed. We can't change the rules of the gods. He couldn't bear to part with these old comrades of his, but what could he do? Wait, I don't think I fought. However, just as everyone was grieving, an untimely voice suddenly rang out. Everyone looked around and realized that the person who spoke was a blue-robed young man. He was Lin Ling, the one who had been groomed by the entire Tantric Buddhism sect but had disappointed everyone the most. At this moment, the eyes of the people from Tantric Buddhism turned red. They were so impulsive that they almost killed Lin Ling because Lin Ling had caused their deaths. Xianxia clearly let out a sky-piercing laugh. Even Xianxia was defeated. The beauty with the ultimate desolate physique also admitted defeat. What else could an 8th-level martial immortal do? Moreover, he actually wanted to fight. Could it be that he also wanted to warm up for fun? What did he take Tantric Buddhism for? There's an ingrate in Tantric Buddhism. Fortunately, this Lin Ling is not a member of our Xianxia. Otherwise, we would have been killed by him. How famous was he in the past? Now, it seems like he only relied on the name of constellation clouds to strut around. Sounds of schadenfreude came from Xianxia's side, but they were not in a hurry. They would slowly watch Tantra suffer. Lin Ling, how dare you speak? A burly man from Tantric Buddhism had a murderous look on his face. He could not help but attack. His large hand reached for Lin Ling, however, Lin Ling stood straight without fear. Instead, he looked calmly at Tantric Buddhism. I said that I would illuminate the spirit province. Yu and the others were shocked when they heard that. The corner of Sakra's mouth revealed a smile. Second brother, you've finally made your move, Tantric Buddhism frowned. Up until now, he did not know if he should trust Lin Ling. He could not help but look at Constellation Clouds because the latter was Lin Ling's master. However, Constellation Clouds smiled and nodded heavily. I brought him back. If he loses, I, Constellation Clouds, will pay with my life. This sentence was powerful and resonant. Tantric Buddhism was shocked when he heard that. He looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, what did you say earlier? I will illuminate the spirit province. Lin Ling said word by word. His voice was not loud, but it was like thunder, shocking the entire spirit province. The man who attacked Lin Ling stopped his attack and looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. I have been in the spirit province for a long time, but my master is Constellation Clouds. Tantric Buddhism is my home. Tantric Buddhism once asked me to win this battle. Then, I will illuminate the spirit province. Lin Ling did not even look at that man. He looked at the entire spirit province. I will illuminate the spirit province. That voice reverberated endlessly, echoing in everyone's hearts. Fight, Lin Ling. Tantric Buddhism finally smiled. He did not know if Lin Ling could win, but he believed that Lin Ling could illuminate the spirit province. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He carried 2 swords on his back and walked out step by step. On the Xianxia's side, everyone was stunned. They did not expect Tantric Buddhism to place their hopes on a junior at the 8th stage of the martial immortal realm. Were they crazy? Haha. Deafening laughter soon came from the Xian sect. Laughter also came from the plains. Illuminate the spirit province. Their voices were heroic, but the reality was disappointing. Do you want to come at me together or one by one? However, Lin Ling did not seem to know what they were laughing about. He said calmly with his hands behind his back. His voice made everyone laugh even louder. The 5 people from Xianxia were all the strongest geniuses. Even the weakest one was not someone Lin Ling could defeat, let alone all of them together. Let me. Finally, a genius from the Xian sect walked out. It was the genius that Meng Lu defeated. He tilted his head and looked at Lin Ling. 8th stage of the martial immortal realm? You may have been very powerful before, but in the past 3 months, the Xian sect has used up all their resources to nurture us. We are no longer the same as before. Times are changing. Make your move. Lin Ling did not waste any time and said calmly. Shameless boasting. The young man shouted coldly and unleashed his Jiayuan. Although he was only at the first stage of the half-saint realm, he had a second stage desolate body. Most importantly, his strength was not weaker than Dong Menhong's. This was because he had used endless cultivation resources to accumulate powerful strength in the past 3 months. I am the North Sea Immortal Venerable. With the North Sea, I can shake the world. The young man attacked. The terrifying sea turned into a fist and surged forward. The spirit province instantly shook. This was the fusion of the power of cultivation level and the desolate body. At this moment, the people from the Tantric Buddhism sect frowned. Logically speaking, they did not think that Lin Ling could win. However, Lin Ling was their only hope. However, when their gazes fell on Lin Ling, they found that Lin Ling was indifferent with his hands behind his back. Rumble. The palm formed by the North Sea contained terrifying power and directly engulfed Lin Ling. Too weak. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes finally flickered with a sharp light. He did not activate his Jiayuan. Instead, he unleashed his physical strength and punched out. The moment he punched out, the spirit chi that had accumulated in his body was devoured in a grandiose manner. Boom, one punch, shattering the stars, the sea was blasted apart by the punch. The punch was like a meteor that pierced through the sea and landed on the young man's chest. Time instantly froze, no one dared to blink. They did not know what the result would be. When everything calmed down, people realized that Lin Ling was behind the North Sea Immortal Venerable with his hands behind his back. The North Sea Immortal Venerable was standing there with his palm in his hand. They did not know what had happened. If it weren't for the Tantric Buddhism sect, I would have killed you with one punch. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. One of the 100 bloodlines, 100-eyed demon lord. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the North Sea Immortal behind Lin Ling collapsed. One punch, it could destroy everything. Wow. There was an uproar in the ancient ruins. Although the North Sea Immortal was only slightly stronger than Lin Ling, he was still a sage to be expert. How could he be defeated by one punch? Moreover, this was because Lin Ling had given him face. Otherwise, he would have been killed with one punch. Next? Next? Lin Ling said indifferently with his hands behind his back. The experts of the Xian sect were all furious because they thought that Lin Ling would not be able to win in the end. However, Lin Ling was too arrogant. He actually dared to humiliate the Xian sect. In fact, although the people of the Vajrayana sect were relieved that Lin Ling had defeated the North Sea Immortal, they did not think that Lin Ling could win many rounds. The second person is by Nahan. He has a 4th-grade desolate body, the golden centipede divine body of the 100 bloodlines. Next? Someone from the Vajrayana sect said solemnly. If it was before, they thought that Lin Ling would be able to defeat Bai Nahan because Lin Ling had defeated Dong Menhong, who was the second peerless genius of the Vajrayana sect. However, in the past 3 months, the Xian sect had spent a lot of effort to nurture peerless geniuses. Those peerless geniuses were no longer the same as before. It could be said that even if Dong Menhong was here, he would not be able to defeat Bai Nahan. A genius cannot be humiliated? What nonsense. Now that I'm here, do you want to defeat me with one punch? Bai Nahan said disdainfully. He was a little excited because his talent was not weak. However, he had no achievements before. Now, it was time for him to make a contribution. If he defeated Lin Ling, his name would definitely spread throughout the spirit state. The Xian sect would also pay more attention to him. Thinking of this, he was a little excited. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and admit defeat because you can't defeat me with one punch. Why struggle? Bai Nahan said again. As expected of senior brother Bai. He looks very confident. Senior apprentice brother Bai is an unparalleled genius. It's a pity that his martial arts comprehension is a little weak. Otherwise, he would have been the second most exceptional genius in Xianzong. Although his martial arts comprehension is a little weak, senior brother Bai's talent is one of a kind. He will definitely win. Over at Xianzong's side, everyone's emotions had been ignited by Bai Nahan. Someone even waved at the experts of Tantric Buddhism, wanting to make a bet. The people of Tantric Buddhism had been holding their breaths for a long time, so they naturally nodded in agreement. From their point of view, even if they lost, they had to lose with dignity. Come on. Surprisingly, Xianxia was the one who screamed the loudest. If Tantric Buddhism was about to be disintegrated, what else did he have to worry about? Hee, let's do it. Disciples, take out all the emperor crystals you have. We'll win for sure. One of the 4 heavenly kings from Xianzong sneered. He was Bai Naihan's master, so he was very clear about his disciples' strength. All right. The Xianzong disciples immediately shouted. Even those who didn't have enough royal crystals had to gather enough. After all, this was a sure win, and those royal crystals were handed over to the Azure Dragon Hall for them to be the judges. This made the Azure Dragon Hall saints a little jealous, and they almost wanted to make a bet, but because of their status, they all endured it. Sigh, this is a sure win. One of the saints sighed and said. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Tantric Buddhism also went all out. They used all their wealth to gather everyone's royal crystals for a shocking bet. This made the warriors in the plains envious. They wanted to make a bet, but they were afraid of offending Tantric Buddhism, so they could only be anxious. Very interesting. Bai Naihan obviously wasn't in a hurry to make a move. When the bet started, he smiled slightly. Lin Ling, right? Why don't you admit defeat? I've decided. I'll break one of your arms. Lin Ling ignored the voices around him and said indifferently. You're really an idiot. Bai Naihan shook his head and finally decided to make a move. Desolate body descended. 4th grade, Golden Ni Divine Body. Legend had it that the Golden Ni Divine Body was left behind by an Es god from the era of gods. He was called the 100-eyed Demon Lord. He wasn't strong, but his talent made the gods suffer. Although Bai Naihan wasn't as strong as the 100-eyed Demon Lord, he could at least make warriors suffer. Bai Naihan's body exploded with a terrifying aura. His clothes were instantly torn apart, and a large number of eyes appeared on his body. These were golden eyes. Endless golden light shot out from the eyes. This caused countless eyes to appear in the sky. Ah, my eyes. On the plains, someone curiously stared at Bai Naihan. Immediately, blood flowed out from his eyes, and he was completely blinded. You're crazy. That's a 4th grade desolate body. How can you look at Senior Bai? Someone reprimanded. What a terrifying desolate body. Many people didn't dare to look at Bai Naihan as they spoke in fear. Golden light shone brightly as the 1,000 eyes shone brilliantly. Bai Naihan had already transformed into the 100-eyed Demon Lord. He had a disdainful smile on his face. The aura of a 4th grade desolate body was probably enough to make Lin Ling kneel down. I've said it before. You're an idiot. When all the eyes opened, Bai Naihan didn't forget to softly say this sentence. Following that, he launched a mighty attack. However, everyone also thought that Lin Ling was an idiot. With Bai Naihan's current strength, he was probably invincible in the initial stage of the half-saint realm. How could Lin Ling fight him? At this moment, countless eyes shot towards Lin Ling like stars. The light rays were like needles that could destroy everything. Among them, Bai Naihan's finger shot out like a centipede's poison. Obviously, Bai Naihan wanted to defeat Lin Ling in one move. Looking at Lin Ling again, he still had his hands behind his back. He didn't move at all. It was as if he was affected by the endless eyes and was indifferent. Of course, everyone thought that Lin Ling was affected by the endless eyes and had lost the ability to fight. Sigh. Sighs could be heard from the crowd. No one thought that Lin Ling, who was only at the 8th stage of the martial immortal realm, could create a miracle. He's really an idiot. Even now, he's still not prepared to resist. Even the Azure Dragon Hall saints shook their heads. Even if Lin Ling could really resist, it was already too late. Once Bai Naihan attacked, Lin Ling wouldn't have time to use any of his techniques. Illuminate the spirit province? The people of Xianzong laughed mockingly in unison. However, at this moment, Lin Ling finally moved. In fact, his eyebrows only moved slightly. His hands were still behind his back. I think that you're the idiot. Of course, he also spat out a sentence. Just as he finished speaking, a black shadow shot out from his left arm like lightning. Crackle. The black shadow was as fast as lightning and lashed out. Bang. There was a loud boom, and then the countless eyes in the sky all closed their eyes. There were even cries of pain. The endless light rays were also extremely chaotic at this moment. What's going on? Translator, Trans and Editor. Trans and I am a heaven-defying existence. In front of the youth, Bai Naihan was tightly bound by the black vines. Even his mouth was covered by the vines, there was only shock in his eyes. Using your talent to fight me? If you're not an idiot, then what are you? Lin Ling said softly, although I don't need a punch to defeat you, I only need a whip. As soon as he finished speaking, the black vines whipped out like lightning. With a swoosh, blood spurted out. Bai Naihan's right arm was broken by the whip. Black blood flowed out from the wound. Woo woo, Bai Naihan's mouth was covered by the vines. He could only let out muffled sounds. His eyes were about to pop out. As for the people from the Xian sect, their mouths were wide open. They did not know what had happened. Senior brother Bai had a grade 4 desolate body. Why couldn't he use his talent? Admit defeat. Bai Naihan admits defeat. An expert found that the situation was not right, so he anxiously spoke. Hearing this, the Tsang Dragon Hall also hurriedly spoke, asking Lin Ling to release Bai Naihan. The latter held his broken arm with a face full of fear. Bai Naihan, why didn't you defeat him? After Bai Naihan walked back, the people from the Xian sect complained. Now that they had admitted defeat, they had obviously lost a lot in the previous bet. Bai Naihan was obviously very bitter. He did not know what to say. Speak. The Xian sect's 4 heavenly kings were furious. I don't know what kind of evil technique he used. With that whip, my talent was drawn out. Bai Naihan did not dare to hide anything and quickly spoke. Silence, the Xian sect was silent. The distant plains were also deathly silent. Draw out his talent, even a grade 4 desolate body was drawn out. This was too heaven-defying. Involuntarily, everyone looked at Lin Ling with eyes full of fear. What kind of vine is that? Even the 4 heavenly kings had extremely grave expressions. Lin Ling's methods could be said to be invincible. The more monstrous a genius was, the more ineffective it was against him. In the chaos of the universe, there is definitely no heaven-defying existence. That vine is so demonic, so it must have its flaws. Perhaps Lin Ling will have to expend a lot of his lifespan every time he uses it. Furthermore, this vine must have its limits. It might only be able to extract a 4th-grade desolate body. At this moment, the young man with the horsetail whisk spoke. I think so too. Zhang Qinghong nodded. She didn't expect Lin Ling to be so capable. Not bad, not bad. Bai Naihan definitely followed the topic. He felt extremely humiliated. Originally, he should have won beautifully. However, he didn't even manage to touch a hair on Lin Ling's body. Instead, his arm was cut off by Lin Ling. It was as if Xianzong had lost the bet. He didn't have the face to see anyone. Trash. Although Xianzong agreed with Zhang Qinghong and the rest, he was still furious with Bai Naihan. Let's see how your senior will defeat him. Mortal fairy, you go. Although Lin Ling's vine is strange, you don't rely on your talent. It's useless against you. A heavenly king said to a young man. All right. The young man with the horsetail whisk nodded immediately. At this moment, everyone in the tantric sect was laughing excitedly. They still didn't think that Lin Ling could win in the end. However, at least, Lin Ling had won 2 rounds for them. Even if the tantric sect was going to collapse in the future, they would still make Xianzong suffer before that. Good disciple. Xingxian was undoubtedly the most excited. He then looked at Lin Ling and said, Disciple, we won a lot of imperial crystals previously. A large portion of them belongs to you. Come over and we'll split the imperial crystals slowly. It seemed like he wanted Lin Ling to split the spoils. However, in reality, he wanted to let Lin Ling rest for a while. After all, he had fought 5 rounds in a row. If he didn't rest, it would be disadvantageous to Lin Ling. There's no need. Next. However, Lin Ling rejected him directly. He was even more anxious than Xianzong to go to the next round. This made Xingxian stomp his feet angrily. He was furious. At the same time, the young man with the horsetail whisk walked out. Lin Ling, there has never been a heaven-defying existence in the chaos of the universe. What do you think? Yes. After the young man walked out, he said calmly. The horsetail whisk in his hand made him look like an immortal. What are you trying to say? Yes. Lin Ling didn't even look at him. It was as if he didn't care about him at all. This made the young man frown. Lin Ling was too arrogant. Your black vine from before was very strange. However, I don't think it's invincible. There has never been a heaven-defying existence in the chaos of the universe. Do you agree with me? In fact, I've asked many geniuses in the 9 states. As long as they are true geniuses, they all agree. This is because the universe is vast and boundless. No matter how strong a cultivator is, they have to respect the gods. Yes. The young man looked at the sky and said. Thinking of the days when he was training in the 9 states, his heart was filled with reverence. Humans respect the heavens, and the heavens respect humans. His words made many people nod their heads. As the strength of the cultivators increased, they realized how powerful the gods were. On the contrary, some frogs at the bottom of the well thought that they could go against the heavens and surpass the heavens. It seems that the mortal fairy has a new understanding of the ultimate martial path. The 4 heavenly kings on the side of Xianxia smiled and said. This was a realm that could only be comprehended by oneself and could not be explained by words. Only by respecting the heavens could one touch the great Tao of the universe. I am a heaven-defying existence. However, when everyone was sighing, Lin Ling also spoke and interrupted the mortal fairy's sighing. She was stunned for a moment and almost laughed out loud. You dare to say something like that? I am a heaven-defying existence. Lin Ling said again expressionlessly. The ghost genius Li Xiaoyao was a heaven-defying existence. Otherwise, he wouldn't be qualified to be called the ghost genius of the 9 states. Ha, ha, ha. The mortal fairy laughed even louder. Previously, she had taken Lin Ling seriously. Now, it seemed that Lin Ling was just SOSO. As long as one was a real genius, no one dared to say that he was a heaven-defying existence. Well, let me see how heaven-defying you are. You defeated 2 of my senior brothers with a punch and a whip. Now, are you still so confident? The mortal fairy snorted coldly. Hearing that, Lin Ling nodded calmly. Good, good, good. Let me see if you are still so confident. The mortal fairy waved the horsetail whisk in her hand gently. The 6 evils wind filled the air. It could blow away people's past and present lives, and blow away the Qian, Zhen, Can, Zhen, Break, and Lian evil wind. According to legend, this was the horsetail whisk of the 6 evils deity, which was a 6th grade ultimate weapon. It was placed in the 6 evils mountain of the underworld and blew it for 8 million years. It could extinguish the divine fire, blow away the heavenly water, and even move the world. It could blow the world from the east world to the west world. It could be called a divine item that could reverse the universe. Swoosh, the whole plane seemed to be overturned at this moment, which was an eye-opener for people. 1,000 changes. Lin Ling's eyes were calm as he stared at the rolling 6 evils wind. He also spat out a sentence, then, he turned around and left for the constellation cloud. This time, the secret sect and the Xian sect were stunned, facing the mortal fairy's 6 evils horsetail whisk. Was Lin Ling going to admit defeat? Ha, ha, heaven-defying existence? After a moment of silence, someone from the Xian sect laughed loudly. They thought Lin Ling obviously admitted defeat and went to find his master for comfort. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. A sword came from the universe. Master, didn't you ask me to calculate the imperial crystals? I'm here. Lin Ling looked at Xianxia and smiled. F***ck. Hearing that, the people of the tantric sect almost fell to the ground. They were in the middle of a battle, and Lin Ling was here to calculate the money? He really knows how to pick the right time. Wasn't this equivalent to admitting defeat? Chang Qingzi almost fainted on the spot. He knew that Lin Ling was crazy and couldn't be relied on. My dear disciple, your opponent is still here. Xianxia finally said with a wry smile. It's okay. After calculating the money, I'll tell him what the heavens are. Lin Ling smiled faintly, which made Xianxia frown. He felt that Lin Ling was implying something, so he looked at the mortal fairy in the distance. The people of the tantric sect also stopped looking at Lin Ling and looked forward. The moment they saw it, their pupils immediately widened like cowbells. Haha, defying the heavens? This is defying the heavens? You are under my feet now. How can you defy the heavens? Lin Ling, my 6 deadly winds taste good, right? Be my dog. The indifferent mortal fairy was waving his horsetail whisk and laughing wildly while looking at the sky. Every time he laughed, he waved his horsetail whisk excitedly. But there was no one in the sky. No, there was not even a strand of hair. What was the mortal fairy laughing about? Who was he attacking? The people of the Xian sect were all dumbfounded. Mortal fairy, attack! What are you doing? One of the 4 heavenly kings of the Xian sect shouted angrily. The mortal fairy was too embarrassing, because Lin Ling was calculating the money. He didn't attack Lin Ling. Instead, he roared at the sky like a madman. Was he kicked in the head by a donkey? However, it would have been better if the heavenly king hadn't shouted. After the heavenly king shouted, the mortal fairy became even more graceful, as if she had already won. White jade capital in the sky, 12 towers and 5 cities. Immortals touch my head, and I live forever. Reciting a poem? The martial artists on the plain were all dumbfounded. The mortal fairy seemed to be crazy. In fact, in the mortal fairy's eyes, Lin Ling had already knelt down and begged for mercy. He even kowtowed and admitted defeat. In the Xian sect, everyone was on one knee and looked at the mortal fairy with admiration. That was all he saw. This made the mortal fairy a famous person in Xianzhong. Thousands of years later, his legend would spread throughout the spirit province. Therefore, he recited a poem to make himself look like an immortal. Of course, this was all an illusion. Heavenly kings of the heavenly kings of the heavenly kings, wasn't this the demonic art of the heavenly kings of the heavenly kings of the Xiantizovs? Moreover, compared to the past, today's demonic technique was even more terrifying. Not only did it conjure the mortal fairy, but it also conjured the 6 evils wind, as expected of a heaven-defying existence, STSS. Lin Ling said as he walked toward the mortal fairy. Seeing this, the people of the Xian sect all had goosebumps. This battle was too weird. They looked at Lin Ling as if they were looking at a real immortal who could dominate everything. Mortal fairy, what are you doing? They hurried to remind the mortal fairy, but it was useless. Lin Ling had arrived behind the mortal fairy and looked at her calmly. The mortal fairy was still reciting a poem with her hands behind her back. This scene undoubtedly made everyone want to laugh. Of course, while he was laughing, the fear in his heart was like a monstrous wave. Lin Ling's method was too terrifying. Although I don't need a punch or a whip to defeat you, I only need one move from the illusion god's true inheritance. Lin Ling reached out his arm and grabbed the mortal fairy's neck. Then, he slammed her into the ground. Bang! The ground cracked open. The entire plain was silent. Many people were excited. Secondly, they were from the illusion god sect. Today, the illusion god's true inheritance reappeared in the world, proving how powerful it was, fighting against elite geniuses. His feet didn't occupy the ground, and his hands didn't touch the clouds on the horizon. It was that easy. The illusion god's true inheritance, what kind of martial art is that? It's too heaven-defying. Then, the plain was filled with excited voices. The 3 sons of the Qi family knelt down in excitement. Qi kept kowtowing to Lin Ling. In the past, he asked Lin Ling for help. Today, Lin Ling let the illusion god shine on the spirit province. Junior brother Lin Qi Yu and Qi Yang also knelt down and kowtowed. This favor was heavier than the heavens, and it would be difficult to repay it. Bang! The ground continued to shake. The mortal fairy spat out blood and was defeated. However, he was still reciting a poem, still immersed in the illusion. This showed how powerful the illusion god's true inheritance was. It could be said that he had entered a reincarnated illusion. Finally, he said weakly, "Why am I suddenly injured? Could it be that I have gone mad?" Boom! As soon as his voice fell, the plain exploded, and the spirit province shook. This was because Lin Ling was right in front of the mortal fairy, and he had defeated him and injured him. The mortal fairy also sensed it, but he still didn't know that it was Lin Ling who attacked. "I am your sky." At this moment, Lin Ling stomped his foot again. With a bang, 100-meter-tall wave of earth rushed out from the ground, and the mortal fairy spat out blood again. He was seriously injured. At this moment, he finally woke up. When he saw Lin Ling in front of him, his eyes widened, his heart, his soul, and his everything was trembling. This was because after he woke up, he vaguely guessed something. Bang! Unfortunately, it was too late. He fainted. Before he fainted, the only thought he had was that Lin Ling didn't use a punch. He defeated him with a whip, but it was only a single move. Next? Before Xianzong's surprised voice could be heard, Lin Ling spoke first. The plain was silent, and the Xianzong was even more silent. Even the Azure Dragon Hall was the same. Lin Ling, who was at the 8th stage of the martial immortal realm, had consecutively defeated 3 opponents in a single move. At this moment, they couldn't help but think that Lin Ling was indeed a heaven-defying existence. Is it my turn? Zhang Qinghong walked forward step by step. When Lin Ling arrived, he was the first to laugh at Lin Ling. Now, he realized that Lin Ling was somewhat unfathomable. Use your strongest sword move. Lin Ling looked at him calmly and said. An 8th stage of the martial immortal realm can block my sword? Zhang Qinghong's expression was extremely serious. He realized that Lin Ling was even more difficult to deal with than Chang Qingzi. As for Chang Qingzi in the distance, he secretly clenched his fists. He was more nervous than anyone else, and there was a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. Although he didn't know if Lin Ling could defeat Zhang Qinghong, the strength that Lin Ling had displayed really left him speechless. That was because the tantric sect's accumulated resources did not disappoint anyone. Of course, if Lin Ling could defeat Zhang Qinghong, the tantric sect would no longer have any doubts about Lin Ling. In terms of swordsmanship, you're still not worthy of my attention. At this moment, Lin Ling waved the tyrannical song sword behind him and said calmly while pointing at Zhang Qinghong. I hope that you won't disappoint me. Zhang Qinghong's Qinghong divine sword also appeared. A divine rainbow descended, and its luster illuminated the world. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translation Swords from the Gods. At this moment, Chang Qingzi clenched his fists tightly. Zhang Qinghong's sword contained 50% of his power. In addition, he was a 4th stage half-saint. He was much stronger than Lin Ling in every aspect. He wondered if Lin Ling would be able to block that sword. There is a sword, freely coming from the universe. Finally, in the thick clouds, a ray of light illuminated the earth like the sun. The divine sword had arrived. Before the sword landed, the spirit province was already collapsing. This sword strike is the proudest sword strike of my entire life. Zhang Qinghong let out a cold voice. Perhaps because of the pressure, he, the number 1 swordsman of the spirit province, unleashed his most dazzling sword. Whoosh! The sword was very fast, faster than light. A god stepped on a rainbow and slashed down with his sword. It was as if he wanted to separate the spirit province from the universe, forming a dividing line. The power of this sword was second in the spirit province. No one dared to claim that they were first. Clang, Lin Ling also raised his sword, but it was clearly difficult for him to resist the divine sword in the sky. Lin Ling's surroundings instantly split open and floated up, causing Lin Ling's surroundings to become chaotic. Rumble, the deafening sound continued to ring. The people of the tantric sect clenched their fists. They knew that Lin Ling would be unable to resist. The people of the illustrious sect finally smiled. They were very happy. That was because Zhang Qinghong had 3 swords throughout his life. The 3rd sword was the most terrifying. It was the sword of the divine rainbow that was summoned from the chaos of the universe. Lin Ling, you've lost. Seeing Lin Ling's aura weakening, Zhang Qinghong smiled faintly. There is a sword that comes from the gods. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's voice also floated out, causing Zhang Qinghong to be stunned. His sword came from the universe, but Lin Ling's sword was even more terrifying. It came from the gods. Of course, he also thought that Lin Ling was just making a last-ditch effort and was just boasting. Tantric Buddhism, you must be very disappointed in me because I've only reached the 8th level of the martial immortal realm despite exhausting all my cultivation resources, right? At this moment, Lin Ling spoke again. The people of Tantric Buddhism were silent, but they were silently agreeing with Lin Ling. I've said it before. Xianxia is my master, and Tantric Buddhism is my home. When it comes to my home, my family, and my friends, I've never let them down. In the past, now, and in the future, it will always be the same. Lin Ling's voice became louder and louder. Hearing that, Xianxia clenched her fists in excitement. Yu Yu and the others also smiled. They knew that Lin Ling was indeed such a person. Let me show you 3 months of bitter cultivation. Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the divine sword in the sky. Under the stimulation of the divine sword, the spiritual energy that was brewing in his dantian was now surging with monstrous waves. His 4 dantians began to move. his first dantian had broken through to the 9th level of the martial immortal realm. Lin Ling was originally blocking the sky with his sword, but at this moment, he slowly raised it. What? He broke through? There was no one who wasn't shocked when they saw that. Zhang Qinghong was the same. However, he shook his head. It was only a small level. It was impossible for him to block his divine sword. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, the sword in Lin Ling's hand was raised higher and higher, surging realm essence was gushing out. This was not the realm essence of a 9th level martial immortal. At this moment, the entire spirit province was rumbling because of Lin Ling's realm essence. 9th level martial immortal? Is that all? Lin Ling began to walk toward the sky. Could it be? As soon as he said that, the Tantric Sama suddenly became excited. Could it be that Lin Ling was going to break through 2 levels in a row? One should know that breaking through to the martial immortal realm was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. For thousands of people to break through to the first level, it would take an endless amount of time. As for breaking through to the second level, it would take twice as long. As for breaking through 2 levels in a row, that only appeared in legends. Impossible. Zhang Qinghong also let out a furious roar. Nothing is impossible in front of a genius like me. Lin Ling's hair danced wildly as the tyrannical song sword clashed with the godly sword in the sky. His voice was like thunder, the realm essence in his body became even more frenzied, as if it had formed a black hole. Under the external force, his 4 dantians were even clashing with each other. This formed an indescribable force. Boom. When this force completely exploded, the sky was filled with stars and surging realm essence. 10th level martial immortal realm, breaking through 2 levels in a row. Furthermore, the 4 dantians were all at the 10th level of the martial immortal realm. When they combined, the strength of the realm essence was like 4 10th level martial immortal realm experts working together. The devil is the god, and the god is the devil. At the same time, a lonely wind drifted out from behind Lin Ling. A headless old man appeared. He held a broken sword in his hand and looked through the sky like a god. There is a sword that comes from the gods. Whoosh, the new sword was sparkling and resplendent as it slashed through the sky, 30% of the demonic sword stage against 50% of the godly rainbow stage. It was a fierce battle between 2 swordsmen in the sky. Clang, the demonic sword was majestic. How could the universe compare to God? The sky was immediately split open, the rolling dark clouds were split open by the sword. The blue sky appeared again, and light shone in all directions. Clang, the crisp sound of a sword breaking could be heard at this moment. At the same time, broken swords began to fall from the sky. They were sparkling and extremely beautiful. Pooh. At the same time, Zhang Qinghong spat out a mouthful of blood. The godly rainbow sword in his hand broke into pieces. He stared at the sky as if he could not believe what was happening. God and the universe. At this moment, he knew who was stronger. My world is not something you can understand. This sentence also lingered in his ears, causing his gaze to turn. He stared at the blue-robed young man. At this moment, it was as if he was not looking at the genius of the spirit state, but a dazzling genius of the 9 states. He was like an ant, while the blue-robed young man was like an eagle. I lost. In the silence, Zhang Qinghong threw away the broken sword in his hand. As if he had lost all will, he lowered his head and turned to leave. There was always someone better than you, and a mountain higher than you. Today, he understood this point. Everyone from the Xian sect had their mouths wide open. They had no choice but to admit that the sword was so amazing. At this moment, no one dared to laugh at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was a monster among monsters. As for the Tantric sect, they were silent. The middle-aged man who wanted to kill Lin Ling looked at the proud figure in the sky in a daze. In the end, he knelt down with a thud and kowtowed. I'm sorry. I wronged you before. Seeing him like this, everyone in the Tantric sect was stunned. Then, one by one, they knelt down. I'm sorry. Their neat voices spread throughout the spirit state. After Lin Ling came out of seclusion, they saw that Lin Ling's realm did not increase at all. Therefore, they looked down on Lin Ling. They blamed Lin Ling, but Lin Ling did not say anything. It was as if he wanted facts to prove everything. However, they did not plan to give Lin Ling a chance at all. Now, they finally knew how terrifying Lin Ling, who had used up all the cultivation resources of the Tantric sect, was. He did not let down the tantric sect at all. Xianxia Yun is my master. The tantric sect is my home. I will definitely fight for them. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The battle for first place. Illuminating the Spirit Province? The final battle is here. The tantric sect's lord smiled as he looked at the sky. However, his eyes were moist and tears were flowing down his cheeks. That was because the tantric sect's trump card was Lin Ling. Lin Ling, defeat Xianxia. Chang Qingzi roared. At that moment, he had wholeheartedly admitted that Lin Ling was the tantric sect's ultimate weapon. Clang, in the sky, the blue-robed youth cast his indifferent gaze at the scholar from the Xian sect. The number one genius of the Spirit Province. Let's fight. After defeating you, I'll defeat all the geniuses of the 9 provinces. The blue-robed youth's heroic voice let everyone know that the blue-robed youth did not care about the number one genius of the Spirit Province at all. The battle of the pinnacle had begun. Woo-woo, wind whistled from the ground. It was cold and ancient. Xianxia raised his head and looked at Lin Ling. He slowly stepped forward. He had finally walked out. This was the number one genius of the Spirit Province who had never used his true strength. Until now, no one knew how powerful he was. However, to be called the number one genius of the Spirit Province, his strength was naturally not to be underestimated. Of course, as the tantric sect's ultimate trump card, Lin Ling was also in existence that could not be underestimated. That was because in the previous 4 battles, Lin Ling defeated the strongest geniuses of the Xian sect with a punch, a whip, a move, and a sword respectively. In addition, he was able to break through 2 stages in a row. His battle prowess was not something a martial immortal should have. Therefore, if Lin Ling fought Xianxia, he might not be defeated easily. At the beginning, I thought you were an ant. However, I've clearly underestimated you. Xianxia said calmly as he floated in the sky. In fact, he was also shocked by the strength Lin Ling displayed. However, he had come back from the 9 prefectures and had seen many peerless geniuses. Therefore, this kind of surprise quickly disappeared without a trace. He estimated that Lin Ling could fight against an initial stage half-saint, but it would be difficult for him to fight against a middle stage half-saint. I'm a 5th layer half-saint. Xianxia spread open his arms. Unparalleled realm essence spread out like clouds, lingering around him like the waves of the sea, surging and moving. My talent is a grade 4 desolate body, 100 great bloodline, sea deity bloodline. Xianxia said again. He actually had the bloodline of the sea god, which was on par with the foreign races Lin Ling had encountered in Dragon Tooth City. You, Lin Ling, are the number one genius of Tantric Buddhism and the ultimate weapon. I admit this. However, I find it laughable that you said you were a heaven-defying existence. You don't know what kind of opponents I've faced in the 9 continents, nor do you know what the 10 heavenly lords are. Xianxia said as he looked at the distant sky. In his opinion, the 10 heavenly lords were the true peerless geniuses and heaven-defying disciples. The 10 Directions Celestial Monarch? The top genius I met in Yuzhou? How could Xianxia know him? Others did not know who the 10 Directions Celestial Monarch was, but Tantric Buddhism and the 4 heavenly kings did. Their expressions changed drastically. The 10 Directions Celestial Monarch was a genius of the 9 continents. He was a sage. Apart from Yan and Miao continents, he had the aura to sweep through all the other divine continents. I was undefeated after 300 moves against him. Xianxia said again. Tantric Buddhism and the others were even more surprised. They did not expect Xianxia to have reached such heights in the spirit continent. Lin Ling was indifferent. He did not know the 10 directions. Celestial Monarch because he was not a genius from the era of geniuses like Li Xiaoyao. You seem like an ignorant person. Forget it. You don't know the 10 Directions Celestial Monarch, but you must have heard of the Fighting for Light Cicada. The 10 Directions Celestial Monarch is his disciple. Xianxia said with a smile when he saw Lin Ling's expressionless face. Lin Ling's eyes finally flickered. Obviously, Lin Ling had heard of the Fighting for Light Cicada. Fighting for Light Cicada, quasi-martial god. Of course, compared to Lin Ling's emotions, the entire spirit continent was in turmoil. The spirit continent was not like Qing continent. Most people knew who the experts of the 9 continents were. They had heard of the Fighting for Light Cicada, that was because the fighting for light cicada was a genius whose name had shaken the 9 continents. It was said that he had only lost once among his peers. Later on, he rose rapidly and became a martial god master. Although he had not fully stepped into the martial god realm, his strength was undeniable. No wonder the 10 Directions celestial monarch was so strong. He was the fighting for light cicada's disciple. I see. At this moment, Lin Ling spoke with a faint smile. He did not know the 10 Directions celestial monarch, but he knew the fighting for light cicada. That was because he was a genius from Li Xiaoyao's era. Unfortunately, he had lost to Li Xiaoyao. Let's fight. Clang, Lin Ling did not waste time. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand. Great Ocean Spirit Rhinoceros. Seeing that Lin Ling's emotions only fluctuated slightly, Xianxia was clearly unhappy. He had said so much before because he wanted Lin Ling to know his inferiority. Being able to have the last laugh in the spirit continent did not mean that he could do it in the 9 continents. He pointed with his finger. The waves around his body rolled and turned into a finger like countless tentacles, attacking Lin Ling. What was terrifying was that although the waves were huge, they were not messy. Xianxia controlled them to perfection. From this, it could be seen that the title of the #1 genius of the spirit continent was not undeserved. Seeing this, Lin Ling moved and exploded with the speed of 40 worlds, dodging the first finger of the waves. It's useless. Xianxia shook his head. He did not care about this speed. He stepped on the waves as if he was riding the wind and breaking the waves. Strangely, his speed did not seem fast, but he could instantly pass through 10,000 worlds. He actually moved closely behind Lin Ling, and this was the speed of 50 worlds. I'm not good at speed, but I'm still above you. A disdainful voice floated out at the same time. Xianxia pulled his right hand behind his back, and a finger of the sea attacked Lin Ling like a tentacle. Is that so? While the people of the Tantric sect were worried, Lin Ling shook his head. The speed of 40 worlds had quietly increased, becoming faster and swifter. 45 world speed? Seeing this, Xing Suiyun gasped. Could it be that Lin Ling increased his speed during the battle? No, it's at least 47 world speed. The Tantric sect's eyes narrowed. Furthermore, what terrified them the most was that this was not the end. Lin Ling continued to swim through the sea as if he was surrounded by danger. He avoided the fingers that were formed by the sea, and in the end, his speed reached the speed of 50 worlds. With this speed, not to mention the naked eye, even the heavenly eye technique could not see through it. Great, with 50 world speed, Lin Ling is in an invincible position. The Tantric sect's masters were overjoyed. In fact, although Lin Ling was the ultimate weapon of the Tantric sect, they were not confident that he could defeat the #1 genius of the spirit continent. The ultimate weapon. Using a battle to nurture a battle? Compared to the shock of the crowd, Xianxia appeared very calm. His hands formed a complicated seal, causing the surrounding sea to appear. At the same time, a palm formed by the divine sea also slammed towards Lin Ling. Let's see how you block this. Boundless ocean. The huge palm was sparkling and resplendent, but with a rumbling sound. It was no weaker than the sea of 10,000 realms. The bloodline of the sea god was a talent that allowed one to control 10,000 seas. Naturally, it was no small matter. At this moment, Lin Ling lifted his head and stared at Xianxia, who was surrounded by the ocean. He knew that Xianxia was not weak. Among his peers in the spirit state, he was probably the most difficult opponent to deal with. However, right now, Lin Ling really needed to nurture himself through battle. He needed to stimulate all the spiritual energy in his body and step into a new realm. Tyrannical singing sword. Once again dodging the ocean finger, Lin Ling's sword slashed towards the huge palm. Rumble. At this moment, the demonic sword stage erupted with a power that could destroy everything. A sharp sword slashed out. However, this sword strike did not have much of an effect at this moment. Even though Lin Ling's 4 dantians had fused into the sword, the effect was still the same. This was because Xianxia's cultivation realm far surpassed Lin Ling's. In addition, his talent was not weak, and his ultimate martial Dao was extremely sharp. Thus, Lin Ling's methods were not very effective. Xianxia was also an all-round genius. Rumble. The gigantic palm of the ocean was already within sight. Everyone could see that Lin Ling seemed to be unable to resist it and was about to be submerged by the ocean at any moment. Hee hee. But at this moment, Lin Ling laughed instead. That's more like it. Because the spirit energy within his body was continuously being refined by the enormous pressure. Moreover, his 4 dantians didn't have time to devour it, so a large amount of spirit energy surged into his body, causing his fiend god physique to improve madly. Roar, the dragon god roared and shot up into the air, hovering behind Lin Ling, looking incredibly awe-inspiring. At the same time, strange images appeared behind Lin Ling as a huge mouth appeared, ready to devour everything. More than half of the negative effects brought about by the sea god's power were instantly devoured. One had to know that in the ocean, even if one's movement technique was very fast, it would definitely be greatly reduced. This was the power of the realm-swallowing beast. At this moment, the realm-devouring beast's talent had also stepped into the ranks of a second-grade desolate body. Strength of the dragon. A steady stream of energy flowed into his body, causing Lin Ling to immediately let out a roar. He brandished his greatsword like a divine dragon swinging its tail. He was a triple cultivator of essence, energy, and spirit. In the realm of essence, he had finally stepped into a new world. His strength had also reached 300 world force. Together with the merging of the 4 dantians, the slash instantly slashed the giant palm in half. Terrifying realm essence was gushing out, causing everyone in the spirit state to be greatly shocked. Lin Ling was so ferocious, one had to know that that was the power of a 5th-grade half-saint, while Lin Ling was only a martial immortal. You're quite capable. Xianxia's expression turned ugly. He did not expect Lin Ling to have really broken through, and he had done so with the help of his attack. Therefore, his movement technique was like flowing water. Tens of thousands of palms appeared, shattering the void and blasting toward Lin Ling. That terrifying attack could probably cause the spirit state to collapse. However, Lin Ling still had a smile on his face. He activated 50 worlds. Speed, bypassed Xianxia, and appeared behind him. The greatsword in his hand then slashed out horizontally, turning into a sparkling and resplendent sword ray. This sword was mixed with the power of the demon sword. If it hit Xianxia, he would definitely be injured. However, as expected of the number 1 genius of the spirit state, Xianxia's battle experience was extremely rich. He shouted coldly, "I've said that you're only slightly capable." As his voice drifted out, he seemed to flow with the current. Not only did he avoid Lin Ling's fatal attack, but he also appeared behind Lin Ling strangely. A spear formed by the sea attacked Lin Ling's back like lightning. Terrifying realm essence fluctuations came from behind him, causing Lin Ling's smile to become even wider. He did not plan to avoid anything. Without even looking behind him, he slashed out horizontally with his sword. "You'd better use your full strength. Otherwise, after I completely awaken, you won't have any chance." At the same time, Lin Ling's left hand grabbed out. On his arm, black lightning struck out. It was Little Kunlun. Little Kunlun could strike out the opponent's talent. This was the nightmare of all cultivators. Seeing this, the tantric sex lord and the others shouted wildly. Lin Ling seemed to have grasped the opportunity. He might be able to win. Humph. However, Xianxia coldly snorted. He was not afraid at all and allowed the black lightning to strike. With a bang, the water wave was blown apart by the whip. Little Kunlun was actually attacking the sea. This whip was clearly dodged by Xianxia. A very heaven-defying treasure, but it can't hit its target. What's the use of it? Xianxia's voice sounded from the other side. The sea spear was still shooting towards Lin Ling. From this, it could be seen that this person was indeed difficult to deal with. He actually managed to break Lin Ling's Little Kunlun. This was also the first time Little Kunlun had failed after attacking. However, Little Kunlun was intelligent. It did not use the techniques that it had always been good at. It was clearly furious. The vines rushed into the sky and grew wildly, turning the entire sky into a primeval forest. This shocking scene was extremely vast. It was an eye-opener for countless cultivators in the spirit state. However, Xianxia weaved through the vines like waves of water, once again avoiding all the vines. As for the spear, it still did not retreat a single step. Instead, it shone with a cold light. 1,000 transformations. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ling let out a low roar. His soul power spread out like water, and an illusion appeared. This soul martial art had released endless light before, but it did not have any effect at this moment. Your soul martial art has a fatal flaw. After you use it, if you're 1,000 miles away, you won't be affected at all. However, to me, 1,000 miles is only a breath's time. I don't even need a breath's time. The sea still filled the sky, as if it was Xianxia's home ground. He moved with the water and disappeared 1,000 miles away. The illusion was broken by him again. Moreover, just as the illusion disappeared, he shot towards Lin Ling like an arrow, his spear like the sea. Time and space divine steel. Seeing this, Lin Ling let out a light roar. A divine steel fell from the sky to resist the spear. Rumble, the two strongest geniuses of the spirit province clashed once again. One of them held a giant sword while the other held a blue long spear. They moved faster than the speed of light, and a myriad of techniques continued to be used, causing the battle to become extremely intense. I didn't expect the tantric sect's final weapon, Lin Ling, to be so powerful. Lin Ling, do your best. Everyone in the tantric sect was shocked. Even if Xianxia was sent out, he would not be able to fight until now. However, Lin Ling could, using various methods, fight evenly with Xianxia. Most importantly, Lin Ling was only a 10th stage martial immortal. What if he was at the same level as Xianxia? The result was obvious. The tribulation of a saint. Who is this Lin Ling? Where did he come from? His methods are unpredictable and incomparably sharp. If this continues, the spirit state will be his. Over at Xianzong's side, everyone's expression was solemn. They did not expect Lin Ling to become more ferocious as the battle went on. Lord Xianzong looked gloomily at the sky. The corner of his mouth moved slightly, and a voice transmission was quietly sent out. This caused Xianxia's eyes to flicker, and he nodded lightly. In fact, even without Lord Xianzong's reminder, he did not intend to hold back any more. Lord Xianzong's voice was precisely for Xianxia to kill Lin Ling. This was because even if Lin Ling was defeated today, and Xianzong could become the number one in the spirit state as he wished, Lin Ling would definitely make a comeback in the future. With the strength that Lin Ling had displayed so far, no one could guarantee how terrifying his future would be. It's time to end this. Therefore, Xianxia did not hesitate and finally revealed his trump card. Woo woo woo, the clouds in the sky seemed to have been summoned by something. The clouds parted, revealing the pitch-black chaos of the universe. In the chaos, tadpole-like shadows swam down, majestic and extremely orderly. These shadows looked like souls, but they seemed to be much more powerful than ordinary souls. It was a strange thing that lingered between a soul and a dead spirit. As those shadows got closer and closer to the ground, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Even the experts in the late stage of the half-saint realm felt this way. One of the 100 great bloodlines, the god of the underworld talent. Someone finally let out a solemn voice. It's at least a 5th grade one. Even Xianzong's people were shocked. What, 2 talents? One is a 4th grade desolate body, and the other is a 5th grade desolate body. Lord Tantric Buddhism stared at the sky and realized that the color of the surrounding ocean had changed, becoming pitch black. It was no longer an ocean, but more like the netherworld sea. Was this Xianxia's hidden trump card? Moreover, a 5th grade desolate body was the strongest talent in the spirit state. At this moment, everyone was worried for Lin Ling. With the addition of countless underworld souls, the power of the ocean became even more terrifying. Not only was it majestic, it was also mixed with the power of Yin. Because these were souls that had truly been extracted from the netherworld. As for the underworld, it was the origin of all hell in the myriad of worlds, and it was also the origin of all ghost realms. In the 9 states, many experts also possessed talents from the underworld. Each of these experts was an indomitable figure. As for the spirit state, there were a few people who also possessed the aura of the underworld, such as Sakura and Meng Lu. Their talents were actually related to the underworld. Lin Ling, I was just playing with you before. Now, let's test my strength. Xianxia's eyes turned pitch black. His palm, like the boundless ocean, pressed down on Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling instantly feel a great amount of pressure. Xianxia's realm essence was even more turbulent at this moment, causing the black ocean to emit a cold aura. This cold aura was not cold, but it could penetrate a person's soul. Furthermore, any warrior who was close to the ocean would be frozen, turning into a black ice sculpture. The most terrifying thing was that a shadow would shoot out from the ice sculpture, taking away the warrior's soul. Clearly, after using the 2 talents at the same time, not only did his strength increase significantly, the most terrifying thing was those underworld souls. With this, I can block the 10 heavenly lords. Xiang. Anning's voice reverberated in the ocean. This was the foundation of his battle against the geniuses of the 9 states. Splash, the black ocean, under the gigantic palm, crossed the sky, the ruins, and even the entire spirit state. Wherever the ocean passed, everything in the world would be frozen, turning into black statues. Those statues were people, objects, and even a stalk of grass. At this moment, it was frozen, but because it turned into black ice, it seemed to be baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was very ferocious. Among them, there was a statue holding a large sword and carrying an ancient sword on its back. At this moment, it had also turned into a statue. That person was Lin Ling. Seeing this, the people from the Azure Dragon Hall sighed. The outcome has been decided. Sigh, I have to say that this Lin Ling is also a rare genius in the spirit state. Unfortunately, his cultivation is still a bit weak. If he had reached the martial immortal realm, today's situation would be different. Yeah, seeing the 2 strongest geniuses clash, no matter who dies, this is a huge loss to the spirit state. It makes our hearts ache. Compared to the Azure Dragon Hall's pity, the people from the Xian sect were ecstatic. Cheers spread out like waves. Their Xian sect won. The era belonged to their Xian sect. Some of the more impatient people even roared at the sky. Senior Xiang, the #1 genius of the spirit state. Their voices soared into the sky and spread through the clouds. As for the people from the Tantric sect, their faces were gloomy. However, they did not blame Lin Ling because they saw that Lin Ling had done his best. At least, if it was someone else, they would not even be able to block 3 of Xiang Anning's attacks. Their Tantric sect's ultimate weapon had been defeated. However, just as everyone thought that the outcome was over, all the ice statues on the ground started to tremble. Moreover, the trembling became faster and faster. Finally, the black ice statues started to tremble. At this moment, cracks appeared in the black ice world that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. This shocked everyone. They realized that the source of the trembling of the black ice world seemed to be within one of the ice statues, and that ice statue was Lin Ling. At this moment, inside the ice statue, Lin Ling was motionless. Although the nether souls rushed into his body and tried to devour him, his powerful soul power immediately rushed out and formed a soul wave. It shook the nether souls and even devoured them. Although the nether souls were of a higher level than the undead souls, the number of nether souls that entered his body was not large. Therefore, it was much easier and faster to deal with them compared to the last time in the Qing state. On the contrary, with the help of the nether souls and the pressure outside his body, Lin Ling's dantian was boiling. His 4 dantians spun like comets and crazily absorbed the spiritual energy in his dantian. As expected, with the stimulation of external forces, it's faster than breaking through on my own. The corner of Lin Ling's mouth curled into a cold smile. Boom, his dantian exploded with a roar. The light of a saint gushed out of his body like a tide and a wave. First level half-saint, rumble. At the same time, a huge bolt of lightning came crashing down from the sky. This bolt of lightning was white, but it carried the pressure of a god. This was the tribulation of a saint. Every expert who wanted to break through to the half-saint realm would have to go through the trial of a god. If they passed, they would become a saint. If they failed, they would be reduced to ashes and could not even enter the cycle of reincarnation. Someone has broken through to the half-saint realm. It looks like Lin Ling. A series of exclamations could be heard. The eyes of the Tantric sect's elders were wide open. Even Xiang Anning was the same. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. A battle in broad daylight. The ferocious lightning struck down as if a palm had struck the earth, forming a storm. Cracks appeared on the black ice sculpture world. The sage tribulation tested 3 key factors. First, talent. Those who were not talented enough would face a 10% increase in danger if they forcefully broke through. Second, ultimate martial arts. Those who were not good at martial arts would face another 10% increase in danger. Third, a solid foundation of cultivation. If they were not strong in all 3 factors, then breaking through depended on luck. Boom. However, after the first bolt of lightning struck, Lin Ling was actually unscathed. He was like an ice sculpture, steady and unmoving. This surprised the Tantric sect masters and the others. However, the tribulation clouds in the sky did not disperse. Instead, they became thicker and thicker, as if a god had arrived and looked at the common people. His large hand struck down again, the second bolt of lightning struck, and divine thunder rumbled. This. Everyone in the spirit state was in a state of panic, because only one tribulation was needed to become a sage, but Lin Ling had to undergo two. What did this mean? Could it be that the gods valued Lin Ling more? Rumble, the second sage tribulation struck, and the black ice around Lin Ling's body finally cracked. Rumble, however, the third tribulation followed closely behind. In fact, the third and fourth tribulation struck at the same time. For tribulation sage lightning, the spirit state was completely silent. Looking at the history of the spirit state, Lin Ling was the only one who had 4 tribulations. The more sage tribulations he had, the more potential and strength Lin Ling had. Rumble, after the final 2 lightning tribulations struck, no one knew if Lin Ling would be unscathed. Instead, a dazzling light appeared in front of him. An endless pool of lightning wreaked havoc, causing the entire black ice world to crack. Moreover, shattered ice shot into the sky and then fell down like rain. Did he succeed? Someone said solemnly. This was the tribulation of 4 saints. How could an ordinary person cross this tribulation? At the same time, after the world of black ice collapsed, a figure slowly walked out. He was holding an ancient sword, and flames were burning on his body, forming billowing steam. This made him look extremely unreal, but people could clearly see that in this illusory scene, a pair of extremely sharp eyes appeared. This caused the hearts of the Mi and Xian sects to explode. Lin Ling had successfully broken through. Another half-saint had been born in the spirit province. Moreover, based on the saint's tribulation, it was obvious that this was no ordinary half-saint stage powerhouse. Xianxia, thank you for helping me break through. Now, do you want to die, or do you want me to solve it for you? Finally, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Lin Ling walked out step by step. His saint's light was extremely dense. It actually caused Xianxia's legs to tremble and he couldn't straighten his back. Even if he was at the 5th stage of the half-saint stage and had 2 desolate physiques, he felt like he wasn't looking at a half-saint, but a real saint in front of Lin Ling's saint's light. He couldn't understand why Lin Ling, who was only at the 1st stage of the half-saint stage, could give him such pressure. How could he know that Lin Ling's 4 dantians had all entered the 1st stage of the half-saint stage? His boundary essence was terrifying. It wasn't weaker than the 4th stage of the half-saint stage. In fact, because of the fusion, it had already far surpassed the 4th stage of the half-saint stage. The victor hasn't been decided yet. Lin Ling, I'll let you see my peerless move. The move that injured the 10 heavenly lords and was praised by senior battling cicada of light. Roar. Suddenly, Xianxia roared at the sky. No one knew what he was chanting, but a mysterious symbol appeared on his forehead. His entire body also darkened. This made Sakura and the underworld god, who also had one of the 100 bloodlines, deeply feel the terrifying pressure. At this moment, a mysterious aura spread out from Xianxia's body. His cultivation level rose like a boat, reaching 70%. The black netherworld sea surged again, but it didn't engulf Lin Ling. Instead, it lingered in the sky and gradually formed a huge black hole. From the black hole, the aura of the underworld quietly spread out. That was the smell of death, that was the tomb of a saint. One had to know that saints didn't enter the ghost realm, the 6 paths of reincarnation, or the 9 serenities and 18 levels of hell because they were saints. However, when the black hole appeared, even saints trembled with fear. Martial arts of the underworld. Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the black hole indifferently. In his mind, he recalled a martial art that he had learned in the rainforest sacred land, the 6 paths of reincarnation. What Xianxia was using wasn't the 6 paths of reincarnation, but the underworld reincarnation. Heavens, that's the underworld reincarnation. Isn't that the underworld god's martial art? Where did Xianxia get such a martial art? He's going to become the underworld god and become the god of the gods era. I'm afraid that not more than 30% of the people in the semi-sage realm can block this move from the looks of it. The entire spirit state was shocked. Some experts with the strength of saints had also guessed what Xianxia was using. Then, they quickly looked at Lin Ling. If it was the previous Xianxia, Lin Ling might be able to defeat him, but the current Xianxia was a bit difficult, unless Lin Ling was also hiding something. fine, underworld and Buddha can't coexist. At this moment, Lin Ling's long hair was dancing wildly. His strength was also stimulated to the peak. After reaching the half-saint realm, he also wanted to test the power of the great solar calamity bow. I see that the people of the world are walking in the boundless dust. They don't know what's going on. They don't know what's going on. They don't know how long they can live in glory and splendor. The ancient Buddhist voice, like a heavenly dragon protecting the Dharma, quietly sounded in the spirit state. A golden light shone in all directions. In Lin Ling's hand, a 5-meter-long divine dragon bow descended. This, Lin Ling still has some tricks up his sleeve. F***ck, a 5-meter-long bow, and the entire bow is made of dragon bones. Isn't it too impressive? Lin Ling, as expected of the ultimate weapon of the Tantric Buddhism. Seeing the ferocious dragon bone and incomparably huge dragon bow, the entire spirit state was in an uproar. Even the saints of the Azure Dragon Hall had extremely serious expressions. They had always thought highly of Xianxia, but now, there was another name in the world in their hearts, and that was Lin Ling. I think this battle should be stopped, a saint said. Because both of them were the most outstanding geniuses of the spirit state, losing either one of them was something they didn't want to see. The battle has already reached its climax. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult. However, another saint sighed. At this point, it was likely that Lin Ling and Xianxia wouldn't withdraw so easily. That's right, only one person can be the number one genius of the spirit state. It was even more impossible for Xianzong to keep Lin Ling, so they all agreed. As for the Tantric Buddhism, they wanted to stop this battle, but they also knew that it was impossible. Therefore, they all turned their gazes to the majestic dragon bow, and their hearts were filled with anticipation. At this moment, Lin Ling, who was in the sky, was undoubtedly extremely extraordinary. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations 2 Arrows Shooting Reincarnation. I have to admit that you, Lin Ling, are indeed impressive. You have all sorts of extraordinary techniques, many of which I have never seen before. However, do you think you can block the reincarnation of the god of the underworld with that bow? Xianxia looked coldly at Lin Ling. The techniques I have are beyond your understanding. Blocking the reincarnation of the underworld is an extremely easy task. Lin Ling said indifferently. Ha ha ha, you probably don't know what the bloodline of the god of the underworld is. Even Senior Guangjing Chan praised my reincarnation endlessly. He once said that if he was young, he wouldn't be able to break the reincarnation of the underworld. There is only one person of the same age in this world, and that person is also an expert who defeated Senior Guangjing Chan. He is a god that you have to look up to. Now, die. Xianxia shook his head and smiled. His reincarnation of the underworld was a true god's technique. Although he had only scratched the surface, it was not something that ordinary people could block. After speaking, he released the mark from the underworld. In the sky, reincarnation opened and began to rotate. Even the saints on the ground had serious expressions. This was a technique that could kill them. If they entered the underworld, they would not be able to become a saint. Rumble, a terrifying suction force enveloped Lin Ling's entire body as if the gods were punishing him. Meanwhile, the bow in Lin Ling's hand was silently drawn, and a dragon god appeared on the bowstring. However, the reincarnation of the underworld in the sky was not something that he could block. It continued to drag him into the underworld. Seeing this, the people of the Tantric sect all shouted. They saw Lin Ling's body slowly floating toward the reincarnation of the underworld. Danger lurked everywhere. First arrow, Heavenly Dragon's protection, good karma increases by day. However, at this moment, Lin Ling finally released the arrow. The arrow turned into a dragon god and shot toward the reincarnation of the underworld. This is one of the 8 divine powers of the dragon tribe. Only then did the Xian sect cultivators see Lin Ling's technique clearly, and their expressions instantly became serious. They did not expect that the battle between the top geniuses of the spirit state was actually a battle of the gods. One was the god of the underworld, and the other was the dragon clan. Both of them were gods left behind in the era of gods. Their light shrouded these juniors, and they fought again in the era of gods. Now, the battle between the two was no longer a clash of talent, cultivation realm, or ultimate martial Tao, but rather a clash of divine methods. To see who was stronger, whoosh, the arrow shot into the netherworld reincarnation wheel, and the entire wheel of reincarnation stopped. Moreover, cracks appeared on it. This arrow was so terrifying. The reputation of the heavenly dragon protector was definitely not undeserved. Even Xianxia's expression changed greatly. However, the cracked samsara began to slowly move again. Although it was slow, it was clear that the arrow hadn't pierced through it. Haha, just a little bit more, just a little bit more, one more arrow. Why didn't he come? I think you can only fire one arrow. It's my turn now. Seeing this, Xianxia could not help but laugh loudly. His laughter was very excited. He had blocked Lin Ling's arrow. My apologies, I just happened to be able to fire a second arrow. With the Emperor's help, Bodhi will not retreat. However, just as he laughed, Lin Ling's great sun calamity bow was drawn again, and a new arrow descended. This arrow was not from the dragon god, but the true inheritance of the dark sword. What? Xianxia never expected that Lin Ling would still have another arrow. The 6 mystical abilities of the dragon tribe could only be cultivated by the dragon god. Thus, Xianxia guessed that Lin Ling could barely cultivate one arrow, and that would be enough to sweep through the crowd. However, who knew that Lin Ling was not a member of the dragon tribe, but he could draw a second arrow, and this second arrow undoubtedly tipped the scales. After all, he had only scratched the surface of the underworld god's techniques, and Lin Ling's dragon tribe techniques were much more powerful than his. Whoosh, the second arrow shot into the sky. Kaboom, the netherworld reincarnation wheel, which was originally slowly rotating, was finally completely shattered by the second arrow. Xianxia's expression changed drastically, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, at this moment, an arrow shot down from the sky like a heavenly dragon, majestically shooting towards him. This made him open his mouth wide, and his face was filled with anxiety. I'll destroy your past, present, and future. Lin Ling's voice was like a deity's as it floated in his ears. Impossible, how can this be? Xianxia kept shaking his head. He had traveled the 9 states and fought against the geniuses of the 9 states, so he was full of confidence and thought that no one in the spirit state could stop him. However, now, a monster that was not weaker than the geniuses of the 9 states had been born here. Most importantly, this person was a nobody, therefore, he could not figure it out and died with a grievance. Because I am the only person who defeated Guangzhenchan, the ghost genius Li Xiaoyao. At this moment, a faint voice suddenly appeared in Xianxia's ears, causing his pupils to constrict. Ghost geniuses should not be humiliated. He remembered this sentence. In fact, at this critical moment, he even remembered what the Lord of 10 Directions had said to him. The only battle that the Lord of 10 Directions master, Guangzhenchan, had lost was to the ghost genius Li Xiaoyao. You are. Xianxia roared, but it was too late. The arrow pierced through him, causing him to gradually turn into ashes as if he was illuminated by the sun. His past, present, and future were all killed. This also caused the spirit state to be thunderstruck. Lin Ling, 2 arrows shot the cycle of reincarnation. The ultimate weapon of the tantric sect was indeed terrifying. This also meant that the number 1 genius of the spirit state had changed hands. It was Lin Ling from the tantric sect. Everyone thought back to the final battle. They thought back to the beginning of the battle and the final battle. All of this felt extremely unreal. Of course, in the end, they seemed to see a dazzling light that illuminated the spirit province. That light was Lin Ling. In the end, they looked at the sky with dazed eyes. Other than shock and horror, there was nothing else in their eyes. Using battle to nurture battle. This guy is the craziest person I've ever seen. The tantric sect master also muttered to himself. It was obvious that he was also scared out of his wits. It had to be known that it was not rare for a martial artist to make a breakthrough in the midst of a battle. Of course, a continuous breakthrough like Lin Ling was one of a kind. But the most frightening thing was that he had just made a breakthrough but was already familiar with his strength and could use any means to counter it. This was truly rare. Lin Ling, you killed Xianxia. I'm going to kill you. In the Xian sect, after a brief moment of absent-mindedness, everyone's eyes turned red. They were originally confident of victory, but it was all destroyed by Lin Ling. Now, even the number 1 genius was dead. This made them hate Lin Ling to the core. You bunch of ants? You're not worthy. Lin Ling looked at the Xian sect people indifferently. The disdain in his eyes was not concealed at all. Such words and such an expression were undoubtedly like adding oil to a fire. he killed the number one genius of the Xian sect and did not feel guilty at all. Instead, he said that they were not worthy. At this moment, even the sage who was unfazed by the collapse of the sky was completely enraged. He's Linling? However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in the sky. A sage descended from the sky. Master Rong, he's the Linling you've been looking for. The saints of the heavenly court had arrived. This sudden change caused the entire spirit province to become silent. Who is this person? He's so strong. The master of Tantra and the four heavenly kings frowned. Although they were all saints, they could clearly sense that this saint was even more extraordinary. Lin Ling also looked at the sky. Especially after seeing Longyang, he knew that the person was coming for him. You're from the heavenly court? Then, Lin Ling said indifferently, vaguely guessing something. You're right, I'm the brocade dust saint of the heavenly court. The old man lowered his head and looked down at Lin Ling as he spoke unhurriedly. The gaze with which he looked at Lin Ling faintly carried a hint of curiosity. You're Lin Ling, right? Come back with me. The martial god wants to see you. The old man wasn't sure if Lin Ling was the person he was looking for, but he didn't let him go. If you don't agree, I'll kill you on the spot. His next words caused the hearts of everyone in spirit state to tremble. It turned out that this saint from the heavenly court was actually here to kill Lin Ling. At this moment, the people of Tantric Buddhism were all shocked, as if they were facing a great enemy. Now that Lin Ling had become the number one person in Tantric Buddhism, they could not let Lin Ling die at the hands of the sage. As for the Tantric sages and the four heavenly kings, they had long known that the newcomers were not kind, so they were all prepared to fight to the death. However, the latter's strength was clearly stronger than theirs. Furthermore, he was from the heavenly court, so they did not know if they could defeat him. Capture Lin Ling? If he refused, he would be killed on the spot. Ha ha ha, great. On the other hand, on Xianzong's side, Lord Xianzong and the four heavenly kings all laughed loudly. Their excitement was even greater than when they broke through. It turned out that they were not helpers, but enemies. This Lin Ling is so unlucky. He actually offended someone from the heavenly court, and a saint at that. Men, bring a table and chairs over. Bring some good wine. Let's enjoy the show. Lord Xianzong had been waiting for Lin Ling to die, so naturally, he was satisfied. Senior Saint of the Heavenly Court, if you need any help, Sir Xianzong translation. Translation. We will capture Lin Ling for you. The four heavens and the heavenly court's faces. Translation. After all, the heavenly court of the heavens translation Saint of the heavenly court, heavenly kings, dragon translation. Translation. Note. Translation. Even the Tsong Dragon Hall couldn't stand it anymore. One of the saints shouted angrily, "What are you all doing? Lin Ling is from the spirit state and he might even become the realm monarch in the future." The Tsong Dragon Hall was left behind by the gods. If it was before, they wouldn't have stood up for Lin Ling. But now, Lin Ling was the most promising candidate to become the next realm monarch. According to the rules of the gods, they had to protect Lin Ling. What does it have to do with us? The one who wants to kill Lin Ling is the saint of the heavenly court. If the Azure Dragon Hall is not convinced, you can go and provoke them. However, Lord Xianzong had an indifferent expression on his face. Moreover, he'd unknowingly picked up a bunch of grapes and was eating as he spoke. His words caused those saints to tremble with rage. Then, all the saints looked at the saint in the sky. Senior, there must be some misunderstanding. I don't care about that. As long as his name is Lin Ling, I must take him away. If your spirit state wants to stop me, then you must consider whether or not you can withstand the wrath of the heavenly court. The old man said indifferently. A golden incense burner appeared in his hand. Green smoke drifted out from the incense burner. It was like an orchid, like a musk deer, like a cloud, like a crane. The incense burner was in the shape of a toad. There were two blue dragons carved on the side. It looked extremely extraordinary. Lin Ling's eyes instantly lit up. He recognized the incense burner. On the other hand, the Azure Dragon Hall saints felt a strong pressure from the incense burner. They knew that the heavenly court had to take Lin Ling away today. Junior Lin Ling, you're very bold. You actually dare to provoke the heavenly court time and time again. In fact, I'm very curious about your actions. Can you tell me why you're doing this? The old man finally looked at Lin Ling. His tone was full of dignity. Lin Ling, hurry up and answer. The heavenly court saint is asking you a question. Before Lin Ling could speak, Lord Xianxia and the four heavenly kings spoke one after another. They reprimanded him in the tone of a senior. He's young, but he's so impudent. A person like this won't amount to anything in the future. That's right. I think he'll only amount to this for the rest of his life. Tell us why you're so cruel and heartless. Otherwise, don't blame the spirit state for putting righteousness before family. Once these words were spoken, the saints of the Azure Dragon Hall cursed in their hearts. The entire spirit state was the same, however, Lin Ling didn't care about what Lord Xianxia said. He smiled calmly. Haha, I knew the heavenly court would be very curious. However, do you really want to know the answer? Speak. The old saint nodded immediately. He was indeed curious about Lin Ling. First, with Lin Ling's strength, why did he provoke the heavenly court time and time again and kill the martial god's disciples? Second, with Lin Ling's strength, why was he able to succeed time and time again? Even a fifth-stage half-saint had died at Lin Ling's hands. All of this was a mystery. Because I was under someone's orders. Lin Ling stopped smiling and said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire spirit province fell silent. The old saint frowned. Under someone's orders? He pondered for a moment. Everything seemed to make sense. The heavenly court was spread throughout the 9 states and was the most powerful force in the post-God era. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to provoke them. Lin Ling was just one person. Unless he was stupid, he wouldn't do something like this. This meant that Lin Ling did indeed have someone backing him up. There should be more than one person behind you, right? The old saint asked again. Since Lin Ling dared to provoke the heavenly court, there might be a powerful force behind him. Yes, we're an alliance. Lin Ling nodded lightly. The old saint's eyes finally lit up. What alliance? Even Xianxia and the others were shocked. Lin Ling had a powerful alliance behind him? Although this news was shocking, it seemed to make sense when they thought about Lin Ling's speed of growth. Let's take a look at this sword first. Old man, do you think I can take this sword with my strength? Lin Ling didn't explain anything. He waved his right hand and the true inheritance dark sword appeared. This made the old saint even more convinced. The true inheritance dark sword was his master's sword. Without the corresponding divine language, he would die if he even got close to the sword, let alone control it. Therefore, the old saint was even more convinced of Lin Ling's alliance. What alliance? Also, I want to take this sword back with me. The old saint's breathing quickened. If he could find out about the alliance behind Lin Ling and take the true inheritance dark sword back, it would definitely be a great achievement. Originally, he wanted to inform martial god Qilin immediately and ask the heavenly court's elites to come. However, he didn't think so anymore. He wanted to take such a great achievement for himself. Hurry up and tell me who's behind you. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations getting someone else to do the dirty work. Lin Ling laughed coldly when he saw this. He looked at the saint and said, I want to say it as well, but the members of the alliance are watching over me. If I say it, then I'll definitely die. So, I don't dare to say anything until those members of the alliance leave. Moreover, senior saint, I'm in a dilemma. If I don't provoke the heavenly court, the people from the alliance will kill me. If I provoke the heavenly court will kill me. I hope that senior saint can help me escape from my misery and put in a good word for me in front of the martial god. I hope that you can spare my life on account of my youth and ignorance. Lin Ling's words were like a string of cannons. When the saint elder heard it, he nodded slightly. If Lin Ling had a powerful alliance behind him, then Lin Ling was indeed helpless. I'll spare your life. Now, tell me who's watching you, the elder said. Spare your life. With these words, Lord Xianxia and the others were displeased. Lin Ling had escaped another calamity. They hurriedly said, Lin Ling, you can escape death, but you can't escape punishment. Your cultivation will be destroyed. Now, tell me who's watching you. In their opinion, even if Lin Ling didn't die, his cultivation would be destroyed. In this way, Lin Ling without cultivation would be at the mercy of others and would no longer be valued by the Azure Dragon Hall. However, the Saint Elder nodded at their suggestion. This made Lord Xianzong and the others overjoyed. However, before their joy faded, Lin Ling's angry voice sounded. "It's the 5 of them." He pointed at Lord Xianzong and the 4 heavenly kings. The 5 of them opened their mouths wide as if they didn't hear what Lin Ling said. "Us?" The grape in Lord Xianzong's hand fell to the ground. "Yes, it's you. You forced me to go against the heavenly court and made me the vanguard, but you became the mastermind. Now that we're facing a great enemy, you want to sacrifice me to protect the secret of the alliance. You're the mastermind behind the scenes." Lin Ling said word by word. His expression was extremely serious. "Shibai Qi? Is he calling me?" "I'm not called Shibai Qi. I'm not the person who's supervising you from behind the scenes." Sir Xianzong's expression was somewhat panicked. "You are indeed not the only one behind this, because the other 4 are also behind this," Lin Ling said with righteous indignation. Boom, the hearts of Lord Xianzong and the 4 heavenly kings began to rumble. What was going on? They were just here to gloat and watch the show. Now, they had become the masterminds behind the scenes. At that moment, they felt as if they had eaten **T. They looked at the old sage and waved their hands continuously. "It's you?" The old saint stared at the 5 of them with murderous intent in his eyes. "It's not us. We're innocent. Heavens, how can we be the ones behind this?" That gaze directly scared Lord Xianzong silly. "You're not the ones behind this. You're the supervisors. Otherwise, why would you be the only ones in the entire spirit state who want me dead?" "That's because after I die, the secret of the alliance cannot be exposed." However, Lin Ling also opened his mouth, as if he was sprinkling salt on the wound. Hearing that, the old saint stroked his beard and pondered for a moment. He felt that everything made sense. "It seems that if you supervisors don't die, the true alliance won't surface." Purple smoke billowed from the incense burner in the old saint's hand and enveloped the entire spirit state. He was obviously going to attack. This made Lord Xianzong and the others almost kneel down. This was the greatest grievance they had ever suffered in their lives. "Lin Ling, you've wronged us. Do you want to kill us?" Soon, the 5 of them looked at Lin Ling. They knew that Lin Ling was causing trouble for them. "Stop pretending, Shibai Qi." However, Lin Ling saw through their expressions and even gave them a groundless name, Shibai Qi. Who was that? Go to hell. The old saint couldn't care less. He activated the incense burner and suppressed it with the power of a saint. The entire spirit state seemed to be in a strange world, and that was the boundary formation. Roar. In the void, a frost dragon god formed from ice slowly poked its head out. It opened its huge mouth, and with a light exhale, the entire spirit state turned into a world of ice and snow. This was the true soul of a dragon god. Moreover, this dragon god slowly swam out. It was incomparably huge and its entire body was formed from ice. Its ancient aura almost made the people of the spirit state fall to the ground. Most importantly, there wasn't just one such terrifying dragon god. Next, hundreds of dragon gods also swam out and hovered in the sky of the spirit state. This caused the expressions of Lord Tantric Buddhism and the others to change drastically. Did Saint Brocade Dust have such a precious treasure and summon so many dragon gods? It could be seen that this saint's status in the heavenly court was definitely not to be underestimated. Last time, Lin Ling and I were in the 8 gods' heavenly palace. We had to expend a lot of effort to defeat one dragon god's soul, but there are so many here. It's a disaster. Xianxia's expression was also extremely serious. As for Lord Xianzong and the others, they were all anxious. Although they were all saints, there were differences in strength. It was obvious that they were only ordinary saints. "Senior Saint, please listen to our explanation. Go to the netherworld and explain to the god of the underworld." Unfortunately, the Saint Elder didn't care about nonsense. In his opinion, it was enough to capture Lin Ling, so these 5 people were dispensable. Therefore, the densely packed dragon god's souls began to swim toward the 5 of them. This made Lord Xianzong and the others finally understand what it meant to be in great trouble. Century ruler? Stupid idiot? Suddenly, Lord Xianzong stared blankly at Lin Ling. He finally understood why Lin Ling called him century ruler, so it turned out that it meant a damned idiot. Lin Ling was using someone else to do his dirty work. He hurriedly roared, wanting to let the Saint Elder understand everything. Unfortunately, it was too late. After the dragon gods rushed over, they all turned into crystalline statues. They were simply unstoppable and couldn't be more dead. Facing the dragon gods of the dragon race, a saint could only do so unless he had all the ancient power of the spirit state. However, half of this power was on Lord Tantric Buddhism. Before turning into an ice statue, there were only 3 words in Lord Xianzong's mind. Am I a stupid idiot? Dead. Everyone on Lord Xianzong's side was at a loss. The 5 strongest people of Lord Xianzong had died just like that. Moreover, these 5 people were saints. For many people, they had heard a rumor since they were young. As long as saints didn't die, the universe wouldn't be destroyed. This meant that saints were immortal and indestructible, but now, they knew that this was just a rumor. Saints could still be destroyed. Lin Ling is so scary. Then, they looked at the blue-robed youth in horror. Although they weren't sure if Lord Xianzong was the supervisor, they were sure that Lord Xianzong and the others were killed by Lin Ling. Lon Yang frowned. She vaguely guessed that Lin Ling was using someone else to do his dirty work. However, she didn't reveal Lin Ling's true identity. In her opinion, as long as Lin Ling could die, that was enough. Counterattack. It's your turn. Speak. As expected, the old saint began to look at Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and spread his hands. In fact, there is no alliance. I just don't like the previous 5 people, so I borrowed your hand to destroy them. When these words were spoken, there was no doubt that Spirit Province was greatly shocked. The old saint frowned. Are you messing with me? It doesn't matter if I'm playing with you or not. All you need to know is that it won't be easy for you to catch me. Lin Ling said casually. His appearance undoubtedly made Lon Yang frown. She didn't know why, but when she saw Lin Ling's calm appearance, she had a bad premonition. Even though Lin Ling was facing a sage, he still felt the same way. Looks like I can only use force. The old saint didn't care too much and immediately tried to grab Lin Ling. In fact, he didn't really believe Lin Ling's words. However, to him, killing experts like Lord Xianzong was as easy as blowing off dust. Moreover, whether this was true or false, as long as he caught Lin Ling, the truth would be revealed. Seeing this, the master of Tantric Buddhism and the others no longer hesitated. They all attacked, risking their lives. A bunch of ants. The old saint smiled disdainfully. We have the final say in the world of the spirit state. It's not up to you to kill whoever you want. Although they knew that the dragon gods around them were very powerful, the Tantric sect would not allow anything to happen to Lin Ling. Therefore, Xianxia and the others spoke up. The saints of the Azure Dragon Hall looked at each other and went to battle. Are you crazy? Are you planning to provoke the heavenly court for a brat? At this moment, the old saint was a little surprised. This is not a brat, he is the realm monarch of the spirit state, a saint from the Azure Dragon Hall roared. His words shocked the spirit state. Everyone's gaze landed on the blue-robed young man as they didn't expect the new realm monarch to be Lin Ling after the end of the era of secret revelation. This was especially true for the people of Tantric Buddhism. They were all extremely excited. Lin Ling had said this before, and it was true now. Realm monarch? Humph, he has the life to become a god emperor, but he doesn't have the life to enjoy it. The old saint said disdainfully. His eyes were filled with mockery. Rumble. At the same time, the masters of the Tantra sect made their move. The saints of the Azure Dragon Hall also made their move to fight against the terrifying ice and snow dragon gods in the sky. In addition, the ancient power also arrived with a deafening sound. An enormous spirit province divine palace descended from the sky. Clearly, the Vajrayana masters were able to hold on for a longer period of time because the Azure Dragon Hall saints had also joined in. Of course, the ancient power that Lord Tantra controlled was only half of that of the spirit state, so it was only a matter of time before he was defeated. Do you think you can withstand the sunshine ice heaven furnace left behind by Master? In truth, the shock in the old saint's eyes had deepened. If it wasn't for the treasure in his hand, he would definitely not have been able to stop so many saints. Fortunately, he had such a precious treasure. Then, he would slowly enjoy the final struggle of these weaklings. I'll let you see what it's like when 1,000 dragons pass away. At the thought of this, the old saint puffed out his chest. Perhaps being able to kill so many saints in this lifetime made him feel extremely proud. Rumble, under his voice, even more ice and snow dragon gods appeared in the void of the spirit state. This also caused many people in the spirit state to be worried. The masters of the Tantra sect looked at each other, smiled bitterly, and unleashed their full strength. They knew that a battle of life and death had arrived. However, for the sake of the spirit state, they were not afraid. Their bones and lives could be left behind, but thousands of years later, their legends would still be spread in the spirit state. I'm sorry, but I'm here to change the world of the spirit state. The old saint formed a complicated seal with his hands. His gaze quietly fell on the purple smoke floating in the distance of the spirit state. Finally, he formed a seal. This was the secret to using the Sunshine Ice Heaven Cauldron. It was passed down by his master. According to legend, this divine cauldron was left behind by a god. It came from the Dragon Slayer tribe during the era of the gods. This tribe had an irreconcilable feud with the dragon race, so the dragon gods that they slaughtered were all sacrificed in the divine cauldron. Later on, this divine deer was obtained by his master, and now he was borrowing it. He had once heard from martial god Qilan that when he first obtained this divine cauldron, his master fought until the heavens and earth collapsed and the sun and moon lost their light. In the end, he returned with the treasure. This also made him admire martial god Qilan even more. He knew that in this world, other than his master, no one could control the divine cauldron. A bunch of ants and dogs, die. A smile appeared on the saint's face. It was a smile of pride and bloodthirst. In the sky, 1,000 dragons passed. The scene was extremely shocking. One had to know that those were all dragon gods. However, just as the old saint thought that the massacre was about to begin, something unexpected happened. Those ancient dragon god souls swam over in an orderly manner. They ignored the masters of the Tantra sect and the others and swam toward the old saint. This stunned the masters of the Tantra sect and the others. The Azure Dragon Hall sages were also stunned in the sky. The 4 heavenly kings rubbed their eyes, afraid that they had seen wrongly. However, the truth was that the dragon gods did not care about them. They even swam past them. The ancient dragon heads did not even look at them. What kind of trick are they playing? The master of the Tantra sect was tongue-tied. Be careful. Perhaps the heavenly court sages are preparing a trump card. After all, they are from the heavenly court. This is no small matter. The Azure Dragon Hall sages said one after another. Clearly, they did not believe that a miracle would happen. However, the truth was that not only did the dragon gods ignore them, but they had also started to attack the old saint. As for the old saint, he frowned at first. He thought that he had made a mistake with the seal. Then, he set up a new seal. This time, he was shocked. This was because after he set up the seal again, he had completely lost contact with the Sunshine Ice Heavenly Cauldron. In the end, he began to panic. This was because 1,000 dragons were coming to kill him, and this was an encirclement and killing formation. Most importantly, he was the target of the siege. Wow! He roared without caring about his image. He threw out the treasures that martial god Qilan had given him one by one. Only then did he barely block the first attack of the ice dragon god. He began to flee in the sky pathetically. However, he knew that it was only a matter of time before he was killed. His mind was completely muddled. What was going on? Wasn't he activating the 1,000 dragons killing formation? Why did the dragons not kill the enemy but come to kill him instead? Instinctively, he looked into the distance and realized that the purple smoke that enveloped the spirit state had been changed. The trajectory of the purple smoke had changed. Moreover, he saw a blue-robed figure busily setting up a seal around the purple smoke. F***ck, it's that kid. At that moment, the old saint realized what was going on. That kid had unknowingly changed the divine formation of the divine cauldron. 1 year later, the tantric sages were also puzzled. Lin Ling actually changed the heavenly court's saint's treasure? Of course, at this moment, they could not be bothered to think so much. If they did not make a move now and allowed the saint to regain his breath, they would definitely be the ones to suffer. Good disciple, can we make a move? Xianxia shouted excitedly. Sure, the frost dragon god souls are only targeting that old sage. They won't bother with you guys. Lin Ling's voice drifted over from afar, carrying a hint of exhaustion. Previously, when he saw the golden incense burner in the hands of the saint, he had already guessed the origin of the incense burner. It was because that treasure belonged to Li Xiaoyao. If the saint had relied on other methods, Lin Ling would have been helpless. But relying on that kind of treasure? This was simply a gift for Lin Ling. "Ah, hey, dragon god, I'm your master." The old saint was on the verge of going crazy as he shouted incoherently. Although his strength was very strong, there were too many dragon god souls in the sky. There were no less than 1,000 of them. How could he block them all? What infuriated him was that he had used the life-saving treasure to escape the encirclement of the frost dragon god. However, as soon as he broke out of the encirclement, the sages of Tantra and the other sages attacked him without any regard for their lives. They forced him back and surrounded him again. "Master, save me." After an unknown period of time, the old saint let out a weak cry and finally turned into a huge ice sculpture. After smashing into the ground, it completely turned into ice dregs. Seeing this, the spirit state cultivators were at a loss. One had to know that after the heavenly court's saint arrived, the spirit state acted as if they were facing a great enemy. However, just as they were about to fight to the death, the heavenly court's saint died. Moreover, he died very miserably. He was surrounded and killed by his own treasures. Could it be that the furnace that summons the dragon god is a little crazy? I think so. It's said that the more ancient a treasure is, the harder it is to control. That old man played with fire and burned himself to death. Haha, serves you right. Following that, laughter rang out in the sky. As for the tantric sages and the others, they were still dumbfounded. However, their gazes quickly landed on Lin Ling in the distance because Lin Ling was walking over with a golden incense burner in his hand. Looking at this scene, the guesses in the tantric sex group's minds were confirmed. The Sunshine Ice Heaven Furnace, the sacred object of the Dragon Slayers. Back then, Li Xiaoyao saved the last member of the Dragon Slayers and that person gave this treasure to Li Xiaoyao. Later, it disappeared from Huanyu. I didn't expect to see this treasure again after thousands of years. Looking at the exquisite golden incense burner in his hand, Lin Ling sighed. In Li Xiaoyao's previous life, most of his treasures were stolen by martial god Qilin. Today, he was able to retrieve 2 of these treasures. Good disciple. Xianxia shouted from the front. However, Lin Ling ignored him for the time being. Instead, he looked at the distant sky where a beautiful woman stood. It was Longyang. At this moment, Longyang's face was filled with seriousness and shock. However, after Lin Ling looked at her, she gradually regained her composure. Most importantly, she didn't run away. Lin Ling took a step forward and walked towards her. He said calmly, "I knew you would definitely come back. You're the first man to humiliate me. I'll use my entire life to take revenge for this." A gentle breeze blew through Longyang's long hair, revealing her beautiful face. However, her beautiful eyes were filled with determination. This was because being raped by Lin Ling in the past was her lifelong nightmare. "You're just harming yourself in the end." Lin Ling shook his head. He didn't sympathize with Longyang. If he didn't want to harm her, she wouldn't have ended up like this. However, to Lin Ling's surprise, Longyang's calmness had exceeded Lin Ling's expectations. Could it be that there was something else she was hiding? "Cultivator, you can't kill her." As expected, a man in a golden robe and a dragon crown slowly approached Qi Nan. He was also a martial saint, but one could faintly see a pair of dragon horns on his head. Dragon tribe. Seeing the middle-aged man, Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. However, he could sense that even though the middle-aged man was from the dragon tribe, he wasn't a peak expert. Otherwise, he would have shown himself a long time ago. This meant that he was intimidated by the incense burner in the old martial saint's hand. The heavenly court won't let the brocade dust saint's death go. Most importantly, the heavenly court knows that you, Lin Ling, are in the spirit state. It won't be long before the heavenly court sends out their experts to surround the spirit state. The middle-aged man said with his hands behind his back, "So, you might as well think about how to deal with the heavenly court's anger. Cultivator, I have to admit that you're really powerful. You dare to provoke the heavenly court alone and kill their experts again and again. However, the power of the entire heavenly court isn't something you can fight against. What are you trying to say? Lin Ling asked as he looked at the middle-aged man indifferently. The middle-aged man looked deeply at Lin Ling and said, I know that you have dragon bones on you. These dragon bones have been around for a long time and are no small matter. Most importantly, ordinary people don't have the ability to refine dragon bones. So, hand over your dragon bones and I'll ask the dragon tribe to help you. After learning that Lin Ling had taken Longyang's dragon god's bone, he was also shocked. There was actually such a capable person in this world. One must know that Dragon Mother's dragon god's bone was cultivated using a forbidden technique. It took her 49 years to cultivate it. To completely succeed, it would take her 81 years. Looking at Lin Ling, he had the dragon god's bone, but he didn't seem to need to cultivate any forbidden technique. The difference was too great. After all, dragons and humans were fundamentally different creatures. I refuse. Lin Ling shook his head directly. Then you're on your own. I'm taking Longyang with me. As a trade, I'll borrow the dragon tribe's power to buy time for you and let the heavenly court arrive a year later. How about it? The middle-aged man said. Why should I believe you? Moreover, I don't think you're capable of that. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and smiled. Haha. Hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately laughed mockingly, as if mocking Lin Ling for not knowing the power of the dragon tribe. Currently, the heavenly court is looking for a guy called Lin Ling in the entire 9 states. What if there are many Lin Ling in the 9 states? The middle-aged man suddenly said. His words made Lin Ling's eyes light up. He understood the middle-aged man's thoughts. At present, there weren't many people in the heavenly court who had seen Lin Ling. Therefore, they hadn't confirmed who the real Lin Ling was. The only thing they could do was to kill the wrong person and not let them go. However, if a large number of Lin Ling appeared in the 9 states, the heavenly court would definitely search for them one by one. By the time they finally found the spirit state, it would be a year later, and this was what the dragon tribe did. One had to admit that this could indeed buy some time. Alright, I promise you. Lin Ling immediately nodded. Deal. I'll take Longyang away. You, take care. Seeing an old friend again, at the same time, Xianxia and the others also rushed over. Xianxia frowned and asked, Disciple, can we trust his words? 60%. Lin Ling looked afar and said. In his eyes, the sky of the spirit state was filled with smoke because the enemy would arrive in a year's time. 60%, this means that the mysterious middle-aged man is keeping his promise. But we only have a year's time. Tantra Master frowned and his eyes lit up. Why don't we let Lin Ling become the realm monarch? If Lin Ling were to become the realm monarch, then he would be able to fully control the ancient power of the spirit state. At the very least, he would be able to stand his ground against the heaven court. After all, the ancient power of the Xian sect and Xian sect was combined while Lord Tantric only controlled half of the ancient power. It's too late. To become the realm monarch, one must ring the spirit state's divine bell and go through the Son of Heaven's mandate. The whole process will take 3 years. The Azure Dragon Hall saints also agreed with Lin Ling becoming the realm monarch. But in such a short period of time, it was too difficult. Take the Qing state for example, Lin Ling ringing the Qing state's divine bell and the third princess becoming the Qing monarch, it would take more than 3 years. Then what should we do? Everyone immediately started to panic. There's still a year's time, we don't need to panic. At this time, Xianxia said and everyone nodded. Lin Ling looked at the Tantra masters who were discussing and he felt warmth in his heart. He bowed to them and said, I'm sorry, I'm a burden to all of you. If it wasn't for him, the heaven court wouldn't have come to the spirit state. This was something that Lin Ling knew very well. What are you talking about? You're from the spirit state, you're being xenophobic. Let me tell you, Lin Ling's business is our business. Who knew that Tantra Master was angry, thinking that Lin Ling was treating them as outsiders? Disciple, your words are too harsh, I don't want to hear it. It was the same for the constellation clouds. This caused Lin Ling to bitterly smile. He felt extremely guilty because his master had treated him as one of his own, yet he had brought so much trouble to the spirit province. However, since it was caused by him, Lin Ling, would definitely solve it in exchange for a clean sky in the spirit state. I'll leave this sunshine ice heaven furnace in the spirit province. It can block the attacks of many saints, and it can even kill saints. This can also stall for more time. Then, Lin Ling looked into the distance, at the purple smoke in the corners of the spirit state. Can you really control that divine furnace? Xianxia and the others were shocked. Lin Ling smiled and did not explain anything. His gaze suddenly fell on a white-haired young man in the crowd. Meng Lu, can you do me a favor? Amidst the crowd, the cold Meng Lu smiled and nodded. Do your best. Although I can't fully resist the heavenly court, I should be able to resist a portion of their power. Thank you. Lin Ling said gratefully. He asked Meng Lu for help, of course, to invite the Tomb Guardians of the 9 States 10 Evils. Although not all of the Tomb Guardians would come, a small portion would be enough. Sigh, if only I could find Senior Lu Chen. Then, Lin Ling sighed softly. Senior Lu Chen was a big shot of the Creation Alliance. With his help, he would definitely not be afraid of the heavenly court. Unfortunately, Senior Lu Chen was elusive, and Lin Ling would not be able to find him. Moreover, Lin Ling realized that he had unknowingly begun to confront the heavenly court head-on. At night, Lin Ling sat cross-legged in a corner of the Tantric Sex Valley. Behind him, the ancient tree of Mount Yu swayed. Yu and the others were also cultivating. They wanted to use this short 1 year to increase their strength as much as possible. I'm currently at the first stage of the half-saint realm. I can defeat half-saints at the 5th stage, and I have all kinds of divine abilities. Lin Ling was evaluating his strength. His soul power had reached 7,000 steps, the celestial demon body had the power of 300 stages and the speed of 50 stages. On the other hand, his fire elemental energy center was much weaker, and the spacetime divine steel still could not unleash its full power. Otherwise, he would have been able to form the 5th Dantian. The calamity-destroying Sun Bao is currently my trump card. It would be great if I could use it for the 3rd time. Lin Ling said regretfully. However, he was not in a hurry. The divine abilities of the dragon tribe could not be learned in a short period of time. On the other hand, the scabbard, his trump card, was not very powerful at the moment. With only 30% of the demonic sword, it was obviously too weak to fight against intermediate and advanced half-saints, unless he found a new broken sword. Moreover, the headless old man did not seem to have much time left for him. I have to leave the spirit state temporarily. Lin Ling thought to himself. At the same time, his eyes lit up as he thought of the money that Li Xiaoyao had left behind at Fuxing Manor. He could take it out now. Next, he planned to leave the spirit state with Yu, Di Tian, and Meng Lu. They would go to the larger divine land to find cultivation resources. On the 2nd day, Lin Ling made a suggestion. Yu and the others agreed, but Xianxia and the others did not agree. However, knowing Lin Ling's character, they did not stop him. After Lin Ling and the others left the spirit state, they first went to Qing State and found that there were no major issues there. Then, Lin Ling decided to go to Yu State. Yu State was bigger, and the Fuxing Manor there would be able to obtain the treasures left behind by Li Xiaoyao. The treasures were actually not that big. This caused Li Xiaoyao to be too lazy to take them after he became stronger. However, to the current Lin Ling, it was a huge treasure. This was because there were many treasures of heaven and earth. If they were used to set up a formation and cooperate with the divine furnace, they would be able to kill gods and Buddhas. From the spirit state to Yu State, they had to travel for a month. Lin Ling and the others did not feel much pressure, so they were chatting happily. TSK, Yu State's divine dream has opened. There are countless treasures. Yes, Yu State is ranked 3rd in the 9 states, but it welcomes any cultivator from the 9 states. It's not like Yen State and Miao State. This is the territory of the gods. Ordinary people cannot approach. Moreover, Yu State's Emperor Yu is the most hospitable. While they were traveling, they could hear the cultivators discussing something. As they got closer to Yu State, Lin Ling and the others saw the Universal Inn. This was an inn built in the middle of the universe. It was extremely unique. Lin Ling was used to it. On the other hand, Yu and the others were curious. They stayed for 3 consecutive nights. Of course, while they were staying, Lin Ling also asked about their next destination. After another 3 days, they arrived at Yu State. On the surface, Yu State was similar to the spirit state. However, it was more vast and boundless. Moreover, there were all kinds of strong cultivators gathered there. State could also be called a business paradise. Moreover, there was only one city. The size of this city could be imagined. Lin Ling and the others entered the city and walked towards one of the branches of the Fuxing Manor. However, before they got close, they saw a familiar face. It was Sunset's Glory, the former vice manor master of Qing State's Fuxing Manor. Meeting a soulmate in a foreign land. What are you doing? You want me to go through so many procedures? Are you a pig? A crisp voice rang out from the entrance of Fuxing Manor. A man wearing a beast-shaped armor was reprimanding a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man lowered his head and smiled apologetically, looking very awkward. Dear customer, I'm just following the procedures. If you want to take the treasures from Fuxing Manor, you have to go through a certain examination. The middle-aged man said. And that was the rule. That was because Fuxing Manor was a place to store money, and it was also a place to store treasures. If one wanted to take out a treasure, one must have the corresponding method or key. However, the armored man did not take out the key and instead forced the middle-aged man to take out the treasure for him. This was obviously a little too much. Bullshit. I'm telling you, you better hand over all the treasures from the Xian to the 250th word. Otherwise, don't blame me for whipping you. The armored man snorted coldly and raised his hand. Sir, I can't do that. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and continued to speak with a smile. Pa, a crisp slap landed heavily on the middle-aged man's face. Dog, you dog, why aren't you obediently doing your job? The armored man reprimanded after slapping him. Slapping the faces of the people from Fuxing Manor in public was undoubtedly an extremely honorable thing to do. Therefore, although the man looked angry, his face was also filled with pride. As for the middle-aged man, he gritted his teeth but didn't dare to do anything. He continued to smile and salute. It seems that you still don't know your identity. You're just a servant, a dog. That man raised his hand again, as if he was about to hit, but at this moment, an old man wearing a brocade robe walked out from the magnificent door. Behind him were two attendants. They looked like people from Fuxing Manor. Sunset Glory, what are you doing? After walking out, the old man first shouted at the middle-aged man. Manager, this person wants to take his treasure, but he didn't provide a key or password, so I have to follow the rules. The middle-aged man bowed to the old man. Hearing this, the old man frowned. You're really a useless fellow. You've been in Fuxing Manor for so many years, but you can't even handle such a small matter. In my opinion, you shouldn't have come to Yuzhou. You should have stayed in Qingzhou, that small place, and continued to be the deputy manor lord. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at the armored man and smiled. I wonder if this little friend can provide the purple gold jade pendant? Sure, but your Fuxing Manor makes me very unhappy. If I take out the purple gold jade pendant, I will make this dog kneel down and apologize on the streets. The armored man replied with a cold snort. It doesn't matter. This person doesn't know how to do things and has no achievements in Fuxing Manor. Don't even mention kneeling down and apologizing. Even if you break one of his arms, Fuxing Manor will not stop you. The old man laughed. These words caused the middle-aged man's pupils to narrow. The surrounding people also sighed and shook their heads. It seemed like there was a difference in status in Fuxing Manor. The middle-aged man's status was obviously lower than that of a dog's because he had no achievements in Fuxing Manor. Open your dog eyes and look. Next, the armored man waved his right hand and a purple gold jade pendant appeared. The word Fu was engraved on it and it looked extremely exquisite. A purple gold jade pendant, TSK, this is a higher status than a jade pendant. I didn't expect this person to be a purple gold VIP of Fuxing Manor. That middle-aged man has eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. However, no matter how I look at it, I feel that the armored man did it on purpose. Perhaps, he wants to find a way to prove his superiority. The surrounding people started to discuss animatedly. As a guest of Fuxing Manor, they were also divided into grades. There were black and white, gold and purple jade pendant grades. Above that, there were black and white, gold and purple jade pendant grades. The jade pendant was obviously of a higher grade than the jade pendant. According to legend, there were king grade, emperor grade, and honorable grade spirit tablets. Of course, this only appeared in legends. Luo Riyao, look at what you've done. You're really a piece of dog shit. You've just been transferred to Yuzhou and you can't even handle such a small matter. What's the use of you? In my opinion, Yuzhou is not suitable for you. You'd better go back to your hometown. After seeing the purple gold jade pendant, the old man looked at Luo Riyao and scolded him badly. Luo Riyao could only clench his teeth and lower his head. He was also cursing in his heart. He had just arrived at Yuzhou, and what good results did he have that made the people of Fuxing Manor look down on him and suppress him? Kneel down and apologize. Kneel down. The old man was also a member of Fuxing Manor. However, he obviously did not intend to help him. He even wanted Luo Riyao to be driven away. Yes, I'm a purple gold VIP. You've offended me and you're still not kneeling down and apologizing? Sigh. The armored man crossed his arms and said lazily, let me tell you, I'm an escort of the Godly Escort Mansion. I've always been in charge of escorts in Jiuzhou. I've stored a lot of treasures and money in Fuxing Manor. So, if you offend me, you've offended a VIP. Sigh. Godly Escort Mansion? I didn't expect this guy to have such a big background. Sigh. No wonder this guy is so arrogant. He's just showing off his superiority. Sigh. Yes, the Godly Escort Mansion is an escort mansion in Jiuzhou. The escorts there are ordinary martial artists. As long as they succeed in escorting their escorts, they'll be able to reach the sky in one step. From an ordinary person, they'll suddenly become a saint. Naturally, they want to get back all the grievances they've suffered. Poor middle-aged man. He's obviously a punching bag. Sigh. Around the streets, there were even more whispers. Why aren't you kneeling down? Sigh. The armored man's nostrils were almost facing the sky. I'll endure it. If I do a big business in the future, I'll definitely pay you back 10 times. Sigh. Luo Riyao cursed in his heart. He walked out with a smile on his face. Then, he swept a glance at the gloating faces on the street and sighed again. When a tiger goes down to the plains, he'll be bullied by dogs. If he stayed in Qingzhou, he could live a good life. However, people always want to go higher. When he came to Yuzhou, he immediately turned from a local tyrant to a slave. Now, he even had to kneel down to some trash. However, he was also a person who wanted to do big things. He endured the humiliation and immediately knelt down. However, when his knee was about to touch the ground, a foot suddenly stopped him. Is there a need to? At the same time, an indifferent voice rang in Luo Riyao's ears. This voice made Luo Riyao stunned. He suddenly raised his head and saw a man wearing a large cloak standing quietly in front of him under the dazzling sun. Under the brim of the hat, there was a familiar smile. Lin Ling. Luo Riyao's whole body shook. Hee hee, old ghost, I didn't expect us to meet again. A voice quietly came from afar. Luo Riyao looked over and immediately smiled excitedly. It was Disher Tian, Meng Lu. Tears almost flowed out of Luo Riyao's eyes. In Yuzhou, a place where dragons and snakes mixed together, Luo Riyao was able to meet someone from Qingzhou. It was tantamount to meeting a bosom friend in a foreign land. Moreover, this person was Emperor Qing behind Qingzhou. Without waiting for him to calm down, Lin Ling had already helped him up. Luo Riyao's expression changed slightly. He looked at the old man from Fuxing Manor with fear. After picking the manager, it was time to pick the deputy manor head. Sunset Glory, who told you to get up? Don't you want to stay in Fuxing Manor anymore? The old man reprimanded. His words made Luo Riyao tremble. I'll call him. However, at this moment, Lin Ling also spoke up. Luo's face was full of disbelief. Although Lin Ling was the Emperor Qing behind the scenes, this was Yuzhou. You called him? The old man's gaze swept over, and the disdain in his eyes grew even stronger. This young man was very young, and his strength was not strong. He did not understand where his courage came from. Old man, who do you think you are? You actually want my friend to kneel? Lin Ling also arrived in front of the old man and glanced at him. He realized that the old man was in the Saint Realm. As expected, there were many Saint Realm experts in Yu province. However, he was not too afraid. After all, this was Fuheng Manor. In this place, one's strength was not important, but one's status. Haha, little fellow, are you talking to me? Hearing this, the old man couldn't help but laugh loudly. He was laughing at Lin Ling's ignorance. At the side, the armored man also laughed mockingly. Instead, he began to explain, this person is the manager. His status is only below the vice villa master. You're saying that he doesn't have the qualifications? Also, that unlucky bastard is just a servant. To put it bluntly, he's just a lowly dog. Do you think they can compare? As soon as he finished speaking, the armored man laughed out loud. The entire street was filled with laughter at this moment. Lin Ling, on the other hand, didn't know what they were laughing about. Who said he was a dog? He asked curiously. Where did the rules come from to prove that he was a servant? Hearing this, the old man laughed even louder, not bothering to explain anything. Luo Riyao smiled bitterly and said, Lin Ling, in Fuxing Manor, one's status is evaluated based on one's contribution to Fuxing Manor. I just came here, so I don't have any customers. That manager has been in Yuzhou for many years and has countless customers, so his position is higher than mine. You dog, at least you know your place. Hearing this, the old man nodded and spoke. I see. Lin Ling suddenly nodded and said thoughtfully, this also means that in Fuxing Manor, the guests are gods and have the highest authority. Is that so? If it's a high-ranking guest, that is indeed the case. Even if the deputy manor master is here, he must treat the guest like an emperor. Luo Riyao immediately nodded and said. Don't tell me you want to tell me? Are you a noble guest? At this time, the old man sized up Lin Ling's group with a disdainful gaze. These people were at most a platinum-ranked jade token customer, they probably hadn't even reached the jade pendant level. Excuse me, how many times have you been to Yuzhou's Fuxing Manor? Lin Ling shrugged. It's my first time here. Lin Ling shrugged and said, it's my first time. Then let me ask you again, do you have the jade pendant? The armored man couldn't help but laugh again. It seemed like this guy was as idiotic as Luo Riyao. There's no pendant at all. Lin Ling said honestly. As soon as he finished his words, the streets burst into laughter. It was as if they were going to overturn Yuzhou City. These people were indeed from the countryside. They didn't have anything and didn't know anything. The most important thing was that they dared to speak with such confidence. One had to say that the ignorant were fearless. While the crowd was laughing, Lin Ling had already walked toward the old man and slapped him. Slap, the crisp sound of the slap was heard. It directly stunned the old man and made the laughter on the street disappear instantly. The old man's eyes narrowed. I'm here for some business. Who asked you to stop me? Also, do you have the right to stop me? After the slap, Lin Ling said indifferently. The old man was stunned again. Although the guests have a godlike status in Fuxing Manor, that's only for the high-ranking guests. It doesn't include a first-time visitor like you who doesn't have the jade pendant with you. Now, you dare to hit me? Are you trying to say that I'm not qualified to serve you with my status? The old man was so angry that he laughed. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many people around and he didn't want to ruin the reputation of Fuxing Manor, he would have already killed this young man. You are indeed not qualified. However, Lin Ling said indifferently. His words made the street even more silent. Haha. Beside him, the armored man looked as if he had seen the funniest joke in the world. He held his stomach and said, Are you trying to say that only the deputy manor master is qualified to serve you? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling shook his head and said, Not even the deputy manor master is qualified. The crowd on the street was dumbfounded. How arrogant was he? Only then did he dare to say such words. One had to know that the deputy manor master of Fuxing Manor in Yuzhou was an extraordinary existence. He was at the peak of the sage realm. Not to mention Lin Ling, this young man, even if a sage came, the deputy manor master wouldn't need to show any respect. It seems like you're dead meat. The old man kept shaking his head and pronounced Lin Ling's death sentence. Although Fuxing Manor treated its guests like gods, the premise was that Lin Ling was a guest. Now, it seemed that Lin Ling wasn't a guest at all. What are you doing? It seemed that the noise at the entrance had attracted the attention of Fuxing Manor. Therefore, a dignified middle-aged man walked out of the magnificent entrance. Moreover, many guests walked out of Fuxing Manor as well. After so many years in Fuxing Manor, very few people dared to make such a ruckus at the entrance. Deputy Manor Master. Seeing this, the old man's expression changed. So did Luo Riyao. The middle-aged man frowned slightly. He looked dignified without being angry. The old man hurriedly said, "It's Luo Riyao. His friend is causing trouble here." He took the initiative to criticize Luo Riyao. If the deputy manor master was angry, then Luo Riyao would definitely be chased out of Fuxing Manor. Hearing this, the middle-aged man looked at Luo Riyao with cold eyes. The latter's heart trembled subconsciously. "Your manor master Fu?" However, before the middle-aged man could speak, Lin Ling had already looked at him and walked towards him slowly. The deputy manor master was puzzled. What was this young man, who was only at the first heaven of the half-saint realm, trying to do? Slap. The crisp sound of a slap was heard again. Lin Ling told him what he was doing. He was slapping the deputy manor master's face. This slap was like a slap to everyone's heart. Everyone subconsciously touched their faces, which were filled with fear. As for Luo Riyao, he was stunned. Slapping the deputy manor master's face? Slapping a saint's face? And at the entrance of Fuxing Manor? Most importantly, slapping the deputy manor master. After slapping the manor master, his legs turned to jelly and he almost knelt on the ground in fright. He could foresee the future. This group of people would definitely die. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha ha. Ha ha. The old man was laughing. He was laughing at Lin Ling's craziness. He was laughing at Lin Ling's insanity. It was fine to slap him, but he even slapped the deputy manor master. He knew that Luo Riyao must be regretting it so much that his intestines turned green. Just as he was about to speak, the deputy manor master stretched out his hand to stop him. Instead, he looked at Lin Ling and said, "Do you know what the Fuxing Manor relied on to survive for so many years?" Haha, do you know what the Fuxing Manor relied on to spread throughout the 9 prefectures? Do you know? Do you know what the Fuxing Manor relied on to gain the respect of the 9 prefectures? Do you know? Translator, Transin editor, Transin seeing an order is like seeing a god. That's right, but it doesn't mean that everyone is a guest. Let me tell you, the reason why Fuxing Manor has been passed down for so many years is because of its inviolable strength. Boom. After the vice manor master finished speaking, a terrifying amount of boundary essence was already brewing in his palm. He wanted to kill Lin Ling in front of Fuxing Manor's gate. He wanted to let everyone who entered Fuxing Manor know that although they treated their guests like gods, not everyone could humiliate Fuxing Manor. This also meant that not everyone was a god. Die, die, it's best if you can kill Luo Riyao too. He has someone backing him up in Fuxing Manor, but this time, those people can't protect him. Boom. The old man beside him was extremely excited. Obviously, he couldn't wait for Luo Riyao to die. In fact, the vice manor master had already made his move. However, Lin Ling was still standing there like a pine tree. Instead, he stretched out his right hand and drew something in front of him. Suddenly, a complicated and mysterious mark appeared quietly. Finally, a mark as big as a stone mill floated in front of Lin Ling. That imprint made the old man laugh even louder. Was this kid crazy? The knife was already at his neck, and he was still drawing. Even the people around the street were dumbfounded. They could even imagine the scene of blood splattering on the street. Seeing an order is like seeing a god. However, at this moment, a majestic voice came out from Lin Ling's mouth. At the same time, the sage's attack arrived. It blew Lin Ling's long hair wildly. Death seemed to have arrived. However, at the crucial moment, the palm stopped abruptly. The vice manor master's pupils were trembling as he stared at the mysterious mark. Seeing an order is like seeing a god. This sentence caused his heart to tremble. Unfortunately, except for him, no one else could understand that mysterious mark. Even the old man kept clamoring, occasionally shaking his head and sighing, what a pity for such a young man. Slap, however, before he finished sighing, Lin Ling's palm landed on the vice manor master's face again. The vice manor master didn't dare to fight back at all and bowed in respect. At this moment, it was as if he had seen a god. This attitude, this change, made everyone dumbfounded, dizzy, and almost drunk. Not only did that ignorant person of the younger generation not die, he even gave the vice villa master another slap. most importantly, the Vice Manor Lord was actually bowing, even Sunset Dazzling felt like he was dreaming. He looked at Lin Ling and realized that Lin Ling was standing there with one hand behind his back, looking like a god. Are the 13 blessings still around? Ignoring the gazes around him, Lin Ling spoke indifferently. Replying to the guest, Lord 13 Blessings is still here. He is in Yen state. The Vice Manor Lord didn't dare to be negligent and said respectfully. At this moment, his heart was rumbling like thunder. This was because the mark Lin Ling had inscribed on the Fortune Merchant Manor's divine token had surpassed the jade token and jade pendant, surpassing the purple gold and platinum divine token. It was a divine token that stood at the pinnacle of the Fortune Merchant Manor. Unlike ordinary jade pendants, this kind of customer didn't need to wear anything. They only needed to carve the corresponding mark. This was because these customers had a long history, and some of them were experts from the era of deities. A mere jade pendant couldn't be preserved for so long, and such a customer could only be seen once in 100 years in the Fortune Merchant Manor. This also meant that this godlike customer had left a precious treasure in the Fortune Merchant Manor. Normally, the one who received him was the strongest Fortune Merchant Manor, 36 blessings. Since I am in Yen state, I will reluctantly let you receive me. Previously, I gave you 2 slaps. Do you accept it? Lin Ling said again. Yes, I accept it. I hope that you can be magnanimous and forgive Lin Nanshan's mistake. The Vice Manor Lord could only bow respectfully. However, I am still not convinced. You can't do things more than 3 times. You still owe me a slap. Should I be the one to slap you? Do it yourself. Lin Ling said. I don't dare to trouble you. I will do it myself. The Vice Manor Lord's heart trembled, and he slapped heavily. Puff, several teeth were shot to the ground by that slap. From this, it could be seen how powerful that slap was. This made the street even more silent. The old man, who was still laughing, was dumbfounded. As for the gloating armored man, his face was incomparably pale. Vice Manor Lord, what happened? He is just a young man who is still wet behind the ears. After shaking his head, the old man asked in fear. Our Fortune Merchant Manor treats our guests like gods, but in recent years, there have been very few godlike guests. But today, we are lucky to have one. And he is? The Vice Manor Lord immediately replied. Him? Hearing this, the old man's heart thumped. He asked again, does he have a King Divine token? No, he is above the King Divine token, the Imperial Divine token. When he heard the last sentence, the old man's heart almost jumped out of his body. How could this be? How could an Imperial Divine token appear in the hands of a young man? His expression kept changing. Then, he knelt down with a thud and crawled toward Lin Ling. Dear guest, you're a magnanimous person. I was wrong. I don't dare to trouble you. I'll give myself 300 slaps. If there's one less, you can break my legs. The change in his attitude could be said to be 180 degrees. At this moment, he was like a slave who had seen a god. Lin Ling smiled and stepped on the old man's shoulder. You are really a wretch. That's right, I am a wretch. The old man said with a smile. Then, he slapped himself countless times. His beard had all been knocked off, his teeth had all been knocked out. You seem to be the owner of the purple gold jade token. I wonder if I can make you kneel down. As Lin Ling stepped on the old man, he looked at the armored man and asked. To him, Luo Riyao was his benefactor. If he dared to make Luo Riyao kneel down and apologize, it would be a humiliation to him, Lin Ling. He had to avenge Luo Riyao. I am not from the Fortune Merchant Manor. You have no right to order me. The armored man's heart trembled, but he said firmly, I am from the Godly Escort Manor. I am someone you can't afford to offend. Although he was very prideful, anyone could tell that he had a guilty conscience when he said the last sentence. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled and did not say anything. However, his eyes were looking at the armored man calmly, his eyes were majestic, as if he was a god. Plop. In the end, the armored man's heart collapsed and he knelt down. Although Lin Ling did not have the right to order him, Lin Ling had an imperial-grade divine token. His background was definitely not to be underestimated. Most importantly, he felt that even if he refused, the deputy manor head would still take action against him. Although the fortune merchant manor treated their guests as if they were gods, it was obvious that he was not as good as Lin Ling. Trash, I thought he had a backbone. In the end, he knelt down just by looking at him. The surrounding people said with disdain. Subsequently, their gazes all turned towards Lin Ling. They had never imagined that this ordinary-looking young man would actually have such a powerful background. Now, the person receiving me is Luo Riyao. Is this okay? Take back the treasure. Yes, this is Luo Riyao's good fortune. After today, he will be the manager of Fuxing Manor. The vice villa master immediately said with a smile. Then he looked at Luo Riyao and said in a dignified manner, Luo Riyao, you have met a noble person, why aren't you greeting the noble guest? After he finished speaking, he felt that his tone was too dignified. He quickly slapped himself and said with a smile, don't mind my tone. I'm a little used to it. I hope that you can put in a good word for me when you return to the headquarters. One had to know that imperial-level divine decrees were usually received by the 36 blessings of the headquarters. If an ordinary person could receive one, then they would be able to reach the heavens in a single step and be promoted to an official rank. It could be said that even if he did not receive a single guest in the Yuzhou branch of Sunset Shine, as long as he had Lin Ling, he would be a high-level manager. In other words, Luo Riyao's status would be higher than his in the future. At this moment, Sunset Sun stood there in a daze. As if he was dreaming, he had been here for several years and had always been a lowly existence. But now, he soared into the sky with a single step and his status was even higher than the vice manor lords. Congratulations, Sunset Glory, you finally made it. I'm afraid that it won't be long before you become a manor lord. Many people from Fuxing Manor were smart people. They walked out with smiles on their faces and congratulated Sunset Brilliance politely. Of course, their eyes were filled with envy. Congratulations to you. Luo Riyao finally reacted and laughed excitedly. Then, he looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and said, they treat me like a god. You don't have to. As soon as Lin Ling said that, the vice manor lord immediately knew the relationship between Lin Ling and Luo Riyao. He had already secretly made up his mind that after tomorrow, he would definitely curry favor with Luo Riyao. Go in. After that, Lin Ling took the lead and walked into Fuxing Manor. Both of you, kneel down before I come out. When the voice entered the two old men's ears, their wry smiles became even stronger, especially the old man. He had already finished 300 slaps, but he couldn't help but slap himself again. That was because he had missed an important guest. He regretted it. He was filled with hatred. Why couldn't they recognize Mount Tai? Divine guests only appeared once in 100 years, and they usually only appeared in the Yen state and Miao state. Today, such good luck appeared in front of him, but he missed it. After entering Fuxing Manor, the entire Fuxing Manor was respectful and courteous, and Lin Ling also treated them with indifference. On the contrary, Yu and Sakura were still in shock. They didn't expect Lin Ling to have such a high status in Fuxing Manor. Long story short, I'm here today to take the treasure. In the end, they arrived at a large hall. Lin Ling spoke briefly to the vice manor lord. The vice manor lord nodded and led Lin Ling to a secret chamber. This secret chamber was extremely spacious and was surrounded by powerful enchantments that isolated everything from the outside world. This is the highest level sealed cave abode in Fuxing Manor. After so many years, this is the first time my branch has been opened. The vice manor lord exclaimed. Lin Ling nodded and said, you may leave. Yes, guest. If you need any help, please let me know. The vice manor lord quickly left. After all, they had no right to know what the treasure left behind by the guest was. In the secret chamber, Lin Ling sighed as he looked at the empty sky. Then, he formed a complicated seal with both hands. This was the key to opening the treasure. After so many years, the treasure left behind by Li Xiaoyao can finally be taken out today. Rumble, the void rumbled and then shattered like glass. A void space appeared, and Lin Ling walked in. Inside, the spiritual energy was extremely dense. Even after countless years, the treasures on the ground still hadn't changed much. This was the advantage of having an emperor-level guest. The treasure stored could remain unchanged for thousands of years. As for the treasures, there were many rare heavenly treasures and countless royal crystals. With these heavenly treasures, I can set up a powerful enchantment to protect the spirit state. Sigh. Lin Ling let out a light breath. In order to fight against the heavenly court, he had gone all out. After collecting all the treasures, Lin Ling left the secret chamber. Outside the secret chamber, the Vice Manor Lord had been waiting there. After seeing Lin Ling, he immediately bowed. Of course, he didn't dare to ask Lin Ling what he took. That was beyond his authority. I wonder if this guest can meet Lord 36 Blessings? Sigh. The Vice Manor Lord said with a smile. I'm not free for the time being. Sigh. Lin Ling shook his head and refused. He wasn't sure if Martial God Qilin was paying attention to the treasure because Li Xiaoyao had mentioned it to Martial God Qilin in the past. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, it was better to leave immediately. By the way, has anything big happened in Yu State recently? Sigh. Lin Ling walked along the corridor with the Vice Manor Lord as he asked. If it's a big matter, then the divine dream has opened. This has been the rule of Yu State for hundreds of years. In the 9 states, except for the Yen State and Miao State, everyone can participate. Of course, the prerequisite is that you must have a certain background. The Vice Manor Lord said. Oh, what's so special about this divine dream? Lin Ling asked curiously. It's a land of God's treasures. However, saints can't enter. There are countless treasures inside. TSK, if I wasn't a saint, I would also want to participate. A land of such great treasures? Emperor Yu actually announced it to the public? Although it seems like Emperor Yu has suffered a loss by announcing the divine dream to the public, in fact, the arrival of the powerhouses of the 9 states will also stimulate the trade of Yu State. This will be more beneficial to Emperor Yu. After all, Yu State is the largest trade center of the 9 states. The Vice Manor Lord said with a smile. That's true. By the way, can the Vice Manor Lord help us get some identities? Lin Ling was obviously looking forward to the divine dreamland. Although he had obtained a large amount of treasures, the amount of treasures needed to arrange a powerful ancient barrier array was beyond his imagination. Moreover, he needed to burn money for his cultivation, therefore, it was better to be prepared. No problem. When the two arrived at the main hall, they saw Yu and the others chatting with Sunset Brilliance. When Sunset Brilliance saw Lin Ling, he immediately bowed respectfully. Previously, through the conversation between Yu and the others, he learned that Lin Ling had become a realm emperor. This greatly shocked him. One had to know that although the Azure State seemed to be the world of the third princess, everyone knew that behind the Azure Emperor was a retired emperor, and that was Lin Ling. Now, Lin Ling was already the god emperor of 2 divine lands. He couldn't imagine what Lin Ling had experienced in the spirit state. Moreover, he sighed in his heart. This was because when he first met Lin Ling, he knew that this child's name would shake the 9 states. He didn't expect that today, his prophecy would come true. As for Lin Ling's future, perhaps the sky was the limit. Yu, we're going to the divine dreamland. Since we've encountered such a grand event, we naturally can't miss it. Divine dreamland? Colliding with the powerhouses of the 9 states? Interesting. Colliding with the powerhouses of the 9 states is a minor matter. Instead, obtaining harvests is a major matter. Don't forget, we only have a year. Good. Lin Ling, this time we'll definitely reap a great harvest. After some discussion, everyone agreed to go to the divine dreamland. This was because this was an opportunity that was delivered to their doorstep. I'm going too. Sunset Brilliance wasn't a saint, so he naturally wouldn't miss out on this opportunity. Let's go together. With the reputation of the Azure State and Spirit State, we'll clean out the divine dreamland. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. His words caused the Vice Manor Lord's eyes to twitch. A foreboding feeling rose in his heart. The divine dreamland opened. In front of the Vice Villa Master's surprised eyes, Lin Ling and the others had already left. After arriving at the city, Lin Ling and the others didn't have time to stroll around. They found an inn and settled down, quietly waiting for the divine dreamland to open. Moreover, Lin Ling knew that when the divine dream opened, they would have to face all the half-saints of the 9 provinces. Thus, in order to increase everyone's strength, Lin Ling had refined a massive number of spirit symbols. These spirit symbols were similar to the ones Lin Ling obtained from the 8 gods' heavenly palace. They were not weak at all, however, the materials needed to refine these spirit symbols were priceless. In the past, Lin Ling didn't have so much money. But after obtaining Li Xiaoya's treasures, Lin Ling was able to afford it, and most importantly, if the harvests he obtained in the divine dream were greater, then Lin Ling would have profited. Thunder note symbol, first note symbol, middle note symbol, final note symbol. With my current materials, I can refine middle note symbols. A spirit symbol is equal to an early half-saint's all-out attack. Moreover, if I refine a final note symbol, I can refine 6. Storm note symbol. It can increase the speed of 10 worlds. It is also divided into different grades. The highest grade is 30 worlds. Origin flame break note symbol. It is divided into primal, ancient, and absolute. It can ignite the flame of divinity and its strength is equal to a 5th level half-saint's all-out attack. In the end, Lin Ling's eyes became increasingly bright. His hands constantly formed enchantments, burning materials with the flames of space and time to refine spirit symbols. This caused Lin Ling to sigh with emotion. A martial artist's cultivation was, in truth, burning money. With money came strength. Of course, these spirit symbols were consumable items. Unless one was truly rich, the average person wouldn't be willing to refine them. This was because a truly powerful martial artist believed in their own strength. They would rather use cultivation resources to cultivate than use them on one-time use treasures. Time quietly passed. A massive number of spirit symbols began to float out from Lin Ling's body. His forehead was dripping with sweat. Even though his soul force had been greatly enhanced and he had regained all his memories, refining these spirit symbols still left him exhausted. Apart from the materials needed to set up the formation and the emperor crystals needed for cultivation, all the materials have been used up. After a long time, Lin Ling looked at the colorful talismans around him and nodded in satisfaction. Now, he could only hope that the divine dreamland would have a great harvest. The next day, Lin Ling called Yu and the others over and distributed the talismans to everyone. Second brother? Aren't these the talismans we snatched from the 8 gods' heavenly palace and Dragon Tooth City? Indra looked familiar and immediately exclaimed. Hee, big brother, those spirit talismans can only enter the initial stage of the half-sage realm. How can they be compared with my spirit talismans? The strongest spirit talisman that I have refined can injure an expert of the 5th layer of the half-sage realm. Moreover, the spirit talismans of the late stage of the half-sage realm can be used at the same time. Lin Ling said with a smile. Yu and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Especially Xianxia. She wasn't even a half-step saint, but she could defeat a half-step saint? However, these spirit talismans can only be used once. Unless it is a critical moment, do not use them carelessly. Lin Ling exhorted again. Everyone nodded. Powerful treasures also had their disadvantages, and that was that they couldn't be used too many times. Before long, Sunset Shine also rushed back. Where is Lin Ling? He hasn't left seclusion yet? The divine dreamland is about to open. If we don't register now, then it will be too late. Just as he finished speaking, he saw Lin Ling and couldn't help but smile. Lin Ling also gave some souls to Sunset Shine. He reminded him that the goal of this trip was to seize the treasures of the divine dreamland. The more the better. 1 year from now, the spirit province will welcome the iron hooves of the heavenly court. Thus, in this year, we must forge the spirit province into an iron plate. Okay, I will not disappoint you. Sunset Shine also understood the situation of the spirit province. He immediately nodded. Soon, everyone left the inn. When they arrived outside, they saw that the Yu province was extremely lively. Many half-step saints and half-step saints had appeared on the streets and were gathering in one direction. So many experts. Look under that flag, there is not a single martial immortal realm expert. Sakura swept his gaze across the crowd and saw a large group of people proudly walking forward. The person in the lead was holding a flag that shone with boundless radiance. Those are people from the Divine Escort Mansion. They are a huge escort agency that is spread throughout the 9 prefectures. Sunset Shine explained. The Divine Escort Mansion was a gathering place for escorts. Anyone could join and receive missions from the agency in exchange for rewards. Moreover, the divine escort mansion was extremely united. If something happened to any of them, the nearby escorts would come to help. It was because of this that the divine escort mansion was able to gain a firm foothold in the 9 prefectures. I didn't expect there to be an escort agency in the 9 prefectures. Sakura sighed with emotion. That's for sure. The 9 prefectures are vast and boundless. There are countless dangerous places. If a martial artist is lucky enough to obtain a treasure, he can't guarantee that he will be able to bring it back safely. Therefore, at this time, he has to rely on the escort agency. The escort agency can travel throughout the 9 prefectures and complete missions that ordinary people can't. Sunset Shine said. Moreover, anyone can join the escort agency. The minimum requirement is to be a martial immortal realm expert. If you can complete missions repeatedly, you can become a gold-tier escort and be valued by the divine escort mansion. Everyone listened as they walked. Soon, they saw another group of powerful martial artists. Flying Dragon Organization. The leader of the group of martial artists held a black silk banner with a winged flying dragon embroidered on it. Assassin Organization. Lin Ling and the others' eyes flashed. It was another great force that was spread throughout the 9 prefectures. Our Fortune Manor also has people participating in the Divine Dream competition. Moreover, the Heavenly Court also has people participating. Generally speaking, as long as there is a famous force in the 9 prefectures, they won't miss such a grand event. Look over there, that is the Yu family. They are also the bloodline of Emperor Yu. And over there, that is the descendant of Divine Moon. Those are the people of Xiankong Island. As they walked forwards, Sunset Brilliance constantly explained, causing Sakura and the others to have solemn expressions. With the half-saints of the 9 prefectures gathered here, powerhouses were truly as common as clouds. I wonder if any of the 9 prefectures' 10 vicious are participating. I'm sure there are, but they're hidden in the crowd. Before long, Lin Ling and the others arrived at a wide square. There was a neat line in the square. Everyone was registering to enter the Divine Dream competition. My sect said that as long as I can obtain a great harvest in the Divine Dream competition, my sect will marry my junior apprentice sister to me. I really envy you. But, my family also said that as long as I can obtain a harvest, my family will not teach me any martial arts. I will be allowed to choose one. You state's Divine Dream competition, that is a place where one can soar to the heavens. The square was extremely lively. Everyone was happily chatting with each other. The Divine Dream competition is a ruin left behind by a god. Wow, hearing the voices all around him, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He lined up with Yu and the others. Out of the way, we are Empyrean Dark North's people. If you don't want to die, then get out of here. Confusion. Empyrean Dark North? Just a bunch of clowns. You should see just how many powerhouses have gathered here. Someone suddenly sneered, his words causing the group of people to be stunned. Then, they no longer dared to be arrogant. This was because they could see that the heroes of the 9 provinces had gathered here. There were royal families left behind by gods, descendants of the 100 great bloodlines, and even influences that spread throughout the 9 provinces. Their Dark North Empyrean mansion clearly couldn't dominate this place. This way. The man in the lead clenched his teeth. Then, he chose a relatively low-key group and lined up. Scram. There were many groups in the square, but that didn't mean they couldn't provoke any of them. The group in front of him clearly had an ordinary background. In Lin Ling's group, many people frowned. They clenched their teeth and moved aside, lining up once more. This caused Empyrean Dark North's group to reveal proud smiles. Yo, where are the beauties? How about you join us? You bunch of men, get out of my way. Before long, the group of people arrived behind Lin Ling. The man in the lead narrowed his eyes as he spoke. This caused Dreamflow and the others to frown. They had never heard of Empyrean Dark North before. Perhaps he was from some great influence of the 9 provinces. But to tell them to scram? This was far too overbearing. I'll give you a chance. Scram. Sakura immediately said. These words caused Empyrean Dark North's group to be stunned. Moreover, those around them also frowned. They had also seen Lin Ling's group. Their strength was ordinary. In this divine dreamland, they could be called the weakest existences. After all, they didn't even have a 5th-level half-saint. To call them passers-by was already giving them enough face, but who knew that this group of people would actually tell Empyrean Darknorth's group to scram? Although Empyrean Darknorth's group wasn't strong, there were many of them. Moreover, they had a 5th-level half-saint. Say that again. The man in the lead coldly said. The people behind him also began to stir. Scram, scram, scram. However, just as they finished speaking, Sakura had already shouted scram 3 times. In any case, their origins were ordinary and no one recognized them. Even if they provoked some great influence, they might not be able to find them. Thus, Sakura was so unscrupulous. Hearing this, those from Darknorth Heavenly Mansion laughed. This was a mocking sneer. Very good. If some great influence told me to scram, then I would accept it. But you? Do you think you are some great influence? The man in the lead had already walked out. His surging realm essence was like a tide. Whoosh, but at this time, and Darknorth is, the man in the face, the Darknorth in the next moment, the Dark North, the Dark North, Dark North, Dark North, Dark North, Dark North, Dark North of him. He was a cultivator at the 5th level of the half-saint realm, yet he was being threatened by a single sword strike. For a time, he Dark North. Oh my god, that young man seems to be at the 1st level of the half-saint realm. To Dark North 10 to Dark North. To you too. It. Of Dark North. The 9 prefectures are boundless. There are all kinds of people. That guy might be from one of the 100 great bloodlines or a descendant of a deity. The surrounding experts began to whisper among themselves. Their words were filled with shock. To them, although it was rare for a 1st heaven half-saint to defeat a 5th heaven half-saint, it was still possible. However, to subdue the Empyrean Darknorth in one move was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Speak. Why are you not speaking? Lin Ling pointed at the Empyrean Darknorth with his sword in hand and said. The Empyrean Darknorth's face turned pale. He could not say a word. I'll let you speak. However, Lin Ling forced the Empyrean Darknorth to speak. Most importantly, the Empyrean Darknorth had called Yu and the rest beautiful. He had even asked Yu and the rest to accompany this group of men. This had touched Lin Ling's reverse scale. I don't know what to say. The Empyrean Darknorth said fearfully. He had no choice but to lower his head when he was threatened by the sword. Since you don't know what to say, sing a song. Sing with a smile. Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he spoke again. Sing? The Empyrean Darknorth's eyes narrowed. There were so many people watching. Was he going to sing? Clang. However, in the next moment, Lin Ling's sword was even closer to his neck. The cold air directly cut through the Empyrean Darknorth's skin, causing fresh blood to gush out. Little boy, carrying that bag to school, I'm not afraid of the sun or the wind and rain. I'm only afraid that the teacher will scold me for being lazy and uneducated. I'm too ashamed to face my parents. Clang 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 clang. Instantly, the Empyrean Darknorth's sobbing voice rang out. However, the Empyrean Darknorth's face actually revealed a smile. Perhaps it was a smile that was uglier than crying. The Empyrean Darknorth fell silent. Following that, many people covered their mouths and laughed. In the end, some people couldn't help but laugh out loud. He really sang. Moreover, he actually sang such a children's song? What a terrible song. Lin Ling also laughed. Then, he kicked the Empyrean Darknorth's face and sent him flying. If you all want to sing, you can stay. Lin Ling looked at the Empyrean Darknorth's people and said. We won't sing, we won't sing. The Empyrean Darknorth's people fled in terror. To them, this blue-robed youth was far too terrifying. They couldn't see through his strength at all. He wasn't someone they could provoke. Continue lining up. Ignoring those fellows who bullied the weak and feared the strong, Lin Ling put away his sword. He held on to Yu and the others' hands and slowly lined up. As for Sakura and the others, they laughed. They looked at the Empyrean Darknorth's people with mocking eyes and also lined up. Big brother, this person is too arrogant. Endure for now. This divine dream has attracted powerhouses from all over the 9 provinces. That brat's background is definitely not small. I think he might be the descendant of the legendary Heavenly Demon Sword. Heavenly Demon Sword? The Empyrean Dark North's people let their imaginations run wild. Finally, they were filled with dread towards Lin Ling. This was because an ordinary background absolutely didn't have strength like Lin Ling's. In fact, in the entire Empyrean Dark North's square, there were many people paying attention to Lin Ling. Can you see it? Is he at the first level of the half-saint realm? I don't think so. A first-level half-saint world essence shouldn't be so strong. He must be hiding his cultivation. That's right. Moreover, I've cultivated the turbid earth divine eye. It is difficult for an ordinary person to escape my eyes, but he is still able to hide his cultivation. So, I guess he must have obtained the Cloud State's 3 mountains 5 peaks 7 clouds art. This sort of cultivation concealing divine ability is ranked in the top 3 of the 9 provinces. Could he be someone from the 7 Cloud sect? He is the descendant of the Cloud Emperor. Whispers could be heard among the crowd. Everyone was randomly guessing Lin Ling's identity. They all had their own opinions, but in the end, they all believed that Lin Ling's background was not small at all. Interesting. He is at the rank of the Demon Sword and also has 2 great desolate body talents. A dream of 3,000 years, everyone continued to register. Before long, it was Lin Ling and the others' turn. They naturally chose a random name so that the people of the 9 province wouldn't know their origins, especially the Heavenly Court. As for Lin Ling, he chose Son of Demon, Yu chose Son of Dragon, Dream Flow, and the others also had playful thoughts. They chose Son of Tomb, Son of Bone, and so forth. As Sunset Brilliance saw Lin Ling and the others randomly come up with names, he was dumbfounded. In all of Azure State, perhaps only Lin Ling and the others dared to act so recklessly in Emperor Yu's territory. My name is Death of You. When it was Sunset Brilliance's turn, he also subconsciously came up with a random name. The old man responsible for registering names was originally depressed over Lin Ling and the others' names. Why were they using Son of Heaven and Son of Heaven? How strange, but who knew that Sunset Brilliance's name was Death of You? This caused the old man's pupils to narrow. Such a heavy taste. Even an old man wouldn't let them off? No, I spoke too quickly. It's Son of Sun. Seeing the old man's surprised expression, Sunset Brilliance waved his hands in panic. Huh. However, the old man actually sighed, a look of regret on his face. This caused Sunset Brilliance to be stunned. Could it be that this senior had such a taste? You don't plan on considering it? However, as Sunset Brilliance was surprised, the old man's eyes were filled with hidden bitterness. No, thank you, senior. Sunset Brilliance hurriedly ran away, causing Lin Ling and the others to laugh out loud. As they continued forwards, a massive vortex of clouds appeared in front of them. This vortex was multicolored, like a dream. This was the divine dreamland. At this time, people were entering the vortex of clouds one after another. It was clear that this wasn't the first time that many people had come to this divine dreamland that only opened once every 100 years. They were all familiar with this place. As for Lin Ling and the others, they also entered. The entire process was like a dream that lasted for 3,000 years. This dream seemed to bring Lin Ling and the others back to their past lives. Then, they felt as if they had returned to the distant era of gods, the era when the heavens and earth were split apart. But soon, all of the dreams disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in a vast expanse of land. This land was like a continent abandoned by the gods. An ancient wind blew. It was lonely and silent. Lin Ling stood quietly on the ground and looked into the distance in surprise. Is this the divine dreamland? Yu asked from the side. It's a very ancient continent. I'm afraid it's a place where the gods fought. Lin Ling nodded and looked around again. Sakura and the rest weren't separated and they were also looking ahead in surprise. In this ancient land, everyone had a feeling of insignificance. They even had the illusion that this place was very big, and that even saints had not been able to travel all over this place. Be on your way. Collecting his thoughts, Lin Ling indifferently said. As they moved forward, more and more people entered behind them. Just like Lin Ling and the others, they were shocked at first, but then they hurried on. Everyone was searching for treasures in the divine dreamland. Big Brother Ling, what do you think this broken stone is? It seems very mysterious. Before long, Yu found a golden broken stone. She hugged the broken stone and ran back in an extremely cute manner. This stone is a bit unusual. Even Lin Ling was surprised. This was because even he couldn't see through this stone. It had to be known that in his previous life, Li Xiaoyao had loved the Tao of enchantments. Thus, he had searched for many treasures and read through many ancient texts. In this world, there were very few treasures that he couldn't see through. Put it away. Lin Ling smiled. If he couldn't see through this treasure, then it was definitely something extraordinary. Lin Ling, there's one here too. Yes. Not long after, Setting Sun's Glory came running back with a stone the size of a millstone. This stone was not only golden, but there were mysterious runes carved into its surface. It seems to be some sort of enchantment treasure. Yes. This time, Lin Ling saw something. What treasure is this? Yes. Hearing this, everyone looked at Lin Ling, their faces full of curiosity. But Lin Ling shook his head. This treasure is likely very large. There are many enchantments gathered around it, so I can't see through this stone. Yes. Then let's continue. I estimate that there are many more ahead. Yes. Everyone's spirits rose. This was because they had just entered and they had already obtained a treasure. From this, it could be seen how many treasures there were, but then, everyone saw people killing others to steal their treasures. Although there were countless treasures here, human nature was greedy. They looked at their own bowl, but they also stared at the pot of others. In addition, this place was so large that even if 1 or 2 people died, no one would know. Naturally, they became somewhat unscrupulous. Most importantly, not long after, someone set their sights on Lin Ling's group. What treasures did you find? Hand it over. Before they arrived, a sinister laughter sounded out from the distance. Then, 3 bald old men swaggered in, as if they were blown here by the wind. If you want treasures, ask my sword first. However, Lin Ling was not afraid of them since they were only at the initial stage of the half-saint realm. It's you? The 3 bald old men had just steadied themselves when they exclaimed in surprise. Obviously, they recognized Lin Ling. After all, not long ago, Lin Ling had defeated a 5th-stage half-saint expert in the square. They happened to be nearby. It's you guys. Son of the demon, son of the dragon, and you, Sun Dai? One of the bald old men's face was very ugly. How could they be so unlucky to encounter this group of freaks? He knew that this group of people was not ordinary. The person behind them was either a god or an emperor. Who is Sun Dai? I am son of Sun. Before Lin Ling could speak, Luo Riyao scolded angrily. Okay. You call me son of Sunday. Is that okay? We went the wrong way just now. If we have disturbed you, please forgive us. We will leave now. The 3 bald old men could not wait to leave this place. After they finished speaking, they turned around and left, clang. However, just as they moved, a sword was shot from afar and stabbed into the ground in front of them. It was as if a huge door had blocked their way. Little ancestor. Looking at the extremely sharp sword, the 3 old men's hearts trembled. They smiled bitterly and turned around. Did you find any treasures along the way? Lin Ling asked expressionlessly. Well, there are quite a few. Hand them over and get lost. But then I will have to kill you. In the end, under threat, the 3 bald old men handed over all their treasures and left with their tails between their legs. They swore to themselves that they would stay as far away from these bandits as possible. Yu and the rest took their treasures and exclaimed in surprise. Wow, these 3 old men have a lot of golden stones. Lin Ling, what's this? TSK, this is a rank crystal. It can increase one's rank. It is left behind by a powerful god over a long period of time. This is a rank crystal. There are a lot of them here. Sakura and the rest were rubbing their hands excitedly. They did not expect that just robbing 3 old men would result in such a rich harvest. The wrath of the heavens. This place is too big. Rather than slowly looking for treasures, we might as well steal from others. Suddenly, Lin Ling had an idea. This. You couldn't bear to do it. Think about it. Even if we don't steal from them, there are still some strong people that will steal from the weak. This is clearly the rule of the divine dreamland. Moreover, we only have a year left. If we continue to be soft-hearted here, then the ones to suffer will be master and the others. Lin Ling persuaded, moreover, we will only steal from others, not kill them. Unless they want to kill us. Alright then. Yu and Xianxia looked at each other and nodded. As for Sakura and Dreamflow, they were both martial arts overlords. They naturally didn't have such scruples. Let's go. Then, Lin Ling waved his hand. After a long time, in an ancient mountain range, several figures were looking at a large field of spirit grasses in front of them, each of them laughing out loud. Haha, we're rich, we're rich. This is God's seal light grass. In the legends, this is something that can allow one to become a saint. Little Peach, after I become a saint, I want you to be my 27th concubine. Eat well and drink well, the light of a saint shrouds the 9 provinces. As these people looked at the large field of spirit grasses, they began to dance with joy. There was even an excited person who fell to his knees in tears. He looked up to the skies and roared, "Damn it, I robbed a bunch of poor bastards and there are only so many treasures. I might as well try my luck. When luck comes, not even a god can stop it." Bang, however, just as his words fell, a giant door came crashing down from the skies. Looking carefully, this was a giant sword. However, what came crashing down wasn't the blade, but the body of the sword. Fuck. That person was still kneeling on the ground. After regaining his senses, he could only leave behind these words. Then, the door came crashing down on him, causing him to faint. Even his soul entered a state of unconsciousness. The others were still dancing with joy, but they were all stunned. This was because a smiling blue-robed youth had already descended from the skies. "Who the fuck are you?" someone roared. "Look behind you." However, the young man shrugged and pointed into the distance. Rumble. At the same time, the huge white bone giant arrived. Its long halberd was like a hammer, smashing down heavily. Boom. Another person was knocked unconscious. Following that, boundless light shone as if the goddess of light had descended. A light fist smashed down like a hammer. Another person fell. Boom. Boom. After a few breaths, everyone was smashed to the ground and fainted. Not bad. The young man smiled as he stared at the large patch of spiritual grass. They were naturally Lin Ling and the others. Sure enough, relying on robbing is the best way to harvest. If it wasn't for this group of people croaking, we wouldn't have been able to find them. Sakura also laughed mischievously. Lin Ling glanced at the people who had fainted and hurriedly said, "There's no time to lose. Before they wake up, take these spiritual grasses away." "Brother Ling, this doesn't seem right. Why don't we leave them some spiritual grasses?" Xianxia was a girl after all. She couldn't bear to do that. "Grr, you've heard it before. This group of people are not good people. They are also robbing other people's treasures. It's just that they didn't get much. How about this, we'll leave them one," Lin Ling said with a smile. "Alright." Everyone hurriedly got busy and collected all the spiritual grasses. Then, they left indifferently. After an unknown amount of time, the people who had fainted on the ground quietly woke up one by one. Then, they saw that all the spiritual grasses had been looted. Only one spiritual grass was left, and it was bare. Damn. Only one spiritual grass is left? Under the mountain range, a bitter voice suddenly burst out like thunder. "Who are they? They don't play by the rules. They didn't even greet us and directly attacked us." Someone was so angry that his body trembled. It seems to be the son of the devil, the son of the dragon, and the group of people who ked you. Among them, someone recognized Lin Ling and the others. He was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. Ked me? They stole my treasure and now they want to ck me to death? There is no justice in this world. Without any suspense, the roars of anger in these people's hearts were like oil being poured onto a fire. Of course, this was only the first case. Following that, in the nearby area, many people were also robbed, and Lin Ling and the others didn't show any mercy. For the sake of the spirit province, they didn't care about what others thought of them. Moreover, they didn't kill anyone to steal their treasures, so they didn't feel any psychological pressure. However, the crazy actions of these people caused the nearby people to be filled with panic and anger. This was because Lin Ling and the others' attacks were mainly sneak attacks. Moreover, they didn't fight with their opponents. Instead, they directly threw out spirit talismans or surrounded their opponents. Often, their opponents wouldn't even be able to make a sound before they fainted, and this also caused many people to guess the origins of Lin Ling and the others. Some people had seen Lin Ling before and recalled the scene in the square. Some people hadn't seen him before and were confused by what had happened. They wanted to curse out loud, but generally speaking, everyone knew that several sons of the demon race had broken into the divine dreamland. Our harvests are increasing. If this continues, then the Great Array formation of the Spirit Province will become stronger and stronger. In the ancient ruins, Lin Ling and the others walked forwards, all of them extremely happy. However, the nearby area had already been plundered clean by them. Thus, they planned to continue forwards. There are more and more golden stones piling up. This makes me even more curious. Just what sort of treasure is this? Lin Ling inspected the treasures and couldn't help but lick his lips. That's right. From what we can see, these golden stones are already the size of a town and we still haven't finished collecting them. Dreamflow was also looking forward to this. This was because once these fragments accumulated, just what sort of colossus would appear? Moreover, this treasure came from the divine dreamland. It was definitely a great treasure left behind by a god. Hold on, do you want to leave this place? At this time, a cry of alarm sounded out from a hill in front of them. Then, a youth ran over from the hill. This youth's strength was at the 7th level of the half-saint realm. He had long purple hair and looked extremely extraordinary. Most importantly, his talent wasn't weak at all. Seeing this, Lin Ling and the others immediately raised their guard. Don't worry, I am not a son of the demon race. I just want to leave this place, so I decided to come with you. The youth spread out his hands, giving off an amiable and approachable feeling. Lin Ling sized up the youth and finally nodded. Although these newcomers were strong, if they joined forces then they would only need an incense stick of time to subdue them. Then let's go together. Lin Ling said. You also want to leave this place? Damn it, several bandits have appeared in this area. They've robbed all the nearby martial artists until they're poor. Now, no martial artist wants to stay here. The youth said as if they were close friends. Hearing this, Lin Ling and the others' eyes twitched. Wasn't this just talking about them? You also met those people? Divine Pure Land. Did you also meet those people? Yes. Lin Ling couldn't help but curiously ask. I did. After those fellows arrived, they didn't even greet me. They threw talismans at me and hit me with their hammers. I didn't even have time to react before I was defeated. Sigh. The young man sighed, as if he felt that he had lost a lot of face, so he said with a red face, it's mainly because those guys are too dishonest, they don't play according to common sense. Otherwise, with my strength, I wouldn't be afraid of them. Right, look at my head. Sigh. Hearing this, Lin Ling and the others looked at his head. They immediately discovered that there was a fist-sized bump there that seemed to be smoking. Seeing this, Yu looked at Lin Ling with resentment. She knew that Lin Ling must have used his great sword to hit him. This youth was quite pitiful. Did you see those people? Sigh. Lin Ling quickly asked with a hollow laugh. No. They were skilled in their methods and were all repeat offenders. They easily killed me. If I were to find them I would definitely skin them alive. That youth's resentment was clearly great. That's right, they were too unreasonable. How could that group of people hit someone's head? Sigh. Lin Ling was even more embarrassed. He quickly responded. As for Meng Flo and Sakura, they were also the same, all of them dryly laughing. You're the ones who are easy to talk to. Sigh. Hearing this, the youth's eyes reddened. He gratefully said, even grabbing Lin Ling's hand and shaking it. It was as if they were all victims, suffering the same fate as each other. This caused Lin Ling's hollow laughter to become even louder. He could only reply, that's right, brother, brother. Sigh. As the group walked and chatted, they learned that this youth was called Xia Tianyi. He was from the Xia family of evil prying. This Xia family was one of the 100 great bloodlines and originated from the ancient gods. Xia Tianyi was clearly an impatient person. He said, in this trip to the divine dreamland, I will definitely rise up in the 9 states and bring glory to my Xia family of evil prying. Brother Xia, what is the Xia family of evil prying? The nemesis of ghosts and demons. With regards to Xia Tianyi, Sakura and the rest were also very curious, but after a conversation, their hearts subconsciously trembled. This was because Sakura and Meng Lu were both proficient in the underworld Tao, which happened to be countered by Xia Tianyi. No wonder after seeing Xia Tianyi, they all had an uncomfortable feeling. Subconsciously, they all grasped the talismans in their palms. Perhaps only these talismans could resist Xia Tianyi. On the other hand, Lin Ling smiled nonchalantly. Although Xia Tianyi also countered Lin Ling, for example, the scabbard, Lin Ling, was proficient in many other methods. He had the dragon tribe's 8 tribes' divine arts, which were the arts of the Buddha god. It was not something that the evil warding bloodline could restrain. Don't worry, things are different now. In our family, those old antiques are the ones who like to eradicate the devil Tao, but the younger generation doesn't care about that anymore. So what if it's the devil Tao? In the end, it all depended on the person. The human heart was not what it used to be. If it was a demon, so what if it was a demon? It was open and aboveboard. Weren't there good demons too? Therefore, I will treat you all like brothers. What really made me angry was the group of people who ambushed me. If I see them, I want them to know why the flowers are so red. Seeing Sakura and Meng Lu's appearance, Xia Tianyi smiled. Obviously, he could vaguely sense their talents, so he comforted them. On the contrary, he couldn't see through Lin Ling. Lin Ling had a demon in him, but he also had Buddha. Buddha and demon in one, and he even had flames. Both the power of good and evil came from the same body, which made Xia Tianyi extremely curious. Most importantly, he could vaguely sense from Lin Ling's eyes that this person was a martial arts overlord. However, such a grave and stern person was very approachable, as if he had 2 personalities, which made him even more curious. He couldn't help but glance at Yu and Meng Lu. He immediately knew that the reason why Lin Ling wasn't so cold was because his wife was there. This was a man who was infatuated. Xia Tianyi was very clear that a man who was cold and heartless to outsiders but passionate to his wife must have experienced many twists and turns. It was a pity that his cultivation level was too low. Otherwise, he would be a famous figure in the 9 prefectures. After a long time, the front was no longer the same ancient ruins. Instead, it was like a holy land with spiritual energy spiraling in spirals. There were green mountains and clear waters, lush trees, many spiritual springs and waterfalls, and all kinds of auspicious birds and beasts. It was like a mythical world. It seems that there are even more treasures in this holy land. Xia Tianyi suddenly smiled as he stared ahead. Lin Ling smiled as well. He could sense the power of fire within the green mountain. It was ancient and everlasting. It seemed to be the fire of the gods. The group moved forward excitedly, and they collected some spiritual herbs along the way. Xia Tianyi? Just as they arrived at the foot of a green mountain, a voice came from the peak of the mountain. Then, several figures slowly appeared. These people were at the 5th level of the half-saint realm. They stood there quietly, and a cold aura filled the air. Lu Iceland? Seeing this, Xia Tianyi's eyes flickered. Then, he explained in a low voice, Lu Iceland is also one of the 100 great bloodlines. He has the ice bloodline and is the descendant of the ice god. In the past, he had a conflict with me, so both of us don't like each other. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded his head. The ice bloodline was the descendant of the ice god. In the past, Lin Ling had also seen the descendant of the ice goddess. Although these 2 bloodlines were both of the 100 great bloodlines, there were some differences. One was ice and snow, and the other was ice. To put it bluntly, one controlled ice and snow, while the other controlled temperature. Do you think you found a powerful backer by following Xia Tianyi? Let me tell you, be careful not to be implicated by Xia Tianyi. Now, get lost. Suddenly, a young man with long blue hair shouted angrily. They were enemies with Xia Tianyi. However, Xia Tianyi was powerful and they didn't dare to provoke him. Therefore, they could only vent their anger on Lin Ling and the rest. Go to hell. However, Di Tian cursed angrily. This stunned Xia Tianyi. He didn't expect Xianxia to be so arrogant. One should know that Xianxia was only at the first level of the half-saint realm. In fact, the young geniuses of the Lu family couldn't react in time. They were so angry that their eyes turned red. Haha, you pieces of trash. Are you trying to intimidate the people around me and make me leave in disgrace? Unfortunately, you're not famous enough. But soon, Xiaotiani laughed loudly. You've got guts. Very guts. Don't let me see you. The young man on the mountain peak shouted coldly. Then, they left one by one. Of course, as they left, they stared at Lin Ling and the rest with resentment. How dare a stray dog speak so arrogantly? If you're so capable, stay by Xiaotiani's side forever. Otherwise, die. Disdainful voices reverberated around the mountain. They were filled with thick killing intent. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations God's Fire. After those people left, Xiaotiani looked at Lin Ling and the others. Don't worry, if they find trouble with you, I will stand up for you. For now, let's go our separate ways. When I roamed the 9 states in the early years, I offended many geniuses of the 9 states. If they see you with me, the previous incident will happen again. Okay. Hearing that, Lin Ling nodded. In fact, because Xiaotiani was with them, they couldn't steal anything. Therefore, it was right for Xiaotiani to leave. Moreover, they had only met by chance. After Xiaotiani talked for a while, he waved his hand and left. Are those people the geniuses of the 9 states? They're really strong. Any one of them is as strong as Xianxia of the spirit state. They're really impressive. They're nothing. Didn't my second brother defeat Xianxia? If they really fight, they'll be the ones at a disadvantage. Brother D is right. Moreover, we still have many talismans. Yu, Xianxia, and the others continued to talk. Lin Ling looked into the distance and said, we've obviously come to a new area. Moreover, we have many treasures. Why don't we increase our strength before moving forward? After all, we don't have many talismans left. We should save as much as we can. That's true. Lin Ling, you find a place. After talking for a while, Lin Ling finally found a fire source in the Green Mountains. Everyone started to cultivate around the fire source. The fire source was left behind by the gods after a battle. It was extremely mysterious. However, it wasn't suitable for Yu and the others to cultivate. Therefore, Lin Ling moved forward alone. The fire source was in a valley and could be extinguished at any time. When Lin Ling arrived at the valley, he realized that many people had gathered here. Some of them were sitting cross-legged. Some of them had flames on their bodies. They were all fire elemental cultivators. Obviously, they were using the god's fire to comprehend the ultimate martial path. Of course, when Lin Ling walked in, they opened their eyes and looked at him. Then, they closed their eyes. This was because Lin Ling was at the first level of the half-saint realm. His cultivation level was not worth mentioning. God's flame. This is the flame left behind by a battle between gods. However, Yan Wei is still there. If we can't get rid of Yan Wei, we won't get much benefit. A voice suddenly sounded. It was an old man with fiery red hair. Hearing this, many people nodded. After all, these were flames left behind by a battle between deities. Naturally, they would be aggressive, making it difficult for others to get close to them. Moreover, countless years have passed and this flame will be extinguished at any time. If we can't deal with Yan Wei, we can only waste this treasure. Someone else said. Everyone opened their eyes again and looked at the white flame. They saw that there was a layer of membrane on the surface of the flame, as if the flame demon was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, not allowing anyone to get close. Let me try. Finally, someone made a move. A 10-meter-long green magpie flew out. It was formed from green flames. Octagonal green magpie flames, the successor of the octagonal ancient residence in the Tianzhou. This flame is probably at the level of a third-grade desolate body. Upon seeing this, many people's expressions became serious. The person who had attacked was extremely talented. Rumble. When the green magpie collided with the white flame, it immediately caused the god's flame to sway slightly. However, it quickly burned the green magpie. The person who had attacked felt a sweetness at the corner of his mouth. He had almost suffered serious injuries. After so many years, this god's flame is still as powerful as ever. Of course, God is not something we can fight against. If not for the fact that so much time has passed, it would be difficult for us to even get close to it. Who's going to attack next? Since we are all fire elemental warriors, let's not hide anything. Let's work together to destroy Yanwei. I agree with this suggestion. Many experts stood up and finally came to an agreement. Wait, there are some people here who are just here to make up the numbers. However, soon, a woman said coldly. This woman was extremely beautiful. What was strange was that half of her body was fire and the other half was ice and snow. She seemed to have a dual talent of water and fire. Just here to make up the numbers? Are they trying to take advantage of us? As soon as the woman finished speaking, someone immediately spoke. They all looked at Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling's cultivation level was the lowest. If he could not help at all, he would obviously be taking advantage of them. Young friend, what's your talent level? However, an old man still asked. After all, although his cultivation level was low, if his talent was high, he could still provide some help. Barely a first-grade fire elemental talent. Lin Ling glanced at the crowd and did not hide anything. First grade? And he's only a first-grade half-saint? I don't think he can help at all. Drive him away. Many people immediately spoke and looked at Lin Ling with disdain. Young friend, you should leave. The old man with long red hair, who looked mighty but had a kind temperament, tried to persuade him. Leave. Don't be too thick-skinned. Otherwise, if we drive you away, you will definitely be injured. The woman with the combination of ice and fire did not give any face when she spoke. After she finished speaking, her beautiful eyes looked at the god fire in the valley. I'm afraid the god fire will be extinguished soon. Everyone, quickly attack. Alright, it's my turn this time. The fire elemental warriors in the valley attacked again. Their talents were not weak. Many of them had third-grade desolate bodies and their cultivation levels were not low. In an instant, the god fire flickered continuously, however, every time it seemed like they were about to succeed, the flames outside the white flames would burn again, causing them to fail again and again. If this goes on, you won't be able to break through the flames. When everyone was exhausted, a calm voice could be heard all of a sudden. This made everyone look around and they were surprised to find that the young man from before had not left, his skin was too thick. You. At first, the woman was unhappy and wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. However, Lin Ling had already walked towards the god fire. Young friend, be careful. When everyone saw this, they were shocked. The flames of the god fire were not weak and could burn a sage to death. How could a junior at the first heaven of the half-saint realm go near the flames? Could it be that I have wronged him? Even if his cultivation level is not high and his talents are not strong, he still intends to help. The woman frowned. Attack the flames for me. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's voice drifted out and the valley fell silent. The valley fell silent. Was Lin Ling giving them orders? Young friend, what do you mean? The old man, who seemed to be the leader of the group, asked with a frown. The god fire is about to be extinguished. If we can't break through the flames, we can't add the fire elemental energy into the god fire. The final result is that we will pass through the god fire wrongly. Therefore, I need your help. Lin Ling said indifferently as he continued to walk forward. His words made the valley even more silent. Then, laughter rang out. Boundless arrogance. Do you think you can break through that flame might with just you alone? Someone mocked after laughing out loud. I only know that with just you all, you absolutely cannot break through. However, Lin Ling didn't even glance at that person as he lightly said. His words caused all the laughter in the valley to instantly vanish. Although they hadn't succeeded, this wasn't something that a junior could mock. You really understand the ultimate flame path. Soon, someone angrily shouted out. They stood up as if they wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. Don't speak nonsense. If you don't make a move, then you will have wasted this god fire. Everyone has come to the divine dreamland for nothing. Moreover, if I can't succeed then you all have even less hope. However, Lin Ling seemed as if he didn't know the anger of everyone present. Where did this junior come from? He's becoming more and more arrogant. A first-grade desolate body dares to be so arrogant? However, he might have a way. What do we do now? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Finally, the leading old man nodded and said, "Good. We will believe you this time. I hope you don't disappoint us. Don't worry. When I was playing with fire, you were still drinking milk." However, Lin Ling was just as everyone thought. He was becoming more and more arrogant. His words didn't even make sense. If it weren't for the fact that no one had any means to deal with the god fire, they would have already driven away Lin Ling. This was because a little brat that was still wet behind the ears actually dared to speak of playing with fire in front of him. "Make your move. The flame is about to extinguish." However, the old man's eyes flashed. He no longer cared about Lin Ling. He took the initiative to attack, urging forth a massive flame. This was a fourth-grade desolate body. Huh. As for the woman, she sighed but also attacked. Ice and fire intertwined, turning into rosy clouds that covered the entire valley. The truth was that she didn't believe in Lin Ling, but the god fire was indeed about to be extinguished. Thus, she had no other choice. The others also made their moves one after another. The entire valley turned into a world of flames. The desolate body spewed forth, capable of sweeping through 10,000 worlds. Crackle crackle, their combined efforts undoubtedly caused the white divine flame to boil. It was as if a god had arrived to fight against their flames. A mere mortal flame dared to be so arrogant. It was even to the extent that everyone noticed the divine flame's disdainful attitude. Moreover, as if it had been stimulated by the flames of the crowd, the divine fire also grew larger. Boom! Finally, with a loud explosion, the entire mountain valley was turned to ashes. Flames soared into the skies, burning down the skies of the divine dreamland. Bang bang bang. The fire attribute martial artists in the mountain valley were sent flying backwards by the divine flames. Some of them were even burned by the white flames, emitting pained cries. Death was also quietly descending. The flame of God was indeed not something that ordinary people could violate. We have been tricked. Everyone was injured. When they looked at Lin Ling again, they realized that Lin Ling had disappeared. This made them realize that they had been tricked. Damn Junior. Even the old man in the lead was cursing furiously at this moment. These people were powerhouses that came from all over the 9 provinces. Some were imperial emperors, some were flame ancestors, and some were even sect masters of the 100 great sects, but now, all of these high and noble saints had been tricked by a junior. How could they not be angry? I fear that the divine fire will truly be extinguished. On the other hand, the woman didn't care about Lin Ling. Instead, she looked at the divine fire that was gradually dimming after its eruption and sighed. What divine fire? In front of me, Li Xiaoyao, this is nothing but nourishment to enhance my talent. But at this time a cold shout echoed through the skies, spreading through the entire mountain valley. Then, a massive ancient stone tablet came crashing down, as if it were a divine decree. At this moment, all of the fire attribute martial artists felt as if they were facing a great enemy. That stone tablet actually gave them a tremendous pressure. Bang! After the stone tablet came crashing down, the white flame around the divine fire was completely suppressed. Even the flames on the bodies of those martial artists that were about to be burned to death vanished. Instead, a multicolored flame poured into the divine fire, causing the nearly extinguished flame source to burn once more. This scene left all of the ambitious and ruthless characters dumbfounded. As they looked around, they discovered a blue-robed youth quietly standing atop the giant stone tablet. Multicolored flames appeared in his hands, dancing about like fairies, and most importantly, this youth was the youth from the very beginning. Ultimate desolate body. The leading old man let out a trembling voice. His body was also trembling. He actually has an ultimate desolate body? No wonder he was able to break through the flame power. The woman's complexion was pale. She had only seen an ultimate desolate body in the Flame Province. She even guessed that in the entire Divine Dreamland, there were no more than 10 people that possessed an ultimate desolate body. These 10 people were undoubtedly the most terrifying existences within the half-saint realm. And now, one of them had appeared in front of her. everyone, begin to borrow the flame to break through. At this time, Lin Ling's voice floated out. Thank you. Everyone hurriedly bowed. They finally had the chance to touch the flames of divinity, although Lin Ling was only at the first level of the half-saint realm, because he possessed an ultimate desolate body, their attitude towards him had undergone a 180-degree change. They now treated Lin Ling as a senior. Lin Ling let out a light breath and began to cultivate on the space-time divine steel, constantly absorbing the flames of divinity. Before, although he had used the space-time divine steel, the truth was that his talent was still at the desolate body level. However, the space-time divine steel was an ultimate desolate body. When it collided with the flames of divinity, the might of the ultimate desolate body would be stimulated. Of course, if he was alone, then he definitely wouldn't be able to resist the might of the flames of divinity. Luckily, there were many nearby fire attribute martial artists helping him. If I can increase the rank of my desolate body, then the might of the space-time divine steel will greatly increase. Lin Ling's heart was filled with incomparable anticipation. Then, he felt the blazing flames surge into his dantian. The flames of divinity were mixed with the means of the gods and the laws of the universe. It was extremely helpful to Lin Ling. As time passed, Lin Ling's fire attribute talent also increased rapidly. It reached the 3rd grade and gradually reached the 4th grade. Finally, it stopped at the 5th grade. The space-time divine steel below was burning with flames. It exuded a strong sense of majesty. It even had the smell of divinity. The valley gradually darkened. The flames of divinity had also disappeared without a trace. However, everyone's ultimate martial Tao had also increased significantly. They left one after another. Of course, they also quietly stared at Lin Ling with eyes full of reverence. What a terrifying junior. He's probably from the Yen state. Yeah, and he possesses the ultimate desolate body. From a certain point of view, he can easily crush our talents. Who is this person's master? As for the old man and the woman with the flaming ice talent, they were laughing bitterly. When I, Li Xiaoyao, was playing with fire, you were still drinking milk. This sentence could be said to be boundlessly arrogant, but now, it seemed like it was true. Li Xiaoyao? That name sounds familiar. Where have I heard it before? Translator, Transin editor, Transin meet the people from the extreme ice island. Li Xiaoyao? I've never heard of him. The woman said. I can't remember him at the moment. However, for him to appear in my memory, it means that Li Xiaoyao is not someone to be underestimated. After all, I'm the sect leader behind the scenes of the 100 Great Sects in the Cloud Prefecture. The old man said solemnly. His words made the woman silent. I remember now. It's the ghost genius Li Xiaoyao. Finally, the old man's expression changed greatly. His voice frightened the woman beside him. She didn't expect the latter to have such a big reaction. The ghost genius Li Xiaoyao, the strongest genius of the last century. He ruled the 9 prefectures and defeated the 9 prefectures' god emperors. He was a rising star who dared to challenge the gods. So terrifying? Later, he disappeared. Instead, a few disciples rose up in the 9 prefectures. I'm afraid you've heard of one of them. Her name is Tian Liuli. It's her? The god of the 9 prefectures? She's Li Xiaoyao's disciple? Quickly, let's go back immediately. We can't miss such a senior. The two of them rushed back as if they didn't care about their lives. However, the valley was already empty. They were stunned and their faces were filled with regret. At that moment, Lin Ling had already left the ancient mountain to find Yu Yu and the others. Yu Yu and the others were cultivating in a dense forest. Therefore, Lin Ling quickly arrived there. Brother Ling. Just as Lin Ling appeared, everyone's eyes lit up. Yu Yu and the others had been waiting for a long time. Moreover, Lin Ling's gaze swept over them. He discovered that his big brother, Meng Lu, and the others had all broken through to the 2nd layer of the half-saint realm. Even Luo Riyao had reached the peak of the martial immortal realm. On the other hand, Lin Ling was still at the 1st layer of the half-saint realm. This made Yu Yu and the others very puzzled. Lin Ling, you didn't break through? Meng Lu asked. My breakthrough is not simple. I need a lot of cultivation resources. I'm afraid that after I break through, I won't have enough treasures to set up the Spirit Province's great formation. Lin Ling said as he shook his head. His 4 dan meant that his 4 great dantian had broken through. Naturally, the resources he needed was no small matter. Before he set up the Great Formation, Lin Ling didn't want to Lin Ling haha, even if my second brother hasn't made a breakthrough, his strength has definitely increased greatly. He was able to defeat Xianxia, who was at the 5th layer of the half-saint realm in the past. Now, I'm afraid that he has few opponents in the 5th layer of the half-saint realm. However, Indra had Sakura Saku Sakura. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled and did not deny it. His fire Dao was currently a 5th grade desolate body, so his strength had naturally increased by more than 30%. You, big brother, Meng Lu, your innate talents are very good. Therefore, you can break through the realm very quickly. However, don't blindly pursue speed. Otherwise, the tribulation of semi-sage realm will become even more difficult when you break through again. Especially when you are at the late stage of semi-sage realm, then, Lin Ling exhorted again. Every time a half-saint realm cultivator broke through a half-saint realm, a half-saint tribulation would descend. Of course, the half-saint tribulation was only at the 4th stage. The 7th stage and the 10th stage were the most terrifying. Okay. Everyone nodded. Brother Ling, I'm still a martial immortal. Xianxia sniffed and said when she saw that everyone's strength had increased. Don't worry. If there's a chance, I'll find a suitable talent for you. Lin Ling scratched her nose. Xianxia smiled sweetly and finally nodded. So, where should we go now? Most importantly, we're getting more and more golden stones. If we don't get them, I'll feel uncomfortable. Meng Lu looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling nodded. He looked into the distance and said, the spiritual qi in this area is denser. There should be a lot of golden stones. Since that's the case, let's loot again. Hehe, my strength has increased greatly. I've long wanted to meet the cultivators of the 9 provinces. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Sakura waved his fist and said. Everyone moved forward one after another under Lin Ling's lead. Along the way, they used the same method as before to sneak attack the cultivators and loot their gains. Lin Ling and the others got a lot of golden stones from the cultivators, which made them look forward to it even more. As they moved forward, Lin Ling and the others soon met a group of acquaintances. That group of acquaintances were the people with the ice god's bloodline from the ice island. You're the people who have been looting everywhere recently? At this moment, under a green mountain range, more than a dozen cultivators looked coldly at the youth on the mountain peak and cursed angrily. Hehe, that's right. It's us. On the mountain peak, the young geniuses from the ice island said with a smile. Damn it. We heard that there were people looting everywhere in another place. I didn't expect that we'd meet them too. Moreover, it's you. Beneath the mountain range, an old man angrily said. This group of sons of demon had a small reputation within the divine dreamland. They had looted the treasures of many powerful influences, causing many people's teeth to itch with anger. It's too late to know now. Remember, we are sons of demon. Kill them all. On the mountain peak, the youth in the lead waved his hand. Immediately, the entire mountain began to freeze over at a speed visible to the naked eye. Moreover, the surrounding temperature crazily fell. It was cold, extremely cold. Kill us? However, the words of these youths caused the complexions of those below to change. This was because although this group of sons of demon was despicable, they had never killed anyone. It was because of this that the powerhouses of the various great influences of the 9 provinces wanted to subdue them and not kill them, but now, these sons of demon wanted to kill them. This seemed a bit different. Hehe, remember, the ones who will kill you are called sons of demon. Now, inform the influences behind you. The temperature continued to fall. Even a half-saint would find it difficult to resist. This sort of drop in temperature was enough to cause countless people in the myriad worlds to die. You are not sons of demon. You are borrowing their reputation to commit all sorts of crimes, causing all the martial artists of the various influences to misunderstand you as sons of demon. Finally, you will trigger a blood feud. The old man's eyes brightened. He had clearly guessed what was going on. Hearing this, the youth on the mountain peak sneered. Without explaining anything, a terrifying strength erupted from him. This caused the half-saint powerhouses below the mountain to be unable to use any of their methods. Even their world essence was frozen. It looks like we're going to die. However, I'm not willing to accept this for those sons of demon. Although they are despicable, they have their own principles. They don't kill, and after they steal treasures, they leave behind a small portion. But, this group of people killed them to steal their treasures. That is the same as slandering the sons of demon. The old man's complexion became increasingly pale. Sect master. The people around him cried out in worry. But, they also knew that death had completely arrived. Rumble, rumble, rumble. However, at this time, a thunderous rumble echoed through the skies. Then, the divine monument smashed down, causing all the nearby mountains to shatter. Crackle, crackle. Moreover, blazing flames began to boil, crazily rising the surrounding temperature. Noah's divine ark. Who is it? At the same time, the indifferent young men on the mountaintop frowned. Using our reputation to kill and rob? We can't just stand by and do nothing. Almost at the same time, several figures slowly walked out from the ground. There was a total of 6 people in this group. The men were extraordinarily handsome, and the women were devastatingly beautiful. Their strength was at the initial stage of the half-saint realm, but they gave others a feeling that they couldn't be underestimated, especially the young man in the lead. He had long hair, a blue robe, and 2 swords on his back. He was extremely extraordinary. It's you guys. The young men on the mountaintop had obviously recognized Lin Ling and the others. Haha, I thought you guys would always follow Xianxia. I didn't expect you guys to have such backbone. You actually left Xianxia. But don't you feel silly without Xianxia by your side? After that, the young man in the lead laughed loudly. In his opinion, Xianxia was the genius of the 9 prefectures that they feared, and this group of people in front of them were just chickens and pottery dogs. Haha. Unexpectedly, just as they finished laughing, Lin Ling and the others on the ground followed closely behind them and laughed even louder than them. This caused the young men on the mountaintop to be stunned. Even the group of people not far from Lin Ling were stunned. At the beginning, they thought that an expert had come to help, but who knew that it was only the initial stage of the half-saint realm. This made them feel very regretful. However, this group of juniors at the initial stage of the half-saint realm actually dared to laugh, and the more they laughed, the crazier they became. You probably don't know why we're laughing, right? Then I'll tell you the answer. Because without Xianxia by your side, you'll be the ones to die. Finally, Sakura spoke indifferently. You're saying that you want to kill us at the intermediate stage of the half-saint realm with just a group of initial stage half-saint realm cultivators? This joke doesn't seem to be funny. Hearing this, the young men on the mountaintop shook their heads. Moreover, they looked at the group of people at the foot of the mountain and said, "Do you think it's possible?" The group of people at the foot of the mountain frowned and ignored the young man's question. But in fact, their expressions had explained everything. The old man in the lead even said to Lin Ling, "Little friend, thank you for your help. Why don't we join forces? There are fire attribute martial artists among you who can resist the temperature. As long as the temperature doesn't drop, they might not be able to kill us. There's no need for that. We'll tell him why. Yu, big brother, dream stream, attack." Lin Ling smiled and shook his head as he looked at the person beside him. That's exactly what I was thinking. Upon hearing this, Yu and the rest attacked. It was fine if he didn't make a move, but once he did, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Yu had an ultimate desolate body. Although her realm was low, the word ultimate was not to be disgraced. As for Sakura and company, although they did not have the ultimate desolate body, their talent was not weak either. Furthermore, they were only 3 realms lower than the youth on the mountaintop, so what was there to fear? Moreover, they had many talismans in their hands, which were enough to kill them easily. Therefore, when they made their move, the surrounding area fell silent. The group of people at the foot of the mountain opened their mouths wide and were speechless. So powerful. This was a group of geniuses of the 9 prefectures, and their talents were not weak. Bang bang bang, before the young men on the mountaintop could react, Yu and the others had already killed a few of them. All of them were like clay chickens and pottery dogs. How can they be so strong? The youth leading the group had a drastic change in expression as he began to panic. At this moment, he finally understood that this group of people had followed Xianxia for protection, but in fact, they did not need it. This group of geniuses, who came from nowhere, could easily kill them. Leave immediately. The youth leading the group did not dare to stay any longer as he hurriedly fled into the distance. Rumble, however, just as he moved, a gigantic stone tablet came crashing down from the sky with a deafening sound. Time and space seemed to be frozen at this moment. The youth's eyes widened as a suppressive feeling, as though he had seen a god, arose spontaneously. Remember, the person who will kill you is the real son of the demon. A cold voice suddenly sounded in his ears, causing the youth's expression to change drastically. He looked at the ground in disbelief as the blue-robed youth pointed at him and said coldly, "Son of the demon, it's them?" The youth knew that he had kicked a metal plate. After all, he knew how terrifying the son of the demon and company were. It was said that even a late-stage half-sage had been defeated by their combined forces. Was this really the group that needed Xianxia's protection? F***ck off, he had been tricked. Perhaps not even Xianxia would have imagined that the people around him were in fact even more terrifying than he was. Bang! With all sorts of unwillingness, the youth leading the group was crushed to death by the space and time divine tablet. This youth was only at the 5th level of the half-sage realm. Although he possessed the extreme ice god bloodline, his talent had yet to mature. His strength was inferior to even the number 1 genius of the spirit province, Xianxia, so how could he possibly be Lin Ling's match? Rumble, shockwaves lingered in the skies. After a long time everything finally calmed down. As for the group of people at the foot of the mountain, they were like ducks that had been grabbed by the neck. They stood there in a daze. This was because they had heard that this group of people were the son of the demon, the bandits that had caused the divine dreamland to shake. You are the legendary son of the demon, son of the dragon, and death of sun? The old man leading the group couldn't help but bitterly smile as he spoke. Hearing this, Sunset Brilliance was standing not too far away, speechless. Since you know, then act according to the rules. Hand over 90% of your treasures, leave behind 10%, and then screw off. Lin Ling turned around and smiled at the group of people. Hearing this, the group of people didn't have any resentment. This was because without the son of the demon, they would have undoubtedly died today. I never thought that we would be saved by the son of the demon. The old man obediently handed over his treasures. He bowed to Lin Ling and then led the group away. This appearance left Lin Ling and the others stunned. They had been robbed and yet they were still so grateful to them. Out of everyone here, perhaps only this group of people would be so grateful. I know that you are the true son of the demon, because you act according to your principles. However, if you are collecting golden stones, it is best if you immediately head east. This is because I heard that Noah's god boat has appeared there. Faintly, the old man's voice also floated over. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment before he smiled and said, "Thank you. There's no need for that. Rather, I hope that you can rob everyone in the divine dreamland. Also, according to your principles, we have been robbed once. If we meet again, you shouldn't rob us again." That is indeed the principle. Good, then I'm finally at ease. After a brief conversation, the group of people finally vanished without a trace. As for Lin Ling and the others, they stood where they were, speechless. This was the first time they had encountered such strange people. However, their eyes soon turned to the distance. Lin Ling, can we believe their words? Dreamflow frowned. The son of demon has arrived. We've already collected so much, we can't give up halfway. I estimate that the origin of these golden stones is absolutely not small. Second brother, let's go to the east. Good. Since they say it's Noah's god boat, we can't miss it. Yes. Finally, Lin Ling decided to head to the east and compete for the mysterious Noah's god boat. The group quickly hurried on their way. Before long, purple thunder appeared in front of them, shaking the heavens and earth. It was like a divine light illuminating the divine dreamland. This caused the complexions of Lin Ling and the others to change. What a terrifying pressure. Could there be a god in the divine dreamland? Luo Riyao frowned and said. Even his body was trembling slightly. This isn't the method of a god, but a great enchantment array. Lin Ling stared at the distant skies, his body shivering. But, this wasn't a shiver of fear, but a shiver of excitement. This was because the great enchantment array of a god possessed a fatal temptation to Lin Ling and even Li Xiaoyao, and this was a characteristic that every enchantment master possessed. As the group approached, the purple thunder in the skies became increasingly large, forming a giant pool of thunder. Occasionally, one could hear pained cries, as if powerhouses had died beneath this purple thunder. As for the distant Green Mountains, a massive number of martial artists had gathered there. They simply didn't dare to cross this pool of thunder. Without reaching the late half-saint realm, I fear it will be difficult to cross this pool of thunder. That's right. I saw a middle half-saint powerhouse before, but they all died beneath the devastation of this pool of thunder. Solemn voices of discussion drifted out. In the central region, the strongest half-saint powerhouses of the 9 provinces were gathered there. There was the Flying Dragon Organization, the Divine Escort Mansion, the Heavenly Court, the 100 Great Bloodlines, and so forth. The battle there could be called world-shaking. Even watching this battle from afar, one's heart would surge with excitement. I wonder who will take the Noah's God boat in the end. I think it will be Yi Shui. This Yi Shui is the descendant of the Miao faction's divine inheritance. In terms of the Tao of enchantment, who in the half-saint realm can surpass her? Some of the older elders said word by word. Their words caused the younger generation to suck in a breath of cold air. The Miao School's divine inheritance was the largest gathering place of world spiritists in the 9 provinces. Ordinary people simply didn't have the qualifications to enter the Miao School. It was an existence looked down upon by millions of people. Look, the battle over there is getting more and more intense. All the big shots want to get Noah's Ark. The crowd once again looked into the distance. They could only see some old monsters who had been famous for thousands of years continuously colliding with the divine lightning in the sky in an attempt to obtain Noah's divine ark. However, the rising stars of the younger generation were not weak either. There were people who did not understand the Tao of world spirit techniques, yet they managed to break through the spirit formations with brute force. Of course, the entire process was even more difficult. Another group of people is preparing to enter the lightning pool divine land. Suddenly, someone curiously looked into the distance and saw 6 silhouettes moving quickly under the Green Mountain. They were approaching the central area. There's no need to look at the initial stage of the semi-sage realm. They're just cannon fodder. But it wasn't long before someone shook his head and spoke. After that, they shot their gazes towards the distance and paid no further attention to the cannon fodder. As for the so-called cannon fodder, it was Lin Ling's group. Moreover, as they got closer to the central area, Lin Ling and the others became more and more excited. If they could obtain the treasure left behind by the god, the spirit province would be peaceful for 10,000 years. Who are you people? Unrelated people are not allowed to approach the divine land. At that moment, a cold shout suddenly came from the front. Several middle-stage semi-sage experts were blocking the path. Obviously, they were people from big powers and they were preventing outsiders from joining the competition for the divine ark. I'll give you a chance. Within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, disappear from my sight. The tall and sturdy man in the lead puffed out his chest and said. Seeing that, Sakura and the others quickly looked towards Lin Ling, as if they wanted to get Lin Ling's order. Finally, Lin Ling swept his gaze towards the distance and said with a nod, "You people are truly unlucky." After he finished speaking, he waved his hand. After receiving Lin Ling's order, Sakura and the others immediately smiled. This was because they didn't have many spirit talismans left. Thus, every spirit talisman had to play a role, such as now, rumble rumble rumble, spirit talismans were waved out by Sakura and the others. A terrifying strength erupted, as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. Seeing this, the group of people's pupils fiercely trembled. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm, "It's them! The Son of Demon!" In the rumors, when the Son of Demon appears, a spirit talisman will descend. If a divine decree arrives, then even a late half-sage powerhouse will be smashed to the ground. What? Son of Demon? That group of people that plundered the divine dreamland and caused such a great disturbance? The expressions of the others changed greatly when they heard this. The ferocious reputation of the Devil's Son was like thunder to their ears. However, there were also some people who didn't believe it. He smiled disdainfully. "So, all of you are the Devil's Son that gave rise to much discussion. I thought all of you were formidable figures. So, it turns out that you're just a group of ants at the initial stage of the half-saint stage." Bang! However, just as he finished speaking, several spirit talismans came crashing down. There were flames and thunder, directly turning him into charcoal. His entire body emitted black smoke. He pointed at Lin Ling and the others, as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, with a loud bang, he was smashed to the ground. Everyone's eyes twitched. Although it was rumored that the methods of the son of demon were extremely fierce, it was only today that they realized just how ferocious they were. Without waiting for them to speak any nonsense, Lin Ling waved his hand and a spirit talisman appeared. Borrowing the increased speed of the spirit talisman, he threw himself at one of them. A giant sword came smashing down like a door. Bang! A 5th-level half-sage powerhouse was smashed to the ground. Before he fainted, he said in shock, "How is this possible? A half-sage actually has 60 worlds of speed. That's even faster than me." Before this, he thought he could rely on 50 worlds of speed to avoid the encirclement of the son of demon. But, reality proved that this was useless. How could he know that Lin Ling's own speed was 50 worlds of speed? In addition to the spirit talisman's 10 worlds of speed, it was impossible for him to easily escape. Bang! 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 After that, those experts were blasted unconscious one by one. After the time for an incense stick to burn, the vigorous half-saint realm experts from before were now lying on the ground like stray dogs. "You are too slow. Now, immediately loot the treasures and leave." Lin Ling kept his sword and said to Yu and the others at the same time. If the martial artists on the Green Mountain in the distance heard this, they would be so angry that their teeth would itch. He only used 30 minutes to deal with the middle stage half-sage. How could he complain that the speed was too slow? "We will work harder." Before Yu and the others said anything, Luo Riyao had already nodded as if he had been taught a lesson. "Snatch the boat of God. Sons of demon, they've also come. So they are the sons of demon." No one thought that Lin Ling's group would be so famous within the divine dreamland. After they appeared, even the gods were shocked. The rumors are true. The sons of demon are a group of early half-saint juniors. But their strength is simply unheard of. I estimate that they might have come from the underworld. Although I don't know where they come from, they are truly savage. Wherever they go, they pluck the feathers from the geese. Following that, cries of alarm sounded out like a tidal wave. Some people even trembled as they quietly floated down the mountain, afraid that they would be targeted by Lin Ling's group. This was because Lin Ling's group was truly savage, not to mention the treasures that they carried with them. Even some martial artists who were wearing precious armors had their armors pulled out and were lying naked on the ground, in particular, Sunset Brilliance. He came from Fortune Manor, so he held the idea that wasting was shameful. He didn't even let go of a single needle or thread. That should be the legendary Sunset Brilliance. He is truly worthy of being called a ferocious person. Some people glared at Sunset Brilliance. They never thought that this handsome middle-aged man would be so vicious. In fact, this was indeed the case. Wherever Lin Ling's group went, all those that blocked their path were plundered. Moreover, Lin Ling also obtained a massive number of golden stones. Statue of God. And further away from the center, there were several golden statues that exuded an inviolable majesty. These statues clearly represented the gods, and in front of these statues, several figures were looking at them with reverence. It seemed that they wanted to seize these statues but were afraid of arousing the wrath of the gods. Statues could not be humiliated, could not be profaned. This thought rose up in their hearts. This statue of God is definitely a part of Noah's boat of God. However, it seems to have a spirit of its own. It gives me a terrifying feeling, as if a god is looking at me. A youth said with a dignified expression. This youth was Xianxia. Forget it, forget it. Since this statue is like a god, I will give it up and go fight for Noah's boat of God. Finally, Xianxia made a decision. The people at the side also nodded. They all planned to give up on these statues because the divine might of the statues was too strong. However, before they could even take a step forward, the ferocious attacks had already arrived. Boom! The last person in the crowd was directly smashed to the ground by a white bone. What happened? The remaining people's expressions immediately changed and they quickly turned their heads to look. Even Xianxia was the same. However, as soon as he turned around, before he could see who it was, he saw a huge shadow. Most importantly, this shadow was very familiar. Door? I think I've seen him somewhere before. Xianxia said subconsciously before her pupils constricted. Weren't they the bandits who had knocked him out before? You dare? Thinking of this, Xianxia roared angrily. However, accompanying the huge door were several terrifying spirit talismans. Crackle, the ancient lightning was wreaking havoc. Pa pa pa, the ferocious flames were burning. The most important thing was the door that came crashing down from the sky. The triple attack was extremely powerful. This trick again. This time, I'll see clearly who you are. Facing such a terrifying attack, Xianxia could only roar in his heart. He finally saw a blue robe. However, when he wanted to see the person's face clearly, the door had already come crashing down. It was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Boom, as if history was repeating itself, Xianxia was knocked unconscious again. Then, a figure appeared in front of him and looked at him strangely. This person was Lin Ling previously. He did not know that the opponent was Xianxia. He held the principle of first strike and attacked crazily. Now, he knew that it was this guy again. Looking behind Lin Ling, the other powerhouses had also been taken care of by Yu and the others. They had also looted the treasures and were now walking over. Brother Ling, it's him. Yu had obviously also noticed Xianxia on the ground and could not help but exclaim. The others' eyes twitched, especially when they saw the swollen bun on Xianxia's forehead. Their bitter smiles deepened. He's been hit again. Yeah, if I had known that he was here, I would have let him go with our friendship. This guy is so pitiful. Sakura, Meng Lu, and the others sighed. Ignore him. At worst, we'll compensate him when we see him in the future. We don't have many talismans left. If we run out of talismans, we can't do anything to the late stage of the half-saint realm. Lin Ling shook his head and left directly. Of course, he also took all the statues with him. He did not have so much reverence. God, he, Li Xiaoyao, was a god. As for the distant mountain, many warriors had already locked on to Lin Ling and the others. When they saw Lin Ling and the others looting the statues without hesitation, everyone was silent. As expected of the ferocious son of the devil. After an unknown period of time, an old man finally spoke. This was because Xianxia and the others did not dare to touch the statues. However, Lin Ling and the others dared to take them away without any pressure. It seemed that they also dared to loot a god. Maybe they can get Noah's divine ark. The old man muttered to himself. His words made many people silent. Some of them agreed with this sentence. Lin Ling and the others finally arrived at the central area. This was a golden land. The land was actually made of gold. Looking at the sky, a huge divine ark was floating there. All the lightning was emitted from the divine ark. So big. Lin Ling and the others stopped in their tracks. Luo Riyao and the others exclaimed in surprise. Looking at the divine ark from a close distance, they realized that it was bigger than any world in the myriad of worlds. It was like a divine ark used by a god to help all living beings cross the sea of suffering. Lin Ling's eyes became brighter and brighter. He saw a large number of runes around the divine ark. It was like a heavy stroke left by a god. This was a divine enchantment array. Lin Ling's heart gradually became excited. Looking at the surroundings of the divine ark, he suddenly discovered a large number of warriors. They were obviously trying to get close to the divine ark. As for strength, these people were all in the late stage of the half-sage realm. Many of them were even at the peak of the half-sage realm. Some of them were using brute force to attack and try to enter the divine ark. Some were using enchantments to break the divine ark. The battle in the central area was extremely fierce. It was as if the gods had set the supreme rules and the mortals were racing to see who could reach the divine ark. This seemed to be a great battle of the gods. People of the Yu clan, work harder and break it with brute force. Fight. Haha, you want to rely on brute force to seize the divine boat? Truly a group of barbaric people. You have lost all face for Emperor Yu. However, on the other side, there were also people who spoke. This time, it was the people from the Flying Dragon organization. Following that, the Divine Weapon Mansion, Fu Hang Manor and other major powers also spoke one after another. This caused the battle to become even more intense. All of you will be defeated. However, at this moment, a clear bell-like voice drifted out like the wind, causing the area below the divine boat to become silent. Countless gazes looked at the young girl who spoke. Their expressions all became serious. That was because she was Ye Shui, the successor of the Miao faction's godly inheritance. the Miao faction's godly inheritance was the ancient power closest to the gods. In terms of the spirit formation Tao, it was one of the best in the 9 provinces. Haha, that might not be the case. However, while ordinary people were afraid of the blonde girl, there were also people who turned a blind eye. This was a young man with long hair that reached his waist. He was very handsome and looked like a talent. At this moment, he was floating in the sky with his hands behind his back. He was like a comet that attracted countless gazes. Xianxia, the #1 genius of the half-saint realm in the Yan province. Someone recognized the young man. The Yan province was one of the top few divine lands in the 9 provinces. To be able to obtain the title of #1 genius of the half-saint realm, one could see how powerful this young man was. The divine boat can only belong to me, Xianxia. After the handsome young man finished speaking, he immediately used the strength of a peak half-saint realm expert. He used brute force to break through the spirit formation Tao and walked towards the divine boat in the sky. Rumble. At the same time, the sky continued to explode. However, the lightning could not approach the young man. He has at least a desolate body of grade 5 or higher. His cultivation level has also reached 70%. What a powerful genius, using brute force to break through the spirit formation Tao. Among all of us, he is the most relaxed. However, it is still too early to say who will get the divine boat. Seeing this, the people from the various major powers were not to be outdone. They also used brute force to break through the spirit formation Tao and walked towards the divine boat. You dare to look down on our Miao faction's godly inheritance? You will know how powerful I am. As for the golden-haired girl, her hands were also fluttering in the air as she created numerous complex spirit formations. She was using formations to break through formations. She was a genuine purple-robed world spiritist, purple-cloaked world spiritist. That was the highest rank among world spiritists. On the distant Green Mountain and around the central area, all the warriors were looking up at the sky, waiting to see who would obtain the boat of God. However, at this moment, several figures charged into the sky. This group of people were all at the initial stage of the half-saint stage. Who is this? There was no doubt that many people laughed mockingly. An initial stage half-saint expert dared to come into contact with a god. This was simply courting death. It's the sons of devils. On the other hand, on the endless green mountains in the distance, those martial artists were trembling with fear. Sure enough, the son of demon had also joined the battle of gods. Of course, towards Lin Ling's group, the various big shots clearly did not think much of them, because they knew that there was an enormous pressure of the gods in the surroundings of the divine ark, and no one below the half-saint realm would be able to approach it, not to mention trying to break the formation with a barrier. In the hearts of the various big shots, that group of people was doomed. Indeed, when Lin Ling and company approached the boat of God, the terrifying lightning swept over. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, as though it was the punishment of the gods. You, brother, it's up to you. However, in the face of such a terrifying pressure, Lin Ling did not retreat. Instead, he roared angrily. Good. Behind Lin Ling, voices sounded in unison. Following that, they saw the powerful ultimate desolate body appear. It was Yu. She did not use any means, but she used her talent to resist the lightning. As for Sakura and company, they threw out all their talismans, turning the area around them into a forbidden land. Crackle. When all the strength was released, all the warriors in the central area were dumbfounded. The various big shots never expected that this group of ants would have such strength. This was because they could clearly see that the strength unleashed by Lin Ling and company barely blocked the lightning of God. Who are they? At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Lin Ling and company. Brother Ling, go for it. Go for it. And after Yu and company used up all their talismans, they could only look at Lin Ling with anticipation. This boat of God will be taken by me, the son of the demon. Lin Ling nodded his head firmly. Although it was easy for him to throw out the talismans, every time he threw them out, he, Lin Ling, had to spend a large sum of money. Hence, if he could not obtain the boat of God, he, Lin Ling, would suffer a great loss. Go for it. I, the son of the dragon, will be watching you. I, the son of the bone, will be your strongest backing. I'll *CK you to death. No, the son of the sun is also here. Seeing Lin Ling rush into the lightning, Yu Yu and company shouted in excitement. If they obtained the boat of God, they could also help the spirit state. The spirit state treated them like family. Now that the spirit state was in trouble, how could they stand by and do nothing? Crackle! At this moment, terrifying lightning engulfed Lin Ling. Of course, these lightning bolts had been struck by the talisman several times, so their power had weakened quite a bit. However, it still made Lin Ling grimace in pain. The lightning punishment of God was clearly not something he could withstand at the moment. Lin Ling also pushed his strength to the limit. With the Tyrant Song sword in hand, he shot out the great solar calamity bow at the same time. The powerful force immediately blew away the scattered lightning snakes, allowing Lin Ling to get closer and closer to the boat of God. What is the background of this group of sons of the demon? Lin Ling's unstoppable speed caused the expressions of the various big shots to become even more solemn. They did not have any impression of Lin Ling. It was as if he had appeared out of nowhere. However, after his appearance, he had immediately stirred up a huge wave in the world of the half-step saint realm. He will fail. The number one genius of the Yen state, the third son, said with a cold look in his eyes. In fact, he was very unhappy. In the world of the half-step saint realm, he was originally the most dazzling existence. However, with the appearance of Xianxia and the arrival of these sons of the demon, his light immediately dimmed by a lot. He was the number one half-step saint genius of the Yen state. How could he be trampled on by these pieces of trash? In fact, even Xianxia was very unhappy. However, she soon sneered. Although he has passed through the area of the lightning of God, it only means that he can get close to the boat of God. Because he is not strong enough, it is impossible to break through with brute force. He can only break through with a barrier. However, a barrier? Is there anyone who can compare with me, the godly disciple of the Miao sect? A confident voice came out of Xianxia's mouth. Although she was arrogant and confident, she did have the ability to back up her confidence. This was because everyone in the land of the 9 prefectures knew of the godly disciple of the Miao sect. Therefore, not only did she think so, but so did all the big shots. However, just as they had this thought, they saw Lin Ling's hands in the other corner of the huge boat of God. Xianyang Ghost Formation, TSK. Amazing, amazing. Watch me break you. Lin Ling's hands were faster than lightning. He set up a barrier in the void to fight against the divine barrier formation. Moreover, as soon as his barrier was set up, the divine barrier formation seemed to be easily broken. In Dragon God, even Xianxia was the same. Just what was this fellow's background? Why was his boundary enchantment so terrifying? Of course, even Li Xiaoyao hadn't come into contact with many god enchantments. Thus, after breaking through many enchantments, even more powerful enchantments arrived. These enchantments could easily obliterate Lin Ling. He will definitely die. Seeing Lin Ling face the most terrifying enchantment, the various big shots coldly shouted. They clenched their fists, afraid that Lin Ling would enter the divine boat. Besides leaving immediately, he has no other way out. Xianxia clenched her teeth and said. And this was indeed the case. The center of the god enchantment was currently suppressing Lin Ling. Lin Ling was clearly racing against the god of death. Would the enchantment suppress him faster, or would he break it faster? Interesting. In front of this ghost genius, there is no enchantment in this world that cannot be broken. However, when everyone thought that Lin Ling would inevitably retreat, Lin Ling instead smiled. This was a smile of excitement. It was a smile that thirsted for knowledge. It was as if dying in this array was a glorious death. And this was also the awareness that a boundary master should have. Silence. The divine dreamland was even more silent than before. Some of the people who resented Lin Ling also had their minds shaken at this moment, facing a boundary master that thirsted for knowledge and was even willing to risk his life. They really couldn't bring themselves to resent him, because this was also a madman. Even Xianxia covered her mouth. Her master's words echoed in her mind. Boundary masters were like moths flying into a flame. Although they would die if they threw themselves into the flame, the process of throwing themselves into the flame was extremely attractive. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Colorful enchantments, trillions upon trillions of them, submerged Lin Ling. As for Lin Ling, his entire body was like an illusion, slowly dissipating. Did he fail? Someone murmured to himself. In this world, there is no enchantment that can stop the ghost genius. However, just as the voice fell, everyone saw the blue-robed youth, who was like a reflection of water, gently point his finger. This finger was like an immortal pointing the way. The entire god enchantment instantly froze, and the array stopped operating. This finger seemed simple, but in fact, tens of billions of enchantments were brewing within it. Then, Lin Ling's illusory figure began to step forward, walking towards the divine boat in the sky. His blue robe fluttered, as if a boundary god had arrived. In the blink of an eye, time. Seeing the blue-robed young man walking forward with large strides, Yi Shui's delicate body trembled. That was because that was the technique of a world spiritist god. In the blink of an eye, time, this was a technique that only appeared in the era of the gods. In the current 9 continents, there were no more than 10 people who possessed such a technique, and it had only appeared Meow and Meow. Who is he? This time, Yi Shui could not help but be curious about the blue-robed youth. In fact, all the half-saints in Jiuzhou had the same question in their minds. All the half-saints in Jiuzhou were curious about who the blue-robed youth was. This was because in their eyes, Lin Ling had already disappeared from the divine boat. This meant that the blue-robed youth had seized Noah's divine boat. Rumble. At the same time, Noah's divine boat in the sky began to fall to the ground, and finally hit the ground. Although all the enchantments had disappeared, the golden light on its surface prevented anyone from getting close. Even a saint would not be able to do anything about it. The son of demon has succeeded. This group of ferocious juniors not only robbed the half-saints, but they also robbed the big shots from all sides. In the distant Qingshan, all the warriors witnessed this with their own eyes. Other than shock, they were still shocked. Without a doubt, this moment belonged to the son of demon. Bastard, how dare you steal my light? The triplet also landed on the ground. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He still felt like he was dreaming, because all the big shots were fighting for the divine boat. A group of ants suddenly appeared, and then one person overcame all the difficulties and finally entered the divine boat. If this was not a dream, then what was? The triplet could let the big shots get the divine boat, but he could not let some unknown outsiders get it. I'll kill you all. The triplet's gaze quickly fell on Sakura and the others. However, just as he was about to attack, the ground suddenly shook, and the golden ground began to crack. Rolling winds like clouds spread out, and finally formed a huge dragon in the sky. As soon as the dragon appeared, all the warriors were shocked, because they could see that it was the soul of a dragon, and it was at the level of a dragon god. Moreover, there were differences in strength between dragon gods. For example, Lin Ling's 8 divine dragon was a divine ability of the sky dragon, and the sky dragon was of a higher level than the dragon god. Great, we must get this dragon. The divine boat was stolen by that despicable son of demon, so this dragon should belong to us. Attack. As if they were staring at a delicious cake, all the big shots looked at the dragon hovering in the sky. Even the triplet didn't care about killing Sakura and the others. He also wanted to obtain the dragon's soul. After all, if he left the divine dream land, as the number 1 genius of the flame state, if he didn't obtain any harvests, others would laugh at him. But if he obtained the dragon's soul, that was enough for others to look up to and worship him. As for Yi Shui, she didn't do it for the worship of others, but for the enchantment array. This is the soul of Noah's divine boat. It is the best treasure to guard the enchantment array. Looking at the dragon hovering in the sky, Yi Shui immediately attacked. Everyone else attacked one after another, constantly attacking the dragon in the sky, but soon, they discovered that ordinary attacks had no effect. The dragon was like an illusion, unable to be attacked at all. Look, there is a reverse scale between the dragon's eyes. Although it is only the size of a thumb, that is the only way to subdue the dragon. At this time, a knowledgeable old man let out a cry of surprise. As soon as he said this, many people also hurriedly attacked the reverse scale, and the effect was very significant. Roar. After being attacked continuously, the dragon hovering in the sky seemed to wake up at this moment and roared crazily. Of course, it also began to attack, sweeping through the half-saint powerhouses on the ground, killing many powerhouses. However, many people obviously didn't intend to give up on such a precious treasure like the dragon, so they still attacked. However, although the attack was effective, it couldn't immediately subdue the dragon because the reverse scale was only the size of a thumb. In addition, it was constantly moving. Therefore, even if many people attacked, not everyone could succeed. Yin Dragon, the soul of the divine boat? If Lin Ling obtains it, the divine boat will be even more powerful. Flying Dragon Assassination. That Yin Dragon is not something we can fight against. Let's just forget about it. We have already obtained the divine boat, so we should leave some treasures for them. Otherwise, it will cause public anger. However, Xianxia shook his head and said. His words caused Yu and the others to nod their heads. Because, they also saw how crazy those big shots were for the divine boat. So, if they were to snatch the Yin Dragon's soul, they would definitely be angered to death. I wonder how Brother Ling is doing. Let's leave this place first. Earlier, a young man wanted to kill us, but he was interrupted by the Yin Dragon. But if the Yin Dragon is subdued, that person will definitely attack us. Yes. Right now, we don't have any talismans, so we are no match for him. Yu and Xianxia looked at each other and finally suggested. Sakura and the others nodded and quietly left. They hid in the green mountains and quietly waited for Lin Ling to come out. At that moment, Lin Ling had already entered the divine boat. The divine boat was like a huge ancient city. It was dazzling with all kinds of spirit formations in every corner. This caused Lin Ling's mood to become excited. His 10,000 elephant demonic eyes appeared and he unceasingly comprehended those spirit formations. He was different from other spirit formation masters. Firstly, he had the memories of the ghost genius Li Xiaoyao. Secondly, he had the 10,000 elephant demonic eyes of the 6 great divine eyes of the universe. He could see through everything. So, he could break and comprehend spirit formations much faster than ordinary people. Walking along the corridor, not long after, Lin Ling finally arrived at a large hall. This place was filled with an ancient aura, as if it was the abode of a god before. In the hall, a bright gem floated in the air. It was mysterious, and outside of the gem, there were tadpole-like runes floating. The true formation core. Seeing that, Lin Ling couldn't help but rejoice. He knew very well that as long as he obtained that bright stone, he would be able to control the divine boat. In reality, with Lin Ling's spirit formation Dao, he could also use formations to break formations and forcibly control it. But, that would destroy the divine boat and it would take a long time. However, the spirit province only gave him 1 year. After that, Lin Ling hurriedly walked towards the resplendent gemstone. Of course, the process seemed simple, but in fact, the ground was covered with vicious enchantments. If he couldn't break it, he would have to die with regret. This also made Lin Ling not dare to move carelessly. He could only solve it step by step. However, as Lin Ling got closer and closer to the resplendent gemstone, an invisible killing intent suddenly and strangely approached him. This killing intent was so strong that it was something that Lin Ling had never seen before. This caused Lin Ling's expression to change greatly. He wanted to activate his means to resist, but it was too late. However, at the critical moment, little Kunlun protected its master. It turned into black vines and surrounded Lin Ling like armor. Whoosh, a cold light flashed, and a large number of vines were cut off. The cold light didn't seem to be very powerful, but it was actually a real killing move. It could probably kill even a sage. Fortunately, Lin Ling felt that the person who attacked seemed to be very weak. Otherwise, his soul would have been scattered today. What a powerful junior. Not only can you break the enchantments here, but you can also sense my killing intent. Your soul power has definitely reached level 5000. At this moment, in the corner of the hall, a shadow appeared. It seemed to have walked out from the darkness. Most importantly, this shadow seemed to be unafraid of the enchantments around it and could move freely. You're the one who wants to kill me? Lin Ling also stared at the shadow. That's right. This Noah's divine ark belongs to me. No one can touch it. Little guy, you can avoid my assassination once, but I don't believe you can avoid it a second time. In here, you can only be slowly killed by me. The shadow let out a sinister laugh. Seeing this, Lin Ling's expression became serious. The shadow's words were indeed reasonable. Lin Ling couldn't move freely and could only stand in place like a puppet. Otherwise, he would definitely be killed by the enchantments, unless the other party gave him enough time to break the enchantments. But obviously, this was impossible. Now you know what kind of situation you're in. Let me give you a piece of advice. You'd better kill yourself because dying under my venomous spider leather dagger is very painful. Do you see the bones on the ground? This is the final fate of everyone who enters here. The shadow said again. Hearing this, Lin Ling didn't say a word. He looked to the side and indeed saw many bones. These bones were in a miserable state. It seemed that they had suffered inhumane torture before they died. This also meant that a long time ago, it wasn't that no one had stepped into the divine ark. I'll give you 3 breaths to consider. Seeing Lin Ling's silence, the shadow continued to exert pressure on Lin Ling's heart, and this kind of pressure was indeed terrifying, because he couldn't move and could only welcome the shadow's assassination. No one could accept this. A martial artist would rather fight a vigorous battle and die in the end than be killed like a puppet. 1, 2, 3. It seems that you've finally chosen the path of death. Then don't blame me. After the shadow counted, seeing that Lin Ling was indifferent, he finally revealed a terrifying murderous intent. I know who you are. But at this moment, Lin Ling finally raised his head and said indifferently. Oh, interesting, interesting. Then tell me. Hearing this, the shadow suddenly laughed and didn't immediately kill. You're good at killing, and it's difficult for me to detect you. You should be a member of the Flying Dragon organization. Moreover, you're already dead. What's left here is only a soul, but your soul is already so strong. This shows how powerful you were when you were alive. Lin Ling said word by word. The shadow suddenly fell silent. After a moment, he praised, You're right. I underestimated you. Next, is there anything else? I reckon that you should be someone who came here before, but because you touched the body destruction enchantment, you were luckier than the others. Your physical body was destroyed, and in the end, your soul was left behind. But you'll never be able to leave here. Am I right? Boom, after these words, the shadow clearly trembled. Clearly, Lin Ling guessed correctly again. I suddenly have no interest in listening to your nonsense. Next, prepare to die. The shadow seemed to be angry, and his resentment overflowed. He turned into darkness and disappeared from the hall. The ice-cold dagger stabbed towards Lin Ling, however, facing the shadow's assassination, Lin Ling didn't panic. His eyes flickered with a sharp light. Although I can't leave this place, it doesn't mean that I can't do anything to you. Of course, if you still have a physical body, then I'll definitely die. Unfortunately, you're just a soul. Bang, bang, at the same time an invisible soul force spread out, and the illusion god True Inheritance appeared. Xiao, a cold light flashed, but it landed on the illusion, causing the shadow's heart to tremble. At first, he thought that he had killed Lin Ling, but he was still a powerful assassin from an assassin organization. He immediately discovered that Lin Ling was still alive, and his dagger had landed on the illusion. Who says I only have 2 arrows? You have some ability, but your range of movement is less than a meter. I don't believe your illusion can last for long. But soon, the shadow spoke again. His desire to kill Lin Ling had become even stronger. Although he could not break the illusion, Lin Ling could only move within half a meter. In this range, as long as his dagger swept across, he could still kill both the illusion and Lin Ling at the same time. I said that although I can't leave this place, it doesn't mean that I can't do anything to you. However, just as the shadow finished speaking, he saw Lin Ling's illusion disappear like a fog. Instead, the real Lin Ling appeared. And the real Lin Ling was holding a 5-meter-long divine bow with a dragon's roar. The bow emitted a majestic aura that caused the shadow's soul to become unstable. This was the power of the Buddha gods. It was the most unyielding and most young. The heavenly dragon protector, Phew. At the same time, the dragon bow shot out. It was faster than lightning, and it was a fatal arrow. At this moment, the shadow's expression changed greatly. He never expected that a junior at the beginning stage of the half-sage realm would be so difficult to deal with. He knew very well that although Lin Ling could not leave this place, he knew that the arrow could pierce through the air. The bow is not bad, but if it can't hit me, that's all there is to it. However, the shadow was indeed a shadow. When the fatal arrow shot out, he actually dispersed like a fog. Following that, in the billowing black fog, a soul with a human upper body and a black smoke-like lower body quickly shuttled through the hall. It had to be said that the shadow's methods were indeed sharp. The first arrow from the great solar calamity bow had missed. This made Lin Ling's eyes flash. However, the power of the dragon god in his body surged into the dragon bow once again. The second arrow arrived instantly. With the emperor's help, Bodhi will not retreat. If my Buddha is firm, if hell is not empty, I swear not to become a Buddha. After the second arrow was shot, the shadow was clearly panicking. This was because he could dodge the first arrow because his soul still had a talent from the past. That talent was from one of the 100 bloodlines. It was a 6th grade desolate body, charm tumor divine body. This was a relatively unconventional talent among the darkness elemental talents. Moreover, it was very suitable for assassins. This talent wasn't hidden in the darkness, but a self-created darkness. It was formless, colorless, and impossible to guard against. With this talent, Umbra was able to barely dodge Lin Ling's first arrow. However, when the second arrow arrived, it immediately became difficult for him to dodge. After all, he was just a soul. Without a physical body, he couldn't display his talent to the limit. Rumble, Buddhist chants reverberated in the hall. Fortunately, the shadow dodged the second arrow. He appeared in the corner of the hall, his soul somewhat illusory. Clearly, although he was not killed by the dragon bow, his soul was injured. Therefore, he looked at Lin Ling in horror. He didn't expect that Lin Ling would have the means to kill him even if he didn't leave his original spot. This kid was more like an assassin than him. For a moment, the two of them looked at each other. Neither of them dared to make a move. Lin Ling feared Shadow's assassination dagger. As for the shadow, it was afraid of Lin Ling's godly arrows that never missed. Time passed by just like that. Shadow's soul gradually recovered. He said in a low voice, "Your arrows are indeed amazing. Unfortunately, they can't kill me. As long as I attack, your soul will scatter." Sigh. Hearing this, Lin Ling's face was expressionless like a cold-blooded killer. He also said, "Your fatal strike is indeed powerful, but you can't avoid my illusions. I have the confidence to kill you with one arrow after you attack." Sigh. Hearing this, Shadow fell silent. Lin Ling's words made sense. He couldn't see through the illusion. If he couldn't kill Lin Ling in one shot, then he would definitely die if Lin Ling shot an arrow. This meant that neither of them could do anything to the other. What a terrifying junior. My Flying Dragon organization's 13 kill experts have killed saints and gods, but I can't do anything to you. Sigh. Finally, the shadow let out a voice of praise. Moreover, the darkness around him dispersed and turned into a white-haired old man. The old man's eyes were pitch black, and it was an extremely strange sight. "How about this, let's shake hands and make peace. You leave here, and I won't kill you." "Yes." That old man proposed. "You can't do anything to me, and you want me to leave here? You're thinking too highly of yourself." "Yes." However, the dragon bow appeared in Lin Ling's hand again. The dragon god roared, and an arrow was aimed at Shadow. "Don't do anything useless. 2 arrows can't kill me. Moreover, be careful not to reveal a flaw and be killed by my one shot." "Yes." Seeing this, the old man sneered. This junior was too greedy. He didn't want to give up Noah's divine ark. Moreover, his words made sense, because the strength of the two sides were equal. The one who attacked first would be at a disadvantage at some point. For example, if Lin Ling's 2 arrows didn't kill him, then he would be in a weakened state, and it would be easier to kill him. However, Lin Ling still remained silent and shot an arrow. Heavenly Dragon's protection. Good karma increases day by day. It's useless. When the arrow was shot, the shadow began to move and dodged the arrow again, but soon, the second arrow followed closely behind. However, it was still dodged by Shadow. "You're in your weakest state right now. Die." Since the 2 arrows had no effect, Shadow also used a fatal attack. He turned into a streak of black light, escaped into the void, and shot toward Lin Ling unpredictably. In his opinion, Lin Ling had revealed a flaw, and this strike would definitely take Lin Ling's life. The corners of his mouth even revealed a sneer. This was the 230th person to die in Noah's divine ark. However, at this time, a sudden change occurred. Lin Ling's mouth also drew a sneer. Within his body, the dragon bones emitted cracking sounds. The fierce power of the dragon god once again poured into the dragon palace, causing the dragon bow to shine brightly. It had to be known that during this period of time, he had swallowed a large number of treasures. His physical strength had already increased, and even the potential of the dragon bones had been stimulated. However, time was limited, and he hadn't comprehended the third arrow of the great solar calamity bow, and today, he could use this killer to comprehend the third arrow. Endless Buddhist chants and the resplendent heavenly dragon floated in Lin Ling's mind at this moment, causing him to close his eyes slightly. When he opened them, a wisp of light flickered. Third arrow, gods and ghosts assist, peaceful dreams. Whoosh, the third arrow was shot out. This arrow brought out gods and ghosts, forming an illusion like a dreamy shadow. That arrow finally made Shadow feel the taste of death. How is this possible? Shadow cried out in alarm, his voice extremely sharp. Clearly, he didn't expect Lin Ling to shoot a third arrow. Who said I only have 2 arrows? Lin Ling's indifferent voice also floated out. The third arrow's power was clearly more terrifying than the first 2, causing Shadow to beg for mercy. Spare me. Killing me won't do you any good. He was a dignified Flying Dragon Organization's 13 kills expert. He had killed saints and gods, but at this moment, he was actually begging for mercy from a junior. Control the divine arc. Not killing you doesn't seem to benefit me at all. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. I can make all the assassins under the 13 kills of the Flying Dragon Organization listen to your orders. His soul was about to be destroyed, and the Shadow was clearly ready to throw caution to the wind. However, this sentence made Lin Ling's heart skip a beat. Then, he controlled the third arrow to shoot past the Shadow and finally penetrate the countless enchantments in the hall. This caused the Shadow to freeze in place. His soul continued to tremble. If that arrow had hit him, he would have died without a doubt. He would have been powerless to reverse the situation. This arrow that contained the power of the Buddha God was indeed meant to restrain ghosts. Flying Dragon Organization's 13 kills assassins, why should they listen to your orders? Lin Ling looked at the Shadow and said indifferently. Because I am the king of assassins. Speaking of this, the Shadow's voice was filled with pride. Hearing this, Lin Ling began to ponder. Right now, the Spirit Province was facing the siege of the Heavenly Court. If he could get the Flying Dragon Organization to help, that would be extremely good. Fine, I'll spare your life. I can even take you away from here. Thinking of this, Lin Ling slowly put away the dragon bow. Of course, he was not afraid of the Shadow assassinating him. In fact, after hearing Lin Ling's words, the Shadow soul was shocked. Not to mention killing Lin Ling, it almost treated Lin Ling as a benefactor. It was because his soul was trapped within the barrier of the divine boat, unable to leave for all eternity. How could he not want to leave this place? However, he still didn't believe in Lin Ling, because the number of people who died in the barrier of the divine arc was not small. These people couldn't do anything to Noah's divine arc, so how could a junior succeed so easily? And Lin Ling didn't explain anything. His hands flew, and he began to break the barrier. Moreover, he took a heavy step forward and left his original location. He was no longer trapped within the half-meter range. This caused the Shadow's soul to tremble, and it said in disbelief, "How can you leave this place? You have to know that the surroundings are filled with vicious barriers that can even slaughter saints." However, Lin Ling didn't care about it at all. He continued to break the barrier, and finally, he was getting closer and closer to the bright gem. Because in front of me, you are a junior. When the jewel shone brightly, the Shadow finally heard a cold voice. Junior, in front of the blue-robed youth, the King of Assassins editor. If that was the case, the King of Assassins would definitely not believe it. However, at this moment, the young man who was shrouded in the light of God was indeed like a god who stood at the peak of the 9 prefectures. Boom boom boom, and at that moment, Lin Ling was constantly casting enchantments to collide with the divine light. The divine light was boundless and ancient. It was the divine enchantment array. If he could break through these divine lights, then he would be able to control the entire divine boat. However, Lin Ling's expression also became more and more solemn. The final divine boundary array was indeed quite impressive. If he wanted to break it, he would need a lot of time. However, when he thought of Yu Yu and the others waiting outside, he became worried and sped up. Puff, not long after, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The faster he wanted to break the barrier, the worse it would be. Be careful. Don't worry, you can take your time. Seeing this, the Shadow said in a worried voice. If Lin Ling failed and died here, he would never be able to get out. However, Lin Ling didn't care about his voice at all. His eyes were full of determination. Not only did he not retreat, but he also created more barriers to fight against the God Translation's divine arc. In fact, he didn't need to fight force with force. He could take his time to break the barrier, but if he did, he would have to start from the beginning. Therefore, he didn't plan to give up halfway. In his heart, God. So what? He was a ghost. He was a god. Boom. Finally, with a loud bang, Lin Ling was blasted away and smashed into the barrier wall far away from the hall. This made the shadow even more worried. Soon, Lin Ling stood up with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He walked forward step by step and was soon covered by the light emitted by the gem. However, this time, the God Translation's light seemed to have merged into Lin Ling's body. It didn't resist him anymore. In fact, the light became much gentler. Finally, Lin Ling's palm gently landed on the dazzling gemstone. The gemstone seemed to sink into a swamp, following Lin Ling's palm and disappearing into his body. Success! The shadow witnessed all this with his own eyes. He was shocked. At the same time, Lin Ling placed one hand behind his back and pointed a finger at the shadow. Immediately, an indescribable feeling of ease filled the shadow's body. In the next instant, the shadow noticed that the spirit formation that bound him had completely disappeared. This meant that the shadow could leave the divine arc. I hope you can keep your promise, Lin Ling said faintly. The shadow looked at Lin Ling solemnly. Then, he smiled and nodded. In his eyes, Lin Ling was indeed very young. He was very sure of this. However, such a young junior was able to do all this. This made him shocked. Now, he could leave and no longer care about Lin Ling. However, subconsciously, he knew that he couldn't go back on his words. Otherwise, the price would be great. In fact, his guess was correct. Although Lin Ling had released the shadow, there was still a barrier hidden in the shadow soul. It was a fatal barrier. At least for 3 years, this barrier wouldn't disappear. Lin Ling could also use this barrier to shatter the shadow soul. My name is Duing. Then, the shadow introduced himself. Lin Ling nodded and didn't say anything. With a thought, the scene suddenly changed. The two of them instantly appeared outside the Divine Arkansas. They stepped on the deck of the Divine Arkansas. The deck was full of mysterious barriers that shone with golden light. It made Lin Ling and Duing feel like gods had arrived. Lin Ling's skills undoubtedly made Do Afterimage feel that he was even more mysterious. The thought of resistance hidden in his heart completely disappeared at this moment. Outside the Divine Arc, a fierce battle was going on. It was as if the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting. In the sky, the Yin dragon was rolling. Countless half-saint experts were fired up and constantly attacked the Yin dragon in the sky. The Yin dragon's soul is getting weaker and weaker. I saw it clearly before. This is the inky Frostine dragon, the dragon god of the underworld. TSK, if I can obtain this dragon soul, it will be more important than any treasure. With just you? Dream on. The half-saint experts from the 9 states were not to be outdone. They all wanted to obtain the ultimate treasure, so much so that they didn't notice Lin Ling appearing on the Divine Arc. In fact, even if they had noticed, they wouldn't have cared. It was obvious that the Yin dragon's soul was more precious. Lin Ling also stared at the Yin dragon's soul. He smiled. This dragon's soul was of a higher level than the dragon's soul he had encountered in the Crimson Province. One had to know that many experts had been mobilized for the Crimson Province's dragon's soul. The 9 states 10 vicious had appeared. Even a Yuer had come. From this, one could see how precious a dragon's soul was. Shooting the dragon with a bow. This dragon is extraordinary. It was definitely an existence that surpassed the saints when it was alive. Who would have thought that such a colossus would die? As expected of a god. Beside him, Do Afterimage said solemnly. This Yin dragon, I want it. Yes. Lin Ling smiled, then lightly spat out a sentence. His words were calm, but carried a domineering aura. This made Do Afterimage's pupils constrict. Then he also laughed. Rumble. In the sky, the Yin dragon roared again and again. The dragon breath was extremely powerful, but the Yin dragon was still a dragon soul, so it could not resist the joint attack of the experts. In particular, the reverse scale on its forehead was being attacked continuously. Of course, the reverse scale was very small, so up until now, no one had managed to deal a fatal blow to the reverse scale. Instead, the attacks of the various experts were all large-scale offensive martial arts, relying on their vigorous strength to only affect the reverse scale. The final moment has arrived. Yes. It's mine. Yes. Yi Shui's spirit was also shaken. A large number of enchantments were waved from her hands, attacking the Yin dragon. As for the triplet, he also used his ultimate technique to the limit, determined to seize the dragon. I wonder who will win this dragon. Yes. The battle is getting more and more intense. Previously, the divine boat was taken by the demonic sun. In my opinion, the Yin dragon's soul must be taken by the Yu family. Nonsense. Do you think Yi Shui and the triplet do not exist? They will definitely be the final winners. Yes. Although Emperor Yu's bloodline is powerful, but there are so many experts gathered here, including the Great Palace of Gods and Demons, the Flying Dragon Organization, Fu Hang Manor, and even the Heavenly Court. Yes. In the distant Green Mountain, the 9 prefectures' martial artists were also discussing, but at this moment, a dragon roared. Its voice was loud and clear, even louder than the Yin dragon in the sky. A 5-meter-long dragon bow descended, the arrow was released, the heavenly dragon protection. This arrow was like a comet, with a dazzling tail. Under countless surprised gazes, it shot towards the Yin dragon in the sky, forming a scene of 2 dragons playing with a pearl. This scene was undoubtedly extremely dazzling. The most terrifying thing was that the arrow actually shot directly on the reverse scale of the Yin dragon. Roar, roar, roar. The Yin dragon immediately let out a furious roar, and its dragon soul dimmed significantly. Who? F***ck, what a fierce arrow. It can be said that no arrow has missed. That arrow is comparable to the damage of all the martial artists. That's for sure. That arrow hit the reverse scale. Without a doubt, this heavenly dragon-like Buddha god arrow was earth-shattering, causing the entire divine dreamland to seethe with excitement. It's him? Yi Yeshui and the other experts looked around and saw Lin Ling on the boat of gods. At this moment, each and every one of them was infuriated. Lin Ling had already obtained the divine boat, and now he was here to snatch the dragon's soul. This fellow was simply too greedy. In your dreams. Not only was Yeshui furious, but even Miao Zhou's #1 half-saint genius, Sansheng, was furious. Was his stage going to be snatched by that nameless brat again? The Yin dragon is mine. However, facing the gazes of millions of martial artists, Lin Ling simply turned a blind eye and indifferently spat out a sentence. This sentence was mixed with a billowing domineering aura, as if it was impossible not to believe it. Brother Ling. Second brother. In the endless green mountains, Yu and the others naturally saw Lin Ling and were overjoyed. This brat is crazy enough. Meng Lu also showed an excited expression. To fight against the 9 states half-saint powerhouses with his own strength, only Lin Ling had this courage. Without a doubt, after Lin Ling appeared, he had become the focus of the half-saint powerhouses of the 9 states. Even Sansheng stared at Lin Ling. The more he looked at Lin Ling, the more unhappy he was. He couldn't help but mock. A mere early half-saint who can't even block a dragon breath of the Yin dragon dares to speak such arrogant words. However, Lin Ling didn't even look at him. The dragon bow in his hand continued to shoot, and the light of the Buddha god flowed like mercury. Whoosh! The 2 arrows were like comets, one in front and one behind. They shot toward the Yin dragon in the sky at a speed faster than light. When the arrows flashed, all the martial artists in the world seemed to be short of breath. Everyone roared in their hearts, must fail, must fail. They were very angry. They originally wanted to stop Lin Ling, but Lin Ling's arrows were too fast. By the time they reacted, Lin Ling had already shot out his bow. Most importantly, they were entangled with the Yin dragon and constantly attacked it at close range, but they had only scratched the surface of the Yin dragon. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was standing in the distance, shooting the Yin dragon with his bow, waiting for an exhausted enemy. This also made many people secretly envious. An archer had such an advantage. Roar. The comet arrow was like a heavenly dragon protecting the law, and the arrow never missed. The second arrow pierced through the Yin dragon's reverse scale on its forehead. What an accurate arrow. The Yin dragon flies very high and fast, and the reverse scale is only as big as a thumb. He actually hit it. Whoosh. At this moment, many people secretly admired. Whoosh! At this moment, the third arrow followed closely, and the arrow never missed. The arrows disappeared into the Een dragon's forehead, and the Een dragon in the sky suddenly froze. A pair of dragon eyes looked down at Lin Ling, who was on the divine boat. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. The half-saint experts of the 9 states stopped breathing at this moment. What had happened? Had the Een dragon's soul been snatched? But soon, the triplet looked up to the sky and roared with complacent laughter. Although he did not know what had happened, it was obvious that the Een dragon had not been shot by Lin Ling. This meant that Lin Ling had failed. I have said that the strength of an initial stage half-saint can't shake the Een dragon's soul. Now, you have angered the Een dragon. Prepare to suffer its wrath. The triplet laughed louder and louder. He even put his hands behind his back, ready to watch the scene of Lin Ling being strangled by the Een dragon. As soon as he finished speaking, all the warriors laughed. They had been very nervous before, afraid that the Een dragon would be snatched by Lin Ling. But now, they saw that Lin Ling had exhausted all his energy to shoot 3 arrows but still could not kill the Een dragon. Naturally, they were happy and excited. Trash. Some martial artists who were too impulsive even cursed out loud. Haha, what a powerful arrow. Unfortunately, it's too weak. In my opinion, I'm afraid that even we can't kill such an arrow. More than that, I'm afraid it can't even kill a fly. The sky was filled with jeers. All the warriors were venting their depression, rumble. However, before their laughter died down, the Een dragon in the sky rolled like a fish that had been thrown ashore and was struggling desperately. Then, under countless horrified gazes, the Een dragon turned into a ray of light and shot toward Lin Ling. Bang. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. One kick killed a half-step saint. I'm sorry, but the soul of the Een dragon is mine. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile when he sensed the rolling power of the soul in the dragon pearl. He slammed the dragon pearl into the deck and let the soul enter the divine boat. Now, the soul of the dragon had returned to Noah's divine boat. At this moment, the entire Noah's divine ark was also shining brightly, and divine light shone everywhere. The blue-robed young man on Noah's divine boat looked like a god. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he carried 2 swords on his back. He was unforgettable. All the martial artists were completely silent. Robbed again. The divine boat was robbed by the son of demon, and they hadn't even started to take revenge. Next, the son of demon robbed the Een dragon. Most importantly, they had been fighting the Een dragon for a long time, and the outcome was about to be decided. Then, the son of demon appeared and used his giant bow to steal the soul of the Een dragon with 3 arrows. This made everyone feel as if they had been toyed with. Even the endless mountains in the distance were so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Those warriors covered their mouths with their eyes wide open. As expected of the son of demon, he was so cruel, plucking the feathers from the geese and snatching all the meat. He didn't even leave any soup for the half-step saints of the 9 prefectures. He was ruthless. You're courting death. After a moment of silence, an angry roar finally rang out. Everyone here was a descendant of a big shot in the 9 prefectures, and the forces behind them were all influential in the 9 prefectures. They had sent out so many people, but they didn't get anything. How could they swallow this anger? Moreover, if the news spread out, the 9 prefectures would be in turmoil, and countless warriors would laugh at them. The warriors of the 9 prefectures could understand losing to a saint. The warriors of the 9 prefectures could understand losing to a peak half-step saint, but losing to an initial half-step saint. The warriors of the 9 prefectures couldn't understand. Most importantly, the other party was fighting against the entire 9 prefectures with his own strength. How could the warriors of the 9 prefectures understand this? Kid, hand over the treasure. In the boiling anger, someone had taken the lead to snatch the treasure. It was the people of the heavenly court. The people of the heavenly court reacted so quickly. Let's not slow down. If the divine boat and dragon soul are both taken by the heavenly court, then our trip here today would have been in vain. The people of the other forces shouted, unwilling to be outdone. Their eyes were red, and they had forgotten about Lin Ling's dazzling brilliance. Instead, their eyes were occupied by the 2 treasures, as if they had already obtained the treasures left behind by the 2 gods. You guys are from the heavenly court. Lin Ling put his hands behind his back and asked indifferently as he looked at the restless heavenly court experts. Heavenly court's azure lightning. The person who killed you is called Dustfall Flower from the Heavenly Court. In the face of Lin Ling's questioning, the Heavenly Court's experts immediately shouted coldly. Their words were filled with pride, as if they were telling everyone that the Heavenly Court was going to take the treasure today. Heavenly Court, Heavenly Court. Lin Ling nodded. With a wave of his hand, all of the golden stones he obtained in the divine dreamland flew out, causing his surroundings to shine with a dazzling golden light. Don't you know what fate awaits those from the Heavenly Court if they encounter me? Lin Ling said once more. Die. The Heavenly Court's powerhouses simply didn't care. In their opinion, although Lin Ling had some ability, his boundary was too low. He wouldn't be able to block so many of them. It had to be known that there were many late half-saint realm powerhouses here, and there were even peak half-saint powerhouses, and as the other influences saw the Heavenly Court's people crazily attacking, their eyes turned even redder, but at this time, Lin Ling had already floated up. He stood in the void, his hands held behind his back. If those from the Heavenly Court encounter me, their only fate is death. As his voice fell, the sole of his foot stomped down. With this stomp, it was like he had activated a divine enchantment array formation. The massive Noah's divine ark beneath his feet began to rumble like thunder. Tens of millions of arcs of thunder gushed out like sea urchins, sweeping through the earth like a tide. The surrounding area instantly became the forbidden land of thunder. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The Heavenly Court powerhouses that tried to kill Lin Ling weren't even able to approach Lin Ling before they were destroyed by the thunder emitted by the Noah's divine ark. Not even their corpses were left behind. Looking at Lin Ling again, he was standing on the Noah's divine ark with two swords on his back. At this moment, he looked like a god. All the martial artists who were originally rushing toward Lin Ling stopped in their tracks at this moment, and their faces were filled with shock. Could it be that he's in control of the Noah's divine ark? Yi Shui's small hand covered her mouth as she let out an incredulous cry of surprise. The previous scene appeared in her mind. A single kick had exterminated a half-saint. In fact, in the hearts of all the martial artists, that single kick had not only exterminated a half-saint, but it had also stabilized the world. For a moment, no one dared to speak at all. They didn't even dare to look at Lin Ling. The Noah's divine ark was under Lin Ling's control. This wasn't something they could fight against. The only thing they could do was perhaps envy, jealousy, and hatred in their hearts. When Lin Ling saw that everyone was silent, he smiled and floated down to the ground. As for the massive Noah's divine ark, it turned into a ray of light and disappeared into Lin Ling's body. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling strolled forward. That blue and white robe and that unique outfit of carrying two swords on his back undoubtedly made everyone even more curious. Up until now, they still didn't know the origins of the son of the devil who had suddenly appeared. However, it was undeniable that among the half-saints, this person was the king. I'm the strongest half-saint. However, at this moment, a terrifying killing intent descended behind Lin Ling. Not only was his desolate body powerful, even his cultivation level was extremely terrifying. Only then did everyone realize that the one who had attacked was the triplet. As the #1 half-saint genius in the Yen state, the triplet could only eat dirt with his tail between his legs. How could he take this lying down? There's a chance. The triplet is stronger than us. That's right. The son of the devil has already put away the Noah's divine Arkansas. The triplet will definitely be able to strike first. Seeing this, all the martial artists clenched their fists. The triplet was very fast. The son of the devil was definitely not as fast as him. He would definitely die. However, even though the triplet was fast, could he be faster than the king of assassins? As the triplet was getting closer to Lin Ling, a cold light seemed to come from the void. With a speed that exceeded everyone's imagination, it gently streaked across. The light was dazzling and dazzling. Ah! The triplet immediately let out a painful cry, as if he had suffered the most painful torture in his life. He fell to the ground and kept rolling. Following that, his body melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. This scene was very tragic. Finally, the triplet turned into a pile of bones. The most terrifying thing was that the bones were still squirming, as if he was still suffering from inhumane torture. All the half-saint experts were trembling at this moment. They looked at Lin Ling again and were shocked to discover that the blue-robed youth was still moving forward. It was as if he didn't know about the triplet's sneak attack. It was as if he knew but didn't care. This was because he knew that the triplet would definitely die. This son of the devil is terrifying. In everyone's hearts, there was only one sentence. Leave. The massive divine boat glided through the divine dreamland, like a grand city passing through the horizon. From the endless green mountains, several figures immediately leapt towards the divine boat. The divine thunder around the divine boat also vanished, allowing these people to easily enter. Seeing this, the eyes of all the cultivators revealed a look of envy. Big Brother Ling. The ones that leapt onto the divine boat were Yu and the others. As they landed behind the divine boat, they looked at the dazzling golden divine boat, all of them excited. They never imagined that the one to obtain the divine boat would be Lin Ling. Moreover, they had all witnessed how formidable the divine boat was. It could easily sweep away a half-saint. It could be called a great killing machine that could exterminate a saint. We've finally obtained the divine boat. Lin Ling looked at everyone and smiled. He then said, currently, I haven't thoroughly researched this divine boat. But, I estimate that this divine boat isn't just limited to this. If I can completely control it, I fear that not even a saint will be able to move it. According to legends, the divine boat was a divine boat used by the gods to deliver all living beings from their suffering. Thus, without mentioning anything else, in terms of defense alone, this divine boat was absolutely unimaginably strong. Moreover, Lin Ling had already obtained the dragon's soul of the Yin dragon. This dragon's soul was the soul of the boat. It could increase the strength of the divine boat once more. Hee, how domineering. It's so big, we can't even walk through it. It's like a whole world. There are actually many enchantment arrays inside. Some of these enchantment arrays seem to be able to increase one's cultivation. Sakura and the others excitedly walked around the divine boat. They were extremely curious about everything. The divine boat has already acknowledged you. You can enter and leave as you please. But, if others enter the divine boat, their fate will be far more terrifying than resisting the divine boat. Lin Ling smiled as he explained. It can be like this? Dreamflow couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Lin Ling nodded. He looked at Do Afterimage behind him and lightly said, Senior, do you want to test it? Do Afterimage immediately smiled and nodded. I've been trapped in the divine boat for many years and have never seen anything extraordinary about it. So, I might as well give it a try. All right. Lin Ling stretched out his right hand, and the resplendent ancient gem appeared once more. Runes began to float out from it. Rumble, almost at the same time, the entire divine boat blossomed with a dazzling light. Endless enchantments appeared, as if they could topple mountains and overturn seas, suppressing the afterimages. These enchantments were ancient and ancient. There were flames, lightning, frost, divine wind, and so on. They were all afterimages that hadn't been suppressed yet. His expression immediately changed greatly. Plop, his soul was smashed to the ground, and his soul was unstable. Wait, I'm not playing anymore. He anxiously shouted out. This was because facing the endless enchantments of the divine boat, he felt as if he had encountered the hand of a god. He didn't know that the divine boat had countless enchantments. Even a single deck had 890 million enchantments hidden inside, not to mention the entire divine prefecture. And these enchantments were all under Lin Ling's control. So even if a saint was here, he would be like a chicken or a dog, just like what Lin Ling had said. Being inside the divine boat was actually more terrifying than being outside the divine boat. As expected of the divine enchantment. If these enchantments were set up by a purple-robed master, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to complete it without tens of thousands of years. Even I would need a lot of time to complete it. Seeing the king of assassins begging for mercy, Lin Ling thought to himself. In fact, if he was given the same materials, he could also forge the divine boat. However, the time required would definitely not be short. Now that he had a ready-made boat of God, he could save a lot of time. Chi, the king of assassins afterimages crawled up. However, his eyes were filled with horror as he kept sucking in cold air. Although he was an existence that had killed saints and gods in the 9 prefectures, in his eyes, the young Lin Ling gave him an unfathomable feeling. He was more terrifying than a saint. Even a god couldn't be compared to him. Such a person could only be a friend, not an enemy. By the way, we've known each other for a while. How should I address you, seniors? Could it be that seniors are all called son of devil? Putting away his thoughts, Do Afterimages smiled. In his words, he had unknowingly addressed Lin Ling as a senior. with the divine boat and various mysterious means, Do Afterimages had no choice but to accept it. My name is Lin Ling. Lin Ling seemed to know what the latter was thinking as he smiled faintly. So it's fellow Daoist Lin. It's an honor to meet you. Do Afterimages hurriedly bowed slightly to Lin Ling. Not only did he treat Lin Ling as a peer, he also faintly regarded Lin Ling as a senior. Sakura and the others looked at Do Afterimages curiously. They discovered that this old man seemed to be a soul, but he gave off an unfathomable feeling. Generally speaking, when facing such a person, they would definitely be cautious. However, with Lin Ling here, they didn't have so much fear. My name is Sakura. They call me Son of Bone. Senior, my name is Yu. They call me Son of Dragon. My name is Son of Tomb. Yu and the others spoke out one after another. Sunset Brilliance also nodded. My name is Sunset Brilliance. They call me Sun Death. Eh? Eh? Hearing this, Do Afterimages looked at Sunset Brilliance with a strange expression. He thought to himself, this person has quite a heavy taste. He doesn't even want to let off the soul of an old man. No, my name is Son of Sun. Sunset Brilliance didn't know if this had become a habit or if it was subconscious, but after discovering his slip of the tongue, he awkwardly waved his hands, causing Lin Ling and the others to laugh. As for Lin Ling, his name is Son of Demon and he is also our leader. In the divine dreamland, everyone thinks of us as sons of demon. Dream. Dreamflow finally spoke, faintly looking at Do Afterimages. In his eyes, an ancient aura spread out, causing Do Afterimages' heart to tremble. He immediately realized that the people who followed Lin Ling, other than you who died that day, were mostly people with great talent and background. For instance, that Son of Dragon. From her body, Do Afterimages could clearly sense that she had awakened an ultimate desolate body. It had to be known that the 100 great bloodlines, the descendants of gods, these descendants all had ultimate desolate bodies. However, not everyone was able to awaken an ultimate desolate body. As for that dream flow, Do Afterimages guessed that this person's background was likely one of the 9 provinces 10 vicious. This Lin Ling is truly fierce. He actually managed to gather so many geniuses around him and even take him as their leader. Do Afterimages secretly said. He decided that he would recommend Lin Ling to the Flying Dragon organization. After everyone spoke, Lin Ling finally decided to leave the Divine Dreamland. Because over half a year had passed, he would return to the Spirit Province ahead of time to prepare everything. After putting away the divine boat, Lin Ling led everyone forwards, arriving at the very beginning of the vortex. After a dream of 3,000 years, they appeared outside of the Yu province. The massive square was still packed with people. Powerhouses from all over were chatting with each other in high spirits. These powerhouses were all big shots of the 9 provinces. They were all waiting for the half-saint realm powerhouses under their influence to return with a bountiful harvest. Hee, my Xia family will definitely be today's winner. Let's wait and see. Voices like these floated out from time to time. As for Lin Ling and the others, they stopped and looked at these big shots with strange expressions. Then, they shook their heads and laughed before walking away. In particular, Do Afterimages nearly laughed out loud. Earth-shattering, after leaving the square, Do Kening bade farewell and left. Senior Do, I hope you don't forget your promise. Lin Ling looked at Do Kening with a faint smile and said, I hope you can make a trip to the spirit state in 3 months. No problem. Do Kening nodded immediately. In the beginning, he and Lin Ling had reached an agreement. Lin Ling would spare his life and he would use the Flying Dragon organization to help Lin Ling. But now, even if Lin Ling didn't ask for it, he couldn't wait to help Lin Ling. How many people do you need? Flying Dragon organization's 13 kills, I'll call all of them over. Is that enough? Do Kening asked again. His words made Sakura and the others suck in a breath of cold air, especially Sakura. His face was solemn. This was because his good friend, the cloaked man Su, was an assassin of the Flying Dragon organization, and he was a triple kill assassin. The Flying Dragon organization divided their ranks by the number of kills. The higher the number of kills, the higher the strength and status, and this old man was a 13-kill assassin? Enough. On the other hand, Lin Ling's reaction was calm. He wasn't the same as when he first left the Green State. He had countless trump cards, and they were all godlike methods. Therefore, a mere 13-kill assassin wasn't enough for him to look up to. Okay, 3 months later, I'll personally visit the spirit state. Doukening left after saying that and left quickly. Lin Ling smiled as he looked at his back. He knew that Doukening wanted to rebuild his body. As long as the soul of an expert like Doukening didn't dissipate, he would definitely have a way to rebuild a powerful body. Lin Ling, I'll have to part with you guys for now. After all, I'm from the Fuhang Manor, and I have to report back. After Doukening left, Luo Riyao looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Luo Riyao then said, I'm also from the Green State. Your trouble is my trouble. After I go back, I'll think of a way to persuade the Fuhang Manor to send experts to help the spirit state. Although Luo Riyao helped Lin Ling out of friendship, he wasn't stupid. He knew that Lin Ling's future was limitless, so he naturally recommended Lin Ling to the Fuhang Manor. Then be careful. If anything happens, you can come to the spirit province to find me. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded, and at the same time, gave a few instructions. Okay. Luo Riyao also bowed to Lin Ling and left the spirit state. Lin Ling and the others were also heading towards the spirit province. However, halfway through, a voice transmission was transmitted to them. Master, are you there? The voice belonged to the third princess. This surprised Lin Ling and Yuyu. Third princess, what's wrong? Lin Ling was worried about the Green State, so he quickly asked. Master, don't worry. The Green State is fine. I just returned to the Tianzhou, but I think I saw the broken sword that you've been looking for. Broken sword? Are you sure? It should be because the broken sword's aura is very similar to your scabbard. If I hadn't seen the scabbard, I wouldn't be so sure. The broken sword is in the Jiang family. Okay, I'll go to the Tianzhou now. After putting away the voice transmission talisman, Lin Ling immediately looked at Yuyu and the others. Brother Ling, you go. We'll go back to the spirit state and arrange everything. Yuyu and the others could see that Lin Ling was in a hurry. Okay, I'll be back in less than 3 months. Lin Ling was indeed in a hurry. Although the scabbard had saved him many times, it had also tried to kill him. It was a double-edged sword. Therefore, he couldn't wait to find a new scabbard. Then, Lin Ling rushed toward the Tianzhou without stopping. Li Xiaoyao had been to the Tianzhou in the past, but Lin Ling had never been there before. Therefore, he could only travel along the chaos of the universe, and the journey would not be short. Therefore, he directly activated the Noah's divine ark and quickly traveled through the pitch-black void of the universe. Rumble, the huge Noah's divine ark was like a realm. It carried a grand and majestic aura as it moved forward in a mighty manner. Wow, what's that? Along the way, they naturally encountered some warriors. They were dumbfounded as they looked at the dazzling golden divine Arkansas. Then, many of them licked their lips and revealed greedy looks. It's mine. Someone immediately attacked without hesitation. Rumble, however, before they could get close to the divine ark, a pool of lightning descended and the powerhouse who attacked was immediately shattered into pieces. One had to know that this was a saint-level powerhouse. At this moment, the cultivators around the primal chaos didn't dare to act rashly. Moreover, they glanced around and noticed that a young man in a blue robe was sitting cross-legged on the divine boat. He seemed like a god that had returned from the era of the gods. So mighty. All the warriors mumbled to themselves. In the end, they could only watch the dazzling golden divine ark disappear into the distance. Who is that person? He killed a sage like killing a dog. That's amazing. There are countless gods in the land of the 9 states. How can we see through all of them? However, that divine ark is indeed extraordinary. It gives me a lot of pressure. Let's go. That young man's world is not something we can look up to. The surrounding warriors also hurried on their way. However, they were even more curious about the young man in the blue robe. Unfortunately, even though these powerhouses had roamed the 9 states for many years, none of them did not know Lin Ling. This was because to the 9 states, Lin Ling had only just entered this world. In the spirit state, all the big shots were still waiting in the square. Not long after, a large number of figures finally walked out of the huge whirlpool. How are your harvests? The saints of the divine escort mansion were unable to restrain themselves. They took the initiative to ask. Moreover, they also swept their eyes over the other big shots. They hoped that by taking advantage of the divine dreamland, they could suppress the other great influences and raise the prestige of the divine escort mansion. In fact, the other big shots were also doing the same. However, the martial artists that came out of the divine dreamland all had their heads lowered, as if they were frozen eggplants. Honorable Master, all of our treasures have been stolen by the son of demon. Finally, someone clenched their teeth and spoke, their voice extremely gloomy. These words caused the entire square to fall silent. Even the hidden Emperor Yu was quietly waiting for his descendants' harvest. But as he saw the divine escort mansion's people not have any harvests, he secretly smiled. Haha, trash, trash. The other big shots of the 9 states were also incomparably excited. They took this opportunity to mock the divine escort mansion. My lord, our harvests have also been stolen by the son of demon. However, following that, the influences under these big shots also bitterly spoke. This caused the square to fall silent. All of the big shots were dumbfounded. Your harvests have also been stolen? You only managed to obtain these scattered treasures? After a moment, an angry voice echoed out like a thunderclap. That's right, all of the good things have been stolen by them. Moreover, the divine boat that appeared this time was also stolen by the son of demon. In the square, the half-step saint powerhouses spoke with sad faces. Every word they spoke caused the hearts of all the big shots to tremble. Even Emperor Yu in the sky was no exception. The divine boat of Noah was one of the great treasures of the divine dreamland. For many years, countless people had coveted the divine boat and tried to take it for themselves, but all of them failed. They arrived in Sky Province. And this time, the soul of the Yin dragon appeared. Another voice sounded. This time, it was Xianxia who spoke. However, her mood was obviously lower than everyone else's. The soul of the Yin dragon also appeared? The big shots didn't see Xianxia's disappointed expression. Instead, their eyes lit up. But it was also stolen by the son of the demon. Unfortunately, just as they were looking forward to it, Xianxia spoke again. It's him again. Almost at the same time, the same words came out of the big shots' mouths. They could tolerate the loot being stolen. They couldn't tolerate the boat of God being stolen. But the Yin dragon was also stolen. This was intolerable. Where did these sons of the demon come from? At this moment, a voice filled with heavenly might resounded in the sky. Emperor Yu had also appeared. Moreover, his eyes were very red. There were actually flames of fury burning in them. If it weren't for the divine dreamland not allowing saints to enter, he would have already rushed in to see who these so-called sons of the demon were. I don't know. They seemed to have appeared out of thin air. After they appeared, all the half-step saint powerhouses of the 9 states were trampled under their feet. We only know that they are called Son of the Demon, Son of the Dragon, Son of Bone, Son of Grave, and Son of Song. Oh right, there is also one called Death of You. The half-step saint powerhouses in the square lowered their heads and spoke. Their voices were filled with unwillingness. This was because this was also a great shame to them. The 9 states was so vast and there were countless half-step saints. However, they were swept away by a few people. If this wasn't a shame, then what was? Death of me? The various big shots were already furious. When they heard the strange words F*CKU to death, they were so angry that their hair stood on end. They had never seen such a shameless person. Not only did they steal the treasures, they even pretended to be cool and left the name Death of You. Were they challenging the major forces of the 9 states? Or were they gloating? Wait for them here. I want to see where these guys come from. Do they have 3 heads and 6 arms? Yes. That's right. Fuck me to death? You dare to kill a saint? How arrogant. The big shots also threw caution to the wind. They didn't leave and waited in the square. Without a doubt, the appearance of Lin Ling and the others was earth-shattering, causing the 9 continents to tremble. This was because for many years, this was the first time that the divine dreamland had experienced such a large-scale robbery. This was simply a miracle for the divine dreamland. Secondly, it was the first time in the 9 prefectures that he had fought against a group of half-saints by himself. Unfortunately, no one knew that Lin Ling and the others had already left. At this moment, the gigantic divine boat was flying through the sky. The young man on the boat was still cultivating. during this trip to the divine dreamland, Lin Ling's boundary hadn't risen by much, however, he had already prepared a large amount of treasures. After setting up the formation in the spirit province, the remaining emperor crystals could be used for cultivation. However, Lin Ling wasn't in a hurry to improve his cultivation at this moment because no one in the half-saint realm could shake him now that he had the divine boat. Scabbard, oh Scabbard, where did you come from? Then, Lin Ling unsheathed the sword on his back and looked at it. This scabbard had saved Lin Ling time and time again. But every time it saved him, the scabbard would also give birth to a rich killing intent towards Lin Ling, unless Lin Ling found a new broken sword. This was also the reason why Lin Ling was in such a hurry to go to the Sky Province. Currently, the scabbard could increase the rank of a demon sword by 30%, but it could resist 50% of another's strength. If he added on the broken sword he obtained this time, Lin Ling estimated that the rank of the demon sword would rise by another 10%. Little Kunlun, after we finish laying down the great enchantment array in the Blue Province, we can use the remaining treasures to cultivate. After looking through the scabbard, Lin Ling put away the scabbard and stroked the black vines on his left arm. As he recalled the scene in the divine boat, if it weren't for little Kunlun saving him at a critical moment, Lin Ling would have already been assassinated by those afterimages. So, Lin Ling once again owed little Kunlun a favor. After an unknown amount of time, an ancient land appeared in front of him. It was majestic and boundless. Lin Ling also put away the divine boat and floated in the void of the universe, looking down at the divine land. However, the Sky Province was bigger than the Blue Province, but it couldn't be compared to the Spirit Province. So, after Lin Ling roughly glanced at it, he was already used to it. He directly landed on the ground and then a jade talisman appeared in his hand. Realm essence surged into it and a vast map appeared in front of him. The Jiang family of the Great World was naturally on it. Lin Ling immediately followed the map and headed towards the Jiang family of the Great World. The Jiang family of the Great World was a famous royal family in the Sky Province. It was one of the bloodlines of the Celestial Emperor. After half a day, Lin Ling finally arrived at a holy land with beautiful mountains and clear waters. There was a massive manor here, as large as a city. This was the Jiang family of the Great World. However, the surroundings of this manor were like an ancient city. It was extremely lively. In the streets and alleys, martial artists walked in an endless stream, purchasing all sorts of treasures from the bodies of monster beasts. Wherever there were people, there were bound to be rumors. Thus, rumors began to spread from the restaurants and streets. Jiang Wuhan has returned. He has returned from the Yu province. Jiang Wuhan? That genius with the divine arm? That's right. He represents the Sky Province Great World's Jiang family and has returned from the Yu province. I heard that he entered the divine dreamland and seized a great harvest. His name has shaken the 9 province. With him, the Jiang family will bring honor to their ancestors. Although there were many martial artists in the Sky Province that wandered the 9 province, they only had the qualifications to wander. In terms of fame, they were clearly much weaker. They couldn't compare with Jiang Wuhan, and for the Sky Province, the half-step saint realm was the strongest strength. This was because even the Celestial Emperor had only just touched upon the threshold of becoming a saint. In terms of overall strength, they naturally couldn't compare with the Spirit Province. The news came back so quickly? It must be known that it took me nearly a month to get here on the divine boat. Listening to the excited voices all around him, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. But, he soon relaxed. It seemed that the Sky Province had an ancient transmission array that led directly to the Yu Province. Ignoring the voices around him, Lin Ling continued forwards. In front of him, a gorgeous gate appeared. Many martial artists with extraordinary auras entered through the gate one after another. As for the road leading to the gate, it was clean and tidy. The ground was paved with purple jade and gold bricks, magnificent and magnificent. Moreover, ordinary people weren't allowed to step onto the royal road. This was also a rule of the Jiang family. The Jiang family had a bloodline relationship with the Celestial Emperor. Their status in the Sky Province was naturally no trifling matter. Brother Wuhan has returned. To fight against all the half-step saints of the 9 province, I really envy him. The Celestial Emperor has already said that Brother Wuhan has the highest chance of becoming the next Celestial Emperor. The Jiang family's territory. Son of the demon? That's right. These people are quite powerful. They robbed all the half-saints in the 9 continents. I heard that they even stole the dragon god and fought against the entire 9 continents by themselves. Most importantly, the leader of the son of the demon is only at the early stage of the half-saint realm. How is that possible? Early stage of the half-saint realm? That's 1 realm lower than me. Senior brother Wuhan said it himself. It must be true because he was there as well. He was scared out of his wits. The son of the demon suppressed all the half-saints with 1 stomp. The voices of 2 people talking suddenly rang out on the magnificent purplish-golden avenue. They were 2 young elites. The one on the left held a spear in his hand, looking wise and mighty. The one on the right wore a tight vest, and there was a half-closed eye on his left shoulder. When the martial artists on the street saw the 2 of them, they all looked at them in awe. Obviously, these 2 were the top geniuses of the Jiang family. Young Master Jiang Feng, Young Master Jiang Yi. Someone whispered. The so-called Young Master Jiang Feng was the son of the Jiang family in the Great World, and he was the focus of the Jiang family. Of course, compared to Jiang Wuhan, Jiang Feng was still weaker. That was because the latter followed the celestial emperor. They were 2 completely different things. Son of the demon? Even Jiang Wuhan is in awe of him. TSK, I wonder what he is like. Many people recalled Jiang Feng's words, and their eyes were filled with yearning. There were not many martial artists in Tianzhou that could travel to the 9 continents. Therefore, many people were very curious about the 9 continents and looked forward to the day that they could leave Tianzhou and fight with the martial artists of the 9 continents. Of course, this was just an extravagant wish for many people. Jiang Feng and Jiang Wuhan were like cranes in a flock of chickens. They were still talking as they walked. Wait, who is that? However, not far from them, a young man in a blue robe was also walking. This surprised all the martial artists in the distance. That was the Royal Avenue. Normal people could not step into it. Even Jiang Feng and Jiang Wuhan began to notice the young man in the blue robe. First-level half-saint? He's considered a rare genius even in Tianzhou. However, I've never seen this person before. I wonder if he's an honored guest invited by the Great World's Jiang family. Both Jiang Feng and Huang Xiaolong thought to themselves. Then, Jiang Feng said in an indifferent voice, Sir, the royal street is not a place you can easily enter. However, the blue-robed young man stopped in his tracks, glanced at the 2 of them, shook his head, and continued forward. That calm shake of his head actually gave off a feeling of disregard. The facts were indeed so. The blue-robed young man's footsteps were steady and carefree as he walked forward, and it was as if the Imperial Avenue was an ordinary street that anyone could walk on. Sir, are you courting death? Jiang Feng's eyes immediately turned cold. In Tianzhou, no one dared to disrespect them. I'm just looking for an acquaintance. The blue-robed young man finally opened his mouth and spoke. However, he did not explain anything. How dare you? When had Jiang Feng and the others ever been looked down upon like this? The 2 of them leaped toward the blue-robed youth one after another. Jiang Feng's right arm shook, and the spear in his hand shot toward the blue-robed youth. Next to him, Jiang Yi's right arm suddenly became huge. On his shoulder, a stone millstone-like eyeball appeared with billowing murderous aura. He also attacked. The 2 of them did not hold back at all. They were actually filled with murderous intent. Stop. However, at this moment, a figure immediately shot out from the magnificent door. It was a woman in snow-white clothes, and she was extremely beautiful. When they saw the woman, Jiang Feng and the others also forcefully stopped. Sister Shui, what is the meaning of this? Jiang Feng frowned as he looked at the fairy-like woman. However, there was a hint of command in his tone. The person who came was the 3rd princess, Jiang Shuiying. He is my master. I invited him here. The 3rd princess also frowned as she looked at Jiang Feng and Huang Xiaolong. Your master? I heard that a genius powerhouse appeared in Qingzhou and illuminated Qingzhou. So, it's this person. However, it's better to meet him in person than to hear about him. After being stunned for a moment, Jiang Feng and Jiang Shuiying said indifferently. A hint of disdain flickered in the depths of their eyes. Although the 3rd princess had become the Qing emperor, she was only powerful in Qingzhou. She did not have the power of the ancient era. In the Great World's Jiang family, she was merely an ordinary martial immortal. In fact, if it were not for the third princess's identity as the Qing emperor, they would not even bother to speak to such a woman. The only thing the third princess could do to them was perhaps to give them away as gifts to other geniuses in Jiuzhou. After all, the great world's Jiang family's bloodline was as numerous as the hairs on an ox. Isn't your master too rude? He actually didn't bow to us? Jiang Feng spoke again and glanced sideways at Lin Ling. However, he realized that the blue-robed youth did not even look at them. This made him even more displeased. The third princess naturally knew of his arrogance. She secretly gritted her teeth and said indifferently, I invited him here. He doesn't know you, so why should he bow? Third princess, I know that you've become the Qing emperor. However, you've only achieved a little. Don't be too proud. Don't forget who helped you become the Qing emperor. If it weren't for our great world's Jiang family continuously sending out experts, you wouldn't even be qualified to touch the Qing emperor's jade seal, let alone becoming the Qing emperor. Jiang Feng said coldly when he heard that. You. The third princess's beautiful eyes immediately turned red when she heard that. That was because she had experienced many twists and turns to become the Qing emperor. In the end, she had almost failed. At that time, the Jiang family had not given her any help. Instead, it was her master Lin Ling who had turned the tide and allowed her to become the Qing emperor, and now, her master Lin Ling had not even asked for credit. Instead, the great world's Jiang family had taken the initiative to snatch the credit. Don't forget that you're only an ordinary branch of the Jiang family. Even your mother was abandoned by the Qing emperor. This is also a disgrace to the Jiang family. You becoming the Qing emperor is just making up for your mistakes. Jiang Yi also spoke, his words sharp and harsh. In his heart, the bastard child who was often mocked and ridiculed in the Jiang family in the past had also risen to the top today. This made him very unhappy. Hearing this, the third princess clenched her teeth tightly. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she endured it. Although she was the Qing emperor, Qingzhou was not comparable to Tianzhou. Therefore, she did not dare to break off relations with her family. However, she was afraid of the great world's Jiang family, but this did not mean that Lin Ling was afraid. Therefore, Lin Ling glanced at Jiang Feng and Jiang Yi and said indifferently, your mouths are so foul. You specialize in attacking the inferiority in the depths of others' hearts. Did you grow up eating shit? I'll give you a chance. Slap yourselves 3 times and I'll spare your lives. Slap. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Feng and Jiang Yi were stunned. As for the people on the street in the distance, they were also extremely shocked. Because when facing the son of the Jiang family, even Jiang Shuiying did not dare to refute. But this blue-robed young man actually dared to speak such words. This is not Qingzhou. Jiang Feng's expression immediately turned icy cold. This is our territory. Jiang Yi also spoke from the side. Hearing this, Lin Ling turned around and walked step by step towards Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng looked down at Lin Ling. He wanted to see what this half-saint first-level kid wanted to do. Could it be that he dared to kill him in Tianzhou? Slap. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. I don't care whose territory you are. This action had undoubtedly shocked the Jiang family. That young man dared to make a move at the Jiang family's gate. How dare you? Roar. Jiang Yi immediately roared and was about to make a move, but at this time, Black Vines attacked and instantly bound him tightly. Any resistance from him would be useless. I don't care whose territory you are. How dare you bully my disciple in front of me? Roar. Lin Ling grabbed Jiang Feng's neck and lifted him up. Jiang Feng's legs kept kicking, but he couldn't break free from that arm. This made him terrified. How could the behind-the-scenes emperor of Qingzhou be so powerful? Most importantly, he deeply felt from Lin Ling's eyes that Lin Ling really wanted to kill him without any hesitation. He couldn't help but feel shocked. Although Lin Ling was the behind-the-scenes emperor of Qingzhou, he knew that Lin Ling only had this honor because of the third princess. If it weren't for the fact that the third princess wasn't Emperor Qing, Lin Ling wouldn't even be worth a fart. Master, he's the son of the Jiang family's patriarch. Next to him, the third princess quickly advised. She knew Lin Ling's temperament. He would really make a move. However, killing Jiang Feng here wouldn't benefit Lin Ling at all. Scram. Hearing this, Lin Ling roared and swung his right hand. Crackle. Jiang Feng was suddenly like a kite with a broken string, somersaulting and crashing into the distance. After crashing into the ground, the purple gold jade block on the Royal Avenue had a human shape carved out. Jiang Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. Buzz. As for the spear in his hand, it was stuck right next to him. The spearhead was buried in the ground, and the body of the spear kept swaying. It was extremely ironic. You. Jiang Feng had never been humiliated like this since he was young. However, just as he finished speaking, a black shadow came crashing down like a kite and landed heavily on him. This time, it was Jiang Yi who was thrown out. Ouch. After Jiang Yi crashed into Jiang Feng's body, he let out a groan. However, the pain that he imagined was not that strong. He scratched the back of his head in confusion. Get lost. At this time, Jiang Feng's voice came from below. His voice was filled with anger, and Jiang Yi quickly climbed down from his body. He dares to touch the young master of the great world's Jiang family? Jiang Shuang's master sure has guts. But he's still quite powerful. Jiang Feng is at the 3rd level of the half-saint realm, but he was defeated in just one exchange. So what? If Jiang Shuang wasn't Emperor Qing, he wouldn't even be worth a fart. He's just taking advantage of his disciple's glory. The surrounding people were discussing animatedly. Some people from the Jiang clan said sinisterly. They believed that if it wasn't for Jiang Shuang, he would be dead for sure based on that young man's arrogant actions. However, since that young man dared to enter the Jiang clan, he would definitely not be any better off. Master, how are things in the spirit province? At that moment, in the Jiang family of the great worlds, the 3rd princess was leading Lin Ling forward. She looked extremely happy as she walked. SOSO. Lin Ling replied with a smile. Shuer was worried about Master, but I didn't expect Master to have also stepped into the half-saint realm. That's right, how are Master's wife and the others? The 3rd princess was shocked. The last time Lin Ling had returned to the Qing province, he was only at the martial immortal realm. But now, he had stepped into the half-saint realm. She estimated that no one in the early half-saint realm would be a match for her master. How could she know that with Lin Ling's current strength, he would be able to fight against a mid-half-saint realm expert? As for the 5th level of the half-saint realm, not many people would be a match for Lin Ling. If he used the divine boat, no matter how many half-saints there were, they would all be defeated. Master's wife and the others have also stepped into the half-saint realm. Especially Yu, her strength is not weak. Speaking of this, Lin Ling somewhat missed Yu and the others. He smiled warmly. That's right, I have some treasures here that you can use to break through to the martial immortal realm. After thinking for a bit, Lin Ling took out the treasures he had obtained from the divine dreamland. Although he needed a lot of treasures to set up the formation, the cultivation resources that Jiang Shuang needed were only a small amount. Therefore, Lin Ling didn't care at all. As the two of them walked side by side, they naturally attracted the attention of many people in the Jiang family. That's the 3rd princess master? I didn't expect him to be so young. However, he must have come here today to take advantage of the Jiang family. What a despicable person. I didn't expect him to be so thick-skinned. Those people whispered among themselves. They believed that the heavenly province was stronger than the Qing province. Therefore, Lin Ling came from the countryside and took advantage of their Jiang family. However, these words instantly disappeared without a trace after Lin Ling took out those treasures. They even opened their mouths wide, as if they were ducks that had been grabbed by the neck. That was because the treasures that Lin Ling gave to the 3rd princess were all priceless treasures. That is the sky-heart eternal flower. In the legends, it is impossible for it to grow without 990,000 years. There is also the 3-striped divine split fruit. When a martial immortal breaks through to the half-step saint realm, it will be implicated by the half-step saint tribulation. It will take another 80,000 years to grow. Most importantly, this spirit fruit's growth process is extremely fragile. Unless it is in an absolutely sealed environment, it is impossible for it to grow. Those heavenly treasures are enough to nurture a half-saint realm expert. The cries of alarm became louder and louder. Those from the Jiang family all revealed looks of envy, even the 3rd princess was the same. Although Lin Ling hadn't given her any treasures, she had never complained. She believed that a master didn't have to give their disciple any treasures, and now, her master had given her treasures. But, if these treasures were placed in the heavenly province, they would cause a great sensation. Master, I don't want them. The third princess quickly waved her hands, appearing extremely stubborn. Oh? Lin Ling looked at her curiously. He casually picked up a 3-striped divine split fruit and bit into it. Then, he felt that the fruit was a bit bitter, so he spat out the skin. This caused the third princess to be stunned. The reason why she didn't want it was because the treasure was too precious. She guessed that it was her master's entire fortune, but now, her master was actually eating the spirit fruit as a snack? And he didn't like the taste? How is it precious? I have many treasures like this. Take it. Lin Ling naturally understood what the third princess meant. He waved his right hand and a few more 3-striped divine split fruits appeared. Moreover, they were all ripe. The previous ones weren't ripe, so don't eat them. These are ripe and have better effects. Take them. Hearing Lin Ling's words, the third princess was dumbfounded. In the distance, those from the Jiang family were all dumbfounded. Lin Ling and the third princess continued on their journey. After they left, the members of the Jiang family pounced on them and picked up the spirit fruits that Lin Ling had left behind. Some of them even started to fight over them. It's mine. Get out of here. It's mine. The noise was extremely intense. They fought over it until their heads bled. What's going on? Jiang Feng solemnly asked. Young master, this is the 3-vein divine split fruit. Those from the Jiang family naturally didn't dare to conceal this. Jiang Feng took a step forwards and grabbed the green fruit. Then, with a surprised expression, he said, why would a spirit fruit that was bitten by someone appear here? He was clearly puzzled. This was thrown away by the third princess master. He gave the third princess a great deal, but this fruit hasn't ripened yet, so he threw it away after taking a bite. Someone replied, sighing with emotion. I didn't think that the third princess master would be so rich. I really envy the third princess. Sigh. What? Sigh. Jiang Feng and Jiang Yi roared out in unison. In their hearts, the blue-robed youth from the countryside had quietly fused together with a rich man who sat on a treasure trove. This caused them to look at each other in dismay. Didn't Jiang Shuiying's master come to the great world's Jiang family to take advantage of them? But now, a spirit fruit that he casually threw away was enough for the Jiang family to fight over. This meant that they were the ones who took advantage of him. They were the ones who came from the countryside. This spirit fruit. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng felt as if he had been slapped hundreds of times, causing him to fly into a rage out of shame. He wanted to throw away the spirit fruit in his hands, but he couldn't bear to do so. As for Lin Ling and the third princess, they were still walking forwards. They simply didn't know what was happening in the garden. Moreover, even if Lin Ling knew, he wouldn't care. In the divine dreamland, he had plundered all the half-saint powerhouses of the 9 province. A mere 3-vein divine split fruit wasn't something he cared about at all. The third princess was still surprised. Her eyes sparkled, looking extremely beautiful. She secretly thought, was the spirit province really so rich? Master didn't seem to care about these treasures at all. What are you thinking about? However, at this moment, Lin Ling's voice also sounded, causing the third princess's heart to beat wildly. Although Lin Ling was about the same age as her, Lin Ling had created too many miracles. Therefore, in her heart, Lin Ling was like a great father. He was also the man that she, Jiang Shuiying, admired the most. That's right, that broken sword is currently in the hands of the Jiang family's patriarch. I accidentally saw it when I returned this time. However, the Jiang family's patriarch also values that broken sword very much. The third princess hurriedly changed the subject. He does have some foresight. Unfortunately, he doesn't know that such a treasure is not something that he can get his hands on. Lin Ling said with a smile. His tone also became somewhat cold. Then, Master, have you thought about how to make the head of the Jiang family relent? Third princess asked. Although she was also a member of the Jiang family, she grew up in Qingzhou, so she did not have a strong sense of belonging to the Jiang family. If it were not for her mother's relatives, she would not have wanted to come back at all. I haven't thought about it yet, but he will give it to me. Lin Ling said indifferently. He had already made up his mind. If the other party did not give it to him, he would just have to force it. He was determined to get the broken sword. That's good. The Jiang family's patriarch will appear tomorrow because brother Jiang Wuhan is coming to our place. At that time, master can make a request of the Jiang family's patriarch. Third princess said again. You are also a member of the Jiang family. If master's relationship with the Jiang family is strained, whose side will you stand on? Lin Ling smiled and suddenly asked. Master, this side. The third princess did not hesitate and said directly, although I am a member of the Jiang family, because my mother was abandoned by the Qing emperor, the Jiang family looked down on me since I was young and called me a bastard. At this point, the third princess's voice became much lower. Lin Ling sighed softly. The third princess's mother was together with the Qing emperor, but she did not have any status. It was no wonder that the Jiang family of the Great World looked down on the third princess's mother. After all, the Jiang family of the Great World was the royal family of Tianzhou, and they cared about their reputation the most. You are also someone who has suffered a lot. Lin Ling said again. The third princess was ridiculed in the Jiang family, and the Qing emperor ignored her in Qingzhou. She had suffered more than others since she was young, and this also made the third princess develop a strong character. Don't worry, you are my disciple, Lin Ling. After tomorrow, the Jiang family will not dare to look down on you. The two of them walked and walked until they arrived at a quiet garden. Lin Ling then settled down. This was the third princess's residence. Although it was small, it was quiet. That night, Lin Ling stayed in the third princess's room. He wanted to refuse, but the third princess was not willing. Instead, the third princess stayed in the guest's room. In the room, the fragrance of a woman wafted through the air. When one thought of the third princess's fairy-like temperament, as long as one was a man, they would inevitably be tempted. It seems that the more I cultivate, the more backward I become. I actually have feelings for my disciple. I shouldn't, really shouldn't. Lin Ling noticed this and couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. Then, he calmed his heart and focused on cultivating. He was no longer a child and had long stopped womanizing. Moreover, if he had feelings for his disciple, he was afraid that he would be too ashamed to face others. The garden was quiet and secluded. Hundreds of flowers bloomed and the bright moonlight shone down from the sky. A beautiful figure in white stood quietly under the moonlight. She looked at the beautiful moon in the sky and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. She was the third princess, Jiang Shuiying. Moreover, she knew what Lin Ling was thinking. She felt very uncomfortable about this, as if she was missing something. This feeling was even more unbearable than losing the position of the Qing emperor. Mother, is this the so-called love? She mumbled to herself, and the disappointment on her pretty face deepened. The night passed quietly. The next day, the Jiang family in the Great World became lively. That was because Jiang Wuhan was coming. As the next emperor of heaven, Jiang Wuhan was the most dazzling genius in Tianzhou. His arrival undoubtedly illuminated the Jiang family like a blazing sun. In Tianzhou, the Jiang family didn't just have one bloodline. There were a total of 12 bloodlines, all of which had the bloodlines of the 100 great bloodlines. Their cultivation and talent were the same, and they all came from their arms. However, although the Jiang family seemed to have many bloodlines, they were also a solid piece of iron. Therefore, those who came to the Jiang family in the Great World naturally included the other bloodlines. Crackle, crackle. Although the strength of the Jiang family in the Great World was like that of a saint, they still didn't forget the rules of mortals. Every time it was a joyous occasion, they still liked to set off firecrackers. This was to create a kind of atmosphere. This caused the entire manor to be filled with the sound of firecrackers. The children ran around in joy. As for the adults, they were also jubilant as if they were celebrating the new year. On the other hand, the third princess manor was somewhat quiet. Other than the old woman who had accompanied the third princess since she was young, no one else came. Has the Jiang family in the Great World always been so lively? Lin Ling heard the sound of firecrackers early in the morning. He walked out of his room and said with a smile. He wore a clean blue robe and carried 2 swords on his back. He gave off a handsome and otherworldly feeling. His smile was very clean and had the vigor of a young man. However, the depth of his eyes did not match his age. If one looked into his eyes, it was easy to get lost in them. Looking for trouble. Jiang Wuhan? When Lin Ling arrived, he had also heard of this name. He is very fierce. When I was young, he went to the Azure province and even dared to confront the Azure Emperor. It was because of him that the Azure Emperor didn't attack me. Afterwards, when I grew up, he never came again. The third princess explained as she led Lin Ling forwards. His current cultivation is at the 4th level of half-saint and he is the #1 genius of the Sky Province. The reason his return is so grand is because he has already left the Sky Province for several years. He has wandered the world and fought with the geniuses of the 9 provinces. I also heard that he went to the divine dreamland of the U province and fought with the half-saint powerhouses of the 9 provinces. Master, outside of the Azure province and Sky province, are there really gods? The third princess continued to ask. Maybe there are and maybe there aren't. Lin Ling shrugged his shoulders, not minding. I see. But master, if I reach the half-saint realm, do you think I will be able to leave the Azure province? I also want to see just how strong the half-saint powerhouses of the 9 provinces are. I heard that the most mysterious half-saint powerhouses of the 9 provinces are the Flame province and Miao province. I wonder if Xuer will have the chance to see them in her life. The third princess said with some yearning. The half-saint powerhouses of the 9 provinces are also like this. It's just a rumor, don't take it too seriously. Lin Ling thought back to the divine dreamland. He had controlled the divine boat with a single step, causing tens of thousands of half-saint powerhouses to kneel before him. He suddenly felt that the half-saint powerhouses of the 9 provinces were only SOSO. Master is still the fiercest. Hearing this, the third princess smiled. Of course, she also took Lin Ling's words as comforting words. After all, she guessed that no matter how fierce her master was, he shouldn't have fought with the half-saint powerhouses of the 9 provinces. Not long after, the two of them arrived at a vast square. The square was bustling with noise and excitement. Everyone from the Jiang family was present. Moreover, the hidden powerhouses of the Sky Province were also gathered here. Clamor after clamor rang out one after another. The master of the Jiang family was seated at the head of the table. He was a powerhouse of the 10th heaven of the half-saint realm. He was tall and sturdy, like a ferocious tiger. In fact, his left arm had the mark of a ferocious tiger on its forehead. This was obviously a big shot from Tianzhou. If they went to Qingzhou, unless the Azure the Arch used his ancient strength, he wouldn't be able to withstand a single finger from the Jiang clan head. Beside him was a young man with a flame mark on his right arm. Many people looked at him with admiration and yearning, and he was naturally Jiang Wuhan. Under the lead of the third princess, Lin Ling also sat down in a corner of the square. Returning from this trip to the divine dreamland has truly broadened my horizons. In the 9 provinces, there is no strongest, only stronger. I always thought that I was an outstanding half-saint powerhouse, but after coming into contact with the powerhouses of the 9 provinces, I can only sigh as a frog at the bottom of a well. Jiang Wuhan smiled as he looked at the crowd. Even though he said that, the way everyone looked at him was still the same, full of admiration. Big brother Wuhan, did you see the top genius of the divine lands? A young man curiously asked. As these words fell, the square fell silent. Even the Jiang family head looked at Jiang Wuhan with curiosity. I saw them. Not only did I see the top half-saint talent of the Cloud province, but I also saw the top half-saint talent of the Flame province. His name is Triplet and his strength can be called a peak saint. I fear that in our Sky province, besides the Heavenly Emperor, no one is his match. Wow, he's so fierce. Of course, he comes from the Flame province. That place is not a place where ordinary people can enter. Moreover, I also saw a genius from the Miao province. She is a beautiful woman called Nighthawk. With a wave of her hand, she can create enchantments that can shake the myriad worlds. TSK, the divine dreamland is truly a place where powerhouses come from. As everyone heard this, their spirits soared. Their hearts seemed to float towards the 9 provinces. But the most terrifying of all is the son of the demon. However, Jiang Wuhan's next words caused the square to fall even more silent. It has to be known that the son of the demon and the others were only at the early half-saint realm. However, these people appeared out of nowhere and suppressed half-saints with a single step. As Jiang Wuhan finished speaking, his expression was dignified. There was always someone stronger, a mountain beyond a mountain, in the Sky Province, he thought that he could look down on all the mountains and create countless miracles. However, when he went to the 9 provinces, he discovered that he was only at the foot of a mountain. When it came to miracles, others were the true great miracles, turning the impossible into the possible. Son of the demon? In the Cloud Province, I also heard of these people. I heard that there was a son of the demon, a son of the dragon, a son of bone, and even someone called you die in hell. These people are truly amazing. They have played the elders of the 9 provinces in circles. Ah, an old man cried out in alarm. He was clearly a martial artist that had wandered the 9 provinces. You die in hell? This name is too strange. Ah, laughter immediately spread out from the square. They are so strong that they can name themselves whatever they want. They have this freedom. However, the old man solemnly said. His words made everyone not dare to be too presumptuous. Powerhouses had the dignity of powerhouses. This was not something they could mock. You die in hell? Master, this name is too funny. In a corner of the square, the 3rd princess also let out a bell-like laughter, which made Lin Ling shake his head helplessly. Actually, you have seen that guy before. His words made the 3rd princess stunned for a moment. Then, she shook her head, thinking that her master was just making fun of her. After all, the son of the demon had suppressed the half-saints of the 9 provinces. How could a mere Emperor Qing like her have seen him before? She did not know that she had indeed seen the glory of the setting sun. After the discussion, everyone began to toast each other. Lin Ling glanced at the Jiang family head and found that the Jiang family head was politely toasting Jiang Wuhan. This made him want to make his own request, but at this time, several figures walked over, and the person in the lead was Jiang Feng. Sister Shuiying, the elders of the family are all here today. Don't you think you should apologize? Jiang Feng stared at the 3rd princess as he drank and walked over. Obviously, he deliberately wanted to teach the 3rd princess a lesson. Because all the elders were here today, as long as Jiang Shuiying became the focus, she would naturally be reprimanded. The 3rd princess's face instantly turned ugly. She did not have much status in the Jiang family. Even if she had become Emperor Qing, she would be more of a pawn. Jiang Feng, get lost. Thinking of this, the 3rd princess shouted in a low voice. Haha, aren't you Emperor Qing? Why is the great Emperor Qing afraid of us? Before Jiang Feng could speak, Jiang Yi next to him also spoke. Because he also saw that many people were looking at them, which made him want to humiliate the 3rd princess even more. Of course, humiliating the 3rd princess was one of the reasons. The real reason was that he wanted to humiliate the 3rd princess's master. Don't look for trouble. Get lost. The 3rd princess gritted her teeth and shouted again. If you don't apologize today, you can't leave here. Jiang Feng and the others were obviously not going to let it go. Are you the son of a demon? After all, she was just a bastard in the Jiang family and had no status. Sure enough, there were already many dissatisfied voices in the surroundings. They were from the Jiang family's fellow villagers. This must be Jiang Shuiying. After becoming the Azure Emperor, she has grown up. How impudent. If it wasn't for our Jiang family's help, not to mention the Azure Emperor, she would be nothing. Some people are ungrateful and ungrateful. However, Jiang Shuiying thinks too highly of herself. If our Jiang family can help her up, we can also push her down. Those old men said sarcastically, making the 3rd princess furious. However, in order to keep the peace, she decided to apologize. Just as she was about to speak, bang, but the sound of a wine cup smashing on the table immediately came from the side. It was Lin Ling. You pieces of trash, if you don't want to be beaten again, get out of my way. His words not only shocked Jiang Feng and the others, but also the 3rd princess. Yesterday at the Jiang family's gate, because there were no Jiang family elders present, no one was Lin Ling's match. But now, all the Jiang family's experts were gathered here. Do you know where this is? Jiang Feng almost laughed out loud. Splash, however, just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling picked up the wine cup on the table and splashed the wine on Jiang Feng's face. Next time, it won't be as simple as pouring wine. A cold voice sounded at the same time. It could be said that he turned a blind eye to it. How dare you? The surrounding villagers all began to shout angrily. Jiang Feng was stunned on the spot as if he hadn't expected that Lin Ling would dare to be so arrogant in public. He wiped the wine off his face with his hand and licked it before he said, "Kid, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're Jiang Shuiying's master. There are many people who are stronger than you here." Jiang Shuiying's master? Hearing that, the surrounding villagers also came to a realization. It seemed that after Jiang Shuiying became the Azure Emperor, her master came to take advantage of her. However, this brat did not know that Jiang Shuiying was able to become the Azure Emperor because of the Jiang clan. Bang! But at this time, Lin Ling waved his right hand, and the wine cup on the table shot out like a cannonball, smashing into Jiang Feng's face and shattering his teeth. "I told you, next time it won't be as simple as pouring wine," Lin Ling said indifferently with his eyes still half closed. Wow! Jiang Feng tasted something sweet in his mouth as he spat out a mouthful of blood, along with some broken teeth. This scene immediately attracted the attention of the entire square. No one had expected that the blue-robed youth would be so arrogant that he even dared to humiliate the son of the Jiang clan's patriarch. Jiang Feng, on the other hand, had obviously lost all his face. The spear in his hand immediately appeared. "Draw your spear. The moment you draw your spear, even God won't be able to save you." However, Lin Ling was still sitting there. He even poured himself another glass of wine and drank slowly. Jiang Feng, Jiang Yi, and the others shuddered as they recalled what happened yesterday. "You have guts. You're amazing. However, this is the Jiang family. You'll definitely be punished by the Jiang family. Even Jiang Shuiying won't be able to save you." The two of them didn't dare to make a move. However, they suddenly thought of something and laughed out loud. "Humph, it's just the Jiang family. What's so great about it? Even if the patriarch of the Jiang family were to make a move, I would still dare to pour wine on him." Lin Ling played with the wine glass in his hand as he muttered to himself. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the Jiang family was shocked. Jiang Feng laughed instead. "Today, Brother Wuhan is back. All the important figures of the Jiang family are gathered here. How dare you say such words? Do you believe that even if I throw you out of the Jiang family, your brother Wuhan wouldn't dare to speak?" Lin Ling smiled, still as calm as ever. Hearing this, Jiang Feng was furious. However, Jiang Yi beside him had already mocked. "Who do you think you are? Are you from Yanzhou? Or Miaozhou? I'm afraid this is the first time you've left Qingzhou." "I'm not anyone. I'm not from Yanzhou or Miaozhou. I'm Jiang Shuiying's master." Lin Ling drank a mouthful of wine. "But in my eyes, whether it is your Jiang family's Jiang Wuhan or the Jiang family's patriarch, they are all nothing but ants. Perhaps the celestial emperor can barely enter my eyes." As soon as these words came out, the people of the Jiang family were not shocked, but enraged. To them, they had never seen such a suicidal person before. Even the third princess covered her mouth with her hands. She wanted to say something, but in the end she held back. "Sir, your words are quite bold." At this time, the Jiang family's patriarch finally looked over, his voice extremely cold. In his opinion, this youth was only borrowing the name of Azure Emperor's master to be so awe-inspiring. In truth, anyone from Qingzhou, even if it was the previous generation's Azure Emperor, would not be a match for the current Jiang Wuhan. "Oh? I've just returned and I've already met such an interesting person." After the Jiang family's patriarch spoke, Jiang Wuhan, who had been drinking with his senior, also looked over. "Brother Wuhan, this person is Jiang Shuiying's master. His words are quite bold. Show him what it means to be the #1 genius of Tianzhou, to be a powerhouse that returned from the divine dreamland." Seeing Jiang Wuhan speak, Jiang Feng and the others were all shocked. "Trash, keep bragging. Why aren't you bragging? Aren't you fierce? Now do you know what it means to court death? Our brother Wuhan is prepared to teach you a lesson." Then, Jiang Feng looked at Lin Ling, his nose almost pointing towards the sky as if he were Jiang Wuhan himself. "Wuhan, teach him a lesson. Let him know that even if he is Azure Emperor's master, in a great world's Jiang family, he is nothing more than a lowly servant." The Jiang family elders also spoke out one after another. As they looked at Lin Ling, their eyes were filled with anger and disdain. "Good." Jiang Wuhan stood up and walked towards Lin Ling, causing the entire square to fall silent. The genius Jiang Wuhan, who had returned from the divine dreamland, was finally going to take action. However, Jiang Wuhan's pace was fast at the start, but it gradually slowed down. Finally, every step seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, and at this time a cold sweat began to drip down his forehead. This was because in his eyes, this youth seemed to be the son of the demon who had suppressed a half-step saint in the divine dreamland. You are the son of the demon. Jiang Wuhan didn't dare to step forwards. His voice clearly trembled. As for Lin Ling, he sat in his chair, leisurely sipping his wine. After a long time, he finally replied with a single word. This single word was like a bolt from the blue, causing Jiang Wuhan's legs to weaken. With a loud thump, he fell to the ground. In the divine dreamland, he had also participated in the struggle for the divine boat and had personally witnessed just how terrifying the son of the demon was. Even the number one genius of the Flame Province, the third son, had been instantly killed by the son of the demon. As for the Miao Province's Miao divinity's true inheritance, Ye Shui, such a proud daughter of heaven, had actually been helpless against the son of the demon. After leaving the divine dreamland, the names of the son of the demon had caused a great stir amongst the elders of the 9 provinces, and now, such a terrifying character had come to Sky Province, and he was even Jiang Shuiying's master? Bad intentions. Brother Wuhan. Brother Wuhan. Jiang Feng and the others were dumbfounded when they saw Jiang Wuhan sitting there in a daze. Son of the devil? Brother Wuhan. Then, they stared at Lin Ling who was drinking and shook their heads. They couldn't believe that a character whose name shook the 9 states and made all the big shots helpless was actually from Qingzhou and was Jiang Shuiying's master. The 9 states was so vast and there were countless powerhouses. It was impossible to meet such a famous character in the blink of an eye. At this moment, even the third princess was confused, but they could clearly see that Jiang Wuhan was sitting on the ground and trembling. This kind of fear was very real. Brother Wuhan, teach him a lesson. Brother Wuhan. The ones who found this the most unacceptable were Jiang Feng and the head of the Jiang family. Jiang Feng roared. Hearing this, Lin Ling stopped drinking, but he also looked at Jiang Wuhan. Jiang Wuhan trembled when Lin Ling's gaze swept over him. It was as if he had returned to the divine dreamland and saw the half-saint god who had swept through the 9 states. Son of the devil, what do you want? Brother Wuhan. Jiang Wuhan hurriedly said. I don't want to see these people. Brother Wuhan. Lin Ling narrowed his eyes and said. Good. Brother Wuhan. Jiang Wuhan coldly looked at Jiang Feng and the others. Are you going to scram or do you want me to do it? Brother Wuhan. Brother Wuhan, it's me. He humiliated our Jiang family. Why are you doing this to me? Why? Jiang Feng and the others were dumbfounded and kept roaring. However, Jiang Wuhan was expressionless. He stepped forward and arrived in front of Jiang Feng and the others. His right arm became thick and flames spewed out like the arm of a ferocious beast. Bang! Bang! After a few punches, Jiang Feng and the others vomited blood and fell down. Then, Jiang Wuhan recognized them and left the square. After doing all this, Jiang Wuhan bowed to Lin Ling, son of the devil. What do we do now? His attitude was like a subordinate of the son of the devil. He followed the son of the devil's orders without any objections. Even though he looked calm on the surface, his back was already covered in sweat. While it looked like he had thrown Jiang Feng and the others out of the plaza, in truth, he had saved Jiang Feng and the others. He had also saved the entire Jiang family. This was because if the son of the devil were to make a move, the Jiang family would definitely face a calamity. The entire Jiang family fell silent in an instant. Lin Ling didn't say anything, so Jiang Wuhan didn't say anything either. And since Jiang Wuhan didn't say anything, the others didn't dare to say anything either. The Jiang family members were still confused. Even the third princess felt the same way. She kept shaking her head. The son of the devil? Son of the devil? How did Master become the son of a demon? One must know that Lin Ling hadn't even left Qing province for 100 years. This amount of time wasn't enough for him to become famous in the 9 provinces. However, Jiang Wuhan had returned from the divine dream realm. He shouldn't have lied to them. Master, are you really the son of devil? After a moment of silence, only the third princess's voice could be heard. Hee, if I said no, would you believe me? Lin Ling said with a smile. Well, I don't know if I should believe him or not. Third princess frowned. In truth, I am the son of devil who wants to CKU to death. Lin Ling joked. His words caused the third princess's eyes to widen. Her master was the son of devil who wants to f*cku to death. For a time, she was even more confused. However, Lin Ling didn't plan on explaining anything. He looked at Jiang Wuhan and said, "Today, I came here for a broken sword. What do you think?" Broken sword? Jiang Wuhan hurriedly looked at the Jiang family patriarch. The Jiang family patriarch naturally knew what the broken sword was. That was one of the treasures in his collection that he couldn't see through. There is indeed one, but... The Jiang family patriarch frowned. "Give it to him," Jiang Wuhan immediately said, causing the latter to be unwilling. A treasure like the broken sword was definitely extraordinary. Now, he had to give it to someone else? Give it to him. Jiang Wuhan knew that the latter was hesitating. Thus, his voice turned icy cold. In fact, his heart was filled with anger. He hoped that the Jiang family patriarch wouldn't offend the son of devil. Otherwise, his entire lineage would be exterminated. This was something the son of devil could do with a single move of his foot. This. The Jiang family patriarch was furious. He thought that Jiang Wuhan was helping an outsider. "Patriarch, give it to him. That broken sword isn't easy to obtain." Suddenly, an old man beside him reminded him. The Jiang family patriarch's eyes lit up. He had forgotten how terrifying the broken sword was. "Alright, since you're an acquaintance of Wuhan, I'll give you some face. The broken sword is at the back of the mountain. If you can take it, I, Jiang Daba, will have no objections. However, if you die under the demonic aura of the broken sword, then blame me for not reminding you." The Jiang family patriarch finally agreed. However, although he seemed to agree, he was actually harboring evil intentions. As for the Jiang family elders, as long as they knew how terrifying the broken sword was, each of them sneered secretly. They were obviously waiting for Lin Ling to throw his life away. Damn it! That made the third princess's beautiful eyes turn cold. Today, she finally saw through the Jiang family. She had been working hard for the Jiang family. In Qingzhou, she fought against the four magnates and Emperor Qing. Now that she had become Emperor Qing, the Jiang family still didn't respect her. Instead, they wanted to snatch the various treasures of Qingzhou from her. From the beginning to the end, she was just a pawn. "Master, they're up to no good." Thinking of this, the third princess stood up and said. "Schwer, what do you mean by this?" Hearing this, the Jiang family elders were displeased. They had raised the third princess since she was young. Now that the third princess's wings had hardened, she turned her back on them? She even wanted to help an outsider? "Don't forget who helped you get to where you are today." The Jiang family patriarch also spoke. Bull**T. However, the third princess was going all out this time. She was no longer afraid of the Jiang family. Her angry shout carried the majesty of Emperor Qing. The Jiang family patriarch's eyes narrowed. Jiang Shuiying was calling him Bull**T? This had never happened before. His gaze landed on Lin Ling. He immediately knew that with his master around, Jiang Shuiying had become much bolder. He wanted to laugh. He didn't believe that a mere blue-robed young man could really fight against the entire Tianzhou. Although Jiang Wuhan thought that Lin Ling was the son of demon, he didn't know how powerful the son of demon was. He thought it was mostly a rumor. "Aren't you talking Bull**T? After I became Emperor Qing, other than the first 10 years when the Jiang family sent experts to help me, what else did you do after that? Last time, when Emperor Qing of Qingzhou invited the 9 states' 10 evils, I asked the Jiang family to help. At that time, who came? You bunch of cowards. After knowing that the other party was the 9 states' 10 evils, you pretended that you didn't receive my voice transmission. Did you think I didn't know that? You had planned to leave me to fend for myself. You thought that I wouldn't be able to become Emperor Qing. Unfortunately, in the end, you were disappointed. When my master returned, he helped me get to the top and swept through everything. You didn't do anything, but now you think of yourselves as heroes. Do you have any shame? Are you still human?" The third princess spoke with righteous indignation. The more she spoke, the louder she became. The Jiang family members were furious. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. But this? How impudent! The head of the Jiang family slammed the table in anger, wanting to teach the third princess a lesson. However, Lin Ling's cold eyes also looked over. As long as the head of the Jiang family attacked, he would drown the entire Jiang family in lightning. Head of the family, calm down. The child is immature and is just spouting nonsense. Let's let Schwer's master get the broken sword. At this moment, a thin old man suddenly spoke with a smile. The head of the Jiang family was stunned, but he soon understood what the old man meant. The broken sword was lying in the back mountain, but no one dared to approach it because the demonic aura was extremely dense. Even the celestial emperor had gone to take a look, but he did not dare to stay for too long. Moreover, because of the broken sword's existence, the living beings in the thousands of miles around the back mountain were restless. How could Lin Ling take such a broken sword? As long as Lin Ling died under the broken sword, the third princess would lose her wings. When the time came, he would turn her into a puppet and let the Jiang family of the great world be the mastermind and control Qingzhou. That's right, let's go get the broken sword. Thinking of this, the head of the Jiang family immediately smiled and nodded. His smile was very sinister, and he looked at Lin Ling as if he was looking at a dead man. This also caused Jiang Wuhan to frown. He was afraid that the Jiang clan had offended the son of the demon. Just as he was about to speak, the patriarch of the Jiang clan had already spoken. Wuhan, it's better for us to settle the matters of our bloodline. This made Jiang Wuhan finally fall silent, but he was still very worried. Master, be careful of a trap. The third princess was too familiar with the Jiang family, so she kept reminding Lin Ling. It's just the Jiang family. What can they do? However, Lin Ling held the wine cup and stood up calmly, planning to go to the back mountain to get the broken sword. At this moment, the entire Jiang family was secretly laughing, as if a conspiracy was quietly spreading. The head of the Jiang family seemed polite, but in fact, he was sneering the most. However, Lin Ling passed by him and splashed the wine cup in his hand, splashing wine all over the head of the Jiang family. I said that even if it's the head of the Jiang family, he wouldn't dare to object if I splashed wine all over his face. Is this right? The patriarch of the Jiang family stood there in a daze, allowing the wine to splash down on his face. His eyes turned red, an aura that belonged to a 10th stage half-saint quietly spread out. Is this right? However, Lin Ling turned a blind eye to it and asked again. This infuriated the entire Jiang clan. As the royals of Tianzhou, when have they ever been humiliated like this before? Their head of the Jiang was the head of the family, demonic son, that's right. However, seeing that the patriarch of the Jiang clan was about to fly into a rage, Jiang Wuhan took the initiative to speak. It was as if he was a step too slow and caused Lin Ling to make a move. He was able to discern that the Jiang clan's patriarch seemed to be very displeased with Lin Ling, but the Jiang clan's patriarch probably didn't know how terrifying Lin Ling was. So, if he spoke carelessly, then it would cause no end of trouble. The patriarch of the Jiang family stood there, trembling with anger. He wiped the wine off his face and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He smiled, it was a maniacal smile. Head of the family, there's no need to lower yourself to his level. He's trying to provoke you into attacking him. But don't forget, you don't need to kill him. Suddenly, a voice with a chilling aura came. The head of the Jiang family was stunned. He narrowed his eyes and said to Lin Ling, "You're right. I don't dare to object." Obviously, the person who'd sent him a voice transmission had told him that Lin Ling would definitely die, so he'd endured it. Head of the family. Of course, the others didn't know this, so they all voiced their dissatisfaction. However, the head of the Jiang family waved his hand and calmed everyone down. Don't be impatient. You must look further ahead. Hearing this, the members of the Jiang family were very suspicious, but they held it in. Young friend, please follow this direction to the east. That's the mountain behind the Jiang family. Then, the head of the Jiang family looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Lin Ling didn't even look at him. He followed the direction and strode forward. Master, be careful. The third princess was extremely worried. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had already disappeared into the distance. In fact, there was no need for the head of the Jiang family to remind him. Lin Ling had already sensed the aura of the broken sword. It was very similar. It was exactly the same as the sword hilt on his back. Moreover, compared to the broken sword he got in the past, the broken sword now emitted a stronger demonic aura. Not long after, the ancient Sung Mountain appeared in front of him. The entire mountain was emitting a strong black aura, making people shudder when they got close. The demonic aura was so strong that it was like a knife, cutting Linling's body. No wonder no one dares to get close to this broken sword. Linling was secretly surprised, and his speed increased by a notch. When he landed on the ground, the demonic aura burst out. The grass on the ground all danced. The grass was black, like demonic grass. Obviously, the broken sword had changed the surrounding area. Even the air was filled with demonic aura, as if there was a demonic god singing, "Pa pa pa." Sword marks immediately appeared on Linling's body. Circles of demonic clouds enveloped Linling, causing his pupils to turn pitch black. Bedevilment. Linling instantly reacted. He looked around and saw many white bones hidden in the grass on the ground. It seemed that the warriors who got close to the broken sword had died from bedevilment. Kill. Linling's mind suddenly rang with a roaring voice. This caused his entire body to be filled with murderous intent and demonic aura to ripple. He felt as if he had transformed into a killing demon from the era of gods, killing everything. I have to calm down. Linling kept shouting in his mind. He did not expect this broken sword to be so powerful. However, at the critical moment, the scabbard on his back finally floated up. At the same time, he slashed forward. The pitch-black demonic clouds were parted, revealing a bright path. Upon closer inspection, at the end of the path, there was a broken sword that was half the length of an arm lying on the ground. This broken sword was like a sleeping demon king, lying there quietly. Even the celestial emperor of Tianzhou did not dare to cross the lightning pool. What a terrifying demonic aura! Linling gradually woke up. He realized that the demonic aura that had entered his body had become like an obedient baby, no longer causing him to have crazy thoughts. Luckily, I have the broken sword. Linling looked at the broken sword floating in front of him again. Then, he laughed speechlessly. Senior, I was following your instructions to find the broken sword for you. But just now, your broken sword almost wanted to kill me. Don't tell me you don't want to find all the remaining broken swords. The broken sword seemed to have heard Linling's complaints. It trembled and then flew forward, floating above the broken sword on the ground. It seemed that the scabbard was going to absorb the broken sword. When Linling saw that the surrounding demonic aura did not affect him, he quickly floated to the scabbard. Then, using the scabbard's protection, he frantically absorbed the surrounding demonic aura. Although demonic aura could change a person, it was also excellent nourishment. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Shameless, Rumble. Under Linling's crazy absorption, the entire back mountain shook. Demonic clouds rose into the sky, looking extremely terrifying. As for the Jiang family, the patriarch of the Jiang family was holding a wine cup and drinking lightly. Patriarch, this kid is so arrogant. In my opinion, we should keep him here forever. An elder suddenly looked at the patriarch of the Jiang family and said. The others also had cold expressions and wanted nothing more than to kill Linling. He's my master. How dare you? The third princess immediately said angrily. However, no one paid attention to her. Everyone's eyes were on the patriarch of the Jiang family. The patriarch took a sip of wine and said slowly, "Do you think the Jiang family will give away such a precious treasure like the broken sword so easily?" Patriarch, what do you mean? Someone was puzzled. Only those who were familiar with the broken sword sneered. That broken sword existed even before our great world's Jiang family existed. Over the years, countless powerful cultivators have been interested in it, but in the end, they either died to the broken sword or fled without a trace. So, how could that brat take the broken sword so easily? In fact, if he insists on having his own way, he will definitely die under the broken sword's demonic chi. An elder said with a sinister smile. Hearing that, the members of the Jiang family finally came to a realization. Then, voices of schadenfreude rang out one after another. I see. Haha, that guy dared to humiliate our Jiang family. This is the price he has to pay. Wait, let's go and collect his corpse. The people of the Jiang clan laughed loudly as if they had vented their anger. Even Jiang Feng and Jiang Yi came back. When they heard the news, they drank more than 10 cups of wine. As expected of the patriarch. He has everything planned out. Son of the devil? I think he's just a joke. Looks like Brother Wuhan has praised the son of the devil too much. They laughed one after another. Jiang Wuhan frowned. Was the son of the devil going to die under the broken sword? He felt that it was unlikely because the son of the devil could suppress half-saints in the 9 states. However, he had personally investigated the mysteries of the broken sword. He would be invaded by the demonic aura within 1,000 miles, let alone getting close. Therefore, he did not know if the son of the devil could be safe. You're all despicable. Nonsense. When the third princess heard everyone's words, she finally came to her senses. She knew that the patriarch was cunning and would never give away such a precious treasure. So that was why. Nonsense? Schwerer, you've overestimated your master. Let me tell you, he's possessed or has turned into a pile of bones. The patriarch of the Jiang family said coldly as he drank wine. Impossible. My master will never die. The third princess glared angrily at the Jiang family's patriarch. In the beginning, she was also worried about Lin Ling, but when she thought of the scabbard on Lin Ling's body, her confidence grew. Rumble, however, her voice had just sounded when a deafening sound rang out. Even though they were far away, they could still see the demonic clouds churning like an ocean. The entire Tianzhou was astonished at this moment. Countless warriors looked at the sky with awe. They seemed to know that the back mountain of the Jiang family had become a sea of demonic aura. Everyone in the Jiang family was stunned because it was their first time seeing such terrifying demonic aura from the broken sword. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha ha. The patriarch of the Jiang family was the first to burst into laughter after being stunned. How can that kid still be alive with such demonic aura? After his voice floated out, everyone in the Jiang family laughed maniacally as well. At this point, none of them thought that Lin Ling could still be alive. Schwerer, do you see that? Jiang Feng was undoubtedly the happiest among everyone. He raised his wine cup and smiled at the third princess. Plop, the third princess sat on the ground powerlessly, her eyes tearing up. She never thought that her master would die in the Jiang family after going through storms and waves. Although her master had the scabbard, she did not think that her master could survive the demonic aura. Master, I'm sorry. The third princess kowtowed to the sky. If she had not invited Lin Ling, how could Lin Ling have died here? Now that Lin Ling was dead, how could she explain to Yu and the others? How could she explain to Grandma Wendao? Most importantly, her master had always protected her, but he had died for her. Bang. Bang, bang. She had always been pure and had never kowtowed to anyone, not even Emperor Qing of the past, not even the current patriarch of the Jiang family, not even the Tianzhou's heavenly emperor. But now, she was kowtowing to a young man for the first time. Seeing the third princess kowtowing, everyone in the Jiang family laughed even louder. They all drank their wine with ridicule on their faces. The third princess took in all of their ugly appearances, and her beautiful eyes turned even redder. I know that you hate us. I also know that you have never thought of yourself as a descendant of the Jiang family. But let me tell you today, if it weren't for your mother's relationship with Emperor Qing, do you think you would have any status in the Jiang family? Let me tell you again, the Jiang family gave you powerful cultivators to help you because they wanted you to seize Emperor Qing's position and serve the Jiang family. The patriarch of the Jiang family said indifferently. You, despicable. The third princess raised her head, her face full of anger. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you control Qingzhou. That's not up to you to decide. You should know that our Jiang family has a puppet technique that can make people wish they were dead. The master of the Jiang family picked up his wine cup and took a sip. He didn't even look at the third princess. Hearing this, the third princess' body trembled. She finally understood what the patriarch of the Jiang family was thinking. She wanted to be made into a puppet by the Jiang family and then use her to control Qingzhou. Although Qingzhou could not be compared to Tianzhou, it was still a colossus. If most of Qingzhou's cultivation resources were extracted, it would be enough to cultivate a large number of powerful cultivators. Big tyrant Jiang, I didn't expect you to be so despicable. The third princess gritted her teeth and quickly stood up, wanting to escape. Curse as much as you want. From now on, you, Jiang Shuiying, are also a meritorious person of the Jiang family. Your memorial tablet can be placed in the ancestral hall of the Jiang family in the Great World and be respected by future generations. Now, you should obediently be a prisoner. Men, capture her. Sigh. The patriarch of the Jiang family was still drinking, but his voice became colder and colder. Under his voice, several wrinkled old men of the Jiang family slowly walked out. It's a pity that we are related by blood. Otherwise, I really wouldn't want to let go of this delicate little beauty. Sigh. After she becomes a puppet, we can still play with her. In any case, she can't control her body at all. Moreover, we want her to leave her intelligence, but she can't control her body. If we play with her like this, she will definitely feel more refreshed. Sigh. Hee, good suggestion. Sigh. Their words could only be heard by the third princess. The third princess gritted her teeth and her beautiful eyes were about to spit fire. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. A complete break. Of course, the third princess also planned to end her own life before she was made into a puppet. She was the Qing Emperor of Qingzhou. She had grown up in Qingzhou and had feelings for that place. How could she betray Qingzhou? I, Jiang Shuiying, am really a person with a hard life. She looked up at the sky as tears flowed from her beautiful eyes. She had been a bastard since she was young. The Qing Emperor did not want her. Her mother had also left her. The Jiang family did not treat her as a human and bullied her since she was young. They only used her. Fortunately, the heavens were kind and she had a good master. This master treated her sincerely and helped her wholeheartedly. He did not even ask for anything in return. However, her master was also dead. People always said that the heavens were unpredictable and people were unpredictable. However, she had never had things go her way since she was young. 2 streams of tears flowed from her delicate little face as she thought of that. However, at this time, her eyes suddenly lit up. Her delicate little face that was staring at the sky also froze at this moment. The demonic clouds still rolled in the sky. However, a blue and white robe could be vaguely seen in the dark demonic clouds as if a demon had arrived. Master! The third princess trembled when she saw that figure. She even thought that it was an illusion. Hee, you're about to die and you still want to deceive us. The elders behind her had already walked over. When they heard the third princess's words, they could not help but laugh sarcastically. They obviously did not believe the third princess's words at all. However, the third princess continued to look at the sky and even became more and more excited. This caused the elders to frown and subconsciously look at the sky as well. Black clouds rolled in the sky, but the blue robe descended clearly, whoosh, and its speed was getting faster and faster. It was like a bright shooting star shooting down from the sky, whoosh. Next, the cold sword flashed and the elders were instantly frozen on the ground. Bang! Almost at the same time, a slender figure also landed on the ground, shocking the entire Jiang family. The patriarch of the Jiang family, Jiang Feng, and the others all stared with their eyes wide open. This young man had returned alive from the broken sword. One had to know that the demonic chi of the broken sword was so terrifying that even the celestial emperor did not dare to cross it. However, a junior who was only at the beginning of the half-saint realm was safe and sound. Plop, while the crowd was still in shock. The elders beside the third princess all fell to the ground. Sword scars also appeared on their necks. Before they died, they pointed at the blue-robed youth, wanting to say something, but in the end, nothing came out. Master! Jun Wuxia, on the other hand, was crying tears of joy. She almost rushed over and hugged Lin Ling. How is this possible? With such a ferocious demonic aura, how can you still be alive? The broken sword is something that ordinary people can't even get close to. After a short while, the roar of the head of the Jiang family rang out. He kept shaking his head. This was because he had wanted to use the broken sword to kill Lin Ling, but his wishful thinking had failed. You said broken sword. The person who had arrived was Lin Ling. Lin Ling's face was expressionless as he swept his gaze over the Jiang clan. Suddenly, he smiled faintly and waved his right hand. A broken sword that was half the length of an arm immediately appeared in his palm. This caused the pupils of the entire Jiang family to constrict. The head of the Jiang family pointed at Lin Ling in disbelief and roared angrily, "Why did you bring the broken sword out?" It should be known that the Jiang family had tried to take the broken sword many times, but in the end they had returned in failure. Many people had even died. However, they were reluctant to give up the broken sword because they knew that this broken sword with surging demonic aura was definitely a precious treasure from the era of the gods, but now, such a precious treasure had actually been taken away by this young man. Not only did I take the broken sword, but I also used the demonic aura to break through to the next realm. Lin Ling smiled again, as if he would not stop until he said something shocking. As soon as he finished speaking, the people of the Jiang family instantly felt a sweetness in their throats, and they almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Especially the elders, they were so angry that their lungs were about to explode, because not only did the demonic aura not kill the young man, but it also allowed him to break through to the next realm, and there was only one outcome for them when they got close to the broken sword, and that was death. How could they swallow the humiliation of being treated like this? For a moment, the entire Jiang family was silent, and besides the rage in their hearts, there was only rage. After the Jiang family's patriarch recovered from his rage, he gradually calmed down, and he frowned as he looked at Lin Ling and said, "Since you're Jiang Shuiying's master, then you're an important guest of my Jiang family. Leave the broken sword behind, and my Jiang family will treat you like an honored guest." Obviously, he suddenly realized that since Lin Ling was able to take the broken sword out, then it meant that his Jiang family could obtain the broken sword as well. "That's right, Jiang Shuiying's master. Hand over the broken sword, and we won't make a fuss about your previous rudeness." Jiang Feng knew how precious the broken sword was, so he spoke coldly as well. However, their words caused the third princess's eyes to narrow, because the Jiang family had already agreed with Lin Ling. If Lin Ling could take the broken sword away, then the Jiang family would not mind at all, but now that they saw Lin Ling wanted to take the broken sword away, they immediately went back on their word. They even spoke in a tone as if they were bestowing a reward. How could this person be so shameless? "The broken sword was taken out by my master. How could it belong to you now?" The third princess could no longer hold it in, and she glared angrily at this group of hypocrites. "Schwerer, don't be rude. As a descendant of the Jiang family, you have to consider the big picture. The broken sword is our Jiang family's precious treasure. How could we give it away so easily?" Hearing this, the Jiang family's patriarch reprimanded the third princess. This caused the third princess to finally laugh. Not long ago, the Jiang family wanted to turn her into a puppet. At that time, they also said that the Jiang family did not treat the third princess as one of their own. Everything they did was to use her, and now, they were saying that everything was for the sake of the Jiang family? The third princess kept shaking her head. She knew that there was no way she could reason with these shameless people. "What do you think?" The Jiang family's patriarch ignored the third princess. Instead, he poured a cup of wine and tossed it to Lin Ling. He seemed to be very polite, treating Lin Ling as an honored guest. "Becoming the Jiang family's honored guest will bring you many benefits. You must know that you are only strong in the Qing state, but the Qing state is just a rural place. It can't be compared to the Tianzhou." Following the Jiang family's patriarch's wine cup, his kind voice also floated out. His words were indeed like a reward. Lin Ling's expression was extremely calm. He took the wine cup, looked at it indifferently, and then shook his head. Become the Jiang family's honored guest, he was now the future realm emperor of the spirit state, and the spirit state was much bigger than the Tianzhou. How could a mere Tianzhou talk to him in a tone of a reward? He didn't even bother to say anything more. He would use his actions to prove everything. Xiao, the wine in the cup was not cold yet, and Lin Ling threw it back with a bit more force. Bang! The wine cup smashed into the Jiang family's patriarch's face, and the wine spilled all over him. This made the Jiang family's patriarch's face turn cold. Was Lin Ling's action a sign of rejection? This person didn't know what was good for him. "You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." The Jiang family's people all stood up. Annihilation of the Jiang family. The Jiang family and the son of the demon had completely broken off their relationship. He firmly believed that the Jiang family of the great world would be annihilated without a doubt. "Nephew Wuhan, you don't have to persuade us. This person has gone too far. Although our Jiang family isn't a great force in the 9 prefectures, we have our own backbone. How can we allow others to humiliate us?" As if knowing that Jiang Wuhan was about to speak, the Jiang family head stood up and said. His expression was filled with righteous indignation, but his words had stirred up the Jiang family's ambition. Their blood was boiling. That's right, how could their Jiang family allow others to humiliate them? Seeing this, Jiang Wuhan's expression changed greatly. He knew that it was useless to persuade them. On the contrary, Lin Ling finally let out a loud laugh. He had finally witnessed the shamelessness of the Jiang family, humiliating them. Who was humiliating who? it was obviously the Jiang family who was in the wrong, but they actually spoke with the face of a victim. Moreover, when the third princess was subdued, Lin Ling had seen it all. He had long been filled with killing intent. Daring to touch his disciple was like touching the reverse scale of the realm emperor. However, before Lin Ling could do anything, it was the Jiang family who did it first. Lin Ling didn't expect the Jiang family to court death to such an extent. Surrender and wait to be captured. Our Jiang family has countless experts, and you are only at the initial stage of the half-saint realm. You may have some strength, but you definitely can't stop our entire Jiang family. Seeing Lin Ling's silence, the Jiang family head thought that Lin Ling was afraid. The Jiang family members walked out in an orderly manner. Their imposing manner intimidated Lin Ling, letting Lin Ling know that he had offended a colossus. You only have one chance. Kid, I'll show you the strength of the middle stage of the half-saint realm. Some of the older elders even let out cold shouts. The strength of the middle stage of the half-saint realm erupted one after another. Seeing this, Lin Ling's smile deepened. He said to the third princess, there are so many people in your family. If I kill them, what will you do? They are not my family. The third princess said decisively. That's good. Watch from the side and see how I kill the people of the Jiang clan. Lin Ling nodded. With a wave of his right hand, the tyrant song sword appeared in his hand. You released your imposing aura in front of me because you want to tell me how powerful the intermediate stage of semi-sage realm is. Thank you. I also saw it. It was indeed very powerful. With a sword in hand, he was like a demon god. Brat, you finally have some self-awareness. The people of the Jiang family did not seem to know that Lin Ling was already planning to start a massacre. Those elders all laughed sinisterly. But in the next moment, the demon sword was unsheathed. The blood-red sword seemed to cut through life and death, dazzling as it slashed through. Those elders frowned, and a mocking smile appeared on their faces. They thought that Lin Ling would not turn back until he hit the mountain, but when the cold sword light reached their eyes widened and they panicked. With a single slash, more than 10 heads fell to the ground. No one in the middle stage of the half-saint realm could block this sword strike. The entire Jiang family instantly fell silent. Hee, the strength of the middle stage of the half-saint realm is really powerful. Even I am shocked. Eh? What are these heads? After killing them with a single slash, Lin Ling mocked, but his tone was cold. You killed them? His voice made the people of the Jiang family react. Everyone was furious. Not only did I kill them, but I also killed all of you. Lin Ling looked at the third princess and reminded her to take care of herself. Then, he took a step forward, and the speed of 50 worlds erupted. The big sword in his hand danced. A terrifying demonic energy descended majestically. At this moment, the rank of the devil sword had already reached 50%. Under that slash, blood flowed like a river. More than 100 experts of the Great World's Jiang family were killed by that slash. Hee, the strength of the middle stage of the half-saint realm is really worthy of its reputation. I admire you. Most importantly, after Lin Ling killed those powerhouses, he made a mocking sound. Previously, the people of the Jiang family thought that Lin Ling's realm was low, so they wanted to use the strength of the middle stage of the half-saint realm to let Lin Ling know how lowly they were. Now, Lin Ling told them that he, Lin Ling, knew. He, Lin Ling, was very lowly. Even Lin Ling admired him. However, whether he admired him or was lowly, the ones who died were middle-stage half-saint realm experts. Kill him. The eyes of the people of the Great World's Jiang family turned red. One by one, they unleashed their talents, and their arms became thicker. It was as if the bloodline of a remnant god had descended to the world. Unfortunately, it was useless against Lin Ling. With another slash, 10,000 arms were cut off. Swoosh, on the huge square, everyone's arms were cut off. Their eyes were wide open, and they cried out in pain. Hee, your bloodlines are really powerful. You have to yield to me. Lin Ling's voice continued to float out. Not only was he mocking them, but he was also rubbing salt on their wounds. He was like a demon. Although the demonic chi that he absorbed before did not affect Lin Ling, it was still hidden in Lin Ling's body. But at this moment, it was as if all of it was pouring out. Late stage half-saint realm? Try my slash. After killing the middle stage half-saint realm experts, Lin Ling immediately attacked the late stage half-saint realm experts. this group of shameless people really thought they were something. Now, he would tell them that they had found the wrong person if they wanted the broken sword. Obviously, the late-stage half-saint realm experts could not block Lin Ling's slash. At this moment, the power of Lin Ling's demonic sword had increased greatly, and his realm had also increased. Naturally, he was not afraid of these ordinary late-stage half-saint realm experts. How terrifying. Jiang Feng stared at Lin Ling. Only now did he know what kind of expert he had provoked. Caught you. But at this moment, arms appeared in the sky and bloomed like flowers. Then, they gathered from the ground, the sky, and every corner of the void. They surrounded Lin Ling in the square and drowned him. As expected of Uncle Fu. Looking at the old man who had attacked, everyone was overjoyed. This was the grand elder of the great world's Jiang family. In terms of seniority, he was even older than the Jiang family's patriarch. This kid is a bit strange. His methods are terrifying, but he is still too inexperienced. The old man wiped the sweat from his forehead, but his words were filled with pride. Uncle Fu, well done. Immediately, more voices of admiration came from the Jiang family. As expected of the grand elder, he was the guardian of their great world's Jiang family. Those voices made the old man even more proud. Uncle Fu, I am also very impressed. But at this time, voices of admiration came from behind the old man. You will also have such strength in the future. The old man smiled faintly and spoke proudly. He thought that the person behind him was a junior of the Jiang family. However, the square had become silent. Everyone looked behind Uncle Fu as if they were looking at the god of the underworld. The old man finally noticed this change, and he quietly turned around and instantly saw the smiling blue-robed young man behind him. It was Lin Ling. Didn't I catch you? The old man no longer looked proud, and his face was filled with disbelief. Uncle Fu, right? What you caught was just an illusion. It was just a soul martial technique. The blue-robed young man smiled, but his smile gave others a feeling of surging demonic chi. Whoosh, in the next moment, a sword slashed down, thump. So what if he was the patriarch? The Jiang family became even more silent. Even the grand elder had fallen. This blue-robed youth was only at the second layer of the half-saint realm. How could he be so strong? His sword is indeed powerful. Moreover, his realm essence seems to be thicker than expected. It doesn't seem like he's at the second layer of the half-saint realm. Instead, it feels like he's at the sixth layer of the half-saint realm. Even Jiang Wuhan's expression changed greatly. Although he already knew that the son of demon was powerful, he didn't expect the son of demon to sweep through the entire Jiang family with just a sword. I'm sorry, but your Jiang family's time of calamity has arrived. Boom. Lin Ling's gaze swept across the people of the Jiang family. The sword in his hand emitted a dense fog. It was a rolling demonic aura. He spun on the spot like a spinning top. With a slash of his sword, the sword light turned into a circle. The moment it slashed out, the people were once again plunged into misery and suffering. How was this a demonic sword? It could be called a demonic sword. Only then did the great world's Jiang family realize just who they had provoked. Jiang Shuiying's master is actually so strong? The legendary son of demon is actually so terrifying. Boom. Looking at the one-sided scene, Jiang Feng and Jiang Yi's faces turned extremely pale. They wanted to escape from here. Hee, I haven't forgotten the two of you. Boom. However, just as they moved, a friendly voice came from behind them. But after the voice, it was a fatal slash. Their heads fell to the ground, but their eyes were still open. It was as if they had died with grievances. Beast. Boom. The Jiang family's patriarch witnessed everything. He never expected that in less than an incense stick's worth of time, more than half of the Jiang family's people would be killed or injured. He roared like a ferocious tiger soaring into the sky. His left arm began to change. It expanded violently and turned into a giant black tiger. The tiger opened its mouth wide and pounced on Lin Ling from the sky. A dense murderous aura erupted at this moment. From afar, it looked like a giant divine tiger. In reality, it was just a mutated arm. This was a fifth-grade desolate body, the undefeatable tiger god. At the same time, Lin Ling raised his head. He knew that a formidable opponent had arrived, a 10th stage half-saint in addition to a 5th grade desolate body. This was no ordinary half-saint expert. Die, beast. The tiger in the sky finally arrived, but Lin Ling sneered and said, "That's not necessarily true. The illusion god true inheritance was used by him, and then he left the place." Rumble, the divine tiger struck the ground, causing the earth to feel as if it was being ripped open. The patriarch of the Jiang family's methods were indeed ferocious, but his move only destroyed Lin Ling's illusion. Lin Ling was still safe and sound. On the contrary, under the patriarch's move, the martial artists on the ground were caught in the crossfire. If they didn't die, they would be injured. Haha, patriarch of the Jiang clan, I didn't expect you to be on the same side as me. It seems that you have been dissatisfied with the Jiang clan for a long time. The number of people you have killed is no less than mine. Seeing this, Lin Ling's laughter became even louder. The master of the Jiang family was so angry that his eyes turned red. Where do you think you're going? The patriarch of the Jiang family shook his giant arm and grabbed at Lin Ling again. It was as if he was covering the sky with one hand. Escape? You think too highly of yourself. Lin Ling raised his head, and the sword in his hand fiercely slashed out. The sword light was sharp and sharp, clang. However, the patriarch of the Jiang family's giant arm was extremely extraordinary. It was as hard as a mountain. Even a god wouldn't be able to destroy this giant arm. 50% of the devil sword's power actually couldn't cause a fatal injury. You have some skills. The corner of Lin Ling's mouth curled into a smile. However, he was also secretly shocked by the patriarch of the Jiang family's strength. At the same time, this also indicated that Lin Ling could kill a late-stage half-saint expert. However, the prerequisite was that the opponent's innate talent wasn't strong enough. Lin Ling obviously couldn't do as he pleased against an expert like the patriarch of the Jiang family. However, was Lin Ling only so? Roar. At the same time, the god-demon physique roared, causing the sword to become even larger. Lin Ling held the sword and rushed towards the sky. Around his body, the sky was filled with black plants that grew in the sky. It was extremely dazzling. The sky had become a world of plants. This sky still has other methods? The pitch-black azure-like plants shrouded the sky. Without a doubt, it was an eye-opener for the Jiang family's members. The patriarch of the Jiang family's expression changed. After he reacted, his arm was entangled by countless vines. Following that, a giant sword slashed down from above the tiger's head. It emitted a roar and caused pain in his arm. This guy was getting fiercer as the battle went on. It's useless. There has never been a second-stage half-saint that could make me retreat half a step. Although it was unbelievable, the patriarch of the Jiang family still had confidence in himself. Is that so? Lin Ling's sword didn't have any effect. He floated back. While the mini Kunlun was binding the giant tiger, he slapped his left hand and a dragon's roar resounded. Watch me, Lin Ling, shoot the tiger. The 5-meter-long dragon bow descended. The bow seemed to be carved out of dragon bones. It actually made the martial artists on the ground feel a sense of reverence in their hearts. Heavenly Dragon's protection, good karma increases by day. With His Majesty, Bodhi does not retreat. With ghost assistance, peaceful dreams. 3 dazzling arrows were shot out like the dragon god, especially the last arrow. It was transformed from the true inheritance dark sword. Whoosh, the first arrow pierced through the divine tiger's head, causing it to let out a painful roar. The second arrow froze the divine tiger in place. The giant tiger's body trembled non-stop. When the third arrow arrived, the giant divine tiger's arm exploded. Fresh blood bloomed in the sky like a flower. Ah! The patriarch of the Jiang family let out a cry of pain. His left arm was crippled by the 3 arrows. As for the Jiang family members on the ground, they were speechless. Even the patriarch couldn't stop this fierce young man. Kid, you are too arrogant. Huh. However, at this moment, the terrifying aura of a saint finally arrived. In the sky, a palm formed from jade slammed heavily towards Lin Ling. Heavenly Emperor. Huh. When they saw who it was, the Jiang family members were all overjoyed. Heavenly Emperor, this person does whatever he wants in Tianzhou. He is lawless. Please kill him. Huh. The patriarch of the Jiang family also roared. In my territory, no one is allowed to behave atrociously. I will naturally take care of this junior. Huh. In the sky, the majestic voice also sounded. Then, a handsome middle-aged man appeared in the sky. It was as if the heavenly emperor had arrived. With his hands behind his back, he looked at the common people as if they were under his control. This was the heavenly emperor of Tianzhou. Heavenly emperor? Are you blind? On the ground, Lin Ling also looked up at the sky with a cold expression. Ignorant child, you are about to die and still want to be stubborn? The middle-aged man in the sky looked down at Lin Ling. The coldness in his eyes became even more intense. They went back on their words and even found a chance to kill my disciple. They twisted right and wrong and inverted black and white. As the number one person in Tianzhou, you did not ask for the reason before attacking? Lin Ling spoke again. In my territory, what is black is white, and what is white is black. The heavenly emperor was furious. Where did this nameless junior come from? How dare he shout at him? Was he looking for death? Heavenly emperor, kill him. Don't listen to his lies. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translation. So what if you're the celestial emperor? Looks like there's no need to talk nonsense. You're just a bunch of mad dogs. The leader is just a big mad dog. Humph. Hearing those words, Lin Ling laughed. Instead, he put the tyrannical song on his back and stood there like an immovable wisdom king. Mad dog? Humph. The celestial emperor naturally knew who Lin Ling was scolding. He also laughed coldly. Die. Humph. The huge palm he used suppressed Lin Ling with enough force to topple mountains and overturn seas. The sage realm was not something that the current Lin Ling could resist. Master! Master! The third princess shouted worriedly. In Pine Prefecture, the Qing Emperor was at the half-saint realm, and he was the strongest expert of Pine Prefecture. Unfortunately, he was of very weak existence in the 9 prefectures. Not to mention anything else, just the celestial emperor of Pine Prefecture was countless times stronger than him. Therefore, Lin Ling could defeat the Lotus Emperor, but he was no match for the celestial emperor. However, at this moment, Lin Ling gently lifted his foot and stomped on the ground. Rumble, the power of the gods exploded and endless divine lightning roared. Under Lin Ling's feet, a huge divine boat appeared out of thin air. It exploded the Jiang family and descended. Rumble, the huge palm in the sky pressed down, but it was easily blocked by the divine boat. On the other hand, when the divine boat appeared, everyone in the Jiang family was killed by the lightning. Only 3 of them survived, the Jiang family's patriarch, Jiang Wuhan, and the third princess. The 3 of them and the celestial emperor all stared at the divine boat with wide eyes. Killing a half-saint with one kick. It's finally here. Jiang Wuhan said solemnly. His voice was filled with fear. Killing a half-saint with one kick. The Jiang family's patriarch muttered to himself, but his body was trembling. Now, he finally knew what it meant to be the son of a demon. Under the wrath of a demon, the Jiang family of the great world was completely annihilated. Don't think that you're so great just because you're the celestial emperor. I, Lin Ling, am invincible in Tianzhou. What can you do to me? On the huge divine boat, Lin Ling put his hands behind his back and looked up at the Sky Emperor. The Sky King of Tianzhou frowned deeply. He didn't think this unknown junior would have such power. Now that he heard Lin Ling's words, he was even more furious. This was because in his eyes, everyone from the great world's Jiang family had been killed, but that youth actually challenged him directly, not treating him as some heavenly emperor at all. How dare you? He unleashed an even more terrifying power, and the power of the Saint Realm continued to press down. Rumble. However, the divine boat was still safe and sound. Its defense was extremely terrifying. Celestial Emperor? On the contrary, Lin Ling's mocking voice floated out like the wind. This voice was heard by more than half of the Tianzhou. The warriors of the Tianzhou were trembling because in their hearts, the Sky Emperor was omnipotent. But now, the Sky Emperor was helpless against an outsider. I don't believe that the tortoise shell can last for long. At this moment, the Sky Emperor's breathing quickened. The boat's defense was stronger than he imagined, so he also activated his ancient power. In the face of the ancient power left behind by God, everything is useless. In the sky, the ancient palace began to descend. The aura of God was extremely dense. Gods weren't something that mortals could meddle with. Celestial Emperor, you can do it. Looking at the majestic divine palace, everyone in Tianzhou was shouting. They couldn't allow an outsider to do whatever he wanted in Tianzhou. Lawless and out of control, rumble, the divine palace and the divine boat crazily clashed. The entire Tianzhou shook, the ground cracked, and the sky rolled. Even a battle between deities couldn't compare to this collision. What terrifying power! Everyone exclaimed in shock. Their palms were sweaty. The ancient power had appeared, so the youth should be dead. Do you think you're the only one with the power of God? Just then, a cold voice descended like thunder. It was deafening. On the ground, the giant divine boat slowly floated up. It was still resisting the divine palace, but it was unharmed. This terrifying defense was beyond the Sky Emperor's imagination. He kept shaking his head. Impossible, how is this possible? After all, he was the Sky Emperor. Even though his cultivation level wasn't the highest in the 9 continents, he controlled an ancient power and could rule over Tianzhou. Yet now, a young man who came out of nowhere suddenly appeared and slapped his face in front of him. Again and again, he couldn't do anything about it. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the divine boat, and he came to a realization. Could it be that the giant boat also came from the era of gods? It seems that I underestimated you. The Sky Emperor shouted coldly. He turned into a ray of light and charged towards the divine boat. He clearly knew that he couldn't do anything to the divine boat by itself. But if he could kill the owner of the divine boat, then the divine boat would become an ownerless object. Thinking of this, he gradually became excited. He even imagined that he could control the ancient power and have powerful attacks. If he could control the divine boat and have powerful defenses, then how terrifying would he be? With this thought in mind, an excited smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Moreover, what made him excited was that he had easily reached the divine boat. He didn't encounter any obstacles along the way. On the magnificent deck of the divine boat, the blue-robed youth appeared in front of him. Now, what do you have to say? The Sky Emperor stared at the blue-robed youth. He was very excited, very excited. Without the protection of the divine boat, this youth was just SOSO. I knew that you would come to die. At this moment, Lin Ling looked at the Sky Emperor without any surprise. What do you mean? Hearing Lin Ling's words, the Sky Emperor immediately frowned. The excitement from before had disappeared. This was because Lin Ling's reaction was too calm. It was so calm that it made him uneasy. Let's put it this way. Lin Ling smiled and waved his left hand. A golden chair shot out from the depths of the divine boat. Lin Ling sat down and looked at the Sky Emperor like a host looking at a guest. My Noah's divine boat has extremely powerful defenses. However, its offensive power is somewhat average. Unless someone comes to visit the divine boat personally. Hearing this, the Sky Emperor's uneasiness grew. He frowned and said, what will happen if we reach the divine boat? Suppressing the Sky Emperor is as easy as flipping my hand. Lin Ling said word by word. It was as if he was speaking the words of a god. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire divine boat finally shook. Countless enchantments came crashing down on the Sky Emperor. Bang! These enchantments came from the era of the gods. The number of enchantments had reached a terrifying limit. How could the Sky Emperor resist them? He thought that Lin Ling would definitely die in the divine boat. Unfortunately, he thought too much. He couldn't even fight back. He was directly pressed to the ground and his life was under Lin Ling's control. Even if he wanted to summon the ancient powers, he had no choice. Because after the enchantments appeared, he was separated from Tianzhou. One should know that the emperor gods of Jiuzhou could summon the ancient powers in their own territory. However, they couldn't do so elsewhere. Translator, Trans and editor, Trans and return to the spirit state. Puff, fresh blood poured out of the Sky Emperor's mouth like it was worthless. His pupils were trembling. He, a dignified heavenly emperor, was actually suppressed into a dog by a junior. So what if you're the Sky Emperor? Lin Ling walked forward. He waved his right hand and the Sky Emperor's neck seemed to be gripped by him as he slowly walked to the side of the boat of gods. The entire Tianzhou was looking at the boat of gods in the sky. Everyone was confused. I wonder how he is doing. Is there a need to guess? That kid is dead for sure. What is the Sky Emperor? You don't understand. However, many people still had confidence in the Sky Emperor. Perhaps they knew since they were young that the Sky Emperor was untouchable. However, Before the discussion ended, a silhouette appeared beside the giant boat of gods. The silhouette grabbed the Sky Emperor's neck and descended upon the sky region. This was because they saw that the person standing there indifferently was the mysterious youth. On the other hand, the handsome middle-aged man whose neck was being held and whose body was trembling was the celestial emperor. This scene silenced Xianxia. The Jiang clan leader and the third princess were also shocked, especially the third princess. She couldn't believe it. When Lin Ling broke off relations with the Jiang clan, she already thought of the worst result. At most, she would fight the Jiang clan leader. However, the entire Jiang clan couldn't do anything to Lin Ling. The Jiang clan leader couldn't do anything to Lin Ling. In the end, the Sky Emperor arrived and he was the same. Instead, he was easily subdued by Lin Ling. Are there any objections? While Xianxia was silent, Lin Ling's voice also floated out. Are there any objections? His voice was heard by everyone in Xianxia, but even the Sky Emperor was subdued. Who dared to object? No one dared to speak. All the warriors in Xianxia lowered their heads. They were certain that even after countless years, what happened today would still be spread all over Xianxia, for no other reason than the fact that the Sky Emperor was subdued. This was also the first time in Tianzhou's history that something like this happened. Jiang clan leader, kill yourself. Kill. Seeing that no one was speaking, Lin Ling spoke again, his gaze fixed on the patriarch of the Jiang family. The Jiang family head's eyes trembled as he looked at the sky. In the end, a bitter smile appeared on his face. He, too, did not expect the result to be like this. Their great world's Jiang family had provoked a powerhouse that was even more terrifying than the Celestial Emperor. If he could turn back time, he would definitely treat that youth as an honored guest. Wu Hen, the son of the devil you speak of, is actually so terrifying. He first looked at Jiang Wuhan, and a sense of helplessness appeared in his eyes. The latter let out a long sigh. He had tried to persuade Jiang Wuhan, but Jiang Wuhan refused to listen. Now that Jiang Wuhan had come to this conclusion, it was really the Jiang clan head who had brought this upon himself. I thought that no matter how strong an early half-saint is, there would be a limit to it. The Jiang clan leader's bitter smile deepened as he stared at the young man in blue in the sky. It was as if he was looking at the real God of heaven. Alas! He let out a long sigh, retracted his gaze, and looked at the third princess. Schwerer, you found yourself a good master. Today, the great world's Jiang family will perish because of you. If we had known this would happen, our Jiang family would have treated you like a son. With such a powerful master, our Jiang family would have been able to leave Tianzhou. What a pity, what a pity. The Jiang clan head continued to speak. In the end, his entire body darkened, and like a piece of paper, he cracked open and disappeared from the world. It was obvious that his death was filled with endless remorse. In Jiuzhou and the universe, power represented everything. Only by displaying great power would others willingly bow down to you. However, it was a little too late for the Jiang clan head to bow down. Third princess, let's go back. Seeing that the Jiang clan head had perished, Lin Ling spoke to the third princess. All right. The third princess immediately nodded and walked towards the sky. The third princess is the Qing Emperor of Qingzhou. I don't like to hear that anyone wants to harm her. Otherwise, I will kill them no matter how far away they are. Lin Ling's gaze swept across the entire Tianzhou, and his voice was filled with thick murderous intent. Then, he threw out the Sky Emperor in his hand, boarded the boat of gods, and left Tianzhou in a grandiose manner. The Sky Emperor looked at the boat of gods that was leaving with fear and did not speak for a long time. In reality, he knew that in Jiuzhou, there were some powerful cultivators who could ignore the ancient powers and roam freely in Jiuzhou. However, there were very few of these powerful cultivators, and they were not interested in Jiuzhou. However, he had never expected that he would meet such a person today, and such a young one at that. People of Tianzhou are never allowed to step into Qingzhou. Then, the Sky Emperor looked at the world and said. Everyone nodded. Even without the Sky Emperor's reminder, they did not dare to wander around Qingzhou. The emperor behind Qingzhou was too terrifying. Kaboom! The giant boat of gods was now heading towards Qingzhou. On the boat of gods, the third princess was still looking at Lin Ling in shock. There's no need to be so surprised. How can someone who can be your teacher only have some mediocre skills? Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled and said, in fact, in spirit state, your teacher is the next realm emperor. Other than your teacher, Yu, Sakura, and the others are all stronger than you can imagine. Hearing this, the third princess's body trembled. Her beautiful eyes looked into the distance, filled with yearning. In reality, when Lin Ling left Qingzhou, she was very confused. She did not understand why Lin Ling gave up his supreme position and would rather roam Zhouzhou, but now, she understood. Teacher, I will become stronger. The third princess said to Lin Ling seriously. I believe in you. Lin Ling nodded. Also, I'll leave my family in your hands. Don't worry, unless I, Jiang Shuiying, die, Grandpa Taiyan and the others will be safe. The third princess said with her chest puffed out. Lin Ling nodded in satisfaction. The two of them chatted on the divine boat. Lin Ling also taught the third princess many martial arts. After a long time, Lin Ling arrived at Qingzhou. However, he did not go down. Instead, he left after giving some instructions. This was because the 1-year time limit was getting closer and closer. He had to rush back to spirit state immediately. Rumble. Not long after, the huge divine boat once again pierced through the universe and shot into the distance. On the divine boat, Lin Ling played with the scabbard. He was shocked. After obtaining the new broken sword, the scabbard's power had obviously more than doubled. With 50% of the demon sword rank, killing ordinary half-saints was as easy as chopping vegetables. Moreover, Lin Ling could clearly feel that the scabbard's killing intent towards him had weakened significantly. I've gained a lot from this trip to Tianzhou. Lin Ling mumbled to himself. Not only did he obtain the broken sword, but he also increased his cultivation level by another level. His 4 dantians had also all improved. Now, he was confident that he could defeat an elite in the middle stage of the half-saint realm, unless he encountered an existence that surpassed the 5th grade desolate body. Then, while rushing, Lin Ling began to stabilize his cultivation level. Although he had many treasures and they were all extremely powerful, he knew that if he wanted to go further, he still had to rely on his cultivation level. Shameless conditions. As time passed, Lin Ling got closer and closer to the spirit province, and his mood began to become excited. In the spirit province, there was his wife and his master. The spirit province was also another home for him, so he would definitely protect this home. At this moment, the 1-year deadline was getting closer and closer. The people of the heavenly court were searching for Lin Ling in the myriad realms and finally arrived at the spirit province. On this day, the sun was charming, and white clouds floated in the sky. A large number of experts appeared in the sky of the spirit province. Many of these experts were at the saint realm, and there were even over 100 half-saint realm experts. From this, one could see the strength of the heavenly court. There are 2 sects in the spirit state, the Mi and Xian sects. The 2 sect masters are both extremely powerful saints. I'm afraid it will be a bit troublesome to ask them. What's there to be afraid of? We have the heaven court's martial god behind us. The realm monarch of the spirit state will definitely give face to Lord Martial God. That's right, let's begin the interrogation. Among the experts, several sages were having a casual discussion and finally came to a decision. Lord Tantric Buddhism, Lord Xianzong, the heavenly court has sent someone to invite you to meet them. One of the elders let out a loud and clear voice that spread throughout the entire spirit province. Instantly, countless powerful cultivators from the spirit state looked up at the sky. Over at the Vajrayana sect's valley, everyone was on high alert as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Xianxia frowned, but he waved his hand and said, "Don't be impatient. Let's go take a look." Under the lead of Lord Tantric Buddhism, the 4 heavenly kings walked towards the sky and finally arrived near the heavenly court's experts. You are Lord Tantra? An old man from the heavenly court looked at the Tantric sect's lord indifferently. Although he seemed polite, there was a hint of arrogance in his tone. That's right. May I ask why you are here? His attitude was naturally noticed by the Tantric Sama. He was displeased, but he did not show it on his face. I'm looking for a person called Lin Ling. Before the old man could speak, a thin middle-aged man beside him spoke up. As soon as he finished speaking, the hearts of everyone in the Tantric Buddhism sect shuddered, as if they were afraid that the heavenly court would discover something. How big is the spirit state? Finding someone called Lin Ling is not an easy task. Tantric Sama immediately replied. I don't care. In any case, the heavenly court has ordered you to find someone called Lin Ling. As long as it's related to this name, kill them all. The old man spoke again, but his voice was much colder this time. Kill them all. Hearing those words, all the cultivators in the spirit state felt a chill run down their spines. The heavenly court had killed wrongly, and they had not let anyone off. Kill them all? Isn't your heavenly court a bit too cruel? Because the spirit state is boundless, there are quite a few people named Lin Ling. Are you going to kill all of them? Even the tantric sect master was displeased. Ha ha ha. Quite a lot. Hearing that, the people from the heavenly court could not help but laugh. The few people in the lead looked at each other, and the old man said with a cold smile, I'm sorry. In the 9 states and the 10,000 realms, we've already killed hundreds of millions of people named Lin Ling. Moreover, we heard that a Lin Ling appeared in the spirit state, so we rushed over. Right now, you don't have any right to refuse, because if you refuse, we'll look for him ourselves. However, we can't guarantee that no innocent people will be implicated. When the time comes, even more people will die. The heavenly court is a powerful force that spreads throughout the 9 states. Lord Martial God is not someone you emperor gods can fight against, so you must think carefully. The heavenly court's elites spoke one after another, and they became even more aggressive. Hearing that, the 4 heavenly kings secretly clenched their fists. They wanted nothing more than to kill these people, but the tantric sect master secretly stopped them. This group of people was not very strong, and they could deal with them. However, they were afraid of the heavenly court. If they killed them, it would attract even more heavenly court elites. The heavenly court's elites naturally knew that the tantric sect master was unwilling, but they did not care at all. They slowly waited for the tantric sect master's reply, because they knew that the tantric sect master would agree. The heavenly court is really overbearing. They actually want to kill everyone related to Lin Ling. If we refuse them, they'll look for him themselves. When that happens, the spirit state will definitely be plunged into misery and suffering, and rivers of blood will flow. My lord, what should we do now? The 4 heavenly kings secretly transmitted their voices. Agree to them for now. Stall for time and wait for Lin Ling to return. The tantric sect master's eyes flashed, and he also secretly transmitted his voice. Then, he looked at the heavenly court's elites and said, all right, I can agree to it. However, you have to give me some time. How about 3 months later? Sure. Hearing that, the heavenly court's elder smiled and nodded. However, we have to stay in the tantric sect. What? The tantric sect master's expression instantly changed. Furthermore, we have the right to enter any corner of the spirit state. Furthermore, we have to unconditionally investigate what you have and what your cultivation cave abodes are like. The heavenly court's elder said again. You've gone too far. The tantric sect master could not hold back anymore. Martial artists had their own secrets and hidden treasures. Sometimes, they would not even tell their closest kin. However, these people from the heavenly court wanted to investigate as they pleased. They probably wanted to plunder the treasures while they were at it. This condition is too much. The 4 heavenly kings also spoke. You're probably trying to rob the spirit state while you're looking for someone. In the spirit province, angry voices rang out one after another. Hee hee. Hearing that, the people from the heavenly court laughed. Some of them even laughed loudly. This made people frown, not knowing what they were laughing about. However, in the next moment, the leading elder waved one hand, and a terrifying amount of realm essence turned into a sun-like realm essence bomb that blasted towards the ground. Rumble. The planes of the spirit state were immediately overturned, and the ground continued to shake. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? Only then did the elder speak. Clearly, he was using a forceful method to tell everyone that they could not refuse. It was just a reminder before. The next time we attack, it won't be a reminder anymore. We'll kill them directly. Beside the elder, the others also spoke one after another. Their voices were cold, and they did not treat the people of the spirit state as humans at all. This also made the people of the spirit state furious, but they all endured it. Even the 4 heavenly kings wanted to attack, but they were afraid that it would attract more heavenly court elites, so they also endured it. If no one objects, then we'll do as we say. The heavenly court elites were not surprised by the tantric sect's silence. This was because wherever they went, the elites there would obediently listen to their orders. Therefore, the spirit state was no exception. Rumble. However, at that moment, a rumbling sound suddenly came from afar. A huge divine boat tore through the sky and arrived majestically. At the bow of the divine boat, a young man stood there like a giant with his hands behind his back. The blue robe and dual swords shocked the people of the spirit state. I am Lin Ling. I'm back. Xianxia was also overjoyed. However, she soon became worried. That was because Lin Ling's return should be more low-key. He shouldn't be like a god and cause a huge commotion in the entire realm. He would be targeted by the Heavenly Court's experts. In fact, the Heavenly Court's experts were indeed eyeing Lin Ling. However, they weren't eyeing Lin Ling himself. Instead, they were eyeing the divine vessel beneath Lin Ling's feet. They all licked their lips. This divine boat was too awe-inspiring, dazzling in gold and jade, awe-inspiring. Such a treasure should belong to their Heavenly Court. The boy in front, stop the boat. I suspect Lin Ling is on the boat, so we need to investigate. A Saint Realm expert strode forward, intending to seize Lin Ling's divine ark. TSK, this ship is extraordinary. If the martial god knew about it, he would be tempted. As for the other members of the Heavenly Court, they were all looking forward to it. It was as if the divine boat had already fallen into their hands. However, not only did the divine boat not stop, it even sped up. The saint who had walked over didn't care at first, but gradually, his eyes narrowed. It was as if he was looking at a colossus of God charging towards him. Stop the ship! He roared. Senior, what are you talking about? However, Lin Ling's voice also floated out from the massive divine boat. You! The saint expert's eyes narrowed. Was this fellow doing this on purpose? Could it be that he was planning to smash him to death with the ancient boat? As for the people from the Heavenly Court in the distance, they also had the same thought, but most of them felt that it was impossible. Who in the 9 prefectures would have the guts to kill someone from the Heavenly Court? Boom. However, the result was born. The giant ancient ship rolled over. The saint at the front didn't believe it at first, but when the ancient ship appeared, he finally believed it. However, he was also a saint expert. His reaction was extremely fast, and he displayed a powerful martial art. However, it was useless. Crash, a sound that sounded like paper being torn apart resounded. The saint expert was crushed into a meat patty under the gazes of countless people. Saints were like ants at this moment. This also caused the spirit state to fall silent. You're courting death. Stop the ship. After a moment of silence, the old man in the lead let out an angry roar. It had to be known that every expert of the Heavenly Court was a martial artist who had experienced hundreds of battles. Their names had once shaken the 9 provinces, and they had entered and exited the fiend god forbidden lands. However, such a heroic figure had been killed by a ship in the end. This was probably the saddest death in the history of the Heavenly Court. If this news were to spread, how would others view the Heavenly Court? Senior, wait. However, while they were enraged, Lin Ling's voice came from the ancient ship, causing the Heavenly Court's experts to frown. Could it be that the kid was finally going to stop the ship? Rumble. However, before they could finish their thoughts, the massive divine boat seemed to speed up again. Help! Sir, save me! Its speed was like lightning as it continued to crush the half-sages that the Heavenly Court had brought. At this moment, all of them were crushed into meat patties. For a moment, the Heavenly Court's experts wished that their parents had given birth to them with an extra pair of legs. Senior, I can't stop the ship. While the Heavenly Court was in chaos, Lin Ling's helpless voice floated out again. Can't stop the ship. The Heavenly Court's saints all opened their mouths wide. Rumble. The crushing continued. After an entire incense stick's worth of time, only 5 of the Heavenly Court's hundreds of people were left. The 5 of them were all saints. They looked at the slaughtered surroundings and felt chills run down their spines. You finally stopped the ship. While they were boiling with anger, Lin Ling's innocent voice clearly fell into their ears. You finally stopped the ship. It would have been better if he hadn't said this. Once he said this, it was like rubbing salt on a wound because everyone in the Heavenly Court was dead. Kid, do you know what kind of mistake you've made? The old man in the lead was the most furious. Ever since he started learning martial arts, this was the first time he had suffered such humiliation. Rumble. However, just as he finished speaking, the Noah's divine ark started moving again. The sound was like a rolling boulder. that voice caused the hearts of the remaining Saint Realm experts to tremble, rumble. Before their eyes, the merciless Noah's divine ark started moving again. It was extremely fast and crushed one of the saints. The sage was also enraged as he unleashed a powerful martial art, however, it was useless. He was crushed to death again, fresh blood sprinkled down from the sky like rain. Soon after, another saint cultivator followed in his footsteps and was also crushed to death. Only one of the saints was fast enough to surpass the speed of 100 realms. He thought that he could avoid such a great calamity. However, just as he took a step, a deafening sound came from behind him. When he turned around, he saw a huge ship the size of an ancient city. That ancient ship was chasing after him. I, the Hudasi king, have killed gods, destroyed saints, and wandered the land of miracles. I've walked through all the storms and waves, but today, I'm going to be crushed to death by a ship. That saint opened his mouth wide and his eyes were filled with unwillingness and anger. It was too embarrassing to die in such a way. Rumble, however, it was useless. He was also crushed to death. In the end, only an old man was left in the heavenly court. He was stunned on the spot. I'm sorry. I don't know why the ship started moving again. At that moment, the ancient ship finally stopped. The young man on the bow of the ship also apologized. However, he did not look like he was apologizing at all. You're crazy. Do you know who they are? Do you know how they died? Do you know what you're doing? The old man could not hold it in anymore and kept roaring. I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. However, I know how they died. They were crushed to death by a ship. Lin Ling apologized again. Crushed to death by a ship. Hearing this sentence again, the old man's wound was undoubtedly rubbed with salt. He spat out a mouthful of old blood and roared angrily, "Who the hell are you? Hey, can't we talk nicely? I already said that I didn't do it on purpose." Hearing this, Lin Ling's face turned cold. You didn't do it on purpose? The old man looked around. Everyone in the heavenly court was dead, and this kid said that he didn't do it on purpose. Who was he trying to fool? Who the hell are you? If you don't tell me, don't blame me for annihilating all 9 of your families. The old man's voice became murderous. He felt like he was going crazy. Can't you talk nicely, old man? However, since you asked me who I am, I'll tell you. I'm Lin Ling. On the ancient ship, Lin Ling's mocking expression gradually disappeared. It became cold and indifferent like ice and snow. Lin Ling? The old man was originally angry, but after thinking about Lin Ling's words, his face finally changed greatly. You're Lin Ling? Declaring war on the heaven court. That's right, it's Lin Ling who killed a few of martial god Qilan's disciples and challenged the heaven court. Lin Ling enunciated each word clearly. The murderous intent that had been hidden in his heart also quietly spread out at this moment. Bang! His words were like a thunderclap, causing the old man's figure to tremble. He scanned his surroundings and suddenly realized that the young man was not innocent, but had done it on purpose. It also implied that he had been tricked by Lin Ling since the beginning. I'm only sparing your life because I want to get rid of one thing from you, Lin Ling said. The old man no longer had his previous pride. He said with a stern look, what is it? Tell martial god Qilan that I, Lin Ling, will be waiting for him in the spirit continent. Lin Ling said calmly after a slight ponder. However, the entire spirit continent fell into an uproar following his words. Lin Ling had taken the initiative to invite martial god Qilan here? What is this kid up to? The master of the tantric sect gasped. If martial god Qilan was here, the spirit continent would be wiped out, the reason being that he was a martial god realm expert. Even the old man looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Are you serious? Do I look like I'm joking? Lin Ling asked in return. He knew that the final duel between him and martial god Qilan would come eventually. If that was the case, Lin Ling might as well wait patiently for his opponent to arrive. Alright, I promise you, the old man said sternly after a slight ponder. Even though he had no idea what Lin Ling was up to, he knew that the heaven court was treating Lin Ling with great importance. Very straightforward. Break one of your arms, and I'll send you back to inform the heaven court. Lin Ling nodded and said calmly. Hearing this, the old man clenched his teeth. He glanced at the boat of God with a hint of dread. In the end, he broke his arm and left in disgrace. Lin Ling, you're going to regret challenging the Heaven Court. The spirit continent is going to be destroyed when Master Martial God arrives. Just wait for his wrath. The old man did not want to lose his dignity as he left. Lin Ling let out a hollow laugh. He waved his left hand, summoning a 5-meter-long dragon bow, and fired it into the sky. You loser, don't waste your time. Although the dragon god's arrow couldn't harm the saint stage expert, it gave the old man a fright. In the end, he fled in panic. Seeing this, the entire spirit state erupted in laughter. When the laughter reached the elder's ears, it made him even angrier. My dear disciple, you're back. Lin Ling, congratulations on your return. After the old man Qilin his heart, the tantric sect's heavens, Xiao and the others immediately came to the heavens. Lin Ling's heart warmed as he walked over with a smile. Brother Ling, second brother. Yu and the others flew out from the ground, their faces filled with joy. Lin Ling looked at everyone on the ground, then at Yu and the others. He swore to himself that he would definitely win the battle against the martial god in the spirit continent. Lin Ling, why did you let him go? If you eliminate him, it will take a long time for the heavenly court to find this place. Now that you've let him go, the martial god will definitely make a move. After talking for a while, the tantric master looked at Lin Ling worriedly. What will come. Instead of waiting every day in fear, why don't we set a date and have a fight? Lin Ling said to everyone. That's true, but how can the spirit continent stop the martial god from coming? Xianxia said with a frown. The martial god realm was beyond the saint realm and the martial ancestor realm. He could be considered a god, such a powerhouse was not someone they could fight against. Don't worry. I estimate that they will arrive in the spirit continent in half a month. Half a month is enough. Lin Ling said with a smile. He did not explain further. Lin Ling, how confident are you that you can fight against the martial god? Seeing Lin Ling's confident smile, the tantric sect master knew that Lin Ling had always been mysterious, so a glimmer of hope rose in his heart. 60%. Lin Ling pondered for a moment, then said word by word. Hearing that, the tantric sect master and the others finally smiled. 60% confidence in fighting against the martial god was unprecedented in the 9 provinces. Alright, we'll fight with you. Xianxia and the others looked at each other and nodded in the end. At this point, there was no point in saying anything. They might as well prepare for the arrival of the martial god. Lin Ling looked at the sky and saw that the sky above the spirit continent was filled with smoke. However, he was confident that he could sweep through everything. Let's go. Without saying anything else, Lin Ling strode forward. That night, the spirit continent was extremely lively. Everyone in the tantric sect was happy to welcome Lin Ling back. However, Lin Ling did not have time to catch up with his friends. He began to prepare for his revenge. This time, in order to fight against martial god Qilin, Lin Ling planned to set up a divine barrier formation in the spirit continent. This formation used Noah's Ark and the ancient tree of Mount Ju as the foundation. At the same time, countless ancient barrier formations were set up. Moreover, Lin Ling was very familiar with martial god Qilin, so he had also set up a fatal attack against him. If this formation is completed, the spirit continent will be safe for 1,000 years. While setting up the formation, Lin Ling also mumbled to himself. Time passed quietly just like that. On the other side, the old sage had also returned to the heavenly court and told them about Lin Ling's whereabouts. What? He took the initiative to challenge me? When martial god Qilin heard the news, his expression turned serious. This was because he had always been curious about Lin Ling. He felt that this young man was very mysterious, but now, Lin Ling had directly challenged him. It was impossible for him not to be surprised. Are you sure? Martial god Qilin asked again. After all, who in the 9 continents had the courage to challenge a martial god? My lord, I'm sure, I'm very sure. The old man quickly nodded and said. Very well, inform the heavenly court to set off for the spirit continent. I'd like to see who this Lin Ling is. Martial god Qilin finally made up his mind. His eyes deepened as he stared into the starry sky. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, what secrets are you hiding? I hope everything will come to light once I arrive. Pass down my order, tell them that I, martial god Qilin, am going to attack the spirit continent. Martial god Qilin placed his hands behind his back and said calmly. My lord, are you going to spread this news across the 9 continents? The old man's expression changed. It was his first time seeing martial god Qilin treat a junior so seriously. That's right. Martial god Qilin nodded and took a step forward, disappearing on the spot. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, you're dead meat. You've angered the martial god. The old man could not help but feel overjoyed. He quickly asked the heavenly court to spread the news. Without a doubt, the entire 9 continents was in an uproar when the news spread. The heavenly court was an extremely ancient force that spread across the 9 continents. It was not something that a mere emperor of the divine land could oppose. Now, the spirit continent dared to challenge the heavenly court and martial god Qilin. The heavenly court has arrived. Wow, this is a matter that will shake the 9 provinces. Who is so bold as to challenge the martial god? I don't know, but I can see that the heavenly court is furious. They are going to wipe out the entire spirit state and even choose a new realm monarch for the spirit state. They're dead, they're dead. At this moment, the 9 continents were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. However, no one was optimistic about the spirit state. This was because the strongest in the spirit state was only a saint. They didn't even have a martial ancestor, let alone a martial god. Even the cultivators from all over the 9 continents were talking about how many days it would take to wipe out the spirit state. Some said 3 days, some said 1 day, some ruthless and greedy people were already heading towards the spirit state. They planned to loot some treasures after the spirit state was wiped out. As for the Miao continent, Yan continent, Yun continent and the other ancient continents, countless cultivators were laughing coldly. They thought that the realm monarch of the spirit state was stupid. Time passed by quickly. The spirit state was still peaceful. However, in these days, the spirit state was also welcoming cultivators from all over the 9 continents. Some of them were here to take advantage of the situation, while others were here to watch a good show. Of course, they were also asking who was bold enough to challenge the martial god. In the end, they found out that the one who challenged the martial god was the new realm monarch of the spirit state. Hee, this idiot has just become a realm monarch and his confidence is inflated. What a pity, he is going to die right after becoming a celestial monarch. No one was optimistic about the spirit state. They were all waiting for the heavenly court's arrival. As for the tantric sect's masters were also talking with the 4 heavenly kings. Their faces were all extremely serious. The heavenly court actually spread the news. Now, the spirit state is also welcoming a large number of cultivators from the 9 continents. Furthermore, the heavenly court twisted the truth and put all the blame on the spirit state. They made the cultivators of the 9 continents think that we are the ones who asked for it. The heavenly court is really something. They knew that a storm was coming. It all depended on Lin Ling whether or not the spirit state could make it through this time's Daikai. Of course, the tantric sect was also anxious. Some of them even started to blame Lin Ling. They thought that Lin Ling brought a disaster to the spirit state. However, the tantric sect's masters still believed in Lin Ling, because they didn't believe in Lin Ling during the ceremony. But what happened in the end? It was Lin Ling who defeated all the geniuses of Xianxia and destroyed their scheme. Hence, since Lin Ling was so confident, Tantric Buddhism would fight with him until the end. Where is Lin? After the sect's masters, the sect's, Shuiyun asked Xingyun. Some people S to the spirit state's clouds heaven S, Yun's head to the cloud to the heavens. T's. Calm we're not to 2. Don't worry. That brat never fights unprepared. Since he's wandering around the spirit state, he must be setting up a powerful spirit formation. Hopefully, this spirit formation can stop the heavenly court's suppression. Xinxiyun said. His fists were clenched tightly. His palms were sweaty. At this moment, in the western part of the spirit province, a slender figure was slowly walking forward in a mountain of flames. This was a handsome young man, wearing a clean blue robe. As he walked, the surrounding flames couldn't get close to him at all. He was Lin Ling. Tianyan Lin, it's been 2 lives. We'll meet again. He sat down cross-legged and continuously threw out treasures with both hands, causing the flames in the surroundings to gradually extinguish. Back then, you were just a very ordinary person in the martial god world. You hid in a small valley. If I, Li Xiaoyao, hadn't been seriously injured, I wouldn't have known you. You were very kind, and I, Li Xiaoyao, was moved by your kindness. However, time reveals a person's heart. The so-called kindness is only because you haven't encountered any benefits worth selling. Lin Ling stared at the sky. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes. Tian Liuli, Tian Yanlin, Tian Wen Valley, the three from the Tian family betrayed Li Xiaoyao and took everything from him. Today, he had returned with revenge. Martial God Qilin, Tian Yanlin. If I'm not mistaken, you must have cultivated the selfless lightning god body. The spirit formation I set up is specially designed to break your selfless lightning god body. Lin Ling mumbled to himself. The coldness in his eyes became thicker. If it were any other martial god, Lin Ling wouldn't be able to fight against them. However, he was 60% confident that he could defeat martial god Qilin. This was because Lin Ling was too familiar with martial god Qilin. Here, the spirit formation is complete. Only the last one is left. I hope I can make it in time. As Lin Ling waved his hand, the flames around him disappeared completely. He had used up all his treasures to set up the spirit formation this time. He hoped that the endless accumulation of resources would be able to drag a martial god to hell. On this day, it was a sunny day. The spirit state finally welcomed a large number of experts. At a closer look, the sky was filled with people. They were all wearing neat clothes. They were from the heavenly court. There were half-step saints, sages, and even martial ancestors among them. At the same time, a huge palace was floating in the sky. It was protected by the heavenly court's experts like a moon surrounded by stars. The surface of the palace was carved with the sun, moon, and stars. It looked like an ancient palace. However, the shocking thing was that the surface of the palace was also covered in scales. At a closer look, they were the scales of Qilin. The heavenly court has arrived. Come. The entire spirit state fell silent. In the sky, a large number of forces from the 9 prefectures were also watching with solemn expressions. They never thought that martial god Qilin would really come. Many people had heard of martial god Qilin's name. However, not many people had seen him in person. That was because he was a godlike existence. I wonder how powerful the martial god is? Today, we can finally meet him. The people were excited. They didn't come here to see how the spirit state would fight against martial god Qilin. Instead, they wanted to see martial god Qilin's glory. In their hearts, the spirit state was no match for martial god Qilin. The spirit state couldn't even touch a hair of martial god Qilin's. I'm already here. Amidst the silence, an old voice sounded at the same time. After the voice sounded, the experts from the 9 prefectures felt suffocated. It was as if they had seen a god. I'll give you 1 incense stick's worth of time. Come out or I'll destroy the entire spirit state. The old voice sounded again. It was cold and emotionless. It was as if martial god Qilin had lost his patience and wanted to see Lin Ling. However, the spirit state remained silent. Time passed by quietly. The people were puzzled. Did the realm monarch of the spirit state escape? Perhaps, the whole thing was just a joke from the beginning to the end. However, it was impossible to joke about the martial god. Time's up. After a long time, the voice that sounded like a death sentence was announced. Everyone in the spirit state narrowed their eyes. Even the tantric sages were the same. In the face of the martial god's arrival, they had no power to resist. They could only watch the martial god's glory. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Great Face. Kill. Sure enough, a voice sounded in the sky, triggering a murderous aura as if a god was destroying the world. The heavenly court has finally made their move. I'm afraid that in less than half a day, there will be no one left in the entire spirit state. Seeing that the heavenly court was about to make their move, the experts from all over the 9 states mocked. Wait, how about we wait a little longer? However, just as the heavenly court was about to start a massacre, a faint voice suddenly sounded. A large number of figures in black cloaks appeared in the sky. These people seemed to have come from the shadows, giving off a sinister feeling. Assassins? Are they from the Flying Dragon organization? Everyone was stunned for a moment before exclaiming. The Flying Dragon organization was the same as the heavenly court. They were ancient factions that spread throughout the 9 states and could not be underestimated. Flying Dragon organization, what is the meaning of this? An old man from the heavenly court walked out calmly and spoke on behalf of martial god Qilin. Is the Flying Dragon organization going to clash with the heavenly court after becoming the spirit state? At this moment, an old man from the Flying Dragon organization also walked out. He was Do Afterimage. Can we buy some time for the spirit state? Do Afterimage looked at the people from the heavenly court and said fearlessly. In fact, he did not expect martial god Qilin to come personally. Such an expert was naturally not someone he could fight against. You? The old man from the heavenly court sneered, but his eyes were filled with shock. This was because the number of assassins from the Flying Dragon organization that came this time was greater than expected. Many of them were experts, which made him very suspicious. The spirit state could actually summon so many experts. This was quite a big deal. What about this? Do Afterimage also knew that it was impossible for him to make the heavenly court move, so a purple gold token appeared in his hand. God of Assassins. After seeing the token, the old man from the heavenly court's expression changed slightly because that token represented the token of the strongest person in the Flying Dragon organization. It was obvious that he was also an expert who stood in the 9 states and could fight against gods. He was on par with martial god Qilin. Alright, give the spirit state another incense stick of time. As if to give face to the token, an old voice sounded in the luxurious palace. Since you've already given an incense stick of time, why don't you give another one? However, as soon as he finished speaking, a large number of experts from the other side. Who are you? This time, the people from the heavenly court frowned because they sensed that those experts were not ordinary. Alright, I'll give you another incense stick of time. However, before the people from the luxurious palace, the people from the heavenly court, the experts from the heavenly court's palace. Who are those people? Even the martial god is giving them face? The heavenly court, the people from the heavenly court, the heavenly court, the experts from the heavenly court, the heavenly court, the heavenly court, the... Since it's already been 2 incense sticks, how about 3? Interesting, this is getting more and more interesting. I am getting more and more curious about the realm monarch of the spirit state. Alright, give him 3 incense sticks. As if sensing the extraordinariness of the newcomer, laughter rang out from the magnificent palace once again. Give us another 4 incense sticks of time, give us another chance. However, when the people thought that everything was over, more experts arrived. This time, there were only 2 of them. One was a middle-aged man, and the other was an old woman. The 2 of them ignored them, especially the old woman. Her smile gave people the feeling that she was in control of the world. Who are you? This time, the people from the heavenly court were confused because there were too many people coming to help Lin Ling. I am the 13 blessings of the Fuxing Manor. I wonder if I'm qualified. The old woman smiled faintly. 13 blessings? What's that? Oh my god, is she one of the 13 strongest in the Fuxing Manor? She has been around since the era of the gods. Are they also here for the spirit state? The people were stunned for a moment. Then all kinds of exclamations sounded. Even the heavenly court was the same. They never thought that a mere realm monarch would be able to make all the gods give him face. One had to know that the godly emperors of the divine land, if it weren't for the rules set by the gods that allowed them to control the ancient powers, no one would give them face, and that was the truth. Other than the godly emperors of the Miao continent and the Yen continent, the other godly emperors of the divine land were not that scary, but now, the realm monarch of the spirit state was able to make the Fuxing Manor and the Flying Dragon organization stand up for him. This was news that shocked the entire 9 continents. My lord, why are they doing this? The heavenly court's people were confused, so they had no choice but to ask martial god Qilin. I don't know either, but I can say that this little brat called Lin Ling is quite capable. Other than that, other than the Fuxing Manor and the Flying Dragon organization, the other 2 factions are the Toon Guardians of the 9 Continents' 10 Evils and the Genesis Alliance. A calm voice sounded in the luxurious heavenly court. The voice was earth-shattering. The entire spirit state, the entire 9 continents, was shaken by the voice. This was because who didn't know the name of the 9 prefectures' 10 ferocious beasts? They were ancient forces that had existed since the era of the gods. And now, they were here for the realm monarch. This made the people curious. Who was this legendary realm monarch? Why was he so influential? Who would have thought that my dear disciple would summon these people? Even Xianxia and the others were shocked, especially Xianxia. He smiled bitterly, his disciple's influence was even greater than his. Time slowly passed by, the spirit state became extremely quiet, as if a day was a year. The people didn't know why the realm monarch was still not here. Was he trying to stall for time? But what was the use of that? Martial god Qilin was here himself. He wouldn't leave until he saw the realm monarch, thus, the mysterious realm monarch would not be able to escape. Today, in fact, not only did the people think so, even the Fuxing Manor and the Flying Dragon organization thought so. Because of martial god Qilin's arrival, they couldn't do anything, they could only stall for time for Linling. And if Linling couldn't resist at all, there was nothing they could do, they could only watch as martial god Qilin killed Linling. After all, a martial god was not someone they could afford to offend. Furthermore, there was no need for them to offend the Heaven Court just for Linling. As for the 9 continents' 10 evils, they were the opposite, they were determined to save Linling no matter what. Young master, the martial god is here. If a battle really breaks out, I'm afraid all of us will have to stay here. On the Tomb Guardian race's side, an old man said to a young man. No matter what, we must protect Linling, no matter the cost. The young man's face was emotionless, he said calmly, his words causing the Tomb Guardian race's people to shiver, but they all nodded. Linling arrives at that moment. Meng Lu's eyes were filled with worry. He hoped that Linling would be able to survive this calamity. As for the Creation Alliance's side, a large number of experts were standing on the huge black fish. The middle-aged man in the lead was drinking wine. Although he looked relaxed, there was a trace of worry in the depths of his eyes. He knew how powerful martial god Qilin was. He also knew that martial god Qilin had 2 other experts supporting him. Therefore, if the Creation Alliance decided to make a move, they would suffer great losses. That kid really wants to see the world plunged into chaos. He actually dared to challenge the martial god. Then, the middle-aged man smiled bitterly. His temperament is very similar to yours. Why don't we let him join the Creation Alliance? After all, his way of doing things is the same as the Creation Alliance's, a beautiful woman said with a smile. You're right about that. The middle-aged man smiled when he heard this, and he was the 9-lantern fish, Lu Chen. Time's up. After an unknown period of time, a voice finally sounded in the heavenly court, as if a bugle horn had been blown. A great slaughter was about to begin. The life and death of the spirit state would be decided at this moment. Looks like a battle is unavoidable. 9-lantern fish Lu Chen also stopped drinking, and a powerful aura spread out from his body. On the other side, it was the same for the gravekeepers. However, just as everyone was anticipating the start of the war, a faint voice finally spread across the entire spirit state like a realm monarch. Martial god Qilin, I won't let you go back today. Far away in the east, a ray of light shot up into the sky and slowly walked over. At this moment, the entire universe seemed to have fallen silent. The entire spirit state was also looking at that man. Linling had appeared. Is he the realm monarch of the spirit state? Heavens, so young. The cultivators from all over the 9 prefectures were shocked. They thought that those who dared to touch martial god Qilin, even if they were not white-haired old men, they would at least be middle-aged men. But who knew that it was a junior? Most importantly, this junior's strength is only at the half-saint realm. That seems to be the son of devil. Soon after, someone exclaimed and recognized Linling. Without a doubt, the cultivators from the 9 prefectures were in an uproar again. The son of a devil. This was the craziest character in the 9 regions in recent days. No one knew where he came from, and no one knew what his sect was. However, if this person appeared out of nowhere, it was impossible for people not to be moved, and now, the son of demon's origin was a little clearer. He was the realm monarch of the spirit state. Impressive, he is already a realm monarch at such a young age. No wonder he dares to rob the half-saints from the 9 continents. He's just a newborn calf that's not afraid of a tiger. However, he's dead for sure. Although they were surprised by Linling's background, no one was optimistic about him. I'm finally out. 9 lanterns fish, Lu Chen, Dream Flow, and the others stared at Linling with wry smiles. They did not expect Linling to remain so calm in the face of martial god Qilin. In the sky, the sound of footsteps continued to ring out. Everyone in the heavenly court looked at Linling with cold eyes. Crash, almost at the same time, the luxurious palace finally opened. Then, an old man in a loose robe slowly walked out. The moment he appeared, the sun and the moon seemed to have dimmed. The terrifying energy of heaven and earth turned into astral winds that swept in all directions. The clouds in the spirit state stopped moving. The sun and everything in the spirit state also stopped moving. This was obviously a godlike figure, and he was Martial God Qilin. After Martial God Qilin walked out, Lin Ling continued to walk forward. Martial God Qilin did the same. Finally, the two stood a few hundred meters apart. At this moment, the heaven and earth seemed to have fallen silent. All the martial stages were handed over to the two of them. Only the invisible wind was blowing at their robes. One of them was Martial God Qilin, the other was the son of demon, Lin Ling. Martial God Qilin looked at Lin Ling calmly with a trace of surprise in his eyes. Too calm, the young man in front of him looked at him with a gaze that was too calm. He did not know how many years it had been since he last saw such a gaze. In fact, the gaze even made his heart palpitate. So, you're Lin Ling. It was Martial God Qilin's first time meeting Lin Ling. However, he had heard of Lin Ling's name a long time ago. Therefore, he was the first to speak. Lin Ling did not speak. He was still staring at Martial God Qilin. Huge waves of emotion surged in his heart. After so many years, he finally met his enemy again. Compared to the past, Martial God Qilin had obviously changed. He had become more imposing and ancient. He was like a god who controlled 9 continents. However, the past Martial God Qilin was just an ordinary mortal in a small valley. He was weak, cowardly, and incompetent. The two personalities and the two figures seemed to have crossed time and space and merged together. Lin Ling shook his head with a smile. He knew that Martial God Qilin's transformation was all because of Li Xiaoyao. If the ghost genius Li Xiaoyao of the past didn't fall, then he would definitely be a godlike figure in the 9 prefectures. Unfortunately, his glory and achievements were taken away by the 3 people from the Tian family. How impressive, Martial God Qilin! Lin Ling said after suppressing his thoughts. Do you know me? Martial God Qilin frowned again. The more he looked at Lin Ling, the more familiar he found him. However, he could not recall where he had seen Lin Ling before. Let's not talk about this anymore. I invited you here today to kill you. If you die, you'll know whether you know me or not. Lin Ling said calmly. However, the flames of vengeance in his heart were boiling. If it weren't for his strong willpower, he would have attacked by now. Very well, I hope you can tell me who you are before you die. Martial God Qilin nodded. His attitude towards Lin Ling was not like he was treating an ant. The people of the heavenly court were infuriated. What right did a half-saint realm junior have to speak to the martial god? Let's begin. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling spoke again. The flames in his eyes were finally ignited. He had waited for countless years. He had lived 2 lives. Now, he finally saw his enemy. Everything he did was not to prove anything or to become famous in 9 continents. Instead, he wanted to let the 3 people from the Tian family know that he would take back everything he had lost with his own hands. Fight. Endless fighting spirit burst out from Lin Ling's body. His fighting spirit made the Sage Realm experts' faces change. What a strong fighting spirit. This kid was facing Martial God Qilin. His fighting spirit was monstrous. It was terrifying. Lin Ling, let me help you. In the distance, 9 lantern fish, Lu Chen, and the others spoke. Lin Ling alone was not a match for the heavenly court. Senior Lu Chen, there's no need for that. This is Lin Ling's family matter. I don't want them to interfere unless they're my relatives. Lin Ling looked at 9 lantern fish and Lu Chen gratefully and said seriously. Okay. Against the enemy. Brother Ling, let me help you. Suddenly, 2 figures flew up from the ground. They were Yu and the others. My dear disciple, I'm your family too. Xianxia also flew up. Next was the Tantric Masters. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed and his heart warmed. He said, Master, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Idiot, do you think the spirit state will be fine if we don't help? As a matter of fact, the war between the spirit state and the heaven court was inevitable the moment the heaven court arrived. Xianxia came to Lin Ling's side and said with a smile. At this moment, he was even more like Lin Ling's master. Although he couldn't stop the iron hooves of the heavenly court, when the wind and waves came, he held up the flag and blocked a piece of the sky. Realm Monarch, we'll help you too. At the same time, loud voices came from the spirit state. All the cultivators looked at the young man in the sky and decided to fight alongside him. Lin Ling glanced at the land and his eyes flickered. He didn't stay in the spirit state for long, but the whole spirit state treated him like their own son. They took care of him and never asked for anything in return. Lin Ling swore that if he failed today, even if he died, he wouldn't drag the spirit state into this. So many people want to die? Lord Martial God, please allow us to fight. Seeing the cultivators of the spirit state joining the battle, the heaven court's side also exploded with battle intent. Go. Martial God Qilin waved his hand and looked at Lin Ling meaningfully. This was a war without any suspense. He didn't know what Lin Ling was trying to do. In fact, that was what everyone was thinking. Kill. Countless heaven court cultivators moved out and unleashed a ferocious aura. There were half-saints and saints among them. Although the spirit state was strong, there weren't many saints. Apart from the Tantric sect, the rest were the saints of the Azure Dragon Hall. However, there were less than 100 saints in total. Therefore, fighting against the heaven court was like trying to break a rock with eggs. Why do we need Lord Martial God to take action? We can slaughter all of you. The first person who rushed towards Lin Ling was actually the old man who had escaped from Lin Ling's hands last time. Hehe, not bad. Let's see who kills more. The other heavenly court experts also sneered. They actually treated this war as a game, a one-sided slaughter game. Seeing this, the spirit state's powerful individuals became serious. They were prepared to explode with all of their strength and fight to the death. It's not our turn to deal with these kittens and puppies. However, at this moment, Lin Ling took a step forward. A huge dragon bow appeared in his hand. He raised his head and shot an arrow toward the north of the spirit province. Light God, heed my command. Summon the infinite and kill the enemy with me. This arrow was like the will of the heavens. To the north of the spirit province, a blinding light exploded. Countless arrows of light shot over in a mighty manner. At this moment, the entire spirit province was shaken. The array was activated. Whoosh. Whoosh, the arrows of light were so terrifying that they could kill gods and Buddhas in their way. In just one exchange, more than half of the half-saints who had rushed out from the heavenly court were killed. The old man who had rushed out the fastest did not even have the chance to cry out in pain before he was killed by the arrows of light. Perhaps he only had one thought before he died. I shouldn't have taken the lead. What kind of technique is that? He killed a half-saint with one attack? The people in the distance were shocked. They did not expect the spirit province to have such a strong resistance. The ancient array of the gods, the light god ancient array. Even martial god Qilin's expression changed slightly. He did not expect Lin Ling to know the ancient array from the era of the gods. You have a good eye. At the same time, Lin Ling said calmly. Hehe, I, martial god Qilin, know everything about the world. Is there anything that I don't know? Although your array is powerful, it's as easy as flipping my hand if I want to break it. Martial god Qilin said disdainfully and waved his hand again. Kill. More and more heavenly courts experts moved out. This time, most of them were saints. The people also looked at Lin Ling, wondering how the young realm monarch would deal with the second wave of attacks from the heavenly court. I only need to move my feet, and the 9 provinces will tremble. However, Lin Ling placed his hands behind his back and lightly stomped on the ground with his right foot. Rumble. To the west of the spirit province, endless flames surged out like tidal waves. This was the godly fire. Its aura was so strong that it even stopped breathing. The flames seemed slow, but in the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of everyone's eyes and burned everything. What kind of fire is this? The heavenly court's saints exclaimed. The fire from the era of the gods. You actually obtained a wisp of fire left behind by the infernal god during the battle. This is the light god ancient array. Martial god Qilin frowned upon seeing this. You know a lot, but so what? Lin Ling smirked and waved his left hand again. Walala. As he waved his hand, a gust of wind rose. A storm came from the south of the spirit province. It was the godly wind that could blow away one's essence. The heavenly court's second wave of attacks was immediately defeated. The saints' faces changed drastically. They were almost unable to withstand the impact of the wind and fire. Heavenly Court, move out. Martial God Qilin remained expressionless. He waved his right hand as well. He didn't believe that a mere spirit province could stop him. More Heavenly Court's experts moved out. Almost half of them had joined the battle. There were even many peak saints that joined the battle. This force was so strong that it could sweep through the entire 9 provinces, let alone the myriad of worlds. Even Lin Ling was shocked. The Heavenly Court had been established for so long that it was beyond his imagination. Mountains, like the West, suppress the ages. But soon, Lin Ling waved his right hand again, the earth trembled. Countless ancient mountains appeared out of nowhere and rained down on the Heavenly Court's experts like meteors. This power was the power of the gods. Another godly barrier formation. Martial God Qilin's face turned serious when he saw Lin Ling controlling the wind and clouds with a wave of his hand. He had underestimated this kid. It turned out that he was a powerful barrier master. However, no matter how powerful a barrier was, it couldn't withstand a powerful force. Move out. Martial God Qilin said coldly. 2/3 of the Heavenly Court's experts had moved out. Everyone's expression changed drastically. They didn't expect the seemingly weak spirit province to be so powerful that it could almost clash with the entire Heavenly Court. Even 9 Lanternfish and Luchin were shocked. Martial God Qilin, don't you know a lot? Let's see what's next. Seeing that almost all of the Heavenly Court's experts had moved out, Lin Ling roared again and opened his arms. Stone, only I can use it. Impart it to me. Eugene, only the Supreme, I can't stop. As he opened his arms, the spirit province began to change. It turned into the era of gods. Everyone trembled. They saw an ancient aura from the era of gods spreading out. They saw all kinds of powers from the era of gods. The 6 soldiers and 6 armors obliterated the martial ancestor. What? Martial God Qilin also exclaimed. He was already surprised that Lin Ling had set up an ancient divine barrier, but who knew that Lin Ling had set up more than one? Don't you know everything about the gods and the universe? Why are you so surprised now? Lin Ling's long hair fluttered in the wind as he stared coldly at Martial God Qilin. Martial God Qilin frowned and remained silent. Because for a moment, he couldn't see through all of Lin Ling's array formations. On the other hand, there were countless casualties in the Heavenly Court. All the half-Saint Realm cultivators had perished, and 1/3 of the Saint Realm experts had perished as well. This Buddha slaughtering array was truly terrifying. Can we really go against the Heavenly Court? The Vajrayana and the others were trembling with fear. The scene before their eyes had far exceeded their imaginations. Martial ancestors, all of you, break the formation with brute force. However, Martial God Qilin launched his final attack and summoned the martial progenitor. As for the Heavenly Court's martial ancestor realm experts, there were more than 1,000 of them. Defeated, we're definitely going to lose this time. Although Lin Ling's divine array was shocking, what happened next made many people shake their heads. Martial ancestor, that was an unimaginable realm. It could be said that any martial ancestor was strong enough to become the God Emperor of the 9 prefectures. Martial ancestor. On the tantric sect's side, the faces of the experts turned pale. They knew that without Lin Ling's formation, a single martial progenitor could easily slaughter them all. It doesn't matter what kind of formation it is, or what kind of god power it is, Xianxia said. In primal chaos, strength is everything. You can call the wind and summon the rain, and change everything. Lin Ling, watch as the Heavenly Court destroys your formation. Martial God Qilin let out a roar after the martial progenitor realm experts made their move. So what if you're a martial ancestor? If you enter my, Lin Ling's, territory, even a god will die. However, Lin Ling raised his foot high and stomped down heavily. 6 soldiers, 6 armor. Rumble, terrifying whirlpools appeared in the sky and swept out from the ground. The ancient Noah's divine ark appeared and swam majestically. Then, its surface began to peel off and turned into countless golden stones. It actually shot towards Lord Tantric and the others. Lin Ling, what is this? The expressions of the Tantric sages changed as they asked anxiously. There's no need to panic. I've cast the Godboat's defense on you. This is the Liujia god. Go and fight. Lin Ling looked straight ahead and said calmly. Ka ka ka, the golden rocks shot over and eventually turned into ancient golden armor on the bodies of the tantric sect masters. Each armor was covered with complicated enchantments and had a terrifying defense. Dragon emerges, defying heaven and earth, 6 weapons appear. This wasn't the end. Lin Ling's hands flew, and he instantly unleashed 1,000,000,000 enchantments. Moreover, he didn't stop there. Looking at Lin Ling's unpredictable movements, all the cultivators in the 9 provinces had their horizons broadened. Never would I have expected that child to possess such frightening world spirit techniques. Could it be that his backer is God Miao's true inheritance? An old man said solemnly. To be able to fight against the heavenly court with the strength of a half-sage for such a long time, who else in the 9 provinces could do it? Die. However, the heavenly court's martial ancestors were confident in their strength and were not afraid of Lin Ling at all. However, a gigantic dragon's soul began to appear in the sky. The dragon circled around the spirit province and sprinkled down endless light. What's going on? My power. Oh no, I feel weaker and weaker. Leave this place. The martial progenitor realm experts soon blurted out in shock. Their cultivation levels were continuously suppressed, and they were also absorbed by a mysterious power and disappeared from the spirit province. They discovered that as long as they stepped into the spirit province, the mysterious power would exist. On the tantric sect's side, many of them were wearing the Liujia god armor. However, they soon felt a powerful force being born. Those who were originally saints instantly reached the peak of the saint stage. He was originally a half-step saint realm expert, but he had reached the saint realm. This caused all of them to be greatly shocked. Let's fight. On the other hand, Lin Ling was used to it because this was the power of the ancient formation of 6 soldiers and 6 armor gods. It could forcibly steal the enemy's strength and enhance it on its own people. Moreover, the foundation of this formation was the ancient tree of Panyu Mountain, which could provide endless vitality. As for the core of the formation, it was Noah's Ark, which also provided an extremely strong defense. In other words, in order to set up the ancient formation of gods, Lin Ling had spent all his time and treasures. Of course, although the formation was powerful, it also had a flaw. That was the continuous consumption of royal crystals, and the consumption was extremely large. Moreover, it would take a month to deactivate the formation and activate it again. This was also the reason why Lin Ling had come so late. Kill. Ha ha, I've become a saint. Let's fight. The tantric sex people were filled with fighting spirit, especially Yu, Sakura, and the others. Their blood was boiling. This was because they had become saints. Although this was only temporary, it was enough for them to test out this powerful force. Hung Long. On the other hand, the heaven court's experts were greatly weakened. After the tantric sex experts made their move, they were immediately defeated, and their cries filled the sky. This was especially true for those martial ancestor-level experts. They were the most furious. Since when had they ever been chased by a saint-level expert? Time slowly passed, and blood continued to rain down from the sky. The heaven court's experts were also decreasing. No one had thought that this one-sided slaughter would take a 180-degree turn, and they were being slaughtered instead. Martial God Qilin, you know the gods above and the universe below. Can you see through my formation? Lin Ling placed his hands behind his back and looked at Martial God Qilin calmly. He did not participate in the battle, as if he was the real realm monarch fighting against the heaven court's strongest. How is this possible? Martial God Qilin shook his head. He couldn't understand these formations at all. After all, he had obtained most of ghost genius Li Xiaoyao's heritage. How could there be anything in the 9 continents that he didn't know? In front of me, you are just a country bumpkin. Lin Ling said again. His words were well-deserved. No matter how many things Martial God Qilin knew, they were all taught by Li Xiaoyao. Now that the real Li Xiaoyao was here, how could Martial God Qilin compete with him? Let me tell you, this is the 9 gods' ancient Suaré. It summons the power of the 9 gods from the era of gods to cross the endless time and space to kill the enemies. Lin Ling's voice was like thunder, shaking the heaven court, the 9 continents, and Martial God Qilin summoned the power of the 9 gods from the era of gods to cross the endless time and space? What a mysterious formation. An old man in the 9 continents mumbled to himself. To be able to summon the power of the gods from the dead time, this was already the means of the gods. Lord Martial God, save me. Meanwhile, the Heaven Court's experts in the formation were dwindling. They cried out weakly, begging for martial god Qilin's help. Alright, thank you for opening my eyes. I'm even more curious about your background now. I will know who you are. What a terrifying martial god expert. The demeanor of a martial god was not to be humiliated, no matter what kind of divine formation it was, it would definitely not be able to stop the martial god. This scene also made the experts of the 9 regions look forward to it. Bang, martial god Qilin didn't do anything, but he appeared in the middle of the formation in just a single step. He raised his eyebrows and summoned countless giant drums behind him. At this moment, he was like a god of thunder. Selfless thunder god physique. Lin Ling's eyes also became serious. He knew very well that it was an existence similar to the ultimate desolate body. Without me, there was no heaven, and all things were indestructible. This kind of powerful talent was also cultivated by Li Xiaoyao in the past. However, he later obtained the primal chaos divine formula, so he gave up on this powerful lightning body. Swoosh, martial god Qilin swung his arm and a lightning saber appeared. The chaos in the universe was cut open and the sky above the spirit state was torn apart. Rumble, the 9 ancient gods' formation began to tremble, and the formation became unstable. So strong. The expressions of the Vajrayana sect's masters changed drastically. Previously, the martial progenitors had joined the battle, but they were unable to break the formation. However, as soon as martial god Qilin arrived, he was able to shatter the formation with a casual strike. All of you, move out. With Noah's Ark, you will not die. Lin Ling's expression was unprecedentedly serious. Good. Master Tantra and the others immediately pounced on martial god Qilin. At this moment, martial god Qilin was like a giant. His long hair and robes had turned into lightning. It was as if he was looking down on the world. Die, you ants. The thunder drum behind him sounded, as if it was summoning 10,000 bolts of lightning. Pop. Pop, before Lord Tantra and the others could even get close, they were swept away by the terrifying lightning and were all sent flying. If not for the fact that they were wearing the armor of the god of 6 armors, they would have been killed instantly. Although martial god Qilin's attacks seemed to have landed on Tantra and the others, they actually landed on Noah's divine ark, causing the ancient divine ark to sway. Therefore, when the tantric sages saw that he was safe and sound, they rushed forward again. 6 gods Gusu. At the same time, Lin Ling also pushed the formation to the limit. All kinds of forces, including the masters of the Tantric Buddhism, were suppressing martial god Qilin. Rumble, the sound was deafening, and the entire 9 prefectures seemed to be shaken by it. Martial god Qilin was also engulfed by all kinds of powerful energies. The crowd was astonished. Was the martial god going to die today? This brat really has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. The 9 lantern fish, Lu Chen, and the others all smiled excitedly and looked forward to it. The remaining members of the heavenly court were all pale and shaking their heads as if they could not believe what they were seeing. Is this your trump card? Too weak. However, at this moment, heaven and earth exploded, and ferocious lightning erupted. Swords of lightning shot out, piercing through the void and deeply embedded themselves into Noah's divine ark. Then, a giant covered in lightning appeared. It was martial god Qilin. At this moment, he had truly become the god of thunder. He was telling everyone what it meant to be a god. No way, the power that can kill endless martial progenitor has no effect on martial god Qilin. At this moment, everyone could be said to be shocked when they saw martial god Qilin descend once more. If you think you can defeat him with this trick, then you should wake up from your dream. Myriad lightning. Martial god Qilin roared again. Endless lightning rain smashed down from the sky, causing the array to sway and continue to shatter. Looking at the Noah's divine ark again, the heart of the array was also cracked. Even the ancient ark left behind by a god could not stop martial god Qilin's attack. The swords of lightning were like awls that kept piercing into the divine Arkansas. Some of them were cutting out large amounts of golden stones. Even the divine ark can't stop it. As for the masters of the Tantra sect, they were all swept away by the lightning storm and were sent flying. However, they could not care less about themselves. Instead, they looked ahead. In shock. Endless lightning continued to destroy God's ancient array. It seemed that it was only a matter of time before the huge God's ancient array was broken. Brother Ling, hurry up and do something. Yu Yu hurriedly looked at Lin Ling and shouted worriedly, They were able to fight against the heaven court because of God's ancient array. If the ancient array was broken, even a martial ancestor could slaughter them, let alone martial God Qilin. Haha, now you know fear. Lord Martial God, breaking the array with brute force, mighty and mighty. The remaining heaven court cultivators' morale was greatly boosted. They could not help but roar at the sky, rumble, ka ka ka. The ancient array was like a city wall that continued to collapse. However, Lin Ling stood on the same spot with a solemn expression. He did not say a word. Instead, he kept forming barriers with his hands. From the looks of it, he seemed to be constantly repairing the spirit formation. However, compared to martial God Qilin's destruction, his repairing speed was like a drop in the ocean. This made the people shake their heads regretfully. They knew that the situation was hopeless. What a pity. If the realm monarch did not offend the martial god, he would have been able to break the array with just a few people in the 9 prefectures. However, the martial god is still stronger than the godly array. No matter what, today's battle will spread across the 9 prefectures. Many people sighed and said. This battle had obviously exceeded their expectations, and it had even greatly broadened their horizons. Rumble, the ancient array was still collapsing. Heaven and earth seemed to be shrinking, allowing the tantric sect cultivators to get closer to Lin Ling. Run. Let's see where you can run to. Seeing this, the heaven court cultivators became even more arrogant. They looked at martial god Qilin again. He had a cold smile on his face as he continued to attack the array with all his might. As for the boundaries that Lin Ling kept casting, the effect was getting weaker and weaker. In the end, the array was only 1,000 miles wide. It was filled with people from the spirit state. Like a trapped beast, death was only a matter of an instant. I will kill everyone in the spirit state. Then, I will know where you came from. Martial God Qilin said indifferently as he looked at Lin Ling and the others who were powerless to fight back. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out his hand. Endless thunder roared as a thunderstorm flooded the spirit state. Sigh, we can't escape in the end? The tantric sect cultivators let out a long sigh as they looked at the terrifying thunder outside the array. But it's enough. At least I've killed a lot of people from the heaven court. Xianxia laughed in an extremely heroic manner. You're right. I've also killed 2 martial progenitors. The tantric sect cultivators laughed when they heard this. Then, the 4 heavenly kings looked at each other and could not help but laugh as well. Then, the martial artists of the spirit state also laughed loudly. Although they were all going to die, at least they had killed almost 80% of the heaven court's elites. It was enough to be proud of. Ha ha ha. The laughter continued to spread, causing the people in the distance to tremble. At the same time, the heaven court cultivators were enraged. These damned ants. As for martial god Qilin, his face turned cold. Keep laughing, I'll make sure you won't be able to laugh anymore. He immediately urged his lightning to become even more ferocious. He was going to sweep away these damned ants. Let's go out and fight. It's better to die in battle than to wait for death. After laughing, the tantric sect cultivators began to prepare for the final battle of their lives. Wait. The final blow. At this moment, the tantric sages looked at Lin Ling, not understanding why Lin Ling stopped them. Martial god Qilin was also looking at Lin Ling, but the sneer on his face deepened. Was Lin Ling finally going to reveal his identity before his death? As for the martial artists of the 9 prefectures, they also believed that the situation was hopeless. Perhaps Lin Ling wanted to beg for mercy. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. A few words floated out of his mouth. The spell formation isn't over yet. As soon as he said that, the expressions of the tantric masters changed drastically. It hasn't ended yet? Martial god Qilin frowned as well. The formation had been shattered by him, but Lin Ling said that it wasn't over yet. This must be a lie. That's right, Lin Ling was setting up a smoke bomb and looking for an opportunity to escape. A thought flashed through martial god Qilin's mind. This was not because he was looking down on Lin Ling, but because no matter how powerful a formation was, there was still a limit. A formation that could threaten the martial god level was rarely seen in the current 9 prefectures, and it only appeared in the era of the gods. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Ling's howl had already rung out. The great array of the 9 gods, the final formation, the chief god returns. Lin Ling raised his arm high. His eyes were filled with the flames of revenge. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. In truth, all the previous attacks had been for this moment. It could even be said that this was the true nine ancient Su gods array. This was using lightning to break lightning. Lin Ling was aiming for martial god Qilin's innate talent and skill. The more martial god Qilin attacked the formation, the more lightning energy the formation would absorb. The sky suddenly quieted down, and an oppressive aura filled the air. The array formation that was originally 1,000 miles wide began to emit cracking sounds, and it actually began to spread out like dark clouds. The array formation began to recover. What? Everyone was aware of this scene, and their eyes were wide open. Could it be that Lin Ling still had a final attack? Even martial god Qilin sensed the danger. After all, he had turned a blind eye to everything after entering the god formation, but this time, he finally felt a chill in his heart. What the hell is this? Rumble, the thunderstorm in the spirit continent began to change. It was gathering toward Lin Ling. It was no longer under martial god Qilin's control. Whoosh. Whoosh. At the same time, the ancient swords that were constantly cutting Noah's divine arc shot out and hovered above Lin Ling's head. Could it be? Martial god Qilin began to speculate when he saw this. Could it be that the entire formation was a trap? Everything was set up so that martial god Qilin could unleash his full strength to attack the formation, and in the end, the formation would absorb all of martial god Qilin's strength and give him a fatal blow. 9 deities, 9 deities. That's right, not all 9 deities had descended in the previous spell formation. There was still one deity hiding. Martial god Qilin finally collected his thoughts. He looked at Lin Ling sternly as if the young man in the distance knew everything about him, including his weaknesses and strengths. At that instant, he was even more eager to know who Lin Ling was. You can die now. Meanwhile, the lightning in the sky finally gathered and turned into a giant lightning pillar. A large number of swords were weaving in and out of the lightning. As Lin Ling pointed his finger forward, the lightning pillar shot toward martial god Qilin. The lightning pillar was like the tribulation of gods. Show me the final attack of the god formation. Martial god Qilin's eyes squinted. Lightning roared and spun wildly around his body. He disappeared on the spot and turned into a bolt of lightning that collided with the dazzling lightning pillar. Crack. Crack. However, martial god Qilin soon realized that something was not right. It was fine if he did not make his move, but as soon as he made his move, all of his lightning energy was absorbed. On the other hand, the lightning pillar in the distance grew bigger. It was like the lightning of God's punishment was descending toward him. Before it even got close, martial god Qilin spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned extremely pale. This array formation was indeed designed to restrain him, and it was an all-around restraint. Retreat! Retreat! Martial god Qilin immediately let out a roar and tried to leave the array. It's too late to leave now. Retreat! Lin Ling's body was also filled with electric snakes and thunder, but his fighting spirit was boiling. The grudges of 2 lifetimes, the fetters of 2 lifetimes, were finally coming to an end at this moment. As for the martial artists of 9 prefectures, they felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Was he going to destroy the god today? Ah! Retreat! In the next moment, the crowd saw martial god Qilin being entangled by the lightning pillar and crying out in pain. Drops of blood fell from the sky, but they were soon swept away by the lightning. It seemed like it was only a matter of time before martial god Qilin died. This was the real god-slaying strike, the selfless lightning god physique. No self, no heaven. However, it was obviously suppressed by Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling was very familiar with the weakness of this talent. The best way to defeat it was to fight poison with poison. Father, be careful. Father. However, at this moment, a deep voice suddenly exploded. In the distant sky, a huge finger slowly shot over. The size of the finger was comparable to Noah's divine Arkansas. The power of the finger was mixed with a terrifying destructive force. When it pressed down, it absorbed endless lightning. It significantly reduced the damage that martial god Qilin was suffering. Thump, thump. Meanwhile, the sound of a heartbeat was heard across the spirit continent. The illusionary image of a giant emerald heart appeared in the sky of the spirit continent. It's here. Father. Lin Ling clenched his teeth when he saw the giant heart. He was not surprised by it at all. He assumed that the person would show up when martial god Qilin was about to face the tribulation of life and death. That being said, even though he had already guessed it, he still chose to fight to the death as he did not want to miss the best chance to kill martial god Qilin. Lin Ling knew who the person was. As a matter of fact, when he saw the giant emerald heart, he knew it was the ancient supreme heart, which was Li Xiaoyao's flesh. The person was one of the 3 disciples of the Tian clan, martial god Qilin's son, Tian Wengu. Tian Wengu, save me. Tian Wengu. Martial god Qilin immediately raised his head and said as the pressure that he was under decreased significantly. Father, I'll save you, but who is he? Tian Wengu. A deep voice with a hint of astonishment came from the sky. It was obvious that the person did not expect the formation that a half-martial sacred realm expert had set up to pose a threat to a martial god. His name is Lin Ling. Tian Wengu. Martial god Qilin immediately said. Lin Ling, right? I'll remember you. I'll find you in no time. Tian Wengu. It was obvious that the person was not here. He was somewhere far away. As such, the giant emerald heart loomed over martial god Qilin and flew into the distance like a ray of light. I failed. Tian Wengu. Lin Ling clenched his fists seeing this. He knew that strength was the only thing that mattered in the world rift. He might be able to rely on the formation for a while, but it was not a long-term solution. Lin Ling, the people of the Heaven Court won't forgive you. Tian Wengu. The Heavenly Court's vitality was greatly damaged. Begone, stray dog. Lin Ling raised his head and sneered. Although he didn't succeed today, he still managed to vent his anger. He had suppressed this anger for 2 lifetimes. Then, he looked at the remaining Heavenly Court experts in the array formation. Hee, your boss has run away. You're in for it. His voice drifted out, causing the eyes of the Heavenly Court's experts to tremble. Wait, we're just here to help. Spare me, martial god. The experts from the Heavenly Court began to speak incoherently even though there were martial ancestors amongst them. However, they had all witnessed how terrifying the formation was. Not to mention the martial ancestor, even the martial god had almost died. It's none of my business. Lin Ling smiled and shouted coldly, activating the array formation to the extreme, killing the remaining people of the Heavenly Court. At the same time, he turned around and walked towards Master Tantra and the others. The eyes of the remaining Heavenly Court members turned red, but they couldn't stop the divine formation. All they knew was that martial god Qilin had abandoned them. The martial god, that was a realm that they had to look up to forever. Now that he had fled, leaving them behind, what a huge irony this was. They had obviously become scapegoats. Among the Heavenly Court's experts, there was no lack of older martial ancestors. They sighed endlessly. They never thought that they would die in the spirit province. Moreover, he had died at the hands of a half-saint stage junior. Death quietly enveloped them, and the Heavenly Court's experts were gradually wiped out. This formation can really kill gods. Looking at the dust of the great battle falling to the ground, the cultivators of the 9 regions were still reminiscing about the intense battle from before. One had to know that from the very beginning, they didn't think that the spirit province could resist at all. They thought that the spirit province would be completely slaughtered, but now, the Heavenly Court had been completely slaughtered. Even the Lord Martial God had fled. This great god-slaying array was truly terrifying. Idlers, if you don't scram within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, you'll all die. While the experts of the 9 prefectures were still in shock, Lin Ling's cold voice drifted out from the ancient array. Wah, run. Oh my god, the realm monarch has his eyes on us, let's go. The voice scared all of the powerful cultivators, and they all ran out of the spirit province. Many of them wanted to get lucky, and they wanted to search for treasures in the spirit province, but now, he didn't even get a single strand of hair. On the other hand, after the Heavenly Court cultivators died, the ground of the spirit state was littered with treasures, clearly benefiting the spirit state. Lin Ling stood in the sky, his eyes still fixed on the distant sky. Now, he only wanted to become stronger and have the strength to kill martial god Qilin. Today is the first step of my revenge. Wait for me, Tian family, I will make a comeback. Lin Ling said secretly. Master, gather all the treasures left behind by the Heavenly Court's experts. Next, Lin Ling looked at the Tantric sect and said. All right. The tantric sex experts still thought that they were dreaming, but after hearing Lin Ling's words, they laughed excitedly and jumped down to the ground to collect the treasures. After the dust settled, Meng Lu, Nine-Lantern Fish, Lu Chen, Fu Xing Manor, and the Flying Dragon Organization's experts also walked over. However, they all stopped outside the array, their eyes filled with fear. "Come in, I've already closed the array." Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled and said. Activating the array consumed a lot of treasures. If there were no powerful enemies, Lin Ling wouldn't keep the array active. In fact, after the 9 godly ancient array's final fatal attack was activated, the array was also lacking spiritual energy to support it. Of course, now that they had obtained a large amount of treasures from the heavenly court, it was enough to activate the array again. Moreover, after today's god-slaying array, the spirit province's reputation in the 9 states was gradually rising. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to provoke them. As for the heavenly court, they were greatly weakened and wouldn't dare to provoke them again without a certain amount of time. "Lin Ling, you're really strong." Seeing the array gradually disappear, Nine-Lantern Fish, Lu Chen, and the others finally dared to walk in. However, as they looked at Lin Ling, their eyes were filled with complex emotions. They didn't treat Lin Ling as a junior, but as a famous powerhouse of the 9 states. The son of demon, so he was also the son of demon. Just who is this Lin Ling's backer? 13 blessings from Fu Xing Manor muttered to herself. She had learned from Sunset Glory about Lin Ling's feats in the divine dreamlands. In addition to today's shocking battle, she was even more curious about Lin Ling. Moreover, she guessed that Lin Ling definitely had an ancient powerhouse supporting him from behind. It might even be a god. "I was just lucky." Looking at the complicated looks in their eyes, Lin Ling said with a smile. Although he had failed today, his mood wasn't too bad. This was because he had destroyed the heavenly court, seized all of their treasures, and even took back the true inheritance, the dark sword. The 18th true inheritance, the dark sword, was a true divine sword. "Let's go." Then, Lin Ling invited these powerhouses to move forward. Although these powerhouses hadn't been of much help, they had at least delayed Lin Ling for a bit. If it weren't for them, the spirit province would have suffered countless casualties. Everyone quickly landed on the ground. They discovered that under the iron hooves of the heavenly court's powerhouses, the entire spirit province could be said to be safe and sound. Not to mention the deaths, even the land of the spirit province wasn't affected. The defense of this great array was truly terrifying. Their evaluation of this great array had also increased by a notch. That night, Lin Ling left these powerhouses behind. Moreover, the plains of the spirit province were extremely lively. Every house was decorated with lanterns and streamers. After all, no matter what was said, their spirit province had just passed through a great calamity. Moreover, it could be foreseen that after tomorrow, the spirit province would become famous in the 9 states. Perhaps, their ranking in the 9 states might even rise by 1. "I never thought that the little brat I met in the past would become famous in the 9 states today." Nine-Lantern Fish Lu Chen sighed with emotion. In the past, Lin Ling had saved his wife, White Fox. Thus, he had repeatedly helped Lin Ling. But, he never imagined that there would be a day when he would look at Lin Ling with awe. "I was only lucky enough to obtain an ancient divine array formation diagram in the divine dreamland, thus I was able to arrange it. Without this great array formation, how could I possibly be a match for the heavenly court with my strength?" Yes. Hearing this, Lin Ling naturally wouldn't say that he was Li Xiaoyao. Instead, he pushed everything onto the divine dreamland. Indeed, everyone's eyes shined. If he had obtained an ancient divine array formation diagram from the divine dreamland, then all of this would make sense. The divine dreamland was a miracle, a divine land left behind by a god. Even so, they were still surprised. This was because an ancient divine array formation wasn't something that any world spiritist could arrange. This also proved just how high Lin Ling's attainments in the Tao of world spiritists were. In the future, this child will surely become a supreme powerhouse of the 9 states. Right now, he isn't too strong, but if we extend an olive branch to him, then once he becomes even stronger in the future, he will owe us a favor. The old woman from Fortune Travel Manor thought. As for the Flying Dragon Organization's shadow afterimage, he also thought the same. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations and Yuer's whereabouts. Originally, he thought that it would be enough to shock Lin Ling, but who knew that Lin Ling would directly challenge the martial god? This made it so that his people weren't even enough to fill the gaps between Lin Ling's teeth. This also meant that the Flying Dragon organization didn't contribute much. We must find an opportunity to make this little friend Lin Ling owe our Flying Dragon organization a favor. Du Ying's eyes flashed, disregarding everything else. Just the fact that Lin Ling knew how to set up such a godly formation was enough to move the Flying Dragon organization. If they could set up this formation in the headquarters of the Flying Dragon organization, their organization would be impregnable. By the way, Lin Ling, aren't you looking for a woman from the Celestial Temple? Yes. Nine-Lantern Fish Luchan suddenly said. This made Lin Ling stop drinking, and his eyes narrowed. Moreover, Yu and Xianyuange's expressions changed greatly. The Celestial Temple was one of the 9 provinces' 10 evils. Most importantly, Yuer was in the Celestial Temple. Have you seen her? Yes. Lin Ling anxiously asked. I heard that the Celestial Temple went to the Cloud region, and a treasure appeared there, causing many forces in the 9 provinces to go there. Yes. Nine-Lantern Fish Luchan explained, of course, the Celestial Temple went there, but I don't know if that woman went there. Yes. In the past, when they were fighting for the Dragon's Soul in the Crimson region, he also saw that Lin Ling seemed to know the saintess of the Celestial Temple, so he reminded him. Cloud region? Yes. Lin Ling immediately frowned. The Cloud region was ranked below the Spirit region. Logically speaking, it wasn't a match for the Spirit region. However, if a treasure appeared in the Cloud region, it would attract the attention of many forces in the 9 provinces, and there would definitely be many experts. One had to know that Lin Ling seemed to be famous in the 9 provinces, but in reality, he was just a rising star. The 9 provinces was vast, and there were many ancient races, hundreds of bloodlines, and descendants of gods. There was no limit, not to mention the dragon race, for example. It was an extremely mysterious ancient race in the 9 provinces. This was what Li Xiaoyao learned after he traveled through the 9 regions in the past. Yunzhou, Everlasting Forbidden Forest. At this moment, Nine-Lantern Fish Luchan spoke again. That place is one of the 7 forbidden grounds of the 9 prefectures and is as famous as the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Lin Ling had already gone to the 8 gods' heavenly palace several times, but he had never reached the end. From this, one could see how mysterious the 8 gods' heavenly palace was, and for the eternal forbidden forest to be as famous as the 8 gods' heavenly palace, this also showed how mysterious the forbidden grounds were. Alright, I'll go to Yunzhou in 3 days. Lin Ling nodded and said. Do you need help? Nine-Lantern Fish Luchan laughed. However, Lin Ling shook his head. Although the Heavenly Court can't wait to kill me, they have suffered great losses this time. In the short term, they won't come looking for me. Lin Ling, why don't I help you? I just happen to have nothing to do anyway. At this moment, Do Kanying spoke. Hearing this, Lin Ling looked at him with a smile. He suddenly understood what Do Kanying meant. He immediately nodded and said, alright, let's go together in 3 days. This trip to Yunzhou would definitely be filled with experts. With a bodyguard like Do Kanying, it would be less troublesome if he encountered any trouble. Yu and the others also wanted to go, but they were all rejected by Lin Ling. He knew very well that although martial god Qilin seemed to have escaped, no one could be sure that he did not send people to secretly watch him. Therefore, if he left, the spirit state would be safer. After all, martial god Qilin's target was only him. That night, Lin Ling began to cultivate. He wanted to use these 3 days to increase his strength again. Now that the 9 divine ancient Su formation had been set up, he could refine the treasures without any worries. This time, the Heavenly Court was completely annihilated, leaving behind a lot of treasures. Therefore, Lin Ling's cultivation base was also increasing crazily. The Chaos Divine formula continued to refine the treasures. Currently, I have 4 dantians. It seems like I'm still lacking a lot in order to form another dantian. Sensing that his 4 dantians were constantly filling up, Lin Ling was looking forward to the 5th dantian even more. Although he was only a 2nd stage half-saint, he was so powerful that he could easily defeat a 5th stage half-saint or even a 6th stage half-saint. He relied on the fusion of his 4 dantians. However, Lin Ling had not encountered a talent above the 5th grade desolate body. Therefore, he did not dare to claim that he was the strongest in the middle stage half-saint. 3 days of time passed by quietly. Early in the morning, Lin Ling opened his eyes. There was a flash of lightning in his eyes, crackle, explosions continued to occur in the void. The tribulation of a half-saint had descended, yet Lin Ling had resisted it with ease. After all, the half-saint realm only consisted of the beginning stage to the middle stage. The tribulation from the middle stage to the late stage was more terrifying. Most martial artists could barely block the tribulation from the middle stage to the late stage. Lin Ling's cultivation had finally reached the third stage half-saint. Furthermore, his other 3 dantians had also reached this stage. As for the true inheritance dark sword, Lin Ling was still unable to control it with his current strength. Therefore, he hid it on his body. When Lin Ling walked out of seclusion, everyone was waiting for him outside. When they saw Lin Ling, they all smiled. They had also sensed that Lin Ling had broken through. After all, the tribulation from the half-saint tribulation could not escape their eyes. Even so, they were still shocked. Lin Ling's breakthroughs were too fast. 3 desolate bodies. Among them, the fire desolate body is a 5th grade desolate body. TSK, no wonder his cultivation speed is so fast. Xianxia looked at Lin Ling with admiration and nodded his head in satisfaction. In the history of the spirit state, there had never been someone who had all 3 desolate bodies. Therefore, Lin Ling was an exception to the spirit state. This also led him to speculate that Lin Ling's cultivation speed was fast because of his talent. I'm afraid I won't be back for quite some time after leaving this time. Everyone, take care of yourselves. Looking at everyone, Lin Ling smiled. I left the Noah's divine ark in the spirit state. Ordinary warriors won't be able to get close to it at all. Furthermore, I taught Xianxia the method to control the 9 divine ancient Su formation. When a powerful enemy arrives and the formation is activated, even a martial ancestor will die. However, the formation will take a month to activate. Therefore, if a powerful enemy arrives, use the Sun Ice Heavenly Cauldron. As long as the enemy's strength is not abnormally strong, the Ice Dragon Summoning Divine Cauldron will be able to resist for a month. Most importantly, after I leave, the Heavenly Court's target will also leave with me. Therefore, I believe that the Heavenly Court will not easily allow experts to come to the spirit state. Lin Ling continued. Hearing this, everyone nodded their heads. Brother Ling, be careful. Yu and the others looked at Lin Ling reluctantly. This time, I'll do my best to bring Yuer back. Lin Ling took Yu and the others' hands and promised. However, in reality, he was not very confident. After all, with his current strength, he was still able to fight against the Immortal Temple. However, now that he knew Yuer's whereabouts, he, Lin Ling, had to go. After talking for a while, Lin Ling left with Do Kanying. Looking at the back of the blue-robed figure, the entire spirit state fell silent. Eternal Forbidden Forest, Lin Ling and Do Kanying continued on their way to the cloud state. Just as Lin Ling had guessed, they didn't encounter any experts chasing after them throughout the entire process. This meant that the Heavenly Court's vitality was indeed greatly damaged. Half a month later, Lin Ling and his companion finally arrived at Yunzhou. Furthermore, he was heading straight for the Eternal Forbidden Forest. The Eternal Forbidden Forest was extremely huge. According to legends, it was a divine land left behind by the gods. Even the warriors of the cloud state had not traveled through the entire Forbidden Forest. There were even rumors that the end of the Forbidden Forest was the land of the gods. No matter what, the Eternal Forbidden Forest was one of the 7 great forbidden lands of the 9 prefectures. After entering the ancient Forbidden Forest, Lin Ling and Jian Wushuang slowly moved forward. Along the way, they met some warriors and found out that there was a large number of experts gathered in the depths of the ancient Forbidden Forest. The 9 provinces is vast and boundless, and there are countless experts. In the past, there was the rise of Yulong, and now there is the son of the demon. In my opinion, the son of demon is the most terrifying one. I heard that even the Heavenly Court's martial god Qilin almost suffered a great loss. He's just relying on a formation. I'm guessing that the son of the demon obtained the ancient formation of the gods from somewhere and moved it to the spirit province. I don't think he can set up the great formation of the gods. Since you're so powerful, why don't you try provoking them in the spirit province? Along the way, scattered voices could be heard from time to time, causing Do Kanying to smile. These martial artists that had barged into the forbidden forest probably didn't know that the son of demon they were talking about wasn't too far away from them. On the other hand, Lin Ling ignored those voices. After traveling for 3 days, he said to Du Caneying, "We haven't had a chance to rest. Why don't we take a break here?" "Alright, I don't know what kind of dangers we'll encounter if we continue forward. It's not a bad idea to take a break." Do Afterimage also agreed. The two of them casually made a fire and drank wine. They were extremely happy. "There's wine but no meat. What a pity." After drinking a few mouthfuls, Do Afterimage suddenly laughed. "There are countless demonic beasts in the ancient forbidden forest. Isn't it easy to get meat?" Lin Ling also replied. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. His soul force sensed a huge monster quietly approaching. "There's meat coming." Lin Ling immediately stood up. This caused Do Afterimage's eyes to flash. One had to know that he was the king of assassins, but when a demonic beast approached, he was actually slower than Lin Ling by a fraction of a second. From this, one could see just how sharp Lin Ling's senses were. It should be soul power. "I wonder what level his soul power is at," Do Canning secretly said, and then stood up. Bang bang bang. Almost at the same time, the huge tree split apart. And a demon rhinoceros walked out. This demon rhinoceros had 2 heads. One head spewed flames while the other spewed clouds. "Gallo magic rhinoceros." Do Canning couldn't help but exclaim when he saw this. Such a demon beast is also called a devil beast, and its strength is equivalent to an existence at the peak of the half-saint stage. "Lin Ling, let me do it." "Oh?" Lin Ling looked interested. He waved his hand and said, "Let me do it. I just had a breakthrough. Let me test the strength of this devil beast." In the past, Li Xiaoyao had come to the Eternal Forbidden Forest to explore. However, he hadn't been there many times, so he didn't have a deep impression of it. He didn't recognize the Gallo magic rhinoceros immediately. "Be careful." Do Canning didn't reject Lin Ling, but he was still a little worried. Lin Ling nodded and stepped forward. Rumble. The demon rhinoceros also released a terrifying murderous aura. As it moved, it made people shudder. This aura alone was enough to make a half-saint stage expert run for his life. However, Lin Ling stood still and didn't move. Roar. The Gallo magic rhinoceros let out a roar, and the horns on its 2 heads shot out 2 rays of light. One ray of light was made of flames, while the other ray was made of clouds. It was extremely sharp. This was the power of rank. Moreover, it smoothly pierced through Lin Ling's body. This made Do Canying's pupils dilate. Lin Ling. He had never expected that Lin Ling would be killed the moment he entered the Eternal Forbidden Forest. Moreover, he was killed by a demonic beast. This was too much for people to react to. One had to know that Lin Ling was someone who could kill a deity. "It's fake. Everything must be fake." Do Canning shook his head continuously. However, the Gallo magic rhinoceros let out an excited roar and walked toward Lin Ling happily. It seemed to think that Lin Ling was dead. Of course, it had intelligence and could sense that Lin Ling was only a 3rd stage half-saint. Of course, his cultivation couldn't withstand the attack of the demon rhinoceros. Beasts are beasts indeed. Even though they have intelligence, their intelligence is still very low. However, at this moment, a lazy voice rang out, causing the Gallo magic rhinoceros to freeze on the spot. Do Canning was the same. However, he was an assassin after all. He immediately reacted. It was an illusion. In the past, he had personally faced such an illusion and fallen for it. However, he had never expected that Lin Ling's illusion level would increase again. As a bystander, he had also fallen for it. Swoosh. At the same time, he slashed out with his sword. Rumble. The huge Gallo magic rhinoceros was cut in half and collapsed like a small mountain. Beside the magic rhinoceros, a slender figure in a blue robe appeared. Do Canning finally relaxed when he saw this. Swoosh. Almost at the same time, black vines shot out and wrapped around the magic rhinoceros. It seemed to be absorbing the flesh and blood of the magic rhinoceros. This was Mini Kunlun. "Leave a piece of meat for us. Don't take it all for yourself." Seeing this, Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. After he finished speaking, a huge piece of meat was cut open and shot toward Do Canning. Then, countless vines wrapped around the magic rhinoceros and devoured its flesh and blood. Both of them are perverts. Doukening looked at the black vine strangely and shook his head. He was already used to everything that happened to Lin Ling. The two of them quickly sat down and leaned against the meat and drank wine. Compared to when they didn't have any meat, they were obviously more satisfied. However, not long after they started eating, the sound of fighting suddenly came from afar. It seemed that the fighting was not weak. Lin Ling, the ancient forbidden forest is extremely chaotic. Killing people and robbing treasures is a common occurrence. Let's not bother about this kind of thing. Doukening took a sip of wine and immediately reminded him, the ancient forbidden forest was one of the 7 forbidden lands of the 9 prefectures. The people who came here were all dragons and snakes. Fighting in the forbidden forest was a common occurrence. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded his head. However, the sounds of fighting in front of them were getting closer and closer. After a while, a few figures rushed out of the forest. Lin Ling and Doukening frowned. There were 2 groups of people rushing out of the forest. 3 of them were being chased and looked extremely miserable. The other group held purple swords in their hands and were filled with murderous intent. The Purple Cloud Sword sect in the west of the 9 prefectures. Looking at the people holding purple swords, Doukening said in a low voice. Hearing this, Lin Ling immediately looked at Doukening. Doukening explained, in the land of the 9 prefectures, the green and crimson prefectures are known as the north of the 9 prefectures. The sky and cloud prefectures are known as the west of the 9 prefectures. Your spirit and you prefectures are also known as the south of the 9 prefectures. This is the rough name given to the 9 prefectures by the martial artists who roam the 9 prefectures. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded his head. Do you think you can escape? Of course, not everyone had the right to call the 9 states that way. For example, the Jiang family of the Sky State. Although they came from the west of the 9 states, they rarely left the Sky State, so they were not qualified. Generally speaking, only those who left the divine prefecture they came from had the right to call them that. The Purple Cloud Sword sect was a colossus in the Sky State and the Cloud State. While the 2 of them were talking, the 3 people who were being chased suddenly looked in Lin Ling's direction. Then, they quickly ran over. Seniors, help! Help! This action immediately made Lin Ling and the other frown. Generally speaking, being hunted down like this was a matter that belonged to the cultivator, and it was very rare for it to implicate others. Now that the 3 of them had run over, wasn't this just asking Lin Ling and Yi Shiwen to provoke the Purple Cloud Sword sect? This could be considered a disaster. In a place like the ancient forbidden forest, cultivators generally did not care about such things. Therefore, Doukening frowned but did not say anything. Instead, he looked at Lin Ling and waited for Lin Ling to make the decision. In the blink of an eye, the people with purple swords had already surrounded Lin Ling and the other. Their gazes fell on Doukening because they could not see through his strength. As for Lin Ling, his cultivation was not weak, but it was not enough to enter their eyes. Sirs, this matter has nothing to do with you. As long as we investigate, you can leave. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Sirs. The middle-aged man in the lead said calmly, the sword in his hand pointed at Doukening. Hearing this, Doukening wanted to laugh. Were these people blind? They threatened the king of assassins and even surrounded the son of demon. One must know that the son of demon could destroy gods. However, he still looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling drank a mouthful of wine and smiled. You mean, if we don't cooperate, we can't leave? Although the middle-aged man did not touch them, he could sense the threat in his words. Do you know who you're talking to? Upon hearing Lin Ling's nonchalant words, a young man from the crowd immediately drew his sword. His sword was like a purple ray of light. In his opinion, who gave this brat the 3rd layer of the half-saint realm the guts to speak? His cultivation was at the 5th layer of the half-step saint realm, and his cultivation level power had reached 40%. He was not weak, his sword was drawn without any warning, and it was more of a sneak attack. If he did not react in time, even a 7th layer of half-step saint realm. However, the young man did not know that he was facing an ordinary 3rd layer of half-step saint realm. Lin Ling didn't even bother to make a move. Xiao, black lightning instantly shot out and turned into vines that wrapped around the purple sword. Clang, a crisp sound rang out at the same time, and the sword was actually shattered. My sword! The young man cried out in alarm. However, he did not know that he should be more concerned about himself than his sword. This was because the vines were like demonic plants. They grew crazily and wrapped around the young man in an instant. causing him to be unable to retaliate at all. He was directly strangled to death. "You're courting death." This change happened in a flash. When the middle-aged man reacted, he stabbed out with his sword. His cultivation level was higher. He was at the 7th layer of the half-step saint realm, and he was an elder of the Purple Cloud Sword sect. "How dare you!" Dokening finally let out a low shout when he saw that the middle-aged man had made a move as well. Even though he knew that Lin Ling had defeated a 7th stage half-saint before, that was when both parties were in a state of battle. However, Lin Ling was still drinking and sitting down. Therefore, he couldn't guarantee that Lin Ling wouldn't be injured. Moreover, this middle-aged man was too shameless. He actually dared to attack a junior like this, Xiao. However, the black vine was extremely terrifying. It grew rapidly, and not only did it block the middle-aged man's sword, it even shattered his sword. This time, everyone was shocked. "What kind of monster is this? Isn't it too ferocious?" "Young master, are you all right?" Dokening came to Lin Ling's side and asked worriedly. They had agreed that Dokening would address Lin Ling as young master in front of outsiders. Lin Ling waved his hand. Although he did not have the divine array, it would be difficult for ordinary people to kill him unless they encountered a saint. Before Lin Ling could speak, the middle-aged man frowned and said in a low voice, "You dare to kill a member of the Purple Cloud Sword sect? What's so great about the Purple Cloud Sword sect? We didn't do as you ordered and you wanted to kill us. Now you have the nerve to talk about us." Dokening laughed angrily. "Fine, we'll remember this. Let's go." The middle-aged man looked coldly at Lin Ling and Dokening, then he waved his hand and intended to leave. Leave? This caused Lin Ling and Dokening to be stunned. After failing to attack, he wanted to leave just like that. Moreover, Lin Ling could clearly sense the cold murderous intent in the middle-aged man's eyes. If he had the chance, he would definitely kill Lin Ling and Dokening. "You think you can leave?" Lin Ling sneered and waved his hand. "They're all Kening. Kill them. Do you know what you're doing?" When the middle-aged man heard Lin Ling's words, he seemed to have heard the funniest joke. The Purple Cloud Sword sect had already spared these two people, but these two wanted to kill them. Unfortunately, before they could speak any more nonsense, the shadow appeared. Dense murderous intent enveloped the space. "Ah! Ah!" Painful screams continued to ring out. Only now did the Purple Cloud Sword sect elder realize just how terrifying the afterimage was and who he had provoked this time. Unfortunately, it was all too late. After a few breaths, all the darkness disappeared. A large number of corpses were lying on the ground. Their necks were all scarred. They had been killed with a single blow. As for the 3 people who were saved, their bodies were trembling. They never expected these 2 people to be so strong. "Thank you for saving our lives, Senior. We will definitely repay you when we meet again." Then, the 3 people looked at each other, bowed to Lin Ling and Dokening, and hurriedly left. "Young master, do you want to?" Do Huanying's eyes narrowed when he saw this. Obviously, he intended to silence Lin Ling. After all, the Eternal Forbidden Forest was extremely chaotic, and Lin Ling had come here to look for a newer. So, it was naturally better to eliminate the source of trouble. Moreover, he was the king of assassins. He did not distinguish between good and evil. Forget it. However, Lin Ling did not mind and shook his head. First, the 3 people were very weak. They might not meet again. Second, his target was a newer. He did not have time to waste here. Of course, the 3 people did not even thank him sincerely. This made Lin Ling look down on them. The Eternal Forbidden Forest is too big. Senior Luchan only knows that Senior Yuer is here. How will he find her? This is a headache. After taking a sip of wine, Lin Ling looked into the distance. The longing in his eyes deepened. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Slander. On the contrary, Lin Ling had been consolidating his cultivation for the past month. He had fused the Illusion God's true inheritance with the demon sword of the scabbard. When he used the Illusion God's true inheritance, he could use the fatal blow. Moreover, he could use the calamity-destroying Sun Bao at the same time. In this way, there would be fewer people in the middle stage of the Sage-to-Be realm who could make him afraid. Along the way, Lin Ling had seen the demonic beasts in the ancient Forbidden Forest. To be precise, they were demonic beasts. He didn't know if it was because of the ancient forbidden forest or because of other reasons, but these demonic beasts were really strong. Lin Ling had even encountered many demonic beasts that were comparable to the sage stage. These demonic beasts had strong defense and ultimate martial arts. Even if Lin Ling used all his strength, he couldn't kill a sage stage demonic beast. I cultivate essence, qi, and spirit. In addition, I have 3 great talents. My potential is extraordinary. However, it will take a lot of time to strengthen each field. As Lin Ling cultivated, he secretly assessed himself. This was with the 10,000 elephant demonic eyes and Li Xiaoya's memory. If he didn't have both, he would need thousands of years to cultivate. On this day, Lin Ling and Dou Kening arrived at a new area. However, soon, there was a rumbling sound in front of them, and it was getting closer. Someone is fighting and is approaching us. Dou Kening frowned because this wasn't the first time. Let's see who it is. Lin Ling, on the other hand, smiled. His 4 dantians disappeared quietly as he leaped onto an ancient tree. His aura also seemed to disappear into the universe. Dou Kening was shocked when he saw this. The more familiar he was with Lin Ling, the more he couldn't see through Lin Ling. Dou Kening was the king of assassins and was good at hiding. However, Lin Ling's hiding technique was not much weaker than his. Could it be soul power again? What an enviable talent. Dou Kening said to himself. Then, he followed Lin Ling and disappeared. Third Elder and the others haven't found him yet? Before long, more than 10 figures finally appeared in the forest. Most importantly, these people were holding purple swords. They must be from the Purple Cloud Sword sect. Found them. We found their corpses in the east. They were all killed. Someone replied, causing the expression of the elder in the lead to change greatly. Damn it, it's definitely the people from the Sun Moon Fine Courtyard. Find them and kill them all. They are the fallen maple forest not far away. I see them. Feng Lin Ling Yu Fenging Yi Zhu Yang Fenging Feng was Enfang's Red Cloud Forest Maple Forest. Let's go to the fallen maple forest. The people from the Sun Moon Fine Garden have found the map. The old man in the lead shouted angrily. He turned into a gust of wind and disappeared on the spot. The others followed. Closely behind him. Ying Lin 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 Fenging Lining 2 days shadow of time of Lin Red Sun Lining Lin Do after image gazed towards the direction that group of people left and spoke curiously. He was able to discern that the Violet Dawn Sword sect seemed to intend to seize some map. Let's go take a look. Lin Ling didn't have any news about Anuer at the moment. He guessed that Anuer might also be looking for a mystic realm. Now that he heard about the map, he was naturally interested. Perhaps he could find Anuer by following the map. The 2 of them immediately followed after him. Not long after, in an ancient maple forest, 2 groups of people also appeared. The ground was covered with fiery red maple leaves the size of a palm, adding to the beauty of the scene. Of course, this was on the premise that the 2 sides did not fight each other, but obviously, this was impossible. You killed our Purple Cloud Sword sect's 3rd Elder and the others, didn't you? The old man who led the group spoke coldly. He was at the 9th level of the Half-Saint realm, and his strength was sufficient to crush everyone here. Elder, you've wronged us. The people of the Sun Moon Fine Garden were all very fearful of the people of the Purple Cloud Sword sect. 3 of them spoke one after another. They were killed by 2 outsiders. One of them looked very young, and the other looked gloomy. Even the map was seized by them. Exactly. Moreover, I've memorized their appearances. Look, I used boundary essence to draw them. It's these 2 people. If you want to take revenge, then go look for them. The 3 of them drew Lin Ling's appearance before them, and then they spoke anxiously. These 3 people were actually the 3 people that Lin Ling had saved. Now, they'd obviously pushed all the blame onto Lin Ling and the young man. This caused the eyes of Lin Ling and the young man who were hiding at the edge of the maple forest to turn cold. This matter originally had nothing to do with them. It was those 3 people who'd come to seek help from Lin Ling's group, and Lin Ling had helped them kill their opponents. But now, those 3 people had actually betrayed them and pushed all the blame onto them. Moreover, they'd even falsely accused them of seizing the map. Looks like I was too soft-hearted just now. They're dead for sure. At this moment, the people from the Purple Cloud Sword sect shouted coldly. Moreover, they'd memorized the appearance of Lin Ling's group. Then can we leave? We have no enmity with the Purple Cloud Sword sect. The people from the Sun Moon Gallery spoke softly. Who said you can leave? And who said we can't kill you if there's no enmity? We don't like you, so we'll kill you if we want to. However, the people from the Purple Cloud Sword sect spoke coldly. Don't. It was those two who killed the people from the Purple Cloud Sword sect. It has nothing to do with us. Right, that young man wore a blue robe and had terrifying demonic vines on him. You should go look for them. Seeing this, the people from the Sun Moon Gallery were completely terrified. Especially those three people, they kept explaining, but before they could finish, their pupils constricted, and they looked ahead in fear, because under the maple tree in front of them, two figures walked out. One of them was an old man wearing a large cloak, and his entire body was covered in an icy cold murderous aura. The other person wore a blue robe, but there were black vines on his right arm that were bearing fangs and brandishing claws like a demonic beast. This scene caused everyone to be stunned. Senior, it's them. It's the two of them. The three people from the Sun Moon Gallery immediately cried out in alarm. In fact, they didn't need to remind them. The people from the Purple Cloud Sword sect had already recognized Lin Ling and the other person. Were you the ones who killed the third elder of the Purple Cloud Sword sect? And is the map in your hands as well? The old man from the Purple Cloud Sword sect spoke in a low voice. His voice was slightly hoarse, like two stones rubbing against each other. However, Lin Ling and the other person ignored him. Instead, they looked at the three people from the Sun Moon Gallery. The three of you deserve to die. Lin Ling and the other person said at the same time. Their words caused the hearts of the three people to tremble. However, when they remembered that the people from the Purple Cloud Sword sect and the people from the Sun Moon Gallery were here, they relaxed a little. Although the two of them were strong, how could they stop the people from the Purple Cloud Sword sect? Humph, you want to silence us? We saw the whole thing with our own eyes. Today, we'll definitely stand out and testify. That's right, you're too cruel. So, no matter what, we'll stand on the side of the Purple Cloud Sword sect. The three people turned the tables and pushed all the blame onto Lin Ling and the other person. Their words caused Lin Ling and the other person's faces to turn even colder. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Human Formation, Divine Light of the Sun and Moon. How despicable. Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to say anything more. He looked at Do Afterimage and said, I'll leave the Purple Cloud Sword sect to you. Leave the Sun Moon Courtyard to me. Yes, young master. Do Afterimage smiled coldly and looked at the Purple Cloud Sword sect. Of course, they were staring at Do Afterimage as well. However, Do Afterimage was an assassin and was extremely skilled at hiding his aura. For a moment, the members of the Purple Cloud Sword sect were unable to see through him. However, before they could say anything, Lin Ling and Do Afterimage had already split up. Darkness emanated from Do Afterimage's body and he vanished on the spot. In the next instant, a dagger seemed to have arrived from the void. Swoosh, blood immediately sprayed out. One of the members of the Purple Cloud Sword sect had his neck sliced open and fell to the ground, rolling about in pain. Being struck by the dagger of the King of Assassins was worse than death. Liang Yong, are you all right? The members of the Purple Cloud Sword sect shouted when they saw this. The old man's expression changed, and he waved his hand to stop them. Don't approach him. That dagger is probably poisonous. Save me. Save me. The member of the Purple Cloud Sword sect shouted in pain and gradually turned into a pile of bones. The most terrifying thing was that the bones were rolling about and suffering inhumane torture. At this moment, the hearts of all the members of the Purple Cloud Sword sect trembled. TSK, it's your turn. Do Afterimage's gaze was icy cold as he looked at the old man in the lead. Elder Mo, kill him. The other members of the Purple Cloud Sword sect shouted loudly. However, the old man's expression was solemn because he knew that this assassin seemed to be difficult to deal with. When they looked at Lin Ling again, they saw that he'd already appeared before the members of the Sun Moon Courtyard. This caused them to be stunned, and then they were delighted. This young man was only at the third level of the Half-Saint realm. It seemed like he'd be easy to kill. If they dealt with the young man and the Purple Cloud Sword sect was obstructed by the assassin, then they could escape. Hee, this is a heaven-sent opportunity. A thin young man among the group couldn't help but lick his lips. They had a total of 5 half-saints on their side. Even though they couldn't defeat the Purple Cloud Sword sect, it would be as easy as drinking water for them to deal with this young man. "Brat, you want to kill us all by yourself?" The other person also laughed sinisterly. Lin Ling shook his head. "It's not just one person. There's still this." As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his left hand and opened his palm. Vines quietly grew on it, making it look extremely demonic. Everyone looked at the strange black vine and couldn't help but be stunned. It was undeniable that this vine was a little strange, but it shouldn't be able to stop their sun-moon courtyard. Whoosh! However, just as this thought formed, the black lightning struck. Crackle! The person closest to Lin Ling had his talent extracted. Then, he was entangled by the vines and was tied to death. His death was extremely tragic. "Bastard, how dare you!" This sudden scene caused everyone in the sun-moon courtyard to be stunned. Then, one by one, they let out a roar. "Kill him!" They split up and weaved back and forth. They actually turned into a mysterious spirit formation that caused the sun and moon to appear. Sacred light enveloped half of the maple forest. Human formation. Lin Ling was slightly surprised. Moreover, he could see that the spirit formation formed by these people was quite powerful. Die. At this moment, sunlight shot over. It shot towards a person in the east, causing his palm to be extremely bright. Then, the enormous sunlight was controlled by him and exploded towards Lin Ling. Rumble. The sunlight was extremely powerful. It actually cut down all the maple trees in front of it. As for Lin Ling, before everyone's eyes, he was also killed. Haha, dead. He died just like that. He's really weak. The people in the sun-moon courtyard all laughed. Next, they planned to escape from here. However, just as one of them moved, a sword slashed towards him. With a plop, his head fell to the ground. Most importantly, his body was still leaning forward, as if he wanted to leave. How weak. At the same time, the illusion was quietly pulled apart. Like clouds rising into the sky, a blue figure appeared from within. This caused the pupils of the people in the sun-moon courtyard to narrow. "You can't even see through my illusion. How are you going to kill me?" Lin Ling strode forward and slashed out with his sword. 50% of the demon sword steps was like a blood sword, cutting off another person's head. "You don't even know what kind of sword I slashed out. How are you going to kill me?" Plop, the head that fell to the ground looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. In the end, he died with his eyes wide open. Rumble. At the same time, blazing flames arrived in the sky. They were multicolored and ancient. Accompanying them was a huge ancient tablet. When the ancient tablet came crashing down, another 5 people were smashed into pieces. "You don't even have a third-grade desolate body. I don't know where your competence comes from." The voice continued to float out. The remaining people in the sun-moon courtyard were all dumbfounded. They never imagined that this third-layer half-saint youth would be so powerful. His various trump cards and hidden talents were simply beyond their imagination. Formation, divine light of the sun and moon. The few 7th-layer half-saints knew that they had met a genius from the 9 prefectures. They formed a human formation once again. Furthermore, the boundary elements in their bodies connected, causing the sun and moon to appear. A huge beam of light shot towards Lin Ling. Divine light of the sun and moon. Even a 9th-layer half-saint would find it difficult to block it. Someone roared. Following that, the huge beam of light shot towards Lin Ling again. However, no one dared to be careless. With the strange illusion from before, they were not sure if Lin Ling was dead. This formation is not bad. If all of you had a third-grade desolate body and attacked together, even a 9th-layer half-saint would be killed by you. It's a pity that some of you have higher and some of you are weaker. This has affected the strength of the formation. However, not long after, Lin Ling's voice slowly floated out. "Does this guy have an immortal body?" The people from the sun-moon auspicious courtyard were completely terrified. They were completely helpless against Lin Ling. Almost at the same time, the illusions began to separate like clouds. A 5-meter-long dragon bow appeared and 3 arrows shot out. Swoosh! 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 The 3 terrifying arrows shot through the few 7th-layer half-saints. Finally, the arrows pierced through the three people who had slandered Lin Ling. The sun-moon auspicious courtyard was defeated in less than half an hour. Lin Ling did not kill the three people for the time being. He smiled as he looked at the illusions. They are all illusions. I have finished them. Can't you do it? At this moment, the leader of the Purple Cloud Sword sect was also staring at Lin Ling. His face was filled with shock. One person had killed everyone from the sun-moon auspicious courtyard. Furthermore, he had only used half an hour. His strength was too monstrous. Even the strongest genius in the west of the 9 prefectures could not compare to him. How could he know that the strongest genius in the west of the 9 prefectures was nothing but a fart in front of Lin Ling? Where are you looking at? While he was still in shock, a cold light flashed and a bloody wound appeared on the old man's neck. At the same time, Dukening appeared beside the old man and said disdainfully, "You dare to be distracted while fighting with me. I have to admire your courage." Ancient City, in the entire maple forest, only the 3 people who had slandered Lin Ling were left. They had been shot by the arrows and it was only a matter of time before they died. However, they all looked at Lin Ling in horror. "Senior, we were wrong." They made difficult noises. "Wrong your sister." Lin Ling didn't even look at them. He didn't want to waste any more words. TSK, we saved you out of kindness, but you slandered us instead? I've seen people who seek death, but this is the first time I've seen people who seek death like you." On the contrary, Doinging started to laugh, but his laughter was very cruel. He took out another dagger and cut them up until they were dripping with blood. "We can't even be bothered to dirty our hands by killing you. There are many demonic beasts in the ancient forbidden forest. You can slowly enjoy the remaining time you have left." After putting away the dagger, Do Afterimage and Lin Ling slowly left the maple forest. Just as they started moving, they immediately sensed a low growl coming from outside the forest. Obviously, the fresh blood had attracted those magical beasts. "Senior, save us!" As the fishy devil Chi drifted over, the 3 of them clearly understood Doingying's intentions. Each of them trembled in fear, and their pleas for mercy grew louder and louder. However, it was of no use. Instead, it made the demonic beasts even more restless. Ah! Not long after, a painful cry drifted out from the maple forest, startling countless birds. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was expressionless and completely ignored him. On the other hand, Doing licked his lips, as if he was very interested in what was happening in the maple forest. However, he also thought that those 3 people were courting death. Not to mention him, the king of assassins, they even dared to slander Lin Ling. One had to know that this was a man who could kill gods. This is the map? While moving forward, a piece of beast skin appeared in Lin Ling's hand. It was obtained from the people of the Sun Moon Fine Courtyard. It's just one of the maps. I can't tell anything from this map. Do Afterimage also went over and looked up and down, but when he flipped to the other side of the map, he was stunned. On the other side, there was a strange plant drawn with fresh blood. Unlike ordinary plants, there was only one plant, and it was full of thorns, like a vine. What is this? Lin Ling frowned. I can't tell what it is, but it looks like the vine on your arm. Doinging stared at the map, then stared at Lin Ling's left arm. The more he looked, the more he felt the resemblance. Even Lin Ling was surprised after taking a few glances. This was because it really looked like Little Kunlun. Could it be that the destination of the map was related to Little Kunlun? Lin Ling had obtained the Azure Thearka's Imperial Jade Seal in the Land of God. Its origin was mysterious. Could it be related to the Eternal Forbidden Forest? Little Kunlun, do you recognize this portrait? Lin Ling waved the map at the vines. However, the leaves of Little Kunlun also swayed like a child shaking its head. Looks like I have to explore this map. Seeing this, Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. However, he only had one piece of the map, so there was nothing he could do for now. I didn't expect to find such a lousy map instead of senior sister you were. Sigh. Thinking of the purpose of this trip, Lin Ling felt a little depressed. Young master, don't worry. Since your girlfriend is the saintess of the Celestial Temple, she won't be in any danger. Perhaps she is also looking for this map. So, we can follow the clues on the map and maybe we can meet her. Do Afterimage comforted. That's the only way. However, the map doesn't leave us with many clues. Lin Ling looked into the distance and couldn't help but sigh. The two of them chatted as they walked. In the evening, the forbidden forest became quiet. Lin Ling and the rest knew that the paradise of the demonic beasts was coming. The forbidden forest at night was the scariest. During this period, they had been chased by the demonic beasts countless times. Wait, look. What a tall wall. Suddenly, Do Afterimage exclaimed. In the distant forest, a tall wall that reached the sky was faintly discernible. The height of the wall was probably comparable to the chaos of the universe. Even if the demonic beasts were as big as a mountain, they would not be able to break through the wall. It seems that there are people in front. Let's hurry over. Although Lin Ling was not afraid of spending the night in the forbidden forest, he was really tired. If he could have a good night's rest, he would not miss it. The two of them hurried on. Not long after, an ancient city appeared. The huge wall was made of some unknown material. The surface of the wall was covered with plants and there was a 3-meter-tall entrance at the bottom. At this moment, martial artists were entering one after another. Relay Station, TSK. This is a rare place to rest in the Forbidden Forest. Yes, this was originally a small inn. Later, more and more people came to rest here. Gradually, it developed into an ancient city. I heard that the people in the ancient city are not strong. However, the martial artists who enter the city do not dare to provoke them. This is because if the people in the city leave, we, the martial artists, will not have a place to rest. As they walked along the main road, the martial artists on the side said happily. It was obvious that they liked the ancient city very much. After entering the ancient city, they realized that it was very simple. It was not as prosperous as they had imagined. Restaurants and inns were built on both sides of the road. There was also an endless stream of passers-by, however, no one dared to cause trouble here. Although the people in the city were not strong, it was obvious that no matter how strong the martial artists were, they would not destroy their own resting place. Passers-by, if you are tired, come here and get some rice. This is a special product of the Forbidden Forest. It is very effective for recovering physical strength. After walking for a few streets, the scene of rice being distributed appeared in front of them. Lin Ling and Do Afterimage were shocked. That is the water spirit rice. You can buy it in the 9 states. It can indeed recover physical strength. However, this kind of divine rice only appears in the Forbidden Forest. I think it was planted by the people in the city. Soon, Do Afterimage was enlightened. The water spirit rice was as big as a pearl. It was crystal clear and looked like water droplets. Moreover, it was not cooked yet. Lin Ling could already smell the fragrance of the rice. This made him secretly lick his lips. He had never eaten this kind of divine rice in his travels in the 9 states. No matter what, he had to try it today. However, when he saw the long line, Lin Ling felt a headache coming on. These guys are working so hard for free food. I really look down on them. Lin Ling curled his lips and said. Do Afterimage, who was beside him, laughed. The two of them joined the line. However, the line was too long. Their enthusiasm gradually died down. Why are we queuing? We have a lot of treasures on us. We can just buy rice and eat it. In the end, Lin Ling was not interested in queuing. He led Do Afterimage and swaggered forward. Guys, please take out your best food. We'll trade it with treasures. After sitting down on a chair, Lin Ling shouted. Since he could not find a new heir in a short period of time, he might as well let go of the shackles in his heart. He would eat and play when he wanted to. Okay. Someone immediately shouted and then got busy. Dine and dash. Water spirit rice, accompanied by the aroma of wine. You can pass after 3 bowls. After the divine rice is cooked, Do Afterimage licks his lips and remembers the ballad about the water spirit rice. Not bad indeed. Lin Ling's appetite was also aroused, and he immediately started eating. It had to be said that the specialty of the ancient Forbidden Forest was indeed delicious. After drinking a bowl of it, the fatigue of the past few days disappeared quietly. That feeling was as if he had cultivated for 3 days and 3 nights. Furthermore, Lin Ling's physical body was also quietly improving. Boss, 10 more bowls. Lin Ling shouted again. All right. A burly man in cotton clothes immediately replied. How can 10 bowls be enough? Give me 10 more. Seeing Lin Ling wolfing down the food, Dou Ying's pupils constricted. This guy really can eat, he hurriedly shouted. I'm envious of them. They must be rich. The people lining up around them all licked their lips. Dear guests, there's something I don't know if I should say or not. The burly man placed the cooked rice on the table and smiled politely. Speak. Lin Ling was still eating. You've already eaten many bowls. I wonder if you two have prepared so much money. The burly man said politely. Then, as if he was afraid that Lin Ling and Huang Xiaolong would get angry, he quickly explained, both of you have an extraordinary aura, so I'm sure you don't lack this small amount of money. However, a bowl of water spirit rice costs 10 emperor crystals, so please take a look. Obviously, Lin Ling and the rest had eaten too much. This burly man was afraid that Lin Ling and the rest couldn't afford it. Hearing this, Dou Afterimage frowned. This guy was looking down on them too much. He immediately looked coldly at the burly man, causing the latter's heart to tremble. He subconsciously looked at Lin Ling, because Lin Ling seemed to be much easier to talk to. However, Lin Ling smiled and waved his hand. A bowl of spiritual water rice only costs 10 royal crystals. We can afford it. How about this? I'll pay you first. This young hero is easy to talk to. Seeing this, the burly man was overjoyed. While Lin Ling was about to take out the money, after searching through his entire body, he couldn't find a single royal crystal. Initially, Lin Ling didn't think so much of the royal crystal translation. However, he had forgotten that he had used all of his royal crystals to form the divine boundary formation. He had also used all the treasures he obtained from the heavenly court for cultivation. And he had used the heavenly quartz translation. By the heavenly quartz heavens. Do you take elixirs? Lin, the burly man Afterimage. However, the burly man's face turned ugly. We don't practice martial arts. What do we need pills for? He Afterimage Spirit Wang, the Spirit translation, Old Dou, do you have any emperor crystals? Lin Ling immediately looked at Dou Afterimage. Dou Afterimage, the old glutton, was still eating. When Lin Ling looked over, he was stunned for a moment and then said, Royal crystals? I never bring imperial crystals with me. This time, Lin Ling had a headache. As for the people who sent the rice and the burly man, their faces became even more unsightly. In fact, with Lin Ling's strength, he really didn't want to pay. This was a very easy thing to do. However, the other party was a very ordinary farmer, so he really couldn't do something like dine and dash. These two fellows are too thick-skinned. I thought they were rich and overbearing. All sorts of mocking voices could be heard from all around. Sirs, you've gone too far. That tall and sturdy man even took away all the water spirit rice on the table, making Lin Ling speechless. Qi Ji, watch your words. But at this moment, a kind voice suddenly sounded. Then, someone helped an old granny over. Great-grandmother. Seeing the old granny, the burly man immediately became respectful. It could be seen that they came from the same village, and the old granny was obviously a person of virtue and prestige in the village. They're dining and dashing. You know, we're sending rice, but they've also eaten all the water spirit rice that everyone else deserves. The burly man said again. The old granny immediately looked at Lin Ling and Du Haiying. She saw indifference from Du Haiying, but from Lin Ling's face, she saw apology. They didn't mean it. When you go out, everyone will be careless. Qi Ji, forget it. The old granny smiled kindly. Great-grandmother. The burly man suddenly felt a little unreconciled. I'll treat them to the meal. Is that not enough? The old granny immediately reprimanded, making the burly man nod helplessly. However, he still looked at Lin Ling and Du Haiying with resentment. Thank you, old granny. Lin Ling was sweating profusely. He, the emperor of the two great divine prefecture, actually had such an awkward moment. It made him feel very embarrassed. Hee, young man, it's okay. If you're still not full, you can say it. The old granny laughed. At this time even Du Haiying was a little embarrassed. Lin Ling quickly waved his hand. He was too embarrassed to continue eating, he even wanted to leave this place immediately. When he had the imperial crystals, he would immediately return the money to this kind old granny. Great-grandmother, there's a letter from Taiyuan sect. However, at this time a person suddenly ran over from afar. He looked a little anxious. He held an envelope in his hand and then handed it to the old granny. Seeing this, the old granny was immediately delighted. It's a letter from Xianxia. She quickly took the letter. However, after reading it carefully, her expression changed greatly and she even stepped back. Great-grandmother. The burly man and the others immediately felt that something was wrong. After taking the envelope, they roughly glanced at it and their expressions changed greatly. Obviously, the contents of the envelope made them feel very helpless. Alas, Yenner's life is not good. The old granny let out a long sigh. Her eyes also became moist. Lin Ling and Dou Kening looked at each other and hurriedly asked, "Big brother, what happened?" "It's none of your business." The burly man's tone was extremely unpleasant. Lin Ling ignored him. He snatched the letter from the burly man's hand and roughly read it. It turned out that the letter was written by the old granny's granddaughter, Xianxia. However, she did not personally write it. It was written by a good friend of Xianxia. Both of them were practicing martial arts in Taiyuan sect. However, a few days ago, both of them were searching for spiritual herbs at the edge of the ancient forbidden forest and were kidnapped by a powerful sect. Now, Xianxia had been brought to the depths of the ancient forbidden forest. Moreover, she was not the only girl who was taken away. If Yenner's good friend had not pretended to be dead and avoided the disaster, she would have been brought to the depths of the ancient forbidden forest. The surrounding martial artists often ventured into the ancient forbidden forest. From the old granny's appearance, they could vaguely guess what had happened. During this period, many girls have gone missing. I have been wandering in the periphery of the ancient forbidden forest and heard many people talking about it. It's Purple Cloud Sword sect. This sect was invited by a powerful sect to enter the ancient forbidden forest. However, I did not expect this sect to do such a thing. Young Yao, plop, hearing their words, the benevolent old man collapsed powerlessly, causing the burly man and the others to be extremely anxious. After a while, the old man gradually woke up, but his eyes were lifeless and his face was extremely pale. Seeing this, Lin Ling hurriedly asked, "Do you know where the Purple Cloud Sword sect is?" "Why do you ask?" Hearing this, the burly man immediately frowned. "I'll save your granddaughter for you." "With just the two of you? Do you know how many people the Purple Cloud Sword sect has?" "What about their strength?" "It's not that we're looking down on you, but there are only two of you. I'm afraid that you'll be killed before you even get close to the Purple Cloud Sword sect." The tall and sturdy man and the others didn't believe Lin Ling and his companion at all, because these two people would feel guilty because they didn't have the money to pay the bill. Such people were obviously low-level characters. How could they have any powerful strength? True experts were incomparably domineering. How could they be like them? Cut the crap. Seeing this, Lin Ling's gaze turned cold, and his eyes quietly changed. That gaze directly caused the burly man's entire body to tremble. What a cold gaze! This pair of eyes was completely different from the guilty look from before. It was as if the blue-robed youth was wearing two masks. To ordinary people, he was a very ordinary young man, but to his enemies, he was like a god of death. If you want to go to the Purple Cloud Sword sect, head east along the ancient city. They've been stationed there for a long time. Moreover, there's an ancient relay station there as well. However, that place is very chaotic and can't be compared to this city's tranquility. Therefore, you must be very careful. At this moment, someone in the crowd spoke up. Although they thought that Lin Ling was going to throw his life away, since Lin Ling took the initiative to offer to help, they naturally would not refuse, and the martial artists here would often wander around the forbidden forest. More or less, they would run into people from the Purple Cloud Sword sect, so they knew where they were. "Thanks, old Dou. Let's go." Lin Ling bowed to the person who spoke and strode forward. The two of them left the ancient city. However, the burly man and the others were still grieving. They didn't believe that Lin Ling could help them in any way. Purple Cloud Sword sect, it's them again. They're really unlucky. After leaving the ancient city, Lin Ling immediately headed east. The Purple Cloud Sword sect is a sect in the west of the 9 states. Although they are somewhat powerful in the Tianzhou and Yunzhou, their strength is only so. I am curious, what kind of powerful force is calling for them? And it seems like there is more than one sect that has been called. Do Afterimage pondered and said. You'll know when you get there. Lin Ling smiled. At present, Anuer's whereabouts were still unknown. So, if he wandered around, he might find a way out. Most importantly, they had dined and dashed before, but the old man did not mind at all. Based on this, Lin Ling had to save Yen. The two of them were not weak. With their full strength, they rushed to the other ancient city in one night. At dawn, two figures walked out of the ancient forest. Their faces were filled with exhaustion. It was obvious that they had been harassed by many demonic beasts during the night's journey. After walking out of the forest, a huge ancient wooden fortress appeared in front of them. Different from the ancient city from before, this fortress was built with ancient trees. On top of the ancient trees, huge crossbows were neatly placed. They were probably used to deal with demonic beasts. Lin Ling could vaguely see a boundary array on the crossbows. He knew that these crossbows could gather the chaotic energy of the universe and form a terrifying attack. They were extremely extraordinary. However, entering the city was simple. They just had to follow the passers-by. Moreover, the city was very chaotic. Lin Ling and the others could clearly see the killings in the corners of the streets. As expected, this was a lawless area. As for the Purple Cloud Sword sect, it was easy to find. After all, the Purple Cloud Sword sect was an existence that couldn't be provoked. So, this sect didn't hide any traces. After a while, Lin Ling and Do Afterimage appeared outside a manor. Young master, shall we go in directly and ask for her? Do Afterimage licked his lips. His eyes were filled with killing intent. No, we have to find her first. If Yen'er dies in the chaos, we'll be ashamed to face that old man. However, Lin Ling shook his head. Moreover, there were many powerful cultivators hidden in the ancient forbidden forest. For safety's sake, it was better to be careful. Alright, we'll attack after we save Yen'er. Do Afterimage nodded. Perhaps the Purple Cloud Sword sect was hiding some powerful cultivators. But as long as they saved Yen'er, even if they couldn't defeat them, it wouldn't be a problem for them to escape unscathed. Moreover, the Purple Cloud Sword sect might not have any powerful cultivators. The two of them concealed their auras and snuck into the manor. The manor was very large. It was obviously difficult to find Yen'er in a short period of time. Just as Lin Ling was about to ask someone, several voices came from the corridor ahead. Moreover, 5 young men were slowly walking down the corridor. Did the sect leader say when we're leaving? About 3 days later. However, we haven't found the map yet. That's a pity. We originally wanted to give the map to young Master Yao in exchange for some treasures. But now, the map has been stolen by some bastard. Forget it. The map that young Master Yao wants might not be the one that we're looking for. Moreover, young Master Yao has invited many sections. So, even without the map, young Master Yao won't do anything to the Purple Cloud Sword sect. That's right. However, the girls that we've caught these few days are quite pretty. There are quite a few beauties in the Cloud State. Don't even think about touching those girls. They're used by the sect leader for his cultivation. Unless he doesn't want them. The few of them chatted as they walked down the corridor. In the garden beside the corridor, 2 figures quietly appeared. One of them walked out from the shadows. The other young man walked out from the plants. He was surrounded by black vines and had disappeared into the plants. The two of them were Lin Ling and Do Afterimage. Young Master Yao? Do Afterimage frowned as he recalled the words of those people. Elder Do, do you know him? Lin Ling was instantly curious. I don't know if the young Master Yao they're talking about is the person I've seen before. 3 years ago, I was assassinating someone in the spirit state and was stopped by someone. That person was young Master Yao. Do Afterimage said solemnly. Oh, this person is so powerful? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. His strength isn't enough to suppress me. However, there are many experts following him and he has treasures on him. I can't do anything to him for the time being. Elder Do, this young Master Yao seems to have a powerful background. Young Master, this young Master Yao is a member of the ancient demon tribe. The ancient demon tribe can be traced back to the era of the gods. They're the divine demon tribe and the main demon tribe in the 9 states and the 10,000 realms. Most importantly, they're one of the 9 states' 10 evils and they're ranked quite high. 9 states 10 evils? Translator, trans and editor, trans and save yen. That's right. This group of demonic beasts has great rallying power. In the Eastern world, they once swept through thousands of worlds. When the demonic beasts' army moved out, no one could stop them. If they also came to the ancient forbidden forest, it means that there must be something in the ancient forbidden forest that attracted them. Do after image analyzed. Even the 9 prefectures' 10 evils are here. I'm even more convinced that senior sister Yuer is in the ancient forbidden forest. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled. But this is just a guess. Let's find out if young Master Yao is one of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. Alright. Do after image nodded. The two of them moved and appeared in the corridor. The trash in front, I have something to ask you. Lin Ling said directly. The few people in front were still moving forward. When they heard the sound behind them, their expressions changed instantly. When they turned around, they saw Lin Ling and Lin Feng. You are. One of them exclaimed. The strength of these people was only at the early stage of the half-saint realm, and they couldn't enter Lin Ling's eyes at all. Whoosh, a cold light flashed, and a sword hung in front of the neck of one of them. Lin Ling and Yi Zichen instantly appeared in front of them. This action directly frightened those people. They knew that they had met an expert. You guys are pretty smart. You didn't shout or scream. Otherwise, my sword wouldn't show any mercy. Lin Ling smiled and said, let me ask you 2 questions. First, what is the background of this young demon master that you speak of? Young Master Yao? What young Master Yao? They looked at each other and shook their heads in confusion. Bang, Lin Ling kicked one of them in the face. The ferocious force directly smashed half of that person's teeth. Moreover, he heard Lin Ling's cold voice, I'll let you not know. I know. That young demon lord is extremely powerful. According to the sect leader, he seems to be a huge force in the 9 prefectures. The person who was kicked immediately confessed. Second question, is there a girl called Yener here? Lin Ling said again and slowly lifted his foot. This action made it clear to them that if they didn't answer, they would be served with a kick, but they had captured quite a number of people during this period of time, and for a moment, they did not know who Yener was. Looks like you guys don't know. Seeing this, Lin Ling's voice became cold. Perhaps it was because the threat was too great that those people reacted instantly. They said anxiously, I remember now. When we first entered the Forbidden Forest, we caught a few girls. One of them was called Yener. She also had a friend, but she died on the way. Where is she now? You better not tell me that she's dead. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. She's not dead, she's not dead. She's in the young master's room. Because the young master has taken a fancy to Yener, Yener hasn't been used by the sect leader to cultivate yet. Those people said in unison. Sect leader, you're using it for cultivation? What kind of cultivation technique does your sovereign cultivate that he actually needs the assistance of a young girl? How could we possibly know about the sect leader's cultivation method? Alright then, where is your young master? Walk along the corridor and you'll find the 3rd room. After a short conversation, Lin Ling had obtained the information he needed. He nodded at Do Kening, then strode away. Do Kening sneered, letting those people know that this old man was going to kill them to silence them. You said that you wouldn't kill us. Idiots, when did we say that? Of course, my young master is kind. He didn't say that he had to kill you. Do Kening said calmly. His words made those people's eyes light up, thinking that they could escape this calamity. However, just because the young master didn't say that he had to kill you doesn't mean that I won't kill you. However, in the next moment, a cold light flashed and the dagger reaped their lives. Do Kening had already come into contact with the Purple Cloud Sword sect twice and did not have a good impression of them. When he heard that the sect leader of the Purple Cloud Sword sect was using young girls for cultivation, his good impression of them was greatly reduced. This also caused Do Kening to not have a good impression of this sect's disciples. He would kill them on sight. Lin Ling walked along the corridor and soon found the third room. The sound of a young girl moaning in pain could be heard from inside. He saw a man who was as fat as a ball, ravaging a young girl. There were a few other young girls tied up beside him, trembling in fear. Hee hee, after I'm done with this, it'll be your turn next. The fat man wriggled his body and laughed sinisterly, bang, but at this moment, the door was kicked open and two figures walked in coldly. Who are you? This unforeseen event caused the fat man's face to change. You're the son of the Purple Cloud Sword sect leader? The two people who came in were Lin Ling and Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked at the fat man in disgust and frowned. This man's strength could be said to be at the level of trash. It seemed that he was a hedonistic son who drank too much. How dare you? Do you know where this is? The man did not seem to know that he was about to die and was shouting loudly. Someone come. However, before Lin Ling entered the room, he had already set up a barrier to seal off the sound. Therefore, no matter how much the man shouted, no one came. This caused the man's face to finally change. He was not an idiot. These two people had barged into the Purple Cloud Sword sect's headquarters. They should have some ability. You're the son of the Purple Cloud Sword sect leader. Lin Ling's hand turned into a knife and slashed out, instantly cutting open the man's stomach and leaving a pile of fat on the ground. Ah, you dare hurt me. When had the man suffered such pain? He shouted angrily. You're the son of the Purple Cloud Sword sect leader. Lin Ling asked again. Another slash, then, he continued to cut. This fat man had too much fat. Anyway, he wouldn't die after a few slashes, so he might as well help him lose weight. I am the son of the sect leader. You want money, right? I'll give you as much as you want. The fat man could not bear the torture and begged for mercy in pain. You want money? Lin Ling and Duquesne laughed. What did he take them for? Bandits? I want your life. After laughing, Lin Ling could not be bothered to waste any more time. With a slash of his hand, he cut off the fat man's neck. Because he could tell at a glance that the fat man had done many bad things, he did not show any mercy. Looking at the girls around, they were so scared that their faces were pale, and they could not say a word. You don't have to panic. Today, I'm just saving you. Who among you is called Xianxia? Lin Ling looked at the girls and said. The girls seemed to be still in fear, but soon, a girl about 16 years old walked out and said, Senior, I'm Xianxia. Lin Ling looked her up and down and immediately nodded. I've been entrusted by your grandmother to save you today. You should go home now. But if we leave, the Purple Cloud Sword sect leader will kill you. Xianxia was shocked at first, then said worriedly. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled faintly. Kill us? Sorry, we're the ones who will kill him. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Choice. The girls in the room didn't seem to be able to react. Finally, one of them said, no matter who they are, this is our only chance to escape. Let's leave now. If the sect leader finds out, we'll definitely die. Okay. Everyone quickly and carefully left the room, afraid that they would alert someone. However, as soon as they walked out of the corridor, they heard a roar in front of them. A sword appeared in the hand of the blue-robed young man. With a slash of his sword, all the houses in front of him were destroyed. This caused the girls to be stunned. They wanted to leave carefully, but who knew that the young man would be so aggressive? It was as if he was afraid that no one would know he was here. He actually made a big fuss here. Don't tell me they want to fight against the entire Purple Cloud Sword sect. Okay. The girls said nervously. However, they knew that there was no time to lose, so they all ran out of here. Who's there? In just a moment, the manor was in an uproar. A large number of martial artists with purple swords arrived. They stared at Lin Ling and the young man in surprise, because these two people had appeared in the manor, which was heavily protected, and they didn't notice at all. If these two people hadn't courted death and caused a commotion, they probably wouldn't have noticed anyone approaching in this lifetime. Especially when they thought of the Grim Reaper hiding next to them when they slept at night, they couldn't help but shiver. The murderous intent in their eyes became even stronger. Where's your sect leader? Seeing the group of people as if they were facing a great enemy, Lin Ling said calmly. Who are you two, and why are you here? Not long after, a gentle-looking middle-aged man walked over. He wore a purple robe and held a purple longsword in his hand. The sword was 2 meters long, and a purple rainbow swam around the blade. It looked extremely extraordinary. This was a supreme weapon that had reached the 3rd grade. This middle-aged man was the sect leader of the Purple Cloud Sword sect. His cultivation was at the peak of the half-step saint stage. Seeing this, Lin Ling and the young man relaxed. The sect leader of the Purple Cloud Sword sect wasn't as strong as they thought. Let's put it this way. We're here today to kill you. Lin Ling went straight to the point. These words caused the people from the Purple Cloud Sword sect to be stunned. This person was really straightforward. In addition, one of your elders in the ancient Forbidden Forest died in our hands. Lin Ling added. You're the one who stole the map? The sect leader came to a realization, and his eyes were filled with anger. Say it again. Your precious son, that fatty, was just killed by us. Lin Ling's words were shocking to the extreme, and his words finally caused the sect master to fly into a rage. You don't have to say anything. Next, those who want to die with the sect leader can stay. As for those who want to live, throw down your swords and I'll spare your lives. Before the sect master could speak, Lin Ling spoke first. This was turning the tables. The sect master was furious. He hadn't even made the first move, and these two had already sentenced him to death. As for the members of the Violet Cloud Sword sect, they all frowned, although they didn't quite believe Lin Ling's words. Lin Ling's confidence affected them again. Would they really die if they stayed? They were obviously hesitating. Do you think his words will count? Let me tell you, if you surrender, it'll be your turn after those two die. At this moment, the sect leader of the Violet Cloud Sword sect said coldly. His words made them even more hesitant. Perhaps, in their lives, this was the time when they were most hesitant. One was the sect leader, the other was a mysterious powerhouse. If they made the wrong choice, their lives would be left here. I can kill your elders, and I even dare to provoke your sect leader. Do you think I'm here to play? As if he could sense their hesitation, Lin Ling spoke as well. His words made everyone's foreheads break out in cold sweat. I surrender. Finally, a young man threw down the sword in his hand. He was the last to join the Violet Cloud Sword sect, and he didn't know how powerful the Violet Cloud Sword sect was. Therefore, he was very afraid of Lin Ling and Lin Ling. Purple Bamboo, you. An old man from the Violet Cloud Sword sect spoke in an exasperated voice. He roared, the Violet Cloud Sword sect is a powerful sect in the west of the 9 states. Over the years, we've encountered many powerful enemies, but in the end, our Violet Cloud Sword sect still survives, and those powerful enemies are all dead. Don't make the wrong choice. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone finally made a decision. The young man who'd thrown down his sword was shocked. He hurriedly wanted to pick it up, but the old man said, it's too late, it's too late. Ah. The young man immediately revealed an expression of regret. It seems that only one person has surrendered. This shows that our Violet Cloud Sword sect is very united. At this moment, the sect leader nodded in satisfaction. He looked at Lin Ling and said, you have a good plan. First, you tried to drive a wedge between us, bewitching our sect, and trying to weaken our strength. Unfortunately, you were too optimistic. Even if the entire sect betrayed me, I can still defeat all of you alone. The reason why I didn't say anything before was to see how many people are loyal to me. However, I'm satisfied with your results. Lin Ling smiled and said indifferently, Elder Do, attack. Yes, young master. Do Kening smiled coldly and disappeared on the spot as if he'd never appeared. This caused the sect leader of the Violet Cloud Sword sect's expression to change. Unfortunately, no one knew how powerful Do Kening was. On the contrary, the others were cheering, hoping that the sect leader could kill the enemy with a single strike. Sect leader, we believe in you. Everyone was shouting loudly, whoosh. However, before they could finish speaking, a cold light flashed in the void. Soon, it reached the speed of 100 worlds. Oh no! The sect leader of the Violet Cloud Sword sect's expression changed, and he brandished his long sword, clang. As expected of a sect leader, he had rich combat experience. He actually managed to block the fatal blow. However, Do Kening was at the Saint Realm. Even if he was lucky enough to block the attack, what could he do? Moreover, the long sword in the sect leader's hand was instantly broken into pieces by the dagger. This move directly scared the surrounding people silly. Although they couldn't understand the collision between two experts, they could still see that their sect leader couldn't withstand a single blow. How is this possible? The old man from before let out a sharp cry. The others trembled. They seemed to have made the wrong bet. Kill that young man. The old man knew that in order to catch bandits, he had to capture the leader first. If he could capture Lin Ling, then everything would be over, after all. Doukening seemed to be led by Lin Ling. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, the elders of the Violet Cloud Sword sect unleashed their full strength and pounced on Lin Ling. However, in their eyes, Lin Ling was still standing there with his hands behind his back. He didn't seem to notice them at all. He's only at the 3rd level of the Half-Saint realm. How can he see through our means? Translator, Transin editor, Transin young Master Yao's invitation, he was going to torture them to death. No, he was going to use them to forge his sword. However, they were too optimistic. The young master in their eyes wasn't as weak as they thought. Lin Ling's footsteps finally moved, and he lightly stepped on the ground. Rumble, something terrifying happened. Lin Ling seemed to have awakened the plants of the netherworld. Black vines grew wildly around him, the entire manor turned into a demonic forest in an instant. The elders who attacked were only at the 7th stage of the Half-Saint realm. How could they block the vines? They were all entangled and hung in mid-air. The black vines bared their fangs and brandished their claws. They were extremely terrifying. Amidst the vines, a huge sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand. With a light slash, heads fell to the ground. It was as if he was strolling in his own garden, but this kind of method directly frightened the Purple Cloud Sword sect. Retreat. Even the sect master's expression changed. His opponent had already frightened him. However, the young master wasn't any weaker. He was only at the 3rd stage of the Half-Saint realm. However, his methods weren't something they could see through. Even a late-stage Half-Saint realm expert wouldn't be his match. Bang, he slapped the broken sword in his hand. The broken sword turned into endless dust and shot out in all directions. Borrowing this move, he madly fled into the distance. Ah, sect master. Of course, this move was a large-scale attack. Therefore, many of the Purple Cloud Sword sect's members were killed. Little Kunlun, leave that young man behind. Kill the rest. Seeing the sect master escape, how could Lin Ling let him go? He and Dou Xianing would both be punished. Kunlun. A crisp sound rang out. The black vines grew crazily and covered the entire manor. No one could escape. In the ancient city, many cultivators saw this scene and sucked in a breath of cold air. In his eyes, countless vines sealed off the manor, forming a world of plants that reached thousands of miles high. What is this? As for Yan and the other girls, they were still hiding in the ancient city. However, when they saw this scene, they were shocked. The endless vines were like a tide, cutting at each other. Everyone from the Purple Cloud Sword sect died, and within the vines, only a single youth remained unscathed. He had already fallen to the ground in fright, his eyes staring at the sword beside him. He was the one who abandoned the sword. Because he abandoned the sword, he was still alive. In the entire Purple Cloud Sword sect, he was the only one who made the right bet. At this moment, Lin Ling and Dou Xianing were chasing after the sect master. To their surprise, the sect master didn't escape the manor. Instead, he ran to a luxurious hall. Xianxia uses Xianing Xianxian. This caused Dou Afterimage's expression to change slightly. He was an assassin, and his job was to hunt down the strongest. However, even now, he still couldn't detect any traces of the sect master. Xianxian to Eliu Xianxian. Xianxian Lin Ling stared ahead with his 10,000 mammoth demonic eyes and sneered coldly. In the hall, he saw barriers hidden in every corner. These barriers were hidden very deeply. If not for the myriad mammoth demonic eyes, he wouldn't have noticed them. Of course, as long as he could find this barrier, breaking it wouldn't be difficult. That guy still has this kind of technique? Hearing this, Dou Afterimage was also shocked. In his eyes, Lin Ling waved his hands and began to break the barrier. A moment later, a bronze door appeared in the corner of the hall. In fact, the bronze door had always been there, but the people who entered the hall were concealed by the barrier. so they couldn't sense it at all. This bronze door can hide all auras, so we can't find him through the aura. However, as long as we enter the bronze door, we will be able to find his aura. Lin Ling took the lead, opened the bronze door, and entered. Inside, there was a dim corridor. As they walked forward, they saw a huge secret chamber. At the same time, a middle-aged man was rapidly collecting the treasures on the ground. He was the Grand Master. He could have escaped from the manor, but he didn't want to give up the treasures in the secret chamber. He was still hiding in the manor with the hope of getting lucky. However, he also noticed Lin Ling and Do Afterimage's arrival, and his face changed drastically. Sure enough, two figures slowly walked out from the shadows. "Seniors, I have countless treasures here. I'll give them all to you. I hope you can spare my life." The Grandmaster knelt down and handed over a large number of treasures. These treasures were indeed extraordinary. There were many imperial crystals, pills, and rare spiritual herbs. However, the two of them ignored him. Instead, they looked around and saw a large number of young girls hanging by spiritual chains. Many of the chains were inserted into their bodies, and a mysterious power was being sucked out of their bodies. Looking at the source of all the chains, it was a purple sword that exuded an evil aura. The Grandmaster was using countless young girls to forge a sword. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He stretched out his left hand and a 5-meter-long dragon bow appeared. A dragon roared and shot an arrow at the evil purple sword. No! When the Grandmaster saw this, he cried out in alarm. Unfortunately, it was useless. Under the arrow, the evil sword shattered and let out a young girl's cry of pain. "You deserve to die." Lin Ling turned his bow and pointed it at the Grandmaster. "Don't kill me, don't kill me. I can give you anything you want." When the Grandmaster saw this, he couldn't care less about the pain in his heart and cried out anxiously. "No treasure can exchange for your life." Lin Ling shook his head. The arrow was fatal. Rumble. Moreover, this arrow was extremely terrifying. It was no longer in the shape of a thin arrow. Instead, it was extremely thick and solid, like a huge dragon god. After breaking through to the Grandmaster level, his entire body was smashed into pieces and he couldn't be more dead. Lin Ling looked around and held the sword in his hand. He cut off the spiritual chains on the young girls one by one. During this process, Do Afterimage went to collect the treasures. As for the young girls who were saved, some of them woke up, while others had closed their eyes forever. "Take them away from here." Looking at the young girls who were saved, Lin Ling sighed softly. If he had come earlier, he could have saved more people. "Thank you, benefactor." All the girls looked at Lin Ling with gratitude. From today onwards, they had escaped from the sea of bitterness. But no matter what happened in the future, the blue-robed youth today was something they would never forget for the rest of their lives. "Young master, come here." At this time, Do Afterimage cried out in alarm and Lin Ling hurried over. Do Afterimage collected most of the treasures on the ground and handed them over to Lin Ling. An exquisite jade token appeared in Do Afterimage's hand. The jade token had a ferocious beast's head on it and it was biting on a piece of jade. The words "demon token" were engraved on it. "This is..." Lin Ling was puzzled. "Young Demon Master's invitation token," Do Afterimage said with a profound smile. Hearing this, Lin Ling also smiled. He was thinking about how to join Young Demon Master's plan, but now he had received an invitation token. The key to enter the mountain. This token is also pointing out the direction. "I think it's the gathering place," Du Canning said again. "Then there's no time to lose. Let's hurry over." The two of them hurriedly left the secret chamber. When they arrived outside the manor, they saw a large number of young girls quietly waiting there. When they saw Lin Ling, they all bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, benefactor." Neat voices drifted out. "Everyone, there's no need to be so courteous. Saving you guys was just a small matter. Everyone, go back." Lin Ling couldn't help but smile as he looked at the girls. He stared at one of them and said, "Yen'er, right? After you go back, help me thank your grandmother for that meal." These words naturally caused Yen'er to be a little confused. However, Lin Ling did not explain anything and left with Do Canning. Seeing Lin Ling leave in such a carefree manner, many young girls felt reluctant to part with him. But in the end they missed their families and left one by one. It was the same for Yan. After a day of traveling, she finally returned to her hometown. Looking at the ancient city, she felt as if she had survived a disaster. Then, she rushed into the ancient city. Grandma, Uncle Kizzy. The feeling of surviving a calamity was great. Of course, Yan also wanted to know why that handsome young man had helped her. At this moment, in the ancient city, the old granny finally woke up. However, her face was pale and incomparably sad. One had to know that she had experienced a very long life and had seen through everything. The only thing she cared about was her little granddaughter, but now, her granddaughter was gone. What was the point of her living? But at this moment, a familiar voice came from afar. Her mind jolted, and so did the others. They rushed out of the hut and saw a young girl running over from afar. Who else could this young girl be but Yan? Yan! The old granny cried out in alarm and frantically pounced over. The others also trembled, and they all became excited. Yan, you're finally back. This isn't a dream, right? The old granny hugged Yan and said incoherently. I'm back, I'm finally back. Grandma, the people you invited are really formidable. Not only did they save me, they even saved many innocent people. Yan started crying as she spoke, however, her words stunned the others. The old granny said, we didn't invite anyone. They were from the Violet Glow Sword sect. How could ordinary people be a match for them? Grandma, those two people directly destroyed the Purple Cloud Sword sect. Of the entire sword sect, only one person escaped. Why would I lie to you? Yan was also stunned for a moment. Then, she frowned and said, Grandma, did you treat a young man to a meal? He was wearing a blue robe and looked very handsome. Yesterday, there was a young man who came to eat. Could it be that he saved you? The old granny suddenly thought of something and her whole body trembled. Never had she imagined that because of a moment of kindness, that young man would actually save her granddaughter. Ken is. How could a mere few bowls of aqua spirit rice compare to her granddaughter's life? It's him. The robust man and the others at the side gasped as well. They felt that the young man was very amiable earlier, so they thought that the young man was just an ordinary person. But never had they imagined that the two of them had actually overturned the entire Violet Dawn Sword sect. So, their hearts trembled once more when they thought up to here, they'd failed to recognize such an expert when he was right by their side. Most importantly, they'd actually looked down upon these experts and reprimanded them. Fortunately, they didn't mind. Otherwise, they'd probably be dead. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't know what had happened here. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. In his opinion, he would definitely not miss a chance to help others. Moreover, he'd finally repaid the favor he owed the old granny. Both of them moved swiftly through the forest according to the direction indicated by the command token. However, to Lin Ling's surprise, the devil beasts they encountered grew stronger and stronger as they went deeper into the forest. There were some devil beasts that even Do Kening didn't dare face. After all, Do Kening was at the 3rd level of the Saint Realm. Coupled with his identity as an assassin, he'd even killed a 5th level Saint Realm expert. From this, one could see how ferocious these devil beasts were. Fortunately, even though Lin Ling couldn't deal with the devil beasts, his illusion god True Inheritance was powerful. Therefore, he was able to avoid the devil beasts and even saved Do Kening a few times. Young master, your soul force martial technique is too heaven-defying. You have to know that devil beasts are naturally sensitive. Ordinary concealment techniques can't avoid their intuition. On the other hand, your illusions can deceive them. Do Kening couldn't help but speak with admiration. Lin Ling's cultivation wasn't high, but he was unable to see through his various trump cards. Moreover, those trump cards were still in the growth stage. It was hard to imagine how terrifying their might would be if they were fully developed. That was indeed the case. Lin Ling's great solar calamity bow had only shot 3 arrows at the moment. He'd just touched the threshold of the 1,000 transformations True Inheritance. As for the scabbard and the space-time divine steel, they hadn't reached their limits. Not long after, an ancient mountain appeared in front of them. The mountain was surrounded by black silt that rolled and emitted a fishy smell. This mountain was one of the more conspicuous mountains in the vicinity. However, the mountain was extremely quiet. Aside from the silt, there was nothing else. Wait. Lin Ling suddenly shouted and stopped Dou Kening from moving forward, causing Dou Kening to be puzzled. Lin Ling didn't say much. He kicked a stone at his feet. Roar! Just as the stone passed above the silt seemed to awaken like a devil beast. It turned into a huge mouth and swallowed the stone. Seeing this, Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. He activated his 10,000 elephant demon eyes and saw an ancient stone tablet buried in the depths of the silt. The stone tablet was engraved with complicated runes and was bound by a chain. It seemed to be engraved at the core of the silt. What is this? Dou Kening gasped. World-swallowing beast. Lin Ling said solemnly, and it's a world-swallowing beast controlled by someone. What? Dou Kening was shocked. The world-swallowing beast was an extremely mysterious existence in the universe. Someone actually controlled the world-swallowing beast. It seems like we're in the territory of young demon master. Other than the ancient demon race, no one else should have such means. Lin Ling said as he looked into the distance. His godly demon body was also a world-swallowing beast, so he felt a sense of familiarity. Take out the token and see if we can enter the mountain. Lin Ling said. Dou Kening quickly did as he was told. However, after the token appeared, the silt in front of them rolled and a yellow road appeared. The road led to the mountain. Let's go. Lin Ling suddenly understood that the token was the key to entering the mountain. Probing, most importantly, this realm-swallowing beast was the biggest one Lin Ling had ever seen. It could easily swallow a saint. Fortunately, their journey forward was safe and sound. Instead, a gap appeared in front of them, and a large number of cultivators were standing in front of the gap. These martial artists were all dressed differently, as if they were on guard against something. Who are you? Lin Ling and the others had just approached when one of them shouted angrily. I was invited. Seeing this, Lin Ling replied indifferently. Oh, then what power do you belong to? Hearing this, the people in front seemed to have let down their guard. Purple Cloud Sword Sect. Lin Ling spoke again. Everyone, be careful. This person might have been sent by other forces. Get ready to notify the realm-swallowing beast and devour them. Who knew that just as Lin Ling opened his mouth, the people over there immediately acted as if they were facing a great enemy. This made Dou Afterimage's eyes turn cold. He was ready to kill. Before the world-swallowing beast could swallow him, he rushed into the mountain, but Lin Ling stopped him. What nonsense are you talking about? On the contrary, Lin Ling slowly walked forward. We've seen the Purple Cloud Sword Sect before. They have quite a few people and they all have purple swords in their hands. But you don't have purple swords and there are only 2 of you. Therefore, I am sure that you are not from the Purple Cloud Sword Sect. Speak, who are you? The one who spoke was a one-armed man. Hearing this, Lin Ling didn't speak any further. He continued forward until he arrived before the one-armed man and fiercely slapped him. Have you King eaten sh*t? How dare you slander our Purple Cloud Sword Sect? This slap instantly stunned the one-armed man, and it was the same for Dou Afterimage. However, he was prepared to face the wrath of these experts, but unexpectedly, this slap had the opposite effect. Hee, I was just testing the waters. After all, young Master Yao's grand plan is no small matter. I'm most afraid that other forces will sneak in and cause trouble. I hope you can forgive me for offending you earlier. The one-armed man suddenly laughed and bowed slightly towards Lin Ling. This caused Dou Afterimage's eyes to flash. He immediately knew that this was a test. If they weren't from the Purple Cloud Sword Sect, then they would have felt guilty after being yelled at by the one-armed man. If they were from the real Purple Cloud Sword Sect, then they would have tried their best to clear their names, although, this kind of trick was full of loopholes if one thought about it carefully, but from the mouth of the world-swallowing beast, most people would not have thought so much. Young master, you're quite experienced. Dou Afterimage couldn't help but secretly admire Lin Ling. However, who would have thought that Lin Ling would slap him again, as if he was still angry. Do you know what you were doing before? If we leave, young Master Yao's plan will be ruined by you. When that happens, can you bear the responsibility? Lin Ling roared and scolded the one-armed man until he was bleeding profusely. But the more it was like this, the more certain these people were that Lin Ling and the others were from the Purple Cloud Sword Sect. Young master, we have offended you before. Look. The one-armed man quickly took out an imperial crystal and handed it to Lin Ling with a smile. We are from the Tiger Wolf sect in the west of Jiuzhou. We were ordered by young master Yao to guard the gate. We have offended you before, please forgive us. That's more like it. Lin Ling knew when to stop, but he still looked as if he was still angry. Go in, go in. Young master Yao said that the invited sects are like honored guests. Once you enter, you can eat and drink well. You can have whatever you want. The one-armed man and the others were completely afraid of Lin Ling. They couldn't wait for this little brat to enter the mountain. Let's go. Lin Ling snorted and walked forward slowly. Behind him, Dou Afterimage was tongue-tied. There were imperial crystals to buy? Only young master would be able to do something like this as a fake. The two of them entered the mountain through the gap. What was surprising was that the mountain seemed to be another world. It was like a huge city. There were restaurants, inns, and a large number of beautiful women on the streets for him to pick. Looking around, it was crowded. There were experts from sects, itinerant cultivators, and even people from dynasties. This young master Yao is really daring. He actually summoned so many big forces. Dou Afterimage said secretly, I wonder who they are fighting against. Those who can fight against the ancient demon race are the other Jiuzhou 10 evils, and the big forces of Jiuzhou, such as the Heavenly Court, the Flying Dragon Organization, Fu Hang Manor, and so on. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility of the Jiuzhou Divine Emperors. Lin Ling said secretly. If the Jiuzhou Divine Emperors are also here, they must be on the same level as Emperor Yu of Yuzhou. The other Divine Emperors are not qualified to fight against them. Dou Afterimage nodded and suddenly reminded, be careful, someone is watching us. I have sensed it too. This young master Yao is really cautious. Lin Ling nodded secretly and led Dou Afterimage forward. Along the way, he flirted with a beauty and then brought her into the inn. After entering the inn, Lin Ling sensed that the surveillance had disappeared. It seemed that the surveillance was only a general investigation. However, when they saw Lin Ling's lecherous look, they obviously relaxed their vigilance. After Lin Ling knocked out the beautiful woman who brought him into the inn, he immediately set up a barrier and began to wait quietly. 3 days passed quietly. On this day, all the powerful beings were gathered on the streets. Following which, an elderly man and a young man walked out. The elderly man took the lead and said, I'm indebted to everyone for participating in this mission. On behalf of the ancient demon race, I would like to thank everyone. The young man had his hands behind his back and narrowed his eyes. He looked like he was only an 8th stage half-saint, but no one dared to underestimate him. This was because there was a mysterious aura around him. It was especially so for Lin Ling. His 10,000 mammoths' devil eyes could clearly sense the enormous demon god elephant behind the young man. This demon god was so terrifying that it seemed to be able to swallow Qing province in one gulp. This also made Lin Ling realize that this person might be the young master Yao of the ancient demon race. Because we are going to enter that place and take back the sacred object of the demon race, we are counting on everyone. However, as long as everyone contributes, you will be able to obtain the ancient demon race's token. You will be able to summon the demon race's army once. This is an absolute guarantee token. Everyone, take it. The old man waved his right hand and a large number of tokens flew out and landed in everyone's hands. Everyone was ecstatic. This was the strongest life-saving trump card. So good? Dou Afterimage was secretly shocked. This token has a seal on it. On the surface, it looks like it can summon the ancient demon tribe. However, it will only be effective after a year. This means that if everyone dies in the following journey, the token will no longer be effective. Therefore, this token is only used to temporarily calm people down. Lin Ling shook his head and quietly destroyed the barrier on the token. This was because he discovered that the token also had a tracking barrier. It could track everyone's whereabouts. This is only the first reward. After we reach that place, there will be more rewards. However, our opponents are not weak. There are the 9 prefectures' 10 evils, the land of eternal slumber, the immortal temple, the divine escort mansion, the heavenly court, and Emperor Yu of Yu province. These are the opponents we know about. There are bound to be opponents we don't know about. Therefore, I hope that everyone can work together. The old man said again, and many people nodded excitedly. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Fire God Ant. Let's go. The old man did not say much. He raised his arms and shouted. Let's go. All the experts were in high spirits as they left the mountain in a grandiose manner. They did not even know their destination, but they were still so excited. Lin Ling shook his head. These people were being used by others, and they probably did not know. Of course, some were excited, and some were as calm as Lin Ling. They hid in the crowd and followed the crowd. A large group of people passed through the ancient forbidden forest. There were Sage Realm strong fighters and half-sages. The strongest were undoubtedly young Beast Master and a group of people around him. However, the demonic beasts in the ancient forbidden forest seemed to have been left behind by the gods. They had been changed by the gods and were naturally stronger than the demonic beasts outside. Moreover, through the conversations of the martial artists, Lin Ling knew that even the ancient cities left behind in the ancient forbidden forest seemed to have been left behind by the gods. Some of these ancient cities were left intact, and some were moved from other places. It was as if a god had lived in the ancient forbidden forest a long, long time ago. Along the way, Lin Ling secretly checked on young Beast Master. He realized that young Beast Master was stronger than he had imagined. He was afraid that the realm-swallowing beast was controlled by young Beast Master. Without the realm-swallowing beast, Lin Ling was confident that he would not be weaker than young Beast Master. But now, he could not help but admire young Beast Master. Young Beast Master was obviously a genius of the 9 states. He was probably not much weaker than Li Xiaoyao in the past. Of course, Lin Ling did not dare to check too much. He was afraid that young Beast Master would discover him. Along the way, the group encountered extremely strong demonic beasts. Even strong fighters like young Beast Master could not do anything about them. They were forced to change their path. From this, Lin Ling knew that young Beast Master had a map. Moreover, Lin Ling knew that young Beast Master had a more comprehensive map. Of course, Lin Ling had a part of the map. The missing part might be very important. On this day, young Beast Master suddenly raised his fist. The group immediately stopped and looked at young Beast Master. Young Beast Master's expression was very serious. Everyone was shocked. For young Beast Master to have such an expression, could there be something in front of them? Drip 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 drip, almost at the same time, a sound that made one's scalp go numb rang out, like raindrops falling to the ground. Upon closer inspection, the ground of the forest ahead was actually red soil. No, it wasn't red soil. Instead, there were unknown insects crawling on it. Most importantly, there were so many of them that they covered the entire ground. There was no end in sight. Young Master Yao, what is that? Seeing this, the old man next to the young beast lord cried out in alarm. He was a late-stage Saint Realm expert, but at that moment, his face was filled with fear. Fire God Ant. Young Master Yao spat out a sentence. What? The fear on the old man's face grew even stronger. He asked, do we need to take a detour? We can't take a detour. We're almost at the demon metropolis. If we take another detour, who knows how much time we'll have to waste. Most importantly, the other factions have probably already entered the demon metropolis. We can't be slower than them. Young Yao said coldly. But. The old man hesitated. Barge in. The young beast lord raised his arm. His words caused the expressions of all the cultivators to change drastically. The path of martial arts is filled with thorns. How can it be peaceful? If you want to become a god, you can't do without suffering. Everyone, charge in with me. Without waiting for the others to say anything, the young beast lord had already taken the lead. He turned into a green light, and his speed reached 60 world speed. Meanwhile, the others were still hesitating. Young master, how is it? Dokening also hurriedly looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes continued to flicker. This land was filled with fire god ants. This was an extremely terrifying demonic beast that specialized in devouring the realm essence of martial artists. They were not afraid of the power of water, fire, lightning, wind, and so on. Moreover, as long as a single fire god ant entered the body, the martial artists Dan Tian would be bitten into pieces. According to the rules, they definitely couldn't go in now. However, if they didn't go in, they would miss out on an Yuer. Moreover, entering a dangerous place was extremely dangerous. The path of survival was often hidden in the path of death. Go in, Lin Ling said decisively. He shot forward with Dou Kening. At this moment, many people had already moved. On the ground, the fiery red ants gradually wriggled like an ocean. It made one's scalp tingle. Before long, someone in front was swallowed by the fire god ants. He cried out in pain. Not even his bones were left behind. He was directly eaten clean. Go to hell. Someone panicked and released a powerful martial art. A light wave blasted towards the fire god ants. Stop. The young beast lord at the front roared. He looked anxious, but it was clearly too late. The fire god ants had a hard red shell. The light wave could only disperse them, but it couldn't kill them. On the contrary, the fire god ants on the ground had all awakened. They flew up in a mighty manner, filling the sky, and this was the result of the attack. Young master, speed up. Dou Kengying's expression changed when he saw this terrifying scene. He dragged Lin Ling's arm and rushed forward crazily. Lin Ling only had 50 world speed. Naturally, he couldn't compare to an assassin like him. Dou Kening burst forth with full speed. Lin Ling continued to attack. He waved his sword and swept the fire god ants away. Looking around, martial artists were falling one after another. Some didn't even have time to cry out in pain before their souls were scattered. The path of martial arts was full of thorns. At this moment, it was exposed. Heaven and hell were only one step away. Not good. Before long, Dou Kengying's expression turned ugly. A large area of fire clouds had appeared in front of him. Moreover, it was enveloping them. They had nowhere to run. Illusionary God, true inheritance, 1,000 transformations. At the critical moment, Lin Ling released illusions. He controlled everything within 1,000 miles. Finally, he used the illusions to bewitch the fire god ants. The two of them rushed out from the side. Even so, their foreheads were covered in cold sweat. Young master, be careful. However, Dou Kening suddenly stared at Lin Ling. This was because there was a fire god ant crawling on Lin Ling's arm. If the fire god ant entered his body, then Lin Ling's dantian would definitely collapse. Kunlun. At the critical moment, the black vines grew crazily and wrapped around Lin Ling's left arm. They entangled the fire god ant and began to devour it. What surprised Lin Ling was that it was just a fire god ant, but little Kunlun had been devouring it for a long time. It had even entered a deep slumber. From this, it could be seen how strong the fire god ant's defense was. Looking back, the crowd was falling one after another. It was as though this path had been forcefully opened with blood. No wonder young demon master wanted to gather the various large sections. So that's why. Lin Ling also completely understood young demon master's intentions. With young demon master alone, he might not be able to clear this hurdle, and this fiery red land was vast and boundless, as though there was no end to it. Fortunately, Lin Ling had rushed into the sea of fire god ants in the first few waves. This actually brought him benefits. This was because the fire god ants were mostly staring at the martial artists behind. As for those martial artists who were hesitating previously, they were now in trouble. The atmosphere was tense. When he turned back to look, the fire god ants behind him made his scalp go numb. They had already formed a large cloud of fire. Only a few people were lucky enough to rush out. As for young Master Yao, he stared coldly behind him. No one knew what he was thinking. Young master, I'm afraid there are less than 3,000 people rushing over. The old man said solemnly. I've already guessed it. Young demon lord snorted coldly and left. This time, they had gathered tens of thousands of people, but now, there were less than 3,000 people left. From this, one could see how cruel the ancient forbidden forest was. Everyone moved forward again, but this time, they were much more cautious. Fortunately, young master reacted quickly. If we had hesitated before, we wouldn't have been able to pass this hurdle. Following that, everyone's afterimages appeared beside Lin Ling. They felt as if they had just survived a calamity. As the king of assassins, his name had caused the entire 9 continents to tremble in fear. However, in the ancient forbidden forest, he was nothing more than a puny ant. This forbidden area of the 9 prefectures was a place where only the strongest experts of the 9 prefectures dared to come and play. If it weren't for the fact that there were enough people to attract the fire god ant's attention, we might not have been able to make it here. It's a pity for those people. Lin Ling shook his head. Young master is still not ruthless enough. You should know that I would rather betray the world than let the world betray me. Their death is better than our death. After Image was an assassin, so he was naturally more ruthless. Hearing that, Lin Ling didn't say much. He was not a saint who only cared about the people around him. But this time, it was those innocent people who used their lives to save him. This made him feel a little guilty. After all, Lin Ling's principle was to treat others the same way they treated him. Moving forward, they arrived at a hilly area that looked like ruins. The ground was riddled with holes, and there were holes the size of a finger. The surroundings were filled with towering and ferocious boulders. They sat on the ground like demonic beasts baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Young Master Yao? Not long after, a cry of surprise came from the front. He saw a large group of people gathered under a huge rock. Many of them were looking at Lin Ling. This was clearly another force. Celestial Emperor? Emperor Yun? Godly Escort Mansion? At the same time, young Master Yao stopped and looked at the group of people indifferently. Both sides immediately acted as if they were facing a great enemy. I didn't expect the Heaven Sovereign and the Cloud Sovereign to join the Godly Escort Mansion. Young Master Yao clasped his hands behind his back and secretly checked his surroundings. Then, he stepped forward slowly. Obviously, he didn't see any more powerful experts around him, which made him relax a little. Moreover, his gaze swept across the ground, and he immediately saw a huge bone dragon corpse. Although it had turned into a fossil, the dragon's might still hadn't decreased. With just his eyesight, young Master Yao knew that it was a nether dragon corpse terror. At the same time, Lin Ling also stared at the Celestial Emperor. Wasn't this the Celestial Emperor from the Great World's Jiang family? In the past, he had been completely dominated by his boat of gods. Who would have thought that he would meet him here? However, there were a lot of people around young Master Yao, so the Celestial the Arch did not see Lin Ling. Humph, we are Celestial Emperors. How can we do such a shameful thing? We didn't join the Divine Escort Mansion. We were invited by the Heavenly Court. After a moment of silence, the Celestial the Arch also spoke. Obviously, he also saw that although young Master Yao had a lot of experts, it shouldn't be enough to defeat them. The Heavenly Court? Speaking of the Heavenly Court, veins appeared on young Master Yao's forehead. There were even mysterious demon runes flashing. He said coldly, "You guys are really dogs. There are so many great forces in the 9 states. You don't listen to their orders, but you listen to the Heavenly Court. Very good, very good." He seemed to be angry. The Heavenly Court's vitality has been greatly damaged, so they invited us experts to help. We don't listen to their orders. Young Master Yao, I know you want the Nether Dragon corpse, but have you asked for our permission? The Cloud Sovereign also spoke. He was the strongest Celestial Emperor in the Cloud State. Although the Eternal Forbidden Forest belongs to the Cloud State, this is a place left behind by the gods. In this place, you can't summon the ancient power. Without the ancient power, you, Cloud Sovereign, are just an ordinary saint. This Nether Dragon corpse, I want it. Young Master Yao bared his teeth. They were like the teeth of a demon god. The two forces began to draw their swords and bows. A great battle on the level of the 9 states instantly erupted. They were all fighting for the Nether Dragon corpse on the ground. This was a dragon god corpse, and it had the demon dragon attribute of the dragon race, and the Nether Dragon's rank was extremely high among the dragon gods. It was even higher than the Een dragon. Its corpse was also full of treasures. Rumble. For this treasure, the two sides crazily clashed, causing countless deaths and injuries. On the other hand, young Master Yao was fighting the Cloud Sovereign alone. Demonic aura surged from his body. His entire body seemed to have turned into an octopus, and countless arms appeared behind him. Legend has it that young Master Yao was nurtured by the 10,000 demonic beast pill. You have the aura and talent of 10,000 demonic beasts. Boom, the Cloud Sovereign was in the Saint realm. which was several realms higher than young Master Yao. Naturally, he wasn't afraid. Boom. Boom, in the sky, a chaotic battle broke out. The white clouds and rolling demonic clouds continued to clash. As for the divine escort mansion and the Sky Emperor, they were fighting with the people beside young Master Yao. It had to be said that the Sky Emperor wasn't very strong. On the other hand, there were 3 saints from the divine escort mansion who were stronger. One of them was holding a brush, and his power had reached 80%. Another one was holding a sky-splitting axe, and he had a 6th grade desolate body talent. Moreover, his true god martial soul had been unsealed, reaching the 4th seal. The last one was a woman. She held a red whip, and it looked like a dancing dragon. These 3 were the best of the divine escort mansion. They were existences that couldn't be underestimated in the Saint Realm. Lin Ling and the Sky Emperor had also joined the battle. They looked weak, but their overall strength was above average. However, they weren't stupid enough to use their full strength. Therefore, they dealt with their opponents. Lin Ling was fighting with an expert at the 7th level of the Half-Saint Realm while he was investigating the surroundings. The expert was very depressed. His opponent was clearly a 3rd heaven half-saint, and he was about to kill him, but he was able to escape from his killing intent. This made him feel as if the blue-robed young man was playing with him. Most importantly, the blue-robed young man exclaimed from time to time, "So powerful! I can't block this move anymore." In fact, the blue-robed young man was still able to block it easily. F***ck. What the hell is this guy? The expert was speechless. He looked at Lin Ling again. "Young master, what's wrong?" Lin Ling nodded. "What's wrong?" This was because Lin Ling was a little absent-minded. "Hee, I didn't expect this to be a dragon's den." "Old doe, follow me." After a while, Lin Ling sent a telepathic message to the Sky Emperor. Apparently, his 10,000 demonic eyes had detected something strange. Of course, the most important thing was that he sensed a familiar summoning sound. It came from the scabbard behind him. This made him think that there must be a broken sword nearby. Without saying anything else, Lin Ling sent the expert in front of him flying. Then, he and the Sky Emperor went underground and approached the ground quietly. Nether dragon accompanying liquid. Lin Ling gradually came to the side of a huge rock. This huge rock was like a tower, and there were claw marks on it. It seemed to have been scratched by the claws of the nether dragon. Beside the huge dragon, there was a small hole half the size of a person. It looked extremely ordinary, but Lin Ling immediately charged into the cave. The cave was not big and could be seen in one glance. The ground was littered with treasures, but after so long, those treasures were a bit dim. Instead, a fragrance floated over. On a platform, there was a broken eggshell. The eggshell was about the size of a millstone. When he got closer, there was clear water inside, and the fragrance came from the clear water. Heavens, we actually encountered such a great treasure. Seeing the eggshell, Doing could not help but exclaim. Even Lin Ling was overjoyed. Because that was the nether dragon accompanying liquid. It was brought by the small nether dragon when it had just hatched. Normally, this liquid was used for the growth of the little nether dragon. It was the essence of a dragon. Right now, the little nether dragon was nowhere to be found, but half of the liquid had not been eaten. This also meant that the situation was urgent, so the little nether dragon was forced to leave. Quick, 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 take out the jade bottle. Lin Ling panicked. He and Doing quickly and carefully put away the nether dragon accompanying liquid. These treasures could not only increase cultivation, but also increase talent, rank power, soul power, and so on. It was one of the rarer treasures in 9 provinces that could increase all aspects. Therefore, even though there was still some left in the eggshell, Doing could not bear to waste it. He picked up the eggshell and licked it without caring about his image. Of course, how could Lin Ling let him take advantage of it? Therefore, he also snatched it, licking the fragrant liquid. Lin Ling could clearly feel that his physical strength was crazily increasing. His godly demon body and dragon bones were also transforming. A warm current flowed through Lin Ling's body, making Lin Ling feel that he had turned into a dragon. His physical strength had increased to 400 world power. When he looked again, all he saw were afterimages. He had actually successfully advanced to another realm. His entire person seemed to be drunk. With a red face, he began to laugh loudly. Lin Ling also allowed his physical body to transform. Unfortunately, the eggshell had turned into a fossil. Otherwise, it would be a rare treasure. Then, he went to the pile of treasures at the side and hurriedly searched. Most of these treasures had lost their spiritual energy. However, among them, Lin Ling finally saw a broken sword. Although this broken sword was smaller than the one he saw in Tianzhou, it was enough to make Lin Ling excited for a long time. At the same time, the scabbard behind him also floated up and began to absorb the broken sword. This broken sword? Dou Afterimage stared at the broken sword, secretly shocked. From the broken sword, he sensed a killing intent that was even more terrifying than his own. Could it be that before this sword was complete, it was the dragon-slaying sword? The nether dragon died to this sword. One had to know that in the era of gods, there had been the dragon-slaying clan. However, for some reason, this clan had completely disappeared. In fact, when Lin Ling killed Brocade Dust Saint last time, the Sunshine Ice Heaven furnace in his hand was left behind by the dragon-slaying clan. Later, Lin Ling added it to the Spirit State's divine array to strengthen the Yin Dragon's soul. That was why the Yin Dragon's soul was able to block the attack of the martial ancestor. Dou Afterimage continued to make wild guesses. In the end, he realized that Lin Ling's scabbard was extremely extraordinary. There's a dragon egg here? At this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly sounded. At the entrance of the cave, a figure rushed in like a madman. He looked around and then charged towards the dragon egg. However, the dragon egg was already empty. This caused the person to sigh softly. Then, he said angrily, "What kind of treasure did you two obtain here?" This person's voice carried a thick heavenly might, as if a god emperor had arrived. In fact, he was indeed a god emperor. He was the number one god emperor in Tianzhou, the Sky Emperor. However, when the Sky Emperor entered, Lin Ling and Brocade Dust Saint had already seen him. However, Lin Ling was waiting for the scabbard to be refined, so he did not pay attention to him. "What kind of treasure did you obtain? Hand it over." The Sky Emperor was even more furious. He was the number one person in Tianzhou. When had he ever been ignored like this? Although there were countless experts in this trip to the ancient Forbidden Forest, not many people could make him wary. Moreover, the two people in front of him were definitely not them. His gaze finally landed on Dou Afterimage. However, he shook his head. He did not know this person. Then, he looked at Lin Ling. His expression instantly became interesting. His mouth opened wide. It was as if he was a duck that had been grabbed by the neck. The demonic sun. The Sky Emperor let out a sharp cry. His expression was as if he had seen a ghost. Even if the young man in front of him turned into ashes, he would definitely recognize him. Back then, in the Great World's Jiang family, the demonic sun had destroyed the Jiang family right in front of him. He even held his neck in his hand and shocked the entire Tianzhou. At that time, he was like a child in front of the boat of gods. He could not resist at all. After that, he found out that this young man was the new realm emperor of Spirit State. He even used the great array of gods to almost destroy the gods of Heaven Court. At that time, the Sky Emperor knew that he had offended a terrifying existence. He was probably on par with the monster young master. Where is this? Seems like I've come to the wrong place. My battlefield is outside. Damn it, I knew that the two Dao masters were lying to me. There's no treasure in this cave. There's not even a shadow of a person. I'd better go back and continue fighting. Suppressing his shock, the Sky Emperor suddenly laughed and pretended that he did not see Lin Ling and Brocade Dust Saint. After laughing, he turned around and left. "Old Dou, kill him." However, just as he moved, a cold voice came from behind him. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. "Run." That was the only thought in his mind. He shouted anxiously. "Son of demon, I didn't see you. Do you think we're idiots?" How could Lin Ling not know what the Sky Emperor was thinking? He pretended that he did not see them and left safely. However, now that they had obtained a treasure, if the Sky Emperor were to spread the news, the experts outside would all target them. Explode. The Sky Emperor knew that if he did not run now, he would not be able to escape. His arms suddenly expanded like the claws of a demon god and clawed at Dou Kening. Of course, although he was in the saint level, he was still much weaker than Dou Kening. Dou Kening's dagger was an assassin's dagger. With a slash, even a saint would fall. Break! Fortunately, the Sky Emperor had already planned to retreat. His huge arm was instantly severed like a lizard's tail. Countless scales burst out and shot into the cave, melting the walls of the cave. Using this opportunity, he rushed out of the cave. Damn it! Dokening did not expect his opponent to be so cunning. He shouted angrily and wanted to chase after him. Stop chasing, we can't stay here for long. Leave now. End of chapter 3186. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.